Chapter 71. Startled by the group of men staring intently at her, Tan Xiaoxiao was initially taken aback. She breathed a sigh of relief after recognizing Bian Ruijin and his companions. Huh? It's you guys? She sized them up, her gaze sweeping over their mud-covered, tattered clothes. You're here for this company's celebration too? What happened to you? At that moment, her gaze inadvertently fell upon a shadowy figure shrouded in the mist opposite, radiating an ominous aura. Tan Xiaoxiao paused, instinctively taking a step back. Short and chubby, motionless. Could it be a wild boar? The environment around this factory is terrible. Before she could finish speaking, a sharp, black, fawn-like withered branch suddenly pierced through the thick fog, its target Tan Xiaoxiao's carotid artery, moving so fast it left only a blur. Sister Tan, watch out! Yanitong screamed immediately. However, at that critical moment, Tan Xiaoxiao instinctively tilted her head, and the deadly branch grazed her carotid artery as it flew past. Feeling the whoosh of the wind beside her ear, Tan Xiaoxiao turned around in confusion, just in time to see the failed attack branch embedded in the tree trunk behind her. What a lousy tree! It almost hit me! Tan Xiaoxiao reached out and snapped the needle-like branch off. Pretty poor quality, it broke with just a snap. Without thinking, she casually threw the branch she had just broken off into the shadows, muttering to herself. You? Littering? Don't you have any sense of public decency? The branch traced a path through the air and disappeared into the thick fog. The next second, a soft plop sound rang out. A muffled groan, a mixture of pain and rage, echoed from within the thick fog, followed by a faint, sweet, metallic scent of blood. The shadow let out a defiant hiss, retreating abruptly and quickly disappearing into the depths of the fog. Tan Xiaoxiao blinked, staring at the empty space ahead. Gone? They ran pretty fast, TSK. She turned her head, her attention returning to Bian Ruijin and his dirty group. Looking at their disheveled, ragged appearance, Tan Xiaoxiao felt a surge of disgust. How embarrassing to take them out like this. She frowned sharply, pulled an unopened pack of wet wipes from her backpack, and tossed it at them with a disgruntled expression. Wipe the mud off your faces first, you all look like you've been pulled out of a mud pit. She paused, her gaze sweeping over their ripped clothes. Well, the clothes are unusable. Just make do. She lowered her head, muttering softly, It's really embarrassing to take you guys out like this. Bian Ruijin and the others blushed at her words, hurriedly taking the pack of wet wipes. Su Qingwang tore open the packaging, pulled out a lemon-scented wipe, and was about to wipe his face when his movements froze instantly. A line of clearly visible black text appeared on the packaging. Wet wipes. Lemon scent highly effective at cleaning and removing stains. The scent repels most mosquitoes and low-level anomalies. A-level and below anomalies cannot actively track the scent. Duration. For hours. Su Qingwang's eyes widened in shock, almost falling to the ground. Bian, team leader Bian. Su Jing. Look! Bian Ruijin, Su Jing, and Yan Yitong immediately crowded around. When they saw the words, all three gasped. This isn't just a wet wipe. This is clearly strategic-grade supplies, used to repel insects and monsters, and even prevent A-level and below anomalies from tracking them? The four looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock and elation, followed by deep heartache and reluctance. This stuff is too precious. It's almost too precious to use. In the end, the four of them, with perfect understanding, carefully, shared one wet wipe. Su Qingwang first wiped a speck of dirt from his forehead, then handed it to Yan Yitong, who wiped the back of her hand, and then handed it to Su Jing. Su Jing wiped her cheeks, and finally handed it to Bian Ruijin, who then wiped his fingers on the now grayish-black wet wipe. Tan Xiaoxiao watched the four of them sharing a single wet wipe, her expression becoming even more indescribable. You guys, do you have to be so frugal? Can't you be a little more hygienic? In the Blue Star livestream room, the viewers burst into laughter at the four's stingy behavior and Tan Xiaoxiao's undisguised disgust. Tan's expression is exactly my expression right now. Tan, I already thought you guys were dirty, now I'm even more disgusted. Help, I know the props are precious, but it's really funny. Team leader, it's not that we don't want to use it, it's just that this thing is too precious. Tan Xiaoxiao, despite her disgust, still waved for them to follow. Alright, come with me. This crappy place has so many forks in the road, don't get lost. After saying that, she started walking forward, studying the map as she went, muttering, what kind of roads are these? This way? No. It seems to be that way? Along the way, she complained about the vines that tripped her up, the stench of the swamp, and even plucked a particularly vibrant, alluringly fragrant flower and tossed it to the ground. This thing is really blocking the way. Let's go this way. Unlike her relaxed demeanor, the 4 men following behind her, including Bien Ruijin, were on edge the entire way up the mountain, their cold sweat never ceasing. The terrifying traps and bizarre attacks that could easily kill them seemed like a joke to Tan Xiaoxiao, posing no danger whatsoever. They followed closely behind Tan Xiaoxiao, feeling a deep sense of security. Finally, a tall, clean, modern complex of buildings appeared in the mist ahead. Standing before the exceptionally clean, even spotless, modern gates of the Silent Saliva Brewery, Tan Xiaoxiao felt a strange sense of unease. This factory, built in this godforsaken place, without even a decent road. But the factory itself is quite impressive, with a standard modern design. However, building a factory in this godforsaken spot, how high must the transportation costs be? The more she thought about it, the more bizarre the company's operating strategy seemed. Do they use air freight? Or do they have an underground railway? In the security booth at the entrance, a security guard in a crisp uniform, his face ashen, was sizing up the group of uninvited guests. His gaze lingered on the conspicuously built Su Qingwang for a long time, his eyes not looking at a living person, but rather assessing goods. Su Qingwang felt a chill run down his spine under her gaze, and desperately tried to shrink behind Bien Ruijin. Tan Xiaoxiao ignored this little incident. She stepped forward and pulled out her invitation to the security guard. "Hello, we're here for that Millennium Celebration." The security guard looked at the invitation, a flicker of resentment flashing deep in his eyes, but it quickly returned to its deathly stillness. He took out a registration book and pen from his drawer and coldly said, "Register." Tan Xiaoxiao was a little annoyed by his attitude, thinking it best to avoid trouble, but she still took it and signed her name with a flourish. After registration, the security guard handed her a card that emitted a strange floral scent. Tan Xiaoxiao took the card and read, "Silent Pilgrimage Schedule 9 to 9:30 Viewing the Feeding Pool. 9:30 to 10 o'clock Observation of the Fermentation Area. 10 to 10:30 Quiet Tasting Session. 10:30 to 11 o'clock Offering to the Pulp Pool. Note: after entering the viewing area, please remain silent and listen attentively. Do not disturb his slumber. Viewing, observing, offering, it's like a funeral service." Tan Xiaoxiao grumbled as she shoved the pretentious card to Su Jing beside her. "Here, take this. Remember it well, don't break their rules. They're so complicated." At that moment, the heavy automatic factory doors suddenly opened. On both sides of the passageway stood 2 neat rows of employees in uniforms, pale-faced and with vacant eyes. They all wore identical stiff smiles and bowed in unison to Tan Xiaoxiao and the others. There wasn't a single welcoming remark. The room was deathly silent. Hello?" Tan Xiaoxiao was a little confused and instinctively greeted them. The employees remained bowed, unresponsive, as if they hadn't heard her at all. Tan Xiaoxiao frowned, glancing down at the process card again. "Didn't we say to keep quiet once we entered the visitor area?" She looked around, then suddenly realized, a look of sympathy on her face. "Oh, I understand," she said in a low voice to Bien Ruijin behind her. "Probably hired deaf-mute disabled people for tax cuts. Sigh, it's not easy for anyone. Let's be more understanding and not nitpick." The Blue Star livestream chat room was immediately filled with question marks. I'm impressed by Tan's thought process. Help, how did she come to that conclusion? But thinking about it carefully, it seems quite reasonable. Team leader Bien's expression is about to give way, haha. Just then, the rapid sound of high heels came. Zhao Imo strode in, dressed in a well-tailored suit, a professional smile on his face. "Miss Tan, welcome." Zhao Mo's gaze swept over the Blue Star Fire C team behind Tan Xiaoxiao, his eyes flickering. "And who are these people?" "Oh, them." Tan Xiaoxiao was a little embarrassed. "My friends, we met them on the way." She glanced disdainfully at Bien Ruijin and the others. "Look at them dressed. Like they're fleeing a disaster. I'm sorry to have caused you trouble." Zhao Mo's smile remained unchanged, even becoming more gentle. "It's all right, all guests are welcome." She glanced at her watch, a hint of regret in her voice. "Time's almost up. I just don't know if the other guests will make it. Is there anyone else?" Tan Xiaoxiao turned to look outside the gate, but apart from the eerie woods in the distance, there wasn't a soul in sight. To be late for such a big celebration, how rude, she muttered under her breath. 3, 2, 1. Zhao Imo sighed softly. "Time's up, it seems our guest is late." "Then, Miss Tan, let's begin. Why won't you let us in?" A haughty and angry roar came from outside the door. "That voice, it sounds familiar?" Tan Xiaoxiao looked in the direction of the voice and saw Lu Gu standing anxiously outside the gate, followed by the Water Source Star team members, still bruised and battered. Judging from their appearance, they were in even worse shape than Bien Ruijin and his group, probably having suffered quite a bit in the Silent Valley. Lu Gu pointed at the security guard blocking her way, her face ashen. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the Fire Seed team already inside the factory area, seemingly watching the spectacle. Remembering the hardships he had endured to get there, old grudges and a sense of humiliation overwhelmed him. What kind of bullshit invitation is this? I don't believe those Blue Star trash would have won. How did they get in? You're deliberately making things difficult for me. Lu Gu roared. Lian Na, Di Lan, Liamo, Ling Yu, blast this old ba **** away. The 4 team members behind him instantly emanated pale blue light, clearly about to attack. The security guard at the gate, seeing this, flashed a fierce glint in his eyes. Just as tensions were about to rise. Gentlemen. Zhao Mo's voice rang out at the opportune moment, carrying an undeniable authority. Since you're late, please come in quickly. Don't delay the auspicious time for the pilgrimage. Perhaps it was Zhao Mo's voice that caused the terrifying aura surrounding the security guard to instantly dissipate. He glared at Lu Gu resentfully, then grabbed a process card from the table, and tossed it at Lu Ji's feet like a bone. This humiliation instantly twisted Lu Ji's face. Fortunately, Liana reacted quickly, picking up the card and whispering, "Business is business." Lu Gu suppressed his anger, glared at the security guard, straightened his clothes, and then swaggered into the factory gate with an arrogant air. He stopped in front of Tan Xiaoxiao and the Fire Seed team, letting out a cold snort. Just you wait. This time. You inferior people, and you too. He stared intently at Tan Xiaoxiao. I won't let you get so lucky again. The Fire Seed team members instantly tensed. Tan Xiaoxiao, however, looked at Lu Gu with bewilderment. Had this guy hit his head in the woods? She wrinkled her nose in disgust and took a step to the side. This guy was covered in mud. She didn't want him to get any on her. Zhao Mo seemed oblivious to the conflict. Alright, now that all the guests are here, let the silent tour officially begin. Please, strictly adhere to the rules. She finished speaking meaningfully, and led the group into the factory area. The factory was impeccably clean, almost unbelievably so. The floors were smooth and clean, the equipment gleaming, and the air was thick with a rich, cloying scent, a mixture of fruity aromas and an indescribable sweetness. The only problem was the eeriness. This company is so quiet during working hours. Not a sound at all, it's kind of scary. Tan Xiaoxiao glanced around at the expressionless, vacant-eyed employees, her resolve hardening. This might actually be a welfare company where everyone is deaf and mute. This boss is truly virtuous. She nodded secretly, feeling a slight sense of goodwill towards this complete stranger. Zhao Mo led everyone through the corridor and into the raw material processing area. This is our raw material pre-processing area. What you see now are our material pools. Zhao Mo's voice was very low, as if afraid of disturbing someone. We always select the freshest, plumpest, and most active raw materials, striving to retain their life essence to the maximum extent possible, so that we can brew something unique. In the huge material pools, various fruits and grains with unusually vibrant colors and perfect shapes, almost like plastic, were piled up. Strangely, these fruits seemed to be trembling slightly, rhythmically, and occasionally, one fruit could even be seen twitching. Zhao Mo, with an enigmatic smile on his face, glanced at everyone and softly suggested, would any distinguished guest be willing to come forward and experience firsthand just how fresh our raw materials are? Bien Ruijin's alarm bells rang, and he instinctively pulled back Su Jing, who was about to step forward, shaking his head slightly. Meanwhile, Lu Gu on the other side also sensed the ominous aura emanating from the material pool. Danger often comes with opportunity, but how could he risk it himself? Without hesitation, Lu Gu pushed one of his female teammates forward. Liamo, you go. Liamo trembled, her face turning deathly pale. She stared in terror at the seemingly alive fruits, her heart filled with dread. The comments from the viewers in the Water Source Star disaster livestream flashed before her eyes. Sacrificing for your home planet is your honor. Hurry up. What are you dawdling for? Touching it won't kill you. For the sake of Water Source Star. Liamo knew that if she retreated now and survived by chance, a fate more tragic than death awaited her after the mission. Desperate, she walked step by step towards the material pool, her hand trembling as she extended it, slightly stained with mud. The closer she got, the stronger the nauseating, sweet-smelling odor became, and Liamo trembled with fear. Just as her fingertips were about to touch the material pool. Wait! Tan Xiaoxiu's eyes widened, and she grabbed Li Mo's filthy wrist. Her voice was extremely low, almost a whisper, but filled with disbelief. Manager Zhao, her hands haven't been washed. They haven't been disinfected. You let her touch the raw materials directly? Does this comply with food safety regulations? She scanned Li Mo's far from clean hands, her face showing deep dissatisfaction. This is outrageous. I have to reconsider whether I should continue ordering from here. Zhao Mo's smile froze instantly, her lips twitching involuntarily. For a moment, she didn't know how to react, only managing an awkward laugh. Heh, hee, Miss Tan is right. It was my oversight. In that case, let's just forget about it. She took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in her eyes, and turned to the others. It's about time. Let's move on to the next step. Observe quietly in the fermentation area. Li Mo withdrew her hand, as if she had escaped a disaster, glancing at Tan Xiaoxiao with a complex mix of fear and gratitude. Lu Gu glared fiercely at Li Mo, and the meddlesome Tan Xiaoxiao, snorted coldly, and led the rest of the group after Zhao Mo. Dozens of enormous, sealed metal tanks, each about 2 people tall, stood in the fermentation area, their surfaces covered with complex pipes and various incomprehensible instruments. Upon entering, a faint, bubbling sound, as if countless people were gathered together, groaning and sighing, faintly reached her ears. What's that sound? Tan Xiaoxiao frowned, listening intently. Was the loudspeaker left on? Or is it the sound of exhaust pipes? Yin Yitong curiously looked around, staring at the twisted runes engraved on the tanks. Zhao Mo appeared beside her like a ghost, a chilling smile on his face. This guest seems very curious. If you want to understand more deeply, you can put your ear close to the tank and listen to the sounds of fermentation yourself. It will be an unparalleled experience. Yin Yitong shuddered at Tan Xiaoxiu's sudden approach, a chill running down her spine. Just as she was at a loss, Tan Xiaoxiao leaned closer and sternly pulled Yin Yitong away. She looked at Zhao Mo disapprovingly, her voice low but firm. Manager Zhao, your safety awareness is too weak. The fermentation tanks are very dangerous. How can you not even have this basic common sense? Zhao Mo's face froze completely, his chest heaving violently, as if he were desperately suppressing his emotions. After several seconds, she reopened her eyes, her gaze icy cold. Miss Tan. You're right, I didn't consider this carefully. She practically forced the words out. Let's go to the tasting event to try the original brew and take a break. Upon hearing about tasting the original brew, Tan Xiaoxiu's eyes lit up instantly. Great. Great. Let's go! The tasting hall was elegantly decorated, with white tablecloths, European-style carved chairs and tables, and even some exquisite desserts. After everyone was seated, employees carried trays, placing glasses of a thick, honey-like liquid in front of each guest. Zhao Mo raised his glass first, a smile returning to his face. This is the culmination of 1,000 years of craftsmanship from our Silent Saliva brewery, the Dew Essence. It's rare, so please savor it carefully and experience it attentively. However, looking at the ominous liquid in the glasses, no one dared to try it. The atmosphere froze instantly. Zhao Mo, holding his glass, gradually turned cold and dangerous. The European-style chandelier above the hall began to flicker erratically. An invisible, malicious pressure instantly spread, making it almost impossible for everyone to breathe. Gentlemen, do you look down on our breweries? Dew Essence? Under this terrifying pressure, everyone except Tan Xiaoxiao trembled as they raised their glasses. Everyone closed their eyes, as if facing death, and took a small, difficult sip. The moment the thick, cold liquid slid down their throats. Ugh! Ah! Painful groans and screams echoed throughout the scene. Dian Ruijin's mind flashed with the bloody images of Wang Wu, Lu Luan, and Chu Chang before their deaths, so vivid, as if he were reliving them. Grief and fear instantly made it hard for him to breathe. Dian Ruijin tapped his bracelet with difficulty, and was horrified to find that his mental pollution index had instantly soared by 60%. As for Tan Xiaoxiao, seeing everyone else had drunk, she also decisively downed her small cup of the liquid in one gulp, even smacking her lips as if savoring it. It doesn't seem to have any special flavor? It's just a bit thick. She tilted her head, feeling a little disappointed. Just as she was about to have another drink, a series of extremely fragmented and chaotic images suddenly flashed before her eyes without warning. Countless eyes, densely packed, filled with resentment, greed, and jealousy, staring intently at her in the endless darkness. A distorted voice seemed to scream from the depths of her mind, demanding, "Why are you still alive? Why?" Although the images flashed by, The intense malice sent a chill down her spine. Was she drunk? TSK, this stuff has a strong after effect? Is the alcohol content high? It's a bit intoxicating. She immediately abandoned the idea of getting another drink. Drinking leads to trouble, it's better to drink less. The Blue Star livestream chat exploded again upon seeing Tan Shisha's reaction. Sister Tan is alright? She seems just a little tipsy? Our team leader, Yinitong, and the others are practically seeing Tai Nai. The difference is too big. Zhao Emo watched as Tan Xiao only frowned slightly before returning to normal, the shock in her eyes almost impossible to conceal. She glanced around at the other guests, who were in agony and their eyes were glazed over, before finally revealing a satisfied smile. It seems, everyone has deeply felt the charm of the original elixir. So, please rest for a moment. Next, we will proceed with the most solemn part of this pilgrimage, the elixir pool offering. The guests were led to an empty room. In the center of the room was an amber elixir pool constantly bubbling, emitting a rich fragrance. The staff danced silently around the elixir pool, each step exceptionally synchronized. Watching the celebratory performance, Tan Xiao couldn't help but marvel at how perfectly synchronized the employees' dance was. They were truly suited for stardom. Zhao Emo stood beside the slurry pool, her hands aloft an ancient bronze bell, her face filled with fervor. As she shook the bell faster and faster, everyone present felt a tremendous mental shock. The bell sound evoked deep-seated fears and negative emotions, leaving those already mentally damaged by drinking the slurry utterly disoriented. Looking at the pale faces of Bian Ruijin and the others behind her, Tan Xiao assumed it was due to prolonged standing and a recurrence of her chronic low blood sugar, and promptly popped a mint into each of their mouths. Icy mint. Reduces mental pollution by 40%, removes control status. The Fire Seed team, whose eyes had been bloodshot, and who were almost driven mad, instantly regained their composure, looking at Tan Xiao with gratitude. Meanwhile, on Water Source Star, the situation was completely different. Lu Ji's eyes were bloodshot, his mind flashing back to the failed mission, the curses of his tribe, and the humiliation of repeated defeats. The rage in his chest could no longer be suppressed. He abruptly looked up, his voice shrill with fury. Damn woman! Stop! Stop shaking me! This roar was particularly jarring in the silent room. All the employees performing the dance froze, turning in unison towards Lu Gu. The smiles on their faces vanished abruptly, replaced by a chilling killing intent. The enormous pool of liquid in the center began to boil, and an indescribable, terrifying entity composed of black mist slowly rose from it. Countless tentacles, dripping with pus, writhed within the black mist, their powerful mental energy suffocating everyone present. Who is disturbing my slumber? Lu Ji's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. He tried to condense water to protect himself, but it was easily torn apart by several swift tentacles. The next second, countless tentacles bound him tightly, and no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break free. Ah! He only had time to let out a shrill scream before being dragged into the churning pool of liquid, where he was rapidly corroded to death. The remaining 4 people on Water Source Star turned pale and froze in place. Tan Xiao, watching this scene, widened her eyes, her face instantly filled with rage. Damn it, I suspected your factory is illegitimate for a long time. Her voice rose sharply with anger, her hand trembling as she pointed at the liquid pool. This is the raw liquid pool, the place where beverages are brewed. How can you throw anything into it? Are you trying to kill me? Don't you care about food safety at all? She said painfully, her gaze turning to the churning black mist in the air. Tan Xiao frowned, scrutinizing the pus-drenched tentacles with disgust. And this thing? It looks filthy. Could it be that you haven't kept the pool clean enough, and some kind of mutated mold has grown out? Everyone still conscious at the scene twitched uncontrollably at Tan Shisha's shocking question. The black mist froze for a moment, its fury distorting the air. Insignificant, ignorant woman, you want to challenge me? The next second, a tentacle dripping with pus lashed out fiercely towards Tan Xiao. Watch out! Bian Ruijin and Su Jing cried out in alarm. Tan Xiao was startled by the overwhelming stench and the disgusting pus on the tentacle. Don't come any closer. It's too filthy. What's all this stuff? It's sticky and oozing pus. I hope there's some kind of infectious disease. Stay away from me. Almost instinctively, driven by her obsessive-compulsive disorder, she pulled out a disinfectant spray from her backpack and pressed the button without even looking. The next second, a pungent, irritating red mist instantly spread out. Ack! After a piercing scream of pain, the black mist began to churn and contract violently, as if doused with concentrated sulfuric acid. The menacing tentacles visibly withered. The suffocating mental pressure surrounding them suddenly lessened considerably. This isn't right. Tan Xiaoxiao paused, looking down at the disinfectant spray in her hand. Huh? She hesitated, then realized. Oh, I grabbed the wrong one. This isn't disinfectant spray, it's pepper spray that Dehei insisted I bring. Chapter 72. Pepper spray. Is it really that powerful? Tan Xiaoxiao stared blankly at the ordinary-looking bottle of pepper spray in her hand. At the same time, the black mist enveloped in the pepper spray let out a shrill howl, its churning gradually diminishing. The pus-drenched tentacles slumped to the ground, pounding restlessly. Whether it was her imagination or not, Tan Xiaoxiao sensed a hint of bewilderment in the creature. You vile ant, what did you use? The monster's mental roar assaulted everyone's brains. The Fire Seed Squad, fed peppermints by Tan Xiaoxiao, still managed to maintain some semblance of rationality. The water source aliens, already bewildered by the loss of their leader, weren't so lucky. They were directly knocked unconscious by the mental roar. Tan Xiaoxiao completely ignored the creature's howl, her eyes shining as she watched the rhythmically swaying tentacles. These tentacles are so numerous, yet they move with remarkable regularity, without interfering with each other, incredibly flexible. Incredible. This guy is practically a born display genius. The store's only employee, Lu Luan, is only the size of a palm, and every day he's constantly jumping around trying to keep the shelves neat and tidy. Tan Xiaoxiao feels exhausted just watching him. This guy is different. Look at the number and flexibility of his tentacles, he could easily manage 7 or 8 shelves at once. This way, Lu Luan can relax a bit, and won't have to work so hard. Thinking of her hardworking, paper-thin employee at home, Tan Xiaoxiao thinks that a good boss who cares about their employees must be good at discovering talent, allocating work reasonably, and reducing the burden on older employees. It's time to expand the store. This definitely isn't because Lu Luan bakes her cookies every day, increasing her favorability. Once Tan Xiaoxiao's mind switches to convenience store management mode, all fear and eeriness are instantly forgotten. Seeing the monster seem to still be struggling, she didn't hesitate and sprayed it twice more with chilly water. The monster let out a short, mournful cry, twitched twice, and the black mist shrouding its body completely dissipated, revealing its true form. A strange creature, about the height of a person, entirely gray-black, with a rough, bald head and a dozen limp tentacles hanging from its body. It lay sprawled on the ground, only its tentacles still trembling slightly unconsciously, looking both pitiful and comical. Tan Xiaoxiao walked over, looked down at the writhing thing on the ground, and stared at it for a while. Hey, can you understand human speech? Tan Xiaoxiao gently nudged the thing's head with her toe. Stop scaring people here. Come back to the shop and work with me. Room and board included, a stable job. How about that? It's better than staying in this dark pool, right? The monster's enormous head turned blankly towards Tan Xiaoxiao, its face filled with bewilderment and confusion. Tan Xiaoxiao turned thoughtfully, and walked over to Su Jing and Yin Yitong, who were pale-faced and huddled together. What do you think of my new shop assistant? Isn't her look quite unique? Su Jing looked at the ominous-looking monster with wrinkled skin and covered in pus, and her stomach churned. She suppressed her discomfort, and tried to speak as tactfully as possible. Sister Tan, this thing, looks a bit unattractive. Putting it in a convenience store might scare customers. Yin Yitong nodded frantically, her face pale. Yes, Sister Tan, this really is a bit. She pointed to the obvious pustules and slime on the tentacles, unable to speak under the monster's fierce glare. Tan Xiaoxiao followed their gaze to the pustules and felt they were indeed a bit unsightly. It's alright, a minor problem. I clean it up. If it's not good, I apply some erythromycin ointment to reduce the inflammation. It healed quickly. Saying this, she pulled a pack of wet wipes from her backpack, grabbed the helpless monster, and began wiping away the pustules and slime. The wet wipes seemed to have a purifying effect. Wherever they touched, the nauseating pus quickly disappeared, and the swollen pustules dried and healed at a visible speed. Even more surprisingly, as the pus disappeared, the monster seemed to calm down as well. The tentacles, which had been flailing about unconsciously, had become much more docile. Tan Xiaoxiao frowned as she looked at the filthy, foul-smelling wet wipe in her hand. She subconsciously brought it to her nose and sniffed it, trying to discern the smell. This smell, a pungent, slightly sweet, fishy odor, but why did it seem vaguely familiar? She suddenly remembered. This smell, wasn't it somewhat similar to the irresistible, deep, intoxicating aroma of Night Raven beer and Green Whisper apple juice? Only, the drinks with their abundant artificial flavorings, had their tastes so perfectly blended, masking much of the odor. Tan Xiaoxiao's heart skipped a beat, a terrifying thought flashing through her mind. No way. You, how dare you? What have you done to the sacred source? Zhao Imo, finally recovering from her shock, stared at the tentacles Tan Xiaoxiao had cleaned, trembling with rage, her voice shrill and almost cracking. No! The sacred source, the precious primal essence base, you destroyed it all. This is blasphemy. You destroyed our millennia of hard work. Primal essence base? Tan Xiaoxiao's eyes widened at that word. She looked up at Zhao Imo, then down at the pus-soaked wipe in her hand. Thinking of the eerie, addictive taste of night raven beer, the strange phenomena in the factory, and Zhao Mo's words. In an instant, all the clues connected in her mind, and a chilling, utterly disgusting conclusion froze her completely. Those wildly popular night raven beer and Qingyu apple juice, so addictive that countless customers were hooked. That so-called flavor, that so-called unique recipe, the crystallization of a 1,000-year-old craft, was actually made from this monster's pus? Ugh! The thought alone sent a wave of nausea through Tan Xiaoxiao, causing her to vomit instantly. The thought that she had not only drunk it, but also praised its deliciousness, and even just tasted a small cup of that so-called original brew, made her stomach churn violently. Tan Xiaoxiao instinctively wanted to throw the wet wipe soaked in the recipe's essence as far away as possible. But her remaining rationality told her that this thing was evidence, crucial evidence to report this unscrupulous factory. She couldn't throw it away. Suppressing her nausea, she shoved the wad of wet wipe into Bian Ruijin's arms without even looking at it. Take this, don't lose it, it's crucial evidence. Then she couldn't hold back any longer, dashing to a corner of the hall, leaning against the wall, and began to vomit violently. At this moment, Bian Ruijin was in a state of immense anxiety and inner turmoil. His mission was to obtain the secret formula, but he didn't even know a trace of it. What exactly was this so-called secret formula? This factory was bizarre and unpredictable, and there was even an enraged unknown monster. The mission was so difficult, it was almost hopeless. Bian Ruijin hesitated, wondering whether to quietly leave the room and search for clues in the archives or the office. His mind was even calculating the possibility of forcibly breaking out to find the paper or electronic formula. If they failed, how could they minimize casualties? Just as he was filled with melancholy and anxious contemplation, Tan Xiaoxiao suddenly shoved a wet, sticky mess into his hand, emitting an indescribable, eerie odor. He instinctively caught it, the nauseating, cool, and sticky feeling making him instinctively want to throw it away. However, the instant his fingertips touched the pus remaining on the wet cloth, a system notification sounded in his mind without warning. Congratulations to the Blue Star Fire Seed team for completing the dungeon quest. Obtain the secret recipe of the Silent Saliva Brewery. Quest reward settlement. Points plus 500. Silent Amulet has been issued to the team leader storage space. 1 chance to win a prize. Bian Ruijin? ? He froze, his mind blank. Wait. What happened? How did it get done? The formula? This wad of cloth in my hand, the wet wipe that wiped the monster's pus? That's the so-called secret formula? Are you kidding me? Bian Ruijin stiffly turned his head, meeting the gazes of Su Jing, Yinitong, and Su Qingguang beside him. Clearly, they had all heard the system notification. Their faces were contorted with a mixture of shock, bewilderment, ecstasy, and disgust. Bian Ruijin's voice was dry and trembling. The mission is complete. This stuff is the formula. The dazed group stared at the slimy wet wipe in Bian Ruijin's hand. The ecstasy had barely begun to rise when a wave of nausea washed over them. No, they had drunk this stuff before. Ugh. On one hand, they felt nauseous, on the other hand, they were overjoyed at completing their mission. This caused them to vomit uncontrollably, yet still managed to laugh foolishly while doing so. Thus, a bizarre scene unfolded. The members of the Blue Star Fire Seed team, clinging to pillars or leaning against walls, were vomiting violently, while simultaneously letting out uncontrollable laughs and sobs of relief. Tears and snot streamed down their faces, creating a chaotic scene. Tan Xiaoxiao, having finished vomiting, weakly looked up and saw the group beside her, vomiting violently while laughing and crying. She wiped her mouth, looking bewildered and disgusted. Is it really that bad? It's just that some shady factory used disgusting materials. Why are you all vomiting like idiots? Could the drinks from this factory attack people's intelligence? The more she thought about it, the more serious the situation seemed, and anger surged within her again. No, this needs to be reported even more. It's utterly heinous. It must be exposed and they go bankrupt. In the Blue Star Disaster livestream room, after a deathly silence of over 10 seconds, the chat went wild. Completed? It's already done? Wait, that lump in Bien's hand. Is that the formula? I need to go throw up. So the formula is monster pus? Seeing them laughing while throwing up is both heartbreaking and hilarious. Looking at the sacred spring that Tan Xiaoxiao had wiped clean with a wet wipe, as if it had been purified, Zhao Mo's face drained of color. It's over, completely over, the 1,000-year-old formula, destroyed in an instant. Meanwhile, the water source star person beside him had just recovered from the mental shock, and before he could even process the shock, a system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Mission to water source star failed. Mission penalty. High-intensity corrosive acid rain will erupt across the entire home planet, lasting 168 hours. No! Lena let out a piercing scream, her face instantly turning deathly pale, and she collapsed to the ground. Water source star, a planet with over 90% water coverage, is an absolute and utter catastrophe for them, a catastrophic disaster. The water source star people, who rely on pure water for survival, will lose all their foundation for existence. Even the closed ecological zones of the nobles will not be spared. The water source star live stream was instantly flooded with countless desperate and frantic comments. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Blue Star, I curse you. Escape. Find a way to escape water source star. It's all over. Our home planet. Lena, Dylan, and Lingwei were in agony, their faces deathly pale and filled with despair. Only Li Mo's eyes flashed with a twisted sense of pleasure. She subconsciously glanced at Tan Xiaoxiao, who was repeatedly wiping her hands with a wet wipe, her face contorted with disgust. Destroyed is fine, that rigidly hierarchical planet, which treated ordinary people like dirt, had never given her any hope anyway. Unaware that she was being stared at, Tan Xiaoxiao gagged again, barely managing to suppress the churning in her stomach. She raised her head, glaring angrily at Zhao Mo, whose face was ashen, her voice filled with rage. You heartless factory, just wait. I obtained crucial evidence. She pointed to the ugly monster on the ground, then to the wet wipe in Bian Ruijin's hand. When I get back, I personally report you to the Market Supervision Bureau for your appalling hygiene conditions and the use of unknown toxic substances. She grew angrier as she spoke, feeling a bit nauseous, but forced herself to continue. Our supply contract is officially cancelled. All beverages from your factory in my store must be removed from the shelves and destroyed. After saying this, Tan Xiaoxiao felt a tickle in her throat, and couldn't help but cough a few times while leaning against the wall. Once, she had caught her breath, her gaze fell on the curled-up Terra Bozo on the ground. As crucial evidence and a prospective employee, this thing had to be taken away. But how was she going to carry such a huge thing? She squatted down and carefully poked the ugly, large head with 2 fingers, frowning as she examined it, then muttered to herself. Wake up! Hey, can you shrink a little? That would make it easier for me to take it out. As soon as she finished speaking, the monster suddenly twisted its body, and actually shrank to only half the size of a palm. Sure enough, anything becomes strangely cute when it's small enough. Even this ugly thing looks adorably ugly when it's shrunk. This size is perfect. Tan Xiaoxiao exclaimed excitedly, picking up the item, and turning to show it to Su Jing and Yan Yitong in the corner. Look, doesn't it look like a slightly ugly Terra Bozu? The craftsmanship is a bit poor, the eyes aren't quite asymmetrical. Su Jing and Yan Yitong, still gagging and clutching their chests, murmured, Sister Tan, could you please not bring that super S-grade weirdo so close? We're scared, and just thinking about the original liquid they drank made them feel nauseous again, and they both turned around simultaneously, vomiting violently once more. The viewers in the Blue Star livestream watched this absurd scene, and the comments section burst into laughter. Su Jing and Yan Yitong almost vomited bile. So pitiful but hilarious. I would have vomited too. The psychological trauma is too great. Zhao Mo's frustrated expression, ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Seeing the two vomiting uncontrollably, Tan Xiaoxiao sighed helplessly. Yeah, this design is a bit disgusting. Then, she casually stuffed the thing into her backpack. Zhao Mo watched all this, his body trembling uncontrollably, his eyes filled with horror and incomprehensible fear. The dew essence had no effect on her. She could even turn that indescribable being into an ugly cute keychain that could be casually stuffed into a backpack? What kind of monster is this woman? Tan Xiaoxiao ignored the ashen-faced Zhao Mo, disdainfully brushing non-existent dust off her hands, and looked at Bien Ruijin, who had barely stopped vomiting but whose face was still deathly pale. Let's go, let's go! I can't stand this lousy factory for another minute. The hygiene is appalling. Who knows what other unknown fungi or viruses might be lurking around? She strode towards the exit without a backward glance. Bien Ruijin took a deep breath, suppressing his churning stomach acid, and gestured for his teammates to follow. Su Jing and Yan Yitong supported each other, their steps unsteady, their faces pale, clearly still reeling from the shock. Su Qingwang, meanwhile, sobbed as he walked. What? Sister Tan. Will I get food poisoning? Will I die? I don't want to die. The Blue Star livestream viewers burst out laughing at this scene. Team leader Bien. So tired, but I have to stay strong. Su Jing and Yan Yitong. SAN value is plummeting. They desperately need psychological counseling. Su Qingwang's reaction is so real. Haha. Why is only Sister Tan concerned about food safety? Doge. This factory is too eerie. Let's get out of here. Zhao Imo stood there, staring intently at Tan Shishia's retreating figure, her nails digging into her palms. Resentment, anger, and fear intertwined, almost causing her to lose control. But in the end, she did nothing, nor dared to, and could only watch helplessly as that terrifying woman swaggered across the factory grounds towards the exit. No, it's okay, there will be other opportunities, don't panic. Only after completely stepping out of the heavy factory gates and breathing in the fresh air did everyone feel a sense of rebirth. As they crossed the silent valley, Bien Ruijin and the others nervously followed behind Tan Xiao. Those bizarre monsters and illusions that had once put them in grave danger had all vanished without a trace, as if the entire valley was gripped by fear. Bien Ruijin and the others walked with incredible ease, almost unrealistically, quickly arriving at the dirt road they had come from. Surprisingly, the taxi that had brought Tan Xiao was waiting for them. The driver, upon seeing Tan Xiao, immediately opened the car door and bowed respectfully. When his gaze fell on Tan Xiao's backpack, he sensed the chillingly powerful aura emanating from her, and his heart skipped a beat. He bowed even lower, his voice trembling almost imperceptibly. This area is too remote. I thought it might be inconvenient for you to go back, so I waited here specifically. Tan Xiao was very pleased with this explanation and nodded. You're so thoughtful. She opened the car door and called to the still somewhat absent-minded Bien Ruijin and the others. Quick, get in. I really want to get out of this awful place as soon as possible. The group squeezed into the car, and the taxi smoothly drove towards Neon Street. The car was silent, save for Su Qingwang's occasional gag as he recalled the so-called recipe. Back at the convenience store, as soon as she opened the door, Dahe excitedly rushed over, rubbing against Tan Xiao's trouser leg incessantly. Its eyes were fixed on Tan Xiao's backpack, its wet nose twitching, its eyes sparkling with expectation, and a hint of schadenfreude. Tan Xiao, tickled by its rubbing, reluctantly opened her backpack, scratching her head. All right, I know you have a good nose. She pulled a now small, ugly cute Sunny doll from her side pocket and shook it. The little paper figure diligently climbing up and down the shelves, organizing the merchandise, seemed to sense something. It paused, tilting its beady green eyes and looking over. Tan Xiao called the little paper doll over, pointing to the Sunny doll she was holding, and announced with pride. Lu Luan, look. This is your new employee now. I specially found this helper for you. She sized up the monster's appearance, tilting her head to think for a moment. We already have Big Black in the shop, so you be called Little Black from now on. Little Black seemed very dissatisfied with this casual and perfunctory name, silently turning its large head to one side, displaying passive resistance, and refusing to cooperate. Seeing this, Tan Xiao roughly shook it again. All right, stop pretending to be dizzy. Can't you see how messy the shop is? Get to work. She grabbed a handful of the cleaned, soft tentacles, issuing commands. Go, arrange all the goods on the shelves neatly, sort them properly. She paused, her tone becoming serious. Also, take all the remaining Qingyu apple juice and Night Raven beer off the shelves and move them to the storage room. I'm going to report this to the Market Supervision Bureau first thing tomorrow morning. These are crucial evidence, don't damage them. Little Black curled up in resistance, clearly showing its displeasure. A flash of undisguised schadenfreude crossed Big Black's eyes. It crouched low and leaped up, biting Little Black's head with pinpoint accuracy. Then it let out a threatening growl, violently shaking its head a dozen times before spitting the dazed Little Black onto the ground. Little Black lay limp on the ground. After several seconds, it shakily raised one of its thicker tentacles and stubbornly, with extreme insult, gave Big Black a gesture resembling a middle finger. Big Black Nose turned its head disdainfully, its green eyes seeming to say, "Little brat, what are you pretending for? Now you're working here just like me." Tan Xiao frowned at the new employee sprawled on the floor, acting spoiled but still defiant. Just as she was about to roll up her sleeves and personally teach it a lesson, Big Black Nose pounced again with a low growl. After a series of friendly exchanges, the disheveled little black nose finally submitted. It shakily extended all its tentacles, with astonishing speed. Countless tiny tentacles swiftly swept across the shelves, adjusting the positions of the goods, even thoughtfully brushing away dust from the merchandise and straightening crooked bottles. In the blink of an eye, the previously chaotic shelves became orderly, clearly categorized, and arranged with precision as if measured with a ruler. The Night Raven beer and Green Whisper apple juice that needed to be removed from the shelves were also steadily lifted case by case, and quickly transported to the storage room, where they were neatly stacked. Tan Xiao's eyes lit up, and she clapped her hands in satisfaction. "Sure enough, I told you it was a natural-born salesperson. This efficiency is amazing." She lowered her head, grabbed the still-dazed paper doll Lu Luan from beside her feet, and hugged it, chuckling. "How about it? Lu Luan, this is the new helper I found for you. From now on, leave these heavy chores to it. You just need to collect the money, keep accounts, and supervise its work. You won't have to work so hard anymore." Her tone was full of praise. "Don't I love you?" The paper doll Lu Luan, held tightly to her chest, stared wide-eyed, its body stiff. Then, its face turned bright red at a visible speed, and it began to struggle and twist wildly. Tan Xiao looked bewildered, loosening her grip slightly. "Oh, you're so easily embarrassed. We're all family, no need for formalities." Just then, Bien Ruijin, finally emerging from the double shock of the ecstasy of completing the mission and the disgusting truth about the formula, took a deep breath and stepped forward. He took out a faintly glowing scratch-off lottery ticket from his backpack and offered it to Tan Xiao with both hands. "Sister Tan, thanks to you this time. This is a chance to win a prize as a mission reward." Before he could finish speaking, Tan Xiao's eyes lit up when she saw the familiar ticket, and she grabbed it without thinking. "Oh! It seems like it's been a while since I seen you scratch this thing. I thought you'd given it up." Before Bien Ruijin could explain, he saw Tan Xiao casually scratch the coating of the ticket twice with her fingernail. The ticket flashed a soft light, the coating slowly fading to reveal a line of clear black text. Reproduction Contract Slab. Enhances biodiversity and stability, especially suitable for endangered and damaged ecosystems. By imprinting the genetic information of endangered species onto the slab, virtual gene pairing can be forcibly triggered when only a very small number of individuals of that species remain, achieving asexual reproduction. In the Blue Star livestream room, after a brief silence, the chat exploded with comments. This thing, what does it mean? It means, those animals on the verge of extinction are saved? Not just. It means the entire ecosystem. Our Blue Star's ecological environment can recover much faster. Last time I went to the biological center, I saw a white dolphin circling there. I felt so sad for a long time. Bien Ruijin looked at the description, his hands trembling slightly. He suddenly looked up at Tan Xiao, his eyes filled with gratitude and shock. Meanwhile, Chen Yu, who was watching the live stream at home, suddenly stood up from her chair. Images of those beautiful creatures, long since vanished from textbooks, involuntarily surfaced in her mind. The image of the old man, with a hunched back, watching over the white dolphins. Chapter 73. Staring at the live stream of the disaster game, Chen Yu opened her mouth, repeatedly reciting those 5 words. The reproduction contract tablet. Recalling the scenes she had witnessed at the biological center, those moments flashed before her eyes, and Chen Yu felt her heart pounding, her eyes welling up with tears. Such great news. If the old man she met at the biological center knew, how wonderful that would be. Chen Yu then remembered that she had left in such a hurry that day, that she had forgotten to ask the old man's name and contact information. Thinking of the old man's lonely, hunched back, she sighed. But by now, all the major news outlets should have already broadcast it, right? The old man must already know. She frantically searched for her phone and opened social media. Sure enough, the latest announcement from the Biological Center's official account was firmly at the top of the trending topics. Announcement from the Blue Star Biodiversity Research Center: the special item reproduction contract tablet, brought back from the disaster game by the Fire Seed team, has passed preliminary research and verification. The slab has demonstrated remarkable effectiveness in reviving endangered and damaged organisms and stabilizing ecosystems in experiments. We are about to begin genetic engineering for some critically endangered species within the center to overcome their reproductive challenges. Meanwhile, with the gradual improvement of the surface ecological environment, the center has begun developing a long-term rewilding and reintroduction plan. Our ultimate goal is to help these precious lives return to nature, rebuild their populations, and restore their original habitats. Thank you to all our compatriots who care about the future of our planet. The seeds of hope are taking root and sprouting. Let's look forward to a bright tomorrow. Upon seeing the announcement, Chen Yu's eyes lit up instantly. It couldn't just help with reproduction, it could also gradually restore the ecosystem. She was so overjoyed that her hand trembled, and her phone fell to the ground with a thud. Grandma Chen, who had just entered the room, was startled by the noise and quickly asked, Yu? What's wrong? Nothing, it's good news. Fantastic good news. Chen Yu quickly picked up her phone. Seeing that the screen was intact, a big smile bloomed on her face. She eagerly read the announcement to her grandmother, her pace as light as her mood. After reading it, her tone carried a hint of complaint, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn upwards. Oh dear, all these animals will have to be released back into the wild. Does that mean I won't be able to visit them at the wildlife center as often? I'm a little reluctant to see them go. Grandma Chen paused for a moment, then slowly walked to the sofa and sat down, her voice still filled with laughter. Put them back. The ground is where they belong. A faint teleportation glow slowly appeared. Bian Ruijin, Su Jing, Yenitong, and Su Qingguang exchanged glances, their eyes filled with the anticipation of a successful mission and a bountiful return. In stark contrast to their happiness were the 4 members of the Water Source Star Group, leaderless after losing their captain, Lu Gu. Liamo looked down at the mission bracelet on her wrist, quietly counting down the mission countdown. 10 minutes left. She lightly tapped her finger, and the comments in the Water Source Star live stream instantly flooded her screen. Useless, a bunch of useless trash. They couldn't even get the formula. Acid rain. My house has melted through. Who can save us? The water. We can't drink any of it. The elders all ran away on their spaceships. They abandoned us. Keep crying, you ants. I'm already on my spaceship, haha. Damn nobles. They're always so arrogant, but when disaster strikes, they're the first to run away. Ha ha ha, it's all over, all over. How dare you all come back alive? Why didn't you die in the dungeon? The chat was filled with desperate wails, frantic curses, and nobles who, even in this moment, couldn't resist showing off their superiority and shirking responsibility. Li Mo's gaze swept over the barrage of comments, a shadow of gloom flashing deep within her eyes. She truly hated this planet, hated its rotten to the core. Just then, a bold, red comment flashed before her eyes. Elder Jean Boming and his family, 3 minutes ago, forcibly broke through the blockade and escaped their home planet in their private spaceship. Elder Jean Boming, the chief elder of the Supreme Council of Water Source Star. This was their leader. In the face of disaster, he abandoned everyone without hesitation, taking his wealth and lackeys, and ran away. Perhaps this filthy, rotten planet truly needed a thorough, spectacular baptism. And now, it seemed, was the perfect opportunity. Liamo raised her head, her gaze falling on her 3 teammates beside her, Liana and Dylan, from noble families, and Ling Yu, a commoner, cautious and prudent. Looking at Lena, whose emotions were extremely unstable, and who was hysterically cursing at the comments section, her gaze was as cold as if she were looking at a dead person. Lena was trembling with anger from the comments where commoners were cursing nobles. Suddenly noticing Li Mo's gaze, her pent-up anger immediately found an outlet. What are you looking at? What kind of eyes do you have, you lowly commoner? You're partly responsible for the mission's failure. You still want to. Before she could finish speaking, Liamo suddenly moved closer to her, bowing humbly, her voice extremely low. I'm sorry, Miss Lena, Lena snorted coldly, about to continue her insults. Liamo flipped her palm, and a dark-colored dagger suddenly appeared in her hand, and then, her movements were so fast that only a blur remained. A sharp thud rang out. The dagger pierced Lena's heart with deadly cruelty. Lena's furious expression froze instantly, her face filled with shock and disbelief. Her mouth opened, but no sound came out, and her unconscious body collapsed to the ground. Liamo? What are you doing? Dylan screamed in terror beside her, instinctively trying to conjure a water blade to retaliate. But Liamo was faster. With a swift backhand slash, Dylan's throat was instantly cut open, blood gushing out, the movement fast, precise, and ruthless. Dylan fell heavily to the ground, her eyes filled with terror, and fell silent in an instant. In the blink of an eye, 2 teammates were dead. Liamo lowered her eyelids, looking at the poisoned dagger in her hand. This was an A-grade item she had painstakingly obtained in a previous dungeon. It could annihilate life force and injure without leaving a trace, but it could only be used a maximum of 3 times. She had originally thought it would be her trump card for survival during the mission, but she never expected it would be used on her teammates. She slowly turned her head, her gaze landing on her last teammate, Ling Yu. He was a fence-sitter, and hadn't done anything truly wrong. Liamo paused, her tone chilling. I give you a choice. Submit to me, or go join those 2 idiots on the ground. She looked down at Ling Yu, her voice icy. This dagger has one last use. Ling Yu stared at the dagger in Liamo's hand, his face turning deathly pale, his body trembling. He instinctively knelt on the ground. He jerked his head up, his eyes filled with a desperate will to survive. Almost crawling, he stammered incoherently. I submit. From now on, I will only obey your orders. Please don't kill me. Please. Ling Yu trembled, dropping her weapon with a clatter to the ground, signifying her complete surrender. Liamo then bent down and gently patted Ling Yu's cheek with her dagger. Remember your choice. The consequences of betrayal are severe. I am absolutely loyal. I would never dare to betray you. Ling Yu nodded vigorously. Liamo straightened up and stored the dagger in her storage space. Only she knew that her hand, hidden beneath her sleeve, was trembling slightly. She had used this dagger once before today. What she held just now was merely an empty shell, devoid of all power, barely stronger than an ordinary dagger. Fortunately, she had won her gamble. This fool, indeed, was a coward. Just then, her mission bracelet vibrated slightly. The teleportation countdown began its final seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7. Liamo slowly clenched her fist, the teleportation aura gradually enveloping her and Ling Yu, who was prostrate on the ground. Thinking of the devastated home planet, the fleeing nobles, the desperate commoners, and the companion beside her who had been forced to submit, Liamo took a deep breath. When she returned, what awaited her was not cheers, but a dangerous and brutal battle. Tan Xiaoxiao was packing her handbag. She carefully wrapped the important evidence she had obtained earlier, the wet tissue stained with the black pus, in a plastic bag. After confirming that no odor or liquid would leak out, she carefully placed it in the inner pocket of her bag and zipped it up. Then she turned to look at the 3 figures sitting in a row beside her, Big Black, Little Black, and the paper figure Lu Luan, and asked seriously, I have something important to do tomorrow. Who will come with me? Big Black immediately puffed out its chest, barked, and wagged its little tail like a propeller, its face practically screaming, Pick me. Pick me. Tan Xiaoxiao blinked, pretending not to see, her gaze fixed on Little Black, who had curled up all its tentacles, trying to make itself disappear. Sigh, that's how new employees are, shy, timid. Tan Xiaoxiao knew it all too well. She reached out and grabbed the little guy trying to make himself invisible. You're in. You come with me to the Market Supervision Bureau tomorrow. Besides, you're important evidence, so don't try to shirk your responsibility. Little Black's tentacles twitched slightly, instinctively trying to resist. But it was afraid of the woman before it, its whole body radiating a frustrated sense of reluctance coupled with an inability to openly resist. Tan Xiaoxiao frowned at the reluctant Little Black. Big Black beside it immediately narrowed its green eyes, letting out a threatening growl. He took a half step forward expectantly, as if waiting for Tan Xiaoxiao's command so he could resume his friendly exchange with Xiao He. Sensing the Hei's menacing gaze, Xiao Hei's tentacles instantly stiffened, then it eagerly crawled towards Tan Xiaoxiao's backpack. The dense tentacles obediently pawed at the edges of the backpack, trying to appear compliant, as if saying, I'm obedient, I cooperate, don't unleash the dog. De Hei nodded in satisfaction, then pushed off with its hind legs, trying to crawl into Tan Xiaoxiao's backpack as well. The paper figure Lu Luan, who had been silently watching the scene, also took small steps, attempting to squeeze into the bag. Tan Xiaoxiao scratched her head, grabbed De Hei by the scruff of its neck, and pulled it out. De Hei barked in dissatisfaction, kicking its paws wildly, its face full of discontent. Then, she carefully grabbed Lu Luan's paper body and pulled him out as well. What are you all doing? My bag is almost full. I have serious business to do tomorrow, not a picnic. The paper figure and the dog, suspended in midair, both looked at her with teary eyes, their gazes filled with the grievance of being abandoned and the determination to go along, as if they wouldn't let her leave without them. Tan Xiaoxiao looked at these 2 rascals, and sighed helplessly. Fine, fine, I give up. I take you with me tomorrow, okay? I'm going to sue that heartless factory. I make them apologize to all the consumers and compensate for their losses. Thinking of her regular customers, who often bought beer and apple juice from her shop, she felt a pang of guilt. It was all because she hadn't been careful enough in selecting her products, and hadn't thoroughly investigated the sources that this situation had arisen. She was determined to get justice for herself and her customers. Early the next morning, Tan Xiaoxiao, carrying a bulging backpack, stood at the bus stop not far from her shop. She had originally planned to take a taxi, but coincidentally, there was a bus line right outside her shop that went directly to the Municipal Market Supervision Bureau. How cheap and convenient, she thought to herself, watching the slowly approaching bus. After paying her fare, Tan Xiaoxiao noticed the bus wasn't crowded and instinctively tried to find a window seat. But when her gaze swept over an empty seat, her brow immediately furrowed. On the light blue plastic seat, there was a small, dried, dark reddish-brown stain. It looked very unsightly. Oh my God, who is this? She didn't even wipe her period stain on the chair. What a lack of manners. She muttered under her breath, feeling utterly disgusted. But then she thought, what if some girl wasn't feeling well, and just didn't notice, or perhaps she didn't have any tissues? Inconveniences are inevitable when you're out and about, and with that thought, she immediately forgave the unknown girl. She took a wet wipe from her bag, and carefully wiped away the bloodstain. Only after the seat surface was smooth and clean did she take out another wet wipe and carefully wipe the area she had just cleaned, as well as the empty seat next to her, before finally sitting down. The bus started swaying, and after a few stops, a gray-haired woman carrying a shopping basket boarded. The woman's eyes scanned the entire bus before finally settling on the seat next to Tan Xiaoxiao, which she had just wiped clean, and she plopped down. Seeing the older woman's actions, Tan Xiaoxiao instinctively opened her mouth, wanting to remind her about the seat's condition. But then she thought, she already cleaned it so thoroughly, saying anything would only annoy the woman, so there was no need to bother. The older woman seemed to notice Tan Xiaoxiao's hesitant expression, and turned her head somewhat strangely. Young lady, why are you looking at me like that? Can I sit here? Tan Xiaoxiao quickly smiled. No, auntie, please sit, it's fine, it's clean. She scratched her head, awkwardly trying to change the subject, but her gaze fell on the shopping basket in the woman's hand, and she was immediately surprised. You're going to the city to buy groceries so early in the morning? Our suburban market should have fresher and cheaper produce. Upon hearing this, the older woman's face revealed a mysterious expression. Hee, you wouldn't understand. My daughter's bringing her boyfriend home tonight, and I have to cook her one of my signature dishes to impress her. She lowered her voice, leaning closer to Tan Xiaoxiao, her tone strange. The meat for that dish. It's rather special. It's only sold at the Abyss Market in the city center, you can't buy it anywhere else. Abyss Market? Tan Xiaoxiao repeated the name, finding it a bit awkward and carrying an inexplicable sense of unease. What kind of meat requires such care, and why would you need to go to such a strangely named market? Just as the older woman mentioned this peculiar market, the little black creature inside Tan Xiaoxiao's backpack suddenly struggled restlessly, several tentacles even silently emerging from the backpack's zipper, seemingly revealing an anxious and uneasy mood. The older woman, looking at Tan Xiaoxiao's bulging, slightly wriggling backpack, was immediately captivated. Young lady, you have a live animal in your bag? It's making quite a racket. Where are you going with all those bags? Tan Xiaoxiao was startled. Pets are strictly prohibited on buses. Luckily, the older woman didn't seem inclined to report her. She quickly zipped her backpack up tightly and forced a smile as she explained, No, there are just a few small electric toys in my bag. Maybe the switch wasn't turned off properly. She paused, seemingly changing the subject under the woman's suspicious gaze. I'm going to the Market Supervision Bureau. I encountered a shady food factory that sells problematic drinks, and I'm going to report them. Upon hearing the words Market Supervision Bureau, the woman visibly froze, her smile stiffening. Then, her gaze swept over Tan Xiaoxiao with a complex expression, a strange mix of surprise, pity, and perhaps even a hint of, looking at a fool? Going to the Market Supervision Bureau? The woman's voice was low and incredulous. Such a young age, you got some nerve. Tan Xiaoxiao was bewildered by the woman's reaction. Wasn't reporting a dishonest business a normal procedure? Why did the woman seem to think she was going to storm a den of thieves? Just as she was about to ask more questions, the bus's announcement came on. The Market Supervision Bureau has arrived. Passengers disembarking, please prepare to proceed. Tan Xiaoxiao immediately stood up and waved to the woman. Annie, I'm here. I'm off. The woman watched Tan Xiaoxiao's retreating figure as she walked towards the door without hesitation. shook her head regretfully, and muttered softly. Sigh, youth is so precious, so naive, what a pity. Her tone made it seem as if Tan Xiaoxiao wasn't going to report a crime, but rather to her death. Stepping off the bus, Tan Xiaoxiao stood by the roadside, looking up at the rather imposing building before her. The building was predominantly gray-white, with sharp lines and a symmetrical structure, exuding a cold, austere feel. The building was very tall, and given the overcast weather, standing beneath it gave one a strange sense of oppression. Several massive Roman columns stood at the entrance, and above them, a plaque bore several large, gilded characters. Ghostly Disaster City Market Supervision Administration. The font was very square and standard, but perhaps it was just her imagination. Tan Xiaoxiao felt that the strokes of the three characters Ghostly Disaster City seemed slightly off-center, crooked and dizzying to look at for too long. Such a large organization. They really skimp on resources, even using crooked lettering. Tan Xiaoxiao muttered to herself. The service hall inside was clean and tidy, with a few people sitting sparsely on metal chairs waiting for their turn. Behind the reception windows, staff members in uniforms were either processing transactions or answering phones, their expressions mostly numb. Tan Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, patted her backpack, and with a serious expression of eliminating a menace for the people, resolutely walked up the steps and pushed open the glass door. Meanwhile, the Interstellar Forum was in complete chaos. Countless messages related to Water Source Star flooded the forum, with new messages appearing every minute, keeping the onlookers on the edge of their seats. Water Source Star Acid Rain Warning, highest level. Water Source Star narrowly loses to Blue Star, suffering a major natural disaster. Live stream. Water Source Star Surface Erosion Live. Water Source Star Council Corps members suspected of fleeing in mass. Mission failed. Lu Gu confirmed dead. Water Source Star. Does it still have a future? Shadow Star's captain, Dark Moon, had just finished a dungeon and, dragging his weary spirit, logged onto the forum, only to be bombarded with this overwhelming news. He rubbed his temples, feeling overwhelmed by information. Lu Gu was dead? Although he knew that Guy was arrogant and ignorant, his mind clouded by hatred, and that he was doomed sooner or later, this was happening far too quickly. Recalling Lu Ji's brainless, ruthless actions at the first hospital in Disaster City, Dark Moon sneered and clicked on the live stream post about Water Source Star's current situation. The live stream was shaky and somewhat blurry, filled with desperate screams and the sizzling sound of rain corroding objects. The once shimmering azure lake was now murky and billowing with ominous black smoke. The lush vegetation withered and turned to charcoal at a visible rate under the acid rain. Many of the magnificent buildings on Water Source Star had their exteriors corroded, peeling, rusting, and warping, clearly uninhabitable. At that moment, a Water Source Star inhabitant, unable to find shelter underground, stumbled and fell into the rain. White smoke instantly rose from his skin. After a few desperate struggles, he lay still, a mangled mass of flesh remaining. And Yu's heart skipped a beat. The concentration of acid rain was terrifying, far worse than he had imagined. He took out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled a smoke ring as he watched the hellish scene on the live stream. The high-ranking elders of Water Source Star had fled quickly, leaving these civilians to die. He shook his head, turned off the live stream, and mentally sentenced Water Source Star to death. It seemed this pawn was useless. He casually refreshed the page, and a new post instantly made him sit up straight. Breaking news. Water Source Star Council dismissed, elders' power forcibly removed, and Yu's eyes widened. He never expected that these Water Source Star civilians, oppressed for thousands of years, would actually rebel. Before he could process this news, another post popped up. Announcement of the establishment of the Provisional Council of Water Source Star posted by Liamo, President of the Provisional Council of Water Source Star. The old council failed in its rescue efforts and has been dismissed. The Central Army of Water Source Star is now under the control of the Provisional Council. From this day forward, all affairs of Water Source Star will be the responsibility of the Provisional Council. Past grievances are to be wiped clean with Blue Star. We look forward to peaceful coexistence and mutual development. Completely stunned by this turn of events, and Yu was dumbfounded. He stood there for a long time, only snapping back to reality when the cigarette burned his fingers, causing him to hiss involuntarily. Water Source Star, this is surrendering? They even reconciled with Blue Star? They gone from being a bridgehead against Blue Star to becoming its ally. And Yu frowned deeply, his gaze fixed on the name Liamo. Li. The surnames of Water Source Star people are mostly inherited from their mothers, and this surname is quite rare on Water Source Star. He vaguely remembered a female military officer with the surname Li on Water Source Star more than 10 years ago. She was said to be born a commoner, but very capable, rising to a high position at a young age, and then seemingly disappeared. So this was what they were waiting for. And Yu's face darkened, and he refreshed the page again. Sure enough, Blue Star's official response to the post was swift. Blue Star United Government, we have learned of the changes on Water Source Star, respect the choice of the Water Source Star people, and congratulate the establishment of the Provisional Council. Blue Star accepts Water Source Star's reconciliation proposal. May we join hands to create a better future and a harmonious interstellar community. Dark Moon read this official statement and angrily stubbed out his cigarette. His plans were completely disrupted. Dark Moon stared coldly at the screen. It seems Water Source Star is no longer a useful pawn. He needs to find a new one quickly. Blue Star, Underground Command Center. Looking at the announcement from Water Source Star on the large screen, and then at Bien Ruijin standing ramrod straight opposite him, Chang Haoqi's usually resolute face showed a rare hint of complexity and disbelief. Really unexpected. Chang Haoqi tapped his fingers on the table, shaking his head helplessly. We were just worrying about how to deal with the Water Star's furious retaliation, even preparing to bear the losses. He paused, his expression surprised. But we never expected that in the blink of an eye, our biggest enemy is gone just like that, and has even become an ally. Bien Ruijin also looked as if he'd just woken from a dream, never expecting that Sister Tan's casual action could cause such a huge butterfly effect. At the time, Sister Tan probably just couldn't stand that Lu Gu was pushing the team member to his death, and she also found the factory's hygiene problems disgusting, so she intervened. He took a deep breath, his tone filled with emotion. Her saving that Water Star team member named Liam Omite, maybe it was just on the spur of the moment. On the spur of the moment. Chang Haoqi repeated the word. Her casual action not only eliminated a major threat to us, preventing potential sacrifices and losses, but also inadvertently gained us a potential new ally. Bien Ruijin's gaze returned to the announcement on the screen, pausing for a moment, as if processing this dramatic turn of events. Finally, he narrowed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought, yet also sighing with emotion. Although unexpected, it is indeed a huge boon to our Blue Star. Not only has it reduced a hostile enemy, but it has also increased a potential friend. Tell Boss Tan, Chang Haoqi looked at Bien Ruijin, his tone solemn. Blue Star owes her another huge favor. Chapter 74. Tan Xiaoxiao walked into the service hall and approached an empty reception window. The staff member, dressed in a crisp uniform, looked professionally trained, and their expression was identical to that of their colleague at the next window. Hello. Tan Xiaoxiao began. I want to report a food and beverage factory. Their hygiene conditions are extremely poor, and the raw materials are suspected of containing toxic substances. I have evidence. The staff member slowly looked at her, cold fingers handing her a slip of paper, their voice flat. Please wait in line. Tan Xiaoxiao took the slip of paper. It read, circumference symbol, dash, infinity symbol. She squinted at it for a long time, her brows furrowing deeper and deeper. Is your ticket machine malfunctioning? She placed the slip of paper back on the counter. What does this say? If the machine is broken, just fix it. The writing is all messed up. How am I supposed to know my number? The staff member, expressionless and robotic, repeated, please wait in line. Tan Xiaoxiao was a little annoyed. She looked at the people waiting in the seats, trying to find validation. Hey, look at this number. What can you tell from this? How long am I supposed to wait? But the people waiting didn't react to her complaints. They sat stiffly, their eyes vacant, their faces numb, as if they had merged into the entire hall. Tan Xiaoxiao had no choice but to sit down as well. Half an hour passed, and the number on the call screen remained unchanged. Her number, circular symbol dash infinity symbol, seemed to have no end in sight. This is so inefficient. She stood up impatiently. So many people in line, only 2 windows. When will we ever get there? She looked up and saw the sign above her, an arrow pointing backwards, with the neat black characters reading toilet. The next second, the text on the sign twisted and turned, suddenly changing, the arrow pointing to the second floor, and 5 large characters appeared, director's office. Tan Xiaoxiao was stunned. This is so high-tech, even the signposts are electronic. Like a godsend, Tan Xiaoxiao immediately walked in the direction of the arrow. I just go directly to your supervisor. Watching her walk towards the stairs, the staff in the lobby watched silently, their eyes showing no surprise, no warning, only indifference, as if looking at a useless file ready to be deleted at any moment. Following the signs, Tan Xiaoxiao turned several corners, and finally arrived at a heavy, dark wooden door that looked more imposing than the others. A sign on the door read Director's Office. She didn't knock, but simply grasped the doorknob and pushed the door open. The scene inside the office stunned her. Shelves reaching to the ceiling were piled high with various folders and files neatly arranged, and the air was thick with the smell of ink. In the center of the room, behind a huge solid wood desk, sat a twisted figure. The thing was less a person and more a strange creature composed of countless constantly churning papers and tentacles engraved with text. It wore gold-rimmed glasses and was holding a stamp that emitted a black glow, pressing it against a struggling, groaning document on the desk. Tan Shishi's intrusion caused it to pause, and the air in the office instantly froze. An invisible force instantly locked onto Tan Xiaoxiao. This was the power of rules, the power that governed the entire city of Calamity, the embodiment of order, powerful enough to obliterate any non-compliant existence. Intruder. The monster's voice was cold and solemn, as if reading a judgment. According to Article 7, Paragraph 3 of the Market Supervision Bureau Safety Management Regulations, and the general outline of the Interdimensional Intrusion Handling Standards, your existence has been defined as illegal redundant information, and is hereby formatted and executed immediately. As soon as the words were spoken, the invisible power of rules suddenly intensified, carrying an extremely strong killing intent. However, Tan Xiaoxiao was only slightly swayed by this force, then rubbed her arms. Why is the air conditioning so strong in this damn place? She looked at the terrifying presence behind the desk, her face showing no fear. You're the leader here? She strode forward, completely ignoring the documents around her that were beginning to twist and scream, and slammed her hand on the solid wood table. What's wrong with you guys? There are only 2 service windows open downstairs. Didn't you see how many people are waiting outside? And the numbers printed by the ticket machine are barely legible. At least fix it. She launched into a tirade of complaints, her eyes filled with exasperation. As an SSS-level rule anomaly, the strongest entity controlling the business environment of the City of Calamity, the director was utterly dumbfounded. Rule obliteration failed? This is impossible. Every being must obey the rules. Unless the other party is not even within its rule system, or even transcends it. He tried to invoke the power of the rules again, countless documents swirling around. According to the code of conduct, I will surely. Stop giving me that bureaucratic nonsense. Tan Xiaoxiao rubbed her temples, angrily interrupting him. Then, the interrupted bureau chief angrily discovered that its most powerful weapon, the power of the rules, was no longer usable. The bureau chief let out a desperate roar, its massive, chaotic body rising from behind the desk, lunging straight at Tan Xiaoxiao. Such an abnormal entity, not registered, shouldn't exist. Tan Xiaoxiao was startled, instinctively taking a step to the side. The monster missed its target, its twisted body crashing into a file shelf, countless documents instantly falling to the ground. Tan Xiaoxiao looked up and down at the indescribable, constantly writhing creature filled with negative emotions, paused for a moment, then her face lit up with realization. I understand. She slammed her fist down, her eyes filled with pity. Is it because of too much work pressure, long hours at your desk, and lack of exercise that your endocrine system is severely imbalanced, causing this? Look at you, your body is contorted, your face has turned. All sorts of colors. This needs treatment. Sitting in the office all the time without exercise can easily lead to both mental and physical problems. The monster-like bureau chief's attack froze, seemingly completely unable to handle her words. Tan Xiaoxiao found her words increasingly convincing and began rummaging through her bag. You have internal heat rising, a kind of evil heat disturbing your mind. You need to cool down and calm your nerves. She muttered to herself as she opened her bag and casually stroked the large black dog that was eagerly moving inside. Don't move. I take you out for some fresh air after I finish this important business. Tan Xiaoxiao pulled an unopened bottle of goji berry water from a hidden compartment in her handbag. Luckily I brought this. She unscrewed the cap, and a faint, sweet goji berry aroma wafted out. Holding the goji berry water aloft, she walked towards the enormous monster, composed of a face of despair and chaotic lines, her tone sincere. This is new goji berry water from my shop. It clears the liver and brightens the eyes, reduces internal heat, and calms the mind, perfect for your condition. Seizing the opportunity, Tan Xiaoxiao stood on tiptoe and, without a word, placed the bottle over the monster's gaping maw and forced it down. Glug glug. After a few swallowing sounds, the monster chief trembled violently, and let out a sharp, mournful howl. What is this? This water is wrong? This is definitely not ordinary goji berry water. From this water, it drank a power originating from the deepest part of its soul, a power capable of suppressing and annihilating it. The order and rule carried by that power seemed to originate from the same source as it, yet it was far more ancient, far more vast, far superior to it. It was an existence it could never comprehend or defy. What is this? Impossible. With a piercing scream, the documents constituting the monster's body suddenly turned to ashes, and the seals representing the rules hanging on its body began to crumble and turn to powder. Its body rapidly collapsed and shrank, and within seconds, the once invincible rule vanished eerily. Only a middle-aged man, wearing an ill-fitting suit, with disheveled gray hair and empty, dazed eyes, remained slumped on the ground, surrounded by a mess of scrap paper. His eyes were unfocused, and he repeatedly muttered the process. Must be compliant, can't be wrong. If it's wrong, it must be rectified, must be archived. Tan Xiaoxiao looked at the scene before her, then at the half-empty bottle of goji berry water in her hand, and nodded with satisfaction. See? I told you it was just internal heat. Drinking something to replenish deficiencies and reduce heat worked immediately. The man on the ground, hearing her words, jolted awake, his eyes clearing slightly, but still filled with a deep-seated, almost instinctive fear. He abruptly raised his head, his pupils shrinking instantly. He scrambled to his feet, his back almost bent at a 90-degree angle, his face filled with obsequiousness and terror. You're right. We were negligent. His voice trembled, his words incoherent. We received your materials. We take them very seriously, and will process them immediately, within 3 days. He glanced at Tan Xiaoxiao, his lips trembling, his attitude almost servile. No, 1 day, immediately. Shut down that unscrupulous factory right now, and give you and the public a satisfactory explanation. Tan Xiaoxiao was a little confused by his sudden change in attitude, but hearing his promise to handle it immediately, a smile instantly appeared on her face. That's more like it. Efficiency is key. Yes. You're right. We will definitely reflect deeply. The man nodded and bowed, cold sweat pouring down his face, wishing he could get rid of this menacing figure immediately. I see you out. Tan Xiaoxiao waved her hand. No need, I can manage myself. She left the office, completely satisfied. Only after her figure completely disappeared at the end of the corridor did the director dare to slowly straighten up, his eyes filled with the fear and bewilderment of someone who had just escaped a disaster. Having completed a major task, Tan Xiaoxiao pushed open the door of the Market Supervision Bureau, feeling much better. Although the process was a bit convoluted, and the leader was acting strangely, I finally got it done. She muttered to herself with satisfaction. Looks like you still have to go to the top management to report problems. The lower-ups just dragged their feet. Tan Xiaoxiao stood on the street, waiting for a long time, but the bus was nowhere to be seen. She looked around listlessly. The city center was much busier than the neon-lit streets in the suburbs, with pedestrians hurrying by and cars constantly flowing. Big Black in her bag was still struggling, eager to get out and get some fresh air. Tan Xiaoxiao had no choice but to take Big Black out and put it on the ground. Luckily, I brought a leash today. How about I take you for a walk? Big Black barked, its nose twitching as if it were smelling something fragrant, a hint of intoxication flashing in its bright green eyes. As soon as the leash was around its neck, Big Black immediately headed towards a side street not far away, its strength so great that Tan Xiaoxiao almost couldn't hold it back. Tan Xiaoxiao muttered helplessly, Really, this is strange. Is there anything good around here? You keep walking this way. Just then, a rich, sweet, and strangely alluring aroma wafted on the breeze, filling her nostrils. The fragrance seemed alive, stirring Tan Xiaoxiao's heart and causing her mouth to involuntarily water. What's that smell? It smells so good. She squinted, subconsciously taking a deep breath, her feet moving unconsciously towards the source of the aroma. Following the scent, she crossed 2 streets. The further she walked, the stronger the aroma became, constantly drawing her in. After walking a full kilometer, she finally found the source of the fragrance at a street corner. This shop was decorated in incredibly pink and girly colors, like a candy store from a fairy tale. A long, winding queue stretched out in front, almost disappearing into another alley. The shop sign was also adorable, reading Grandma's Old Recipe. Grandma's Old Recipe? Tan Xiaoxiao felt the name sounded familiar. She frowned and finally remembered. The taxi driver had mentioned it before, saying it was a super popular bakery in the city center with an incredibly long queue. What was the signature bakery again? Tan Xiaoxiao frowned and thought. Oh right, the black sweet crazy sea salt roll. It sounded delicious. The sweet aroma in the air became even more enticing. Tan Xiaoxiao felt her mouth watering. Meanwhile, Dahe seemed extremely excited by the aroma, restlessly nudging itself at her feet, and even whimpering softly, its eyes watery, as if urging her to buy it quickly. Sigh, what a gluttonous dog. Tan Xiaoxiao patted Dahe helplessly, trying to calm the little guy down. But to be honest, she herself was also incredibly tempted. Tan Xiaoxiao swallowed hard, looking at the seemingly endless queue, and sighed inwardly. How long would it take to get there? But she was simply too tempted by the aroma. She rubbed her temples, and finally gave in. Fine, I just wait my turn. It's a rare opportunity to be in the city center, I should try something new. Just as she was about to resign herself to joining the queue, a surprised and enthusiastic voice rang out. Oh, little girl. Little girl. It really is you. What are you doing here? Tan Xiaoxiao looked up, and saw an older woman in the middle of the queue waving vigorously at her. Curly hair, a round face, and a bulging shopping basket in her hand, it was the same middle-aged woman she met on the bus. Oh, it's you. You finished shopping? Tan Xiaoxiao was taken aback, her gaze falling on the overflowing basket. Zhou Hongxia nodded, a mixture of pride and lingering fear on her face. Sure. That butcher shop was so popular. I was late, and there was only one piece of top-quality pork tenderloin left. I almost missed it. I nearly got into a fight with another old lady over it. She held up her arm, revealing several clear red marks on the back of her hand. Look, this is proof. These days, it's really not easy to buy good meat. Hee hee, you're really vigorous for your age. Tan Xiaoxiao was horrified. These days, aunties would fight so fiercely for a piece of meat. Wasn't that unnecessary? Zhou Hongxia waved her hand, then, as if suddenly remembering something, looked at Tan Xiaoxiao with curiosity and a hint of probing. That's really strange. She saw this girl go through that no-turnout door this morning, and now she's come out unharmed? Your business this morning. Is it done? Zhou Hongxia asked cautiously. Tan Xiaoxiao nodded, a satisfied look on her face. It's done. The other party's leader was so enthusiastic. His attitude was excellent, and he said he'd give me the results within a day, super efficient. Zhou Hongxia's expression froze instantly, her eyes widening as if she heard something unbelievable. She looked Tan Xiaoxiao up and down again, her curiosity turning into shock and awe. This young girl. Looks so ordinary, but she's really something else. To be able to come out of that place alive. Seeing Tan Xiaoxiao about to head to the end of the line, Zhou Hongxia quickly grabbed her arm. Oh dear, why are you queuing? Don't be so polite with Auntie. Zhou Hongxia pulled Tan Xiaoxiao to her side, with almost forceful enthusiasm. Perfect timing, it'd be my turn soon, I'd buy it for you too. What do you want to eat? Just tell Auntie. Tan Xiaoxiao was a little bewildered by this sudden enthusiasm, scratching her head embarrassedly. This is too much, Auntie, the line is so long. What's there to be embarrassed about? Meeting is fate. Besides, you already called me Auntie. Zhou Hongxia waved her hand generously. Quickly, tell me, what do you want to eat? Looking at the long line, Tan Xiaoxiao couldn't resist the temptation, and quickly took out 200 yuan bills from her wallet, and handed them over. Well, thank you so much, Auntie. I take 4 of those signature black sweet crazy sea salt rolls. With the rest of the money, you can use it to buy whatever else you like to try. Zhou Hongxia looked at the 200 yuan, then at Tan Xiaoxiao, her eyes overflowing with respect. Eating 4 black sweet crazy rolls by yourself? That's incredible. She murmured to herself, her voice filled with amazement. Tan Xiaoxiao, it's just eating bread. Why is it like she's accomplished some great feat? She was completely confused. Soon, it was Zhou Hongxia's turn. She squeezed to the window, ordering with practiced ease, buying not only sea salt rolls, but also several other items. After a while, she emerged carrying 2 enormous paper bags printed with the shop's logo, handing one of the noticeably heavier bags to Tan Xiaoxiao. Little girl here? For sea salt rolls. Auntie also bought you some other things. Ningming strawberry finger puffs, and 2 Soul Comfort scones. Don't eat them all at once, take it easy. Zhou Hongxia paused, then carefully stuffed the change and receipt into Tan Xiaoxia's hand, treating her like a younger family member needing care. Take good care of it, don't lose it. Tan Xiaoxiao took the paper bag, which exuded a rich and tempting aroma, and thanked her repeatedly. She could feel the large black dog at her feet, and the small black dog in her backpack, becoming even more restless. Especially the small black dog. Several tiny tentacles even peeked out from the backpack zipper, desperately reaching towards the bag. Thank you so much, Auntie. Oh, no need to thank me, it was nothing. Zhou Hongxiao waved her hand and glanced at the bus stop sign. Are you going back? Come on, let's go together. The two boarded the bus together and chatted on the way. When exchanging names, Tan Xiaoxiao mentioned that she owned a convenience store on Neon Street, and Zhou Hongxiao's face lit up with surprise. Neon Street? I live not far from there. I have to patronize your business often. The more she looked at Tan Xiaoxiao, the more she felt a connection. My daughter works as a manager at that very famous Xinjiang Human Resources company over there. If you ever need any help, just let me know. As she spoke, she tried to invite Tan Xiaoxiao to her house for dinner, but Tan Xiaoxiao quickly waved her hand and declined. No, Auntie, isn't your daughter bringing her boyfriend home tonight? It wouldn't be appropriate for me, an outsider, to go. Zhou Hongxiao then realized her mistake and slapped her forehead. Oh, my forgetfulness. It's a promise then, in a few days, Auntie will definitely invite you to her house for dinner. Back at the convenience store at 23 Neon Street, Tan Xiaoxiao had barely opened the door when Dahe leaped up, its target the paper bag in her hand. At the same time, Xiaohe sprang out of the bag, its dozen tentacles moving at an astonishing speed. You two gluttons, what's the rush? Tan Xiaoxiao said, both amused and exasperated. The two creatures were swift and decisive, each grabbing a black sweet crazy sea salt roll and stuffing it into their mouths in an instant. The sea salt roll was only about half the size of a fist, drizzled with sweet chocolate on the outside, and filled with grayish-white sea salt cream inside. Its exquisite design and rich, sweet aroma were irresistible. Gone in one bite? 20 yuan each. Tan Xiaoxiao looked at the receipt with a pang of regret, quickly taking out the remaining 2 sea salt rolls. She popped one into her mouth, chewed a few times, and found the texture rich and layered, the chocolate slightly bitter, the cream a delightful blend of sweet and salty. It was indeed delicious, but... She handed the last one to the paper figure Lu Luan, who stood there dumbfounded. Here, have one too. I almost forgot. Can your body even eat right now? The little paper figure looked at the bread, which was enormous to him, then looked up at Tan Xiaoxiao, seemingly hesitating for a moment. Then he reached out his tiny paper hand, hugged the sea salt roll, and started nibbling on it, taking small bites. Though his expression was unreadable, his movements were meticulous. Tan Xiaoxiao grabbed the big black bread that was trying to steal Lu Luan's portion, then licked the sea salt cream from the corner of her mouth, savoring it carefully. It's just so I guess. It's tasty, but it doesn't seem good enough to warrant a long queue, does it? She glanced at Lu Luan, who was diligently munching on bread, and nodded affirmatively. Your cookies are definitely better, so crispy and fragrant, cooked to perfection. The little paper figure, engrossed in its struggle with the sea salt roll, froze upon hearing this, suddenly losing its balance and tumbling head over heels into the roll, getting its face covered in cream and chocolate chips. Tan Xiaoxiao, bewildered, scooped the little paper figure up, scratching her head in confusion. Did I just say something strange? Late that night, in the storage room, Tan Xiaoxiao was fast asleep on the tranquil breath mattress, the sea salt roll she eaten during the day having no effect on her whatsoever. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the corner, the large black creature seemed slightly larger than during the day, its fur glossy and shiny in the darkness. It bit down on the little black creature, which was trying to reach towards the mattress with its tentacles, a low warning growling in its throat, its eyes filled with menace. Little Black flinched, instantly curling up all its tentacles, becoming unusually quiet and compliant. Meanwhile, in the corner of the mattress, the little paper figure that Tan Xiaoxiao habitually tossed there suddenly emitted a faint, soft white light without warning. The paper body suddenly began to stretch and grow, its outline gradually becoming clearer and more three-dimensional. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a tall, slender young man, his blonde hair shining brightly in the moonlight, his eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. How could he suddenly regain human form? Was it because of the bread he ate during the day? Just as he was bewildered, Tan Xiaoxiao, who was fast asleep on the bed, seemed to feel a little hot. Unconsciously, she turned over, flicked her arm, and kicked her leg, rolling directly into his arms. A warm, soft body instantly filled his embrace. Lu Luan's pupils contracted, his hand instinctively raised, the movement comical, his face stiff. Her cheek pressed against his chest, her warm breath seeping through the thin fabric, soothing his skin. Lu Luan froze completely. He had never been in such close contact with anyone before. He dared not move, his skin rapidly flushing crimson, spreading to the back of his ears. Dahe sneered at the scene, as if mocking him. Tan Xiao, half asleep, unconsciously smacked her lips, and nuzzled her head against his chest. Lu Luan's body stiffened even more, his mind in utter panic. He instinctively rolled to the ground. The soft white light around him flickered a few times, his body rapidly becoming ethereal and transparent. Then, in the next second, it returned to its palm-sized paper doll form. Tan Xiao mumbled something, vaguely feeling her pillow suddenly disappear. She frowned in displeasure. But a heavy sleepiness quickly pulled her back to sleep. She smacked her lips, and continued to drift off to sleep. On the floor, only a small paper figure remained, seemingly drained of all strength, with a faint, unsettling blush on its face. It lay there quietly, its tiny, beady eyes staring at the ceiling for a long time. Chapter 75. The next morning, Tan Xiaoxiao woke up feeling refreshed. She stretched and instinctively reached for the bedside, only to find nothing. Looking down, she saw the little paper doll, Lu Luan, lying quietly on the floor. Tan Xiaoxiao scratched her messy hair, apologetic. Am I such a bad sleeper? Did I kick you off the bed? She said, bending down to pick up the paper doll. Suddenly, the little paper doll leaped up with a whoosh, darting far away in an instant, its entire body radiating shock, its tiny, ink-black eyes staring warily at Tan Xiaoxiao. Tan Xiaoxiao was completely bewildered. Was I really that violent last night? Did I sleepwalk and beat you up? She asked tentatively to the paper doll. The paper doll didn't respond, but simply opened the door and ran out, its movements surprisingly, revealing a hint of shyness. Tan Xiaoxiao was baffled by its reaction, but her attention was quickly diverted. The little paper figure that had darted out came back in, carrying a tray even larger than itself. On the tray were a plate of crispy chocolate cookies, and a glass of warm milk. Never mind, the cookies are enough. Tan Shishi's minor doubt vanished instantly. She happily picked up a cookie and started munching, giving the paper figure, who was sulking on the floor, an approving look. You're the most reliable one. The paper figure's cheeks blushed suspiciously, and it silently turned away. After finishing breakfast, Tan Xiaoxiao tidied up and opened the door to open for business. She sat behind the cashier, with Big Black munching on a chicken leg in the corner behind her, and Little Black efficiently sorting goods with 7 or 8 tentacles at the same time. The paper doll Lu Luan meticulously wiped the cash register and shelves with a small rag. Tan Xiaoxiao was extremely satisfied. Thinking about how exhausted she had been every day, she sighed, realizing that without leadership skills, she'd only be working herself to death. Fortunately, she realized this and promptly hired 2 good employees. A while later, the shop's wind chimes jingled, and Zhou Hongxiu walked in. Little Boss Tan, business is booming, she said loudly, her tone cheerful. The instant she entered, Xiao Hei's tentacles retracted with a whoosh, instantly transforming into a dull-colored, strangely shaped Tera Bozu, a Japanese doll shaped like a Tera Bozu, lying on the cash register. The paper doll Lu Luan's movements froze instantly, then she quickly hid under the cash register. De Hei glanced at the newcomer, snorted disdainfully, and continued gnawing on its chicken leg. Zhou Hongxiao looked around curiously, unable to resist praising it. Oh my, Miss Tan, your shop is so clean and tidy. Everything is arranged so neatly. You're so capable for your age, truly remarkable. Although she hadn't done the cleaning, Tan Xiaoxiao accepted the praise with complete confidence. Auntie, you flatter me. The little black head disguised as a Tera Bozu, a Japanese doll believed to bring good weather, twitched, seemingly extremely dissatisfied with having its credit stolen. Zhou Hongxiao's gaze swept across the shelves, inadvertently catching sight of the Tera Bozu on the checkout counter. Huh? The Tera Bozu in your shop, it looks, quite unique. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, as if she had been stared at by some cold and powerful presence, causing her to involuntarily shiver. Maybe he didn't sleep well last night. Zhou Hongxiao shook her head, not thinking much of it, and went to the condiment section to grab a bottle of soy sauce before heading to the cashier. While paying, she saw the big black dog gnawing on a chicken leg in the corner. Zhou Hongxiao habitually reached out to pet its head. This dog is really plump, all shiny and healthy. However, before her hand could even touch it, the big black dog suddenly raised its head, a hint of impatience flashing in its green eyes, and a low warning growl from its throat. It was a super S-class eerie creature. It usually acted as Tan Shishi's dog out of necessity, and somewhat willingly, but that didn't mean it liked being petted like a real pet by the old lady. Zhou Hongxiao's hand froze in midair. That dog's eyes, how could they be so chilling? In that instant of frozen silence, Tan Xiaoxiao quietly glanced at the big black dog, saying nothing and not scolding it, but the terrifying aura emanating from the dog vanished instantly. It lowered its head sullenly, and continued gnawing on its chicken leg, radiating an aura of "I'm annoyed, but I just have to put up with it." Zhou Hongxiao awkwardly withdrew her hand, rubbed her arms, and glanced around the excessively clean convenience store. "Everything in your store is great, except, isn't the air conditioning a bit too strong? It feels chilly." Tan Xiaoxiao glanced at the 26-degree temperature display on the wall, looking blank. "No, the temperature is just right." Zhou Hongxiao thought she might be overthinking it, and quickly dismissed the discomfort. She paid, picked up the soy sauce, and extended another enthusiastic invitation. "Xiaoxiao, it's a promise you come to Annie's for dinner tonight. My daughter Zhou Imo is coming back today too. You young people should get to know each other, and have a good time." Tan Xiaoxiao had refused several times before, but she couldn't resist Aunt Zhou's fiery enthusiasm, so she finally smiled and nodded. "Okay, Auntie, then I bother you. I be there at 6 o'clock sharp." "Oh, that's right. I sent you the address. Be sure to come." Zhou Hongxiao left the convenience store satisfied. Qin Yu opened her door. Today was a rare Saturday, and she had arranged to play badminton at the public gym with her good friends Sammy, Duan Fei, and Yu Lily. She excitedly grabbed her racket and went downstairs when she met Uncle Chi, who was carrying a bag of rice and strolling slowly home. "Hello, Uncle Chi." Qin Yu greeted him with a smile, but then, remembering the news she had heard earlier, her smile faded, replaced by a hint of reluctance. "Uncle Chi, are you moving to the mainland next month?" Qi Yongfeng looked at the girl's suddenly downcast mood with some surprise. "Yes, the quota has been approved." "That's great." Qin Yu's voice was muffled. "It's just that I miss you. It'd be hard to see you again." Qi Yongfeng chuckled, reaching out to pat the little girl's head. "Silly child, what's there to be sad about?" He paused, as if remembering something, and added, "Besides, this might have to wait a while. I heard the relocation plan has been postponed for some time, and the quota has been reduced considerably." Qin Yu froze for a moment, her heart tightening instinctively. "Postponed? Did something happen?" In the apocalypse, even the smallest change in plans easily leads people to think of bad accidents. "No, it's not that. They say the construction progress of several newly planned residential areas is lagging behind, and they're short-staffed, especially skilled craftsmen. Agriculture, water purification, building maintenance." Qi Yongfeng shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his voice. "The reconstruction of the plains can't keep up. Houses can't be built, and the supporting infrastructure can't keep up either, so we have to postpone it." Qin Yu suddenly understood. Yes, the pace of Blue Star's recovery has been astonishingly fast lately. Construction is happening everywhere, and recruitment is underway everywhere. The radio broadcasts daily about where new planning areas have been opened, and where water purification systems have been repaired. It's a bittersweet situation. Vibrant hope is right before our eyes, yet we're held back by a talent bottleneck. "I see. Well, there's nothing we can do about it." Qi Yongfeng, though somewhat disappointed, appeared quite open-minded. "We waited so many years. A year or two won't make a difference. The surface is good, but our underground base is quite good too. It's stable." He exchanged a few more words with Qin Yu, then carried the rice upstairs. Qin Yu turned and ran downstairs. Just as she stepped out of the stairwell, she saw Yu Lily, Sammy, and Duan Fei standing there. Yu Lily stood there, hands on her hips, glaring at her and complaining. "You're so slow. We've been waiting forever." Qin Yu ran over and recounted her conversation with Uncle Chi. "Lily, it seems your plan to go back to your hometown in the Emorang Plains will have to be postponed." Yu Lily paused, pursed her lips, but quickly raised her chin again. "Humph, I've been thinking about it for so many years. What's a few more years? Come on, if we keep talking, the badminton courts will be all taken." The group of teenagers then seemed to snap out of their reverie, and ran towards the nearby gymnasium. After a game of badminton, everyone was covered in a light sweat. Qin Yu felt a burning sensation in her throat and quickly said, "Wait a minute, I go buy some fruit drinks, it's on me." Fruit drinks are basically ice water mixed with synthetic fruit flavorings, plus a tiny bit of precious, sticky fruit jam with visible pulp. In the pre-cataclysmic era, this kind of thing probably wouldn't even be wanted for free, but now it's a rare luxury. Yu Lily knew that Grandma Chen doted on Qin Yu, and gave her a generous allowance, but buying 4 cups at once still left her speechless. "Do you have enough allowance? Or, I can go with you." Qin Yu waved her hand, pulled out a few bills from her pocket and waved them. "It's okay, you guys wait." She ran out of the stadium, and walked to the small ice cream shop across the street. The shop owner was an old man, with completely white hair, and a face full of wrinkles. Seeing Chinyu, the old man gave her a kind smile. "Grandpa, I like 2 green apple drinks, 1 strawberry drink, and 1 mango drink." Despite his age, the old man was surprisingly quick and efficient, preparing the drinks in no time. Chinyu paid, and was about to leave with her 4 drinks when her gaze was drawn to something hanging on the wall of the small shop. It was several cold weapons, a long sword, a short knife, and a red tasseled spearhead. They hung quietly on the mottled wall, their design simple yet incredibly sharp. Chinyu had only ever seen such things in old TV dramas, and was very curious about them. The old man noticed her gaze, slowed his movements, and after a moment of silence, spoke in a hoarse voice, "Young lady, are you interested in these?" Chinyu snapped out of her reverie, a little embarrassed, and answered instinctively, "I just think they're very beautiful, so exquisitely made." A flicker of barely concealed sorrow crossed the old man's eyes. "This is forged using ancient methods. Alas, my family has made our living this way for generations. It's about to end with me." Looking at the pure curiosity on Chinyu's face, a faint hope flickered in his eyes. If you really like it, I can teach you." Chinyu pursed his lips, feeling somewhat lost, and quickly replied, "Grandpa, I'm sorry. I still have to go to school. Besides, this kind of advanced technique is definitely recorded by the state. It won't really be lost." "Recorded?" The old man gave a bitter smile, a smile more painful than tears. "Child, you don't understand. This is ancient forging, not something produced by a machine assembly line. It relies on feel, experience, and the ability to judge the heat." He raised his calloused, scarred hands, trembling slightly. The master craftsman's lifelong accumulation of experience and skill is something an apprentice might never grasp in decades. Just memorizing it is useless without hands-on teaching. Soon, no one will know it anymore. Chinyu was stunned, looking at the weapons on the wall, then at the old man's rough hands, a wave of regret and helplessness washing over her. She opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. The old man, seeing her apologetic expression, realized he was making a difficult decision. In this time of rebuilding, opportunities abound. Learning a technical repair job, working in a factory, learning to farm, which isn't better than this arduous and profitable blacksmithing? He himself had no children, no apprentices, but he was simply unwilling to accept it. He didn't have many days left to live, and he kept thinking that he couldn't let the skills passed down from his ancestors die out. He sighed deeply, waved his hand, his figure hunched and forlorn. "It's nothing. Your drinks are ready, go ahead and drink them." Chinyu, carrying 4 cold drinks, absent-mindedly walked back to her friends. Lily, noticing her odd expression, took the drinks and asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Did someone bully you?" No, Chinyu quickly shook her head, briefly recounting what had just happened. After listening, everyone fell silent. Sammy suddenly whispered, "Like the miniature orchids in our tribe." The miniature orchids had also become extinct with the tribe's demise. If not for a stroke of luck, they would have long since disappeared. Chinyu rested her chin on her hand, unconsciously poking at the thin jam in her cup with a straw. Appliance repair, farming, house building. These can train many people in a year or 2, but what about traditional skills like these? Tell me, over the years, how many have been lost to tradition? A few teenagers watched the people around them bustling about for a new life, their mouths churning on sweet drinks, yet a bitter taste inexplicably lingered. Tan Xiaoxiao glanced at the time. It was almost 5 p.m. She quickly closed the shop door, then, after a moment's thought, grabbed a carton of milk from the shelf. After all, it wouldn't be good to go empty-handed. Looking at the address Aunt Zhou had said Building 6, Unit 501, Yihejiayuan. She checked the map on her phone. It wasn't far, only a little over a kilometer. She walked quickly and arrived at her destination in no time. Yihejiayuan was located in a relatively remote suburb, but it was a newly built community in recent years, with a very nice environment and well-maintained landscaping. The security guard at the gate glanced at her briefly before waving her in. Finding Building 6, standing in front of room 501, Tan Xiaoxiao straightened her clothes before ringing the doorbell. "Welcome." Aunt Zhou Hongxia's enthusiastic voice immediately came from inside. The door opened, and Aunt Zhou, wearing an apron, beamed with joy upon seeing her. "Shishio's here. Come in, come in. You silly girl, you came all this way. Why bring anything?" "It's nothing, Aunt Zhou." Tan Xiaoxiao smiled as she changed her shoes and entered the house. A rich aroma of food immediately wafting towards her. The apartment was simply decorated, with off-white walls and light-colored wooden floors. Several group photos sat on the TV cabinet, mostly of Aunt Jo and a young woman, both smiling brightly in the pictures. Don't be shy, make yourself at home. Aunt Jo led her to sit at the dining table, which was laden with tempting dishes. It's just me and my daughter Joemo at home. She hasn't come back yet, Aunt Jo said, glancing subconsciously at the wall clock and frowning slightly. That's strange. Joemo should be home by 5:20 at the latest. Why isn't she here yet? The next second, the sound of a lock being opened came from the doorway. The door opened, and a young woman in her late 20s walked in. She had a pretty face, wore delicate makeup, and wore a well-tailored business suit. She carried a briefcase and exuded a capable and efficient air. Joemo immediately spotted the unfamiliar girl sitting at the dining table. She put down her bag and naturally walked over to greet her. A guest? You must be Xiao Xiao? Hello, I'm Joemo. Tan Xiao Xiao quickly stood up. Hello, Miss Jo. She blurted out instinctively, you share the same surname as Aunt Jo? She realized immediately that it was a bit rude. Who asked their daughter why she doesn't have her father's surname in front of her? Joemo's expression didn't change at all. Instead, she smiled even more broadly. Yes, my father. He cheated on me when my mother was pregnant with me. So after I was born, my mother made him leave with nothing. Naturally, I took my mother's surname. She emphasized the words left with nothing, a hint of satisfaction flashing across her face. Tan Xiao Xiao didn't quite notice the subtle emphasis. She blinked, feeling a strange sense of familiarity with the story. Looking at the older sister before her, a feeling of closeness welled up within her. At that moment, Aunt Jo came out of the kitchen carrying a steaming bowl of soup, interrupting their conversation. All right, everyone's here. Hurry up and wash your hands and eat. During the meal, Aunt Jo couldn't help but bring up Joemo's boyfriend again, nagging about when they settled down. Joemo picked up a piece of food, her brow furrowing slightly, her tone clearly irritated. We see. There's too much to do, too many rules. I feel like I'd be exploited to the bone after marriage, maybe. I should just forget about it. Tan Xiao Xiao was gnawing on a rib when she heard the phrase exploited to the bone, thinking it was a bit of an exaggeration, but the difficulty of mother-in-law/daughter-in-law relationships was undeniable. While her mind was wandering over these thoughts, Aunt Jo sighed and said with concern, It's good that you thought it through yourself. I just want you to have an easier life. Joemo seemed to want to avoid the topic, and naturally steered the conversation towards Tan Xiao Xiao. Hearing that she ran a convenience store, she immediately showed great interest. You run your own store? That's amazing. The real economy isn't easy these days. She paused, as if remembering something. Our company is currently doing some market research and supporting small and micro enterprises. How about this? Why don't you come visit our company sometime? I can show you how modern companies manage and optimize their talent. Tan Xiao Xiao thought this was a good suggestion. She was indeed curious about the management models of large, reputable companies. Thinking that learning from their advanced experience couldn't hurt, she readily agreed. Okay, that would be too much trouble for Sister Joemo. Joemo's smile grew even brighter. No trouble at all, it's nothing. The sky outside the window gradually darkened, the streetlights in the neighborhood lit up one by one, and Aunt Jo served Tan Xiao Xiao another bowl of soup. The atmosphere seemed warm and cozy. On the appointed day, Tan Xiao Xiao arrived on time. The address Joemo sent her wasn't far, in an industrial park in another part of the suburbs. Looking at the brand new, stylish building, and the large characters Heart Cocoon Human Resources building on the roof, Tan Xiao Xiao was surprised, thinking to herself, are all HR people this rich? This building is so grand. The landscaping around the building was excellent, the lawns meticulously manicured, but while beautiful, it had a lifeless, rigid feel. As soon as Tan Xiao Xiao reached the imposing glass doors, they slid open silently, and Joemo was already waiting in the lobby. Joemo greeted her warmly, taking her arm. Come on, let me give you a general tour of our company. We're Heart Cocoon Human Resources. Although it's just a subsidiary of the Heart Cocoon Group, it's a benchmark enterprise in the industry. Heart Cocoon Group. Tan Xiao Xiao remembered. Wasn't that the largest real estate developer in the city of mysterious disasters? No wonder their subsidiary has such a large building for offices. They must be very powerful. Joemo led her through the lobby and towards the office area. Tan Xiao's first reaction was silence, extreme silence. Every employee was incredibly efficient, processing documents, answering phones, typing code. Not a single person was chatting or slacking off. The entire office area was filled with a machine-like sense of efficiency. Our company places great emphasis on efficiency and standardization. Jo Mo's voice rang out from the side, her tone filled with pride. See, our employees have very high professional standards, right? Tan Xiaoxiao nodded subconsciously. Yes, they are quite efficient. After a long pause, she couldn't help but ask. It just feels like everyone seems really tense. Aren't they chatting or taking a break? Jo Mo chuckled, as if she heard something amusing. Efficient work itself is the best rest. We advocate precise communication and efficient output. Tan Xiaoxiao gave a half-understanding oh, but in her heart, she thought, going to work is like torture, it's so oppressive. Passing by a room with a sign that read Employee Training Room, she could see a dozen or so people sitting inside through the glass door, each wearing a helmet-like device covered in indicator lights. Their bodies trembled slightly, fine beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads, and their expressions were a mixture of pain, struggle, and exhaustion. But they were chanting slogans with boundless enthusiasm, as if their bodies and minds were completely separate entities. Understood. Mission accomplished. Customer first, efficiency first. Loyalty. Dedication. Surpassing. Our home is Xinjiang, development depends on everyone. The scene was utterly disjointed. Watching this bizarre spectacle, Tan Xiaoxiao felt her eyelids twitch and a strange tightness in her chest. She couldn't help but whisper to Jo Mo's sister. Jo Mo, what are they training us for? It looks really tough. Oh, this is part of the new employee pre-job training. It helps newcomers quickly eliminate distractions, integrate into the team, and understand our core values of efficiency, loyalty, and dedication. Jo Mo's smile remained unchanged as she glanced at Tan Xiaoxiao's distressed expression. It looks a bit strict, but the results are excellent. Work is hard for everyone. Yes, it's hard for everyone. Looking at the people inside, chanting slogans despite their apparent suffering, Tan Xiaoxiao suddenly thought of Bian Ruijin and Su Jing. The last time I saw them, they were all covered in dust and tattered clothes, looking even worse off than the people inside. I wonder how they are now. Blue Star, Underground Command Center. Bian Ruijin stood at the forefront, his posture upright. Behind him, Su Jing, Yinitong, and Su Qingwang stood in a row, their eyes filled with a mixture of tension and determination. The four clenched their fists, silently awaiting the system's teleportation. Commander-in-Chief Chang Haoqi crossed his arms, his brows habitually furrowed, and was giving his final instructions in a deep voice. Our opponent in this match is Planet Worm. According to intelligence, this planet has a good relationship with Planet Green Vine, and its inhabitants are said to be relatively mild-mannered. Our primary objective is to complete the mission. Unless absolutely necessary, avoid direct confrontation. If possible, explore the possibility of becoming allies. Understood, Commander. Bian Rui bowed and replied crisply. Although he knew that intelligence gathered from various sources indicated the people of Worm were mild-mannered and disliked conflict, for some reason, Bian Rui felt a lingering unease. He couldn't pinpoint the source of this unease, but subconsciously tensed all his muscles. Just then, the system notification sounded precisely in his ears. Teleportation countdown. 10, 9, 8. A faint teleportation light quickly enveloped the four of them. Welcome to the ghostly disaster game. Hearing the somewhat familiar system noise in his ears, Bian Rui's eyes widened suddenly. Loading instance ZZ. Starry Sky. Secret Hot Spring ZZ. Hotel ZZZZ. Unknown error. The unusually jarring noise made Bian Ruijin frown, a sharp pain shooting through his temples. The next second, the familiar system notification sound rang out. But this time, the system voice was no longer cold and emotionless. Instead, it carried a hint of dissatisfaction at having his plans interrupted, frustration, and a sarcastic tone. Unknown error. Reloading the instance. Heart Cocoon Human Resources Company Limited. A company dedicated to optimizing human resources, providing clients with absolutely loyal, highly professional employees. Will this be the final destination of your career aspirations, or the beginning of your self-destruction? Heart Cocoon Human Resources provides you with perfect career planning, stripping away worries, and giving you a new lease on life. Bian Ruijin's pupils suddenly contracted to their maximum, his heart almost skipping a beat. This strange, noisy, and forcibly modified instance notification method was strangely familiar. The dungeon from before last, the Sleeping Furniture City. It was supposed to be the Grandma's Ancient Recipes dungeon, but it was forcibly changed to Sleeping Furniture City. Why? This is the second time. Bian Ruijin instantly felt a chill run down his spine. Once might be an accident, but twice in a row, forcibly interfered with. That's definitely intentional. Who? What kind of being can change the system of the ghostly disaster game behind the scenes? What is their purpose? Is it targeting Blue Star? Or Sister Tan? Chapter 76. Bien Ruijin suppressed the turmoil in his heart, forcing himself to calm down, and looked at the mission details on his bracelet. Mission objective: obtain a formal offer from Heart Cocoon Human Resources Company through the internship. Mission reward: 600 points plus, high-efficiency collective subconscious learning helmet. The specific details of the failure penalty were even more suffocating. Failure penalty: 50% of the population of Blue Star will be randomly selected and forced to undergo reemployment training. After the training, personality reshaping, memory alteration, and skill loss will occur. 50%? This punishment may not seem as directly destructive as acid rain, but its viciousness and far-reaching impact far surpass any other. The Blue Star live stream erupted, filled with anger and excitement. 50%? This is even more ruthless than direct murder. Personality reshaping, memory alteration? Is that still the same person? Skills lost, those newly trained technicians, scientists. If this fails, it set us back decades. In the underground command center of Blue Star, the atmosphere was heavy. Chang Haoqi's muscles were tense, and the expert team behind him were all pale. 50% random selection. An old professor's voice trembled. This means that the core experts of our major research institutes, the key technical personnel in critical positions, and the newly trained backbone of the revival effort could all be selected. Once their memories and skills are wiped and reshaped, the consequences would be unimaginable. This was a blatant and precise attack on the revival process of Blue Star civilization. Many nascent technological advancements will be rendered obsolete, creating a technological chasm. Bien Ruijin exchanged glances with Su Jing, Yinitong, and Su Qingwang beside him, all seeing an unprecedented heaviness in each other's eyes. Just then, the glass door in front of them slid open. A young woman in a standard black business suit, with impeccable makeup and an impatient expression, stood in the doorway. She crossed her arms, her critical gaze sweeping over the group of people. The nameplate on her chest read, Wei Xiaozhen, Personnel Specialist. Not far from her stood 5 other people. Bien Ruijin immediately recognized them. Worm aliens, Blue Star's opponents this time. His eyes narrowed, and he instinctively took a half-step back. The woman named Wei Xiaozhen spoke at this moment, her voice filled with undisguised disdain. You lot, why are you so late? Dragging your feet. Her gaze swept over the combat uniforms of Bien Ruijin and the others, her nose wrinkling. And what are you two dressed like? When Manager Zhou sees you like this, he'd be furious. I really don't know how the higher-ups hired these interns. She rolled her eyes, her tone extremely impatient. Fine, fine, the company has a dress code. That's the changing room over there. Go change into your business attire right now. Then, her gaze fell on Su Jing and Yinitong, her displeasure growing. What's wrong with you two? Not a single bit of makeup? And company policy requires female employees to wear high heels. Change into them together later. Su Jing, having been a professional HR person on Blue Star, was well versed in workplace etiquette. She immediately stepped forward, forcing a smile, her tone respectful yet measured. I'm so sorry, we change right away, it won't take up your, or the company's time at all. With that, she subtly tugged at the still somewhat dazed Yinitong, and quickly headed towards the changing room. Meanwhile, outside the training room, Tan Xiaoxiao looked at the trainees inside, wearing helmets and trembling, and felt incredibly uncomfortable. Zhou Mo seemed to sense her discomfort and lack of interest, and naturally changed the subject. It seems you're not very interested in our training. No problem, let me take you to the staff lounge. She led Tan Xiaoxiao in another direction, proudly introducing the facilities. Our Heart Cocoon staff lounge is top of the line. Not only is it spacious, but it also has the latest game consoles, unlimited snacks and drinks, and a fully equipped gym. Tan Xiaoxiao listened, inwardly scoffing. They talk a good game, but judging from the employees' work attitude and expressions, I guess I won't have the chance to enjoy it. The lounge was indeed luxuriously decorated, but it exuded a cold and desolate atmosphere. As soon as she stepped inside and sat down, a young woman in business attire quickly approached. Manager Zhou, Wei Xiaozhen nodded respectfully to Zhou Mo. The new interns have all arrived. I already arranged for them to change into their uniforms. Zhou Mo's smile instantly turned serious. She looked at Tan Xiaoxiao, her tone somewhat apologetic. Xiaoxiao, I'm so sorry, a batch of new staff arrived and I need to check on them. I'll be right back. Tan Xiaoxiao quickly waved her hand. It's alright, you go ahead with your work. Work is important. I'm a little thirsty, let me get you a glass of water. Zhou Imo nodded, then hurriedly left the lounge in her high heels. Tan Xiaoxiao watched her leave, casually opened a bag of potato chips, and started playing a game. Zhou Imo, in her high heels, had just reached the first floor when she saw two groups of interns already dressed in business attire. Her gaze lingered for a couple of seconds on the colorful hair of the worm aliens, purple, green, red, in their various shades. Company rules state that hair color can't be too bright or exaggerated. I let it slide this time, but you have to dye it back for the next assessment. Then, her gaze swept over the Blue Star group, lingering longer on Su Qingguang's obese figure, her disdain almost palpable. But when her gaze fell on Su Jing, her expression softened considerably, and she even nodded. Su Jing's makeup was impeccable, her expression composed, perfectly matching Zhou Mo's image of a professional in the workplace. Specialist Wei, take them to their workstations, and familiarize them with the basic procedures. Zhou Imo said this, and left in her high heels. After watching Zhou Imo leave, Wei Xiaozhen immediately dropped her respectful smile, her tone indifferent. Follow me. She led everyone to an open-plan office area, where many senior employees were seated, showing no reaction to the arrival of these interns. Wei Xiaozhen deliberately arranged a seat for Su Jing by the window. However, the window was unobstructed, and the scorching sunlight streamed in, making one dizzy in the blink of an eye. Ms. Su, Manager Zhou thinks very highly of you, Wei Xiaozhen said with a forced smile. That's why he specially arranged this prime spot for you. You better perform well, and not let your boss down. Her jealousy and exclusion were undisguised. Su Jing seemed completely oblivious to the underlying meaning, her expression unchanged. Thank you for your concern, I will work hard. Wei Xiaozhen, feeling rebuffed, left with a dark face. Not long after she left, the phone on the desk of a female team member named Dan Shi at the opposite Worm Alien's workstation suddenly rang. Dan Shi was startled and instinctively answered the phone. Hello? Hello, this is Annie from the finance department. We are conducting an asset inventory. Please provide an immediate detailed list of all items in your department's A37 filing cabinet, including purchase date and current value assessment. Dan Shi was stunned. She had only been there for less than 10 minutes, and didn't even know how many drawers her own desk had. How could she know anything about an A37 filing cabinet? I don't know, I just arrived. Don't know? The voice on the other end instantly rose, the tone flat but full of accusation. Being an intern is no excuse. This is your job. Your employee number? I need to record and report it. The phone was abruptly hung up. Danchi gripped the receiver, her face deathly pale. Just when everyone thought it was a minor incident, less than 3 minutes later, Wei Xiaozhen returned, her face as black as the bottom of a pot. She stormed to Danchi's workstation, her shrill voice piercing everyone's ears. Annie from the finance department just complained about your slacking off. What are you doing? It seems you know nothing about company procedures. You need employee training? She didn't give Danchi any chance to explain, grabbing her arm and practically dragging her away from her workstation. Danchi! Captain Ingxia of Wormstar stood up, intending to stop him. But the instant he rose, the office loudspeaker blared, its voice icy. Intern Ingxia, unauthorized departure from your workstation, violating Article 7 of the Employee Code of Conduct. First warning. In an instant, all the senior employees in the office, who had been engrossed in their work, froze. Dozens of empty, lifeless eyes, yet filled with scrutiny, stared intently at Ingxia. Under the silent gaze, Ingxia, feeling immense pressure, froze instantly. He suppressed his boiling anger and the urge to save his teammates, gritting his teeth as he slowly returned to his workstation. The stares vanished abruptly, leaving only the sound of keyboard clicks in the office, as if nothing had happened. Yanitong watched this scene, her heart pounding in her chest. Just then, ring ring ring. The phone on her desk rang like a death knell. Yanitong shuddered, almost trembling as she answered the phone. Sure enough, it was Annie from the finance department again, the same problem, just with a different filing cabinet number. Yanitong hurriedly turned on her computer, only to find a dense array of folders, leaving her completely bewildered. Su Jing, sitting next to her, immediately mouthed, "Ask her for her email address. Tell her to email it to her after you checked." Yanitong stammered as instructed, and Annie coldly gave her an email address and hung up. Yanitong had barely breathed a sigh of relief when a barrage of pop-ups began appearing in the lower right corner of her computer screen. Ding! You have received a new email. Urgent. Please provide a list of filing cabinets A38 from Annie, Finance Department, CC, Joe Mo Wei Xiaozhen. Then came the second, the third. All were task emails from different departments, all of which were copied to her direct supervisor. The immense pressure made her fingers tremble. Tears welled in her eyes, as Yan Yitong frantically tried to create the spreadsheet she knew absolutely nothing about. Even worse, every 2 or 3 minutes, Annie from the finance department would call precisely on time, giving her no time to breathe or think. Is the spreadsheet finished? Why is it so slow? Your efficiency is too low. Yan Yitong felt like she was about to collapse. Fortunately, Su Jing was extremely capable. She turned to her and quickly helped her build the spreadsheet framework, input the formulas, and finally click send at the last second before the deadline. Yan Yitong slumped into her chair, feeling like she had fought a fierce battle. However, before they could relax for long, a clearly dissatisfied voice rang out from a workstation in the corner. The speaker was a male employee, who looked to be in his 30s, whose name tag read Business Specialist, Xing Hao. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough for everyone in the area to hear him. TSK, these interns these days have absolutely no manners. They don't even bother to ask their seniors if they need anything to drink. They can't even buy milk tea or coffee, but they could at least bring a glass of water. They have no social skills whatsoever. These words made the already tense atmosphere even more strained. Lan Xing and the others quickly exchanged glances, none of them daring to move. Just then, another, slightly gentler voice rang out. It came from a bespectacled male employee at the next workstation, who looked rather friendly. His name tag read Operator, Dong Feiyong. Hey Lao Xing, stop it. Dong Feiyong chuckled, trying to smooth things over, acting like a nice guy. Newcomers are nervous. It's normal to not know the rules. Let's be understanding. His warm words eased the tension for everyone present. However, Dong Feiyong then turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the interns before settling precisely on Su Qingwang, who seemed the most honest and nervous. Hey, Xiao Su, right? Don't be nervous, the break room is just around the corner. He pointed in a direction. There's a pot of freshly brewed coffee inside. Could you please bring it out and pour a cup for everyone as a thank you for your hospitality? Su Qingwang, unsettled by the oppressive atmosphere, nodded hesitantly, his voice trembling slightly. Okay, Brother Dong, I go right away. Bian Ruijin frowned slightly, sensing something was amiss, but couldn't immediately find a reason to stop him. Su Qingwang stood up and cautiously walked in the direction Dong Feiyong had pointed. He entered the break room and, sure enough, saw a glass coffee pot on the counter, still steaming. Su Qingwang took a deep breath and carefully reached for the coffee pot. The handle was slippery and hot. Already nervous, and due to his size, his movements were clumsy, and his wrist accidentally bumped against the doorframe. Clang! The coffee pot slipped from his hand and smashed onto the smooth floor tiles, scalding coffee and glass shards scattering everywhere, creating a mess. Su Qingwang was stunned, frozen in place, his mind blank. The electronic alarm instantly blared throughout the entire office area. In turn, Su Qingwang has damaged company property and polluted the office environment, seriously violating Article 5 of the Employee Code of Conduct and Article 3 of the Safety Management Regulations. Almost the instant the electronic announcement rang out, Wei Xiaozhen appeared swiftly in her high heels. Even spilling a cup of coffee can cause such a huge mess. It seems you have absolutely no respect for company rules and regulations. She didn't give Su Qingwang any chance to explain, grabbing his arm with astonishing force. There's nothing more to say. Come with me to the training room. You need to receive the most thorough training. Su Qingwang staggered, his face drained of color, and could only look helplessly at Bian Ruijin. Bian Ruijin clenched his fists, almost immediately standing up to stop her. However, just as he was about to stand up, the senior employees in the office turned their heads in unison again. Those cold gazes seemed to warn him. If you dare to move, you be next. Bian Ruijin gritted his teeth, using all his strength to suppress the urge to stand up. A deep sense of powerlessness and anger threatened to consume him. After Su Qingwang was dragged away, the office area fell into a deathly silence. The business specialist, Xing Hao, looked up at the resentful Bian Ruijin and pretended to flip through several documents on the desk. Sigh, what a hassle. I have to get Manager Wu's signature on these documents again. He paused, his gaze falling on Bian Ruijin, a stiff and eerie smile spreading across his face. Hey you, yes you, the new intern. He gestured with his chin towards Bian Ruijin. Don't just sit there like an idiot. Come over here and run an errand. Take these documents to Manager Wu's office and get his signature. Bien Ruijin took a deep breath, suppressing his anger and vigilance. He knew this was a deliberate attempt to make things difficult, but he also knew that in this environment, refusal would be punished. He silently stood up, took the documents, and followed the instructions to Manager Wu's office at the end of the corridor. The heavy solid wood door was tightly shut. He knocked, but there was no response. He tried turning the doorknob. It was locked too. He could only stand outside like a schoolchild being punished by his teacher. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour. His legs felt numb, and his mind was unusually exhausted from the intense tension. The stack of documents in his hands was heavy, radiating an unsettling aura. He tapped the mission bracelet on his wrist. The comments from Blue Star viewers flooded his screen. How could it be just a simple signature? There must be a conspiracy. That makes sense. But what is the conspiracy? The leader will definitely ask about the document's contents before signing. Yeah, if you can't answer, you're in trouble. Bien Ruijin paused, finding it very reasonable. He carefully turned to the first page of the document. However, the paper wasn't filled with normal text or tables at all, but with countless twisted, writhing, incomprehensible, bizarre symbols, and dizzying geometric figures. Bien Ruijin was severely mentally disturbed just by looking at it. Caught off guard, Bien Ruijin let out a suppressed, painful groan, feeling waves of darkness before his eyes and a wave of nausea rising in his throat. He slammed the document shut, his body swaying, almost losing his balance. Just as he was about to give up, the office door behind him suddenly opened. Bien Ruijin, pale-faced, staggered into the office. The office was luxuriously decorated. A slightly overweight, middle-aged man, with a gloomy expression sat behind his desk, impatiently asking, "What is it?" Bien Ruijin's voice was hoarse with pain and weakness. Manager Wu. Manager Wu, Specialist Xing. Specialist Xing asked me to bring some documents for your signature. Manager Wu glanced at him up and down, his gaze critical, and in turn, after receiving Bien Ruijin's nod of confirmation, he chuckled and casually picked up the documents, flipping through them. The abnormal energy consumption assessment report for the third quarter? He frowned, looking at Bien Ruijin and launching into a barrage of questions. What was the peak value? What were the reasons for the year-on-year increase? Was the cost estimate for the optimization plan made? Bien Ruijin could only desperately recall the distorted symbols he had glimpsed earlier, trying to organize his thoughts. Peak, it seems to be that graph, He paused, unable to recall, and could only grit his teeth and say, "It's all in the documents, maybe you can see it there." Manager Wu's face immediately contorted with disgust and anger. If the leaders have to look at everything themselves, what's the point of hiring you? He grabbed the stack of documents and slammed them at Bien Ruijin's feet, scattering papers everywhere. You dare ask me to sign something when you know nothing? Get out. He grabbed the internal phone on the desk and dialed rapidly. Wei Xiaozhen. What kind of intern did you train? You bring me documents without knowing anything and dare to shove them in here. If this happens again, you're going to training too. Less than a minute later, Wei Xiaozhen stormed into the office, her face ashen, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. She grabbed Bien Ruijin's arm tightly, roaring, "What trouble have you gotten into now? You're hopeless. Come with me to the training room right now." Bien Ruijin struggled, trying to explain. He asked me about the contents of the document, But he was shocked to discover that this slender woman in high heels possessed astonishing strength. He tried to break free, but her hand was as firm as an iron clamp. Still dare to talk back? That's an even bigger offense. Wei Xiaozhen's strength suddenly increased, practically dragging him out of Manager Wu's office. Su Jing, who had been waiting at her workstation, watching the corridor, saw Bien Ruijin being roughly dragged away by Wei Xiaozhen, and her heart sank to the bottom. Sure enough, the announcement rang out again the next second. Intern Bien Ruijin, due to serious work errors, arguing with superiors, and displaying a poor attitude, is now undergoing intensive training. All interns are urged to take this as a warning and strictly abide by company rules and regulations. Immediately afterward, Yin Yitong was again harassed by the finance department, and like Donchi from Worm Star, was taken away by Wei Xiaozhen. Before leaving, Wei Xiaozhen stared intently at Su Jing, her gaze seeming to say, "Let's see how long you can hold out." Su Jing's back was already soaked with cold sweat. The scorching sunlight shone through the glass onto her, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. But she dared not move, not even dared to raise a hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. She clearly felt the gloating gaze from the Worm Star people opposite her. Su Jing forced herself to ignore those gazes, focusing all her attention on the screen constantly popping up new emails, dealing with those tedious and meaningless tasks marked as urgent. She knew she was now Blue Star's last line of defense. Bian, Yenitong, and Su Qingguang had all been taken away, and she absolutely couldn't fall. Every time the phone rang, her heart would clench. Even so, she had to answer with enthusiasm and professionalism. And for every email copied to Zhou Yimou and Wei Xiaozhen, she had to provide the most professional response in a very short time. Su Jing felt like she was walking a tightrope. Any tiny mistake would lead to utter ruin. The viewers in Blue Star's live stream, witnessing this, felt both admiration and deep sympathy. Go Su Jing! Sister Jing, you worked so hard. What a terrifying job. However, Warm Star, having just witnessed Blue Star's drama, was now in dire straits itself. First to suffer was Bingman, who was replying to an email from the administration department. It demanded a detailed list of all office supplies consumed this quarter, and a forecast of next quarter's needs, with extremely strict formatting requirements. The moment the email was sent, her desk phone rang incessantly. In turn, Bingman, the email you just sent to the administration department contains serious formatting errors and extremely unprofessional punctuation, severely damaging the company's image. Bingman's face turned deathly pale. She opened her mouth to explain, but the other party didn't give her a chance and hung up immediately. At the same time, Wei Xiaozhen appeared like a ghost. You can even use punctuation incorrectly? Looks like your fundamentals are really weak. Come on, you need extra training on document standardization. Bingman was roughly dragged away from her workstation, her eyes filled with fear and resentment. Xi and Yin and Delay watched their teammate being dragged away, a surge of anger, a feeling of shared misfortune, welling up inside them. Delay couldn't help but lower his voice and say to Xi and Yin at the next workstation, they did it on purpose. What kind of? Before he could finish, the loudspeaker above them blared. Interns Delay and Xi and Yin, whispering during work hours, suspected of forming cliques, disrupting the work atmosphere, violating Article 3 of the Team Collaboration Code. The two froze instantly, their faces turning extremely grim. It was utterly absurd. They couldn't even speak? Wei Xiaozhen stopped dragging Bing Man and looked at Xing Hao and Dong Feiyong in the senior employee area. Give them a hand. Looks like there are quite a few interns breaking the rules today. With 3 team members dragged away, only Ing Chia remained at his workstation on Warm Star. The schadenfreude on Ing Chia's face had vanished, replaced by deep fear and anxiety. On the computer screen in front of him, a complex online spreadsheet system was open, an urgent task suddenly issued by the marketing department. The form was riddled with items, the options were vaguely defined, the rules were contradictory, and there was no save button. Ing Chia, completely focused, had barely managed to fill out half of the form, expending immense effort. Just as he paused to carefully check a perplexing option, the screen suddenly refreshed without warning, leaving the page blank. The content he had spent nearly half an hour filling out had vanished without a trace. Ing Chia froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. He glared at Dong Feiyong beside him. Dong Feiyong adjusted his glasses, his face still bearing the kind, good-natured smile. Oh, I forgot to tell you, this form system is a bit unstable. The page sometimes refreshes randomly, so you better be quick. Ing Chia took a deep breath, his eyes bloodshot with anger and despair. He forced himself to calm down and tried again, filling it out even faster. However, the same thing happened again. Just as he was about to complete 3/4, the screen refreshed again without warning, returning to 0. The marketing department's final submission deadline was only 5 minutes. 5 minutes wasn't enough time to fill it out again. Ah! Ing Chia let out a furious growl and slammed his fist on the keyboard. In turn, Ing Chia, damaging company property, emotionally unstable, seriously endangering office safety. Immediate action. Wei Xiaozhen appeared beside Ing Chia's workstation with excitement on her face. She sneered and grabbed the emotionally distraught Ing Chia. Let's go! Of all the interns in the entire office area, only Su Jing remained. The veteran employees were still busy, the sound of keyboards clicking incessantly. But Su Jing could sense countless eyes watching her every move, waiting for her to make a mistake. She finally made it to almost noon, and Su Jing noticed that the emails she received were gradually decreasing, and the tasks assigned to her were disappearing. Before she could even feel happy, a new email appeared in the lower right corner. Sender, Wei Xiaozhen notification regarding the adjustment of intern Su Jing's position. Su Jing clicked on it, and found that it read, Su Jing's performance has been excellent, but due to a temporary lack of headcount and a frozen position, we are temporarily unable to offer you a permanent position. Optimized. Su Jing's face stiffened, her fingers turning icy cold. She had completed all the impossible tasks, endured countless difficulties and pressures, only to be met with termination? Just then, Wei Xiaojun silently approached, a look of regret on her face. She patted Su Jing's shoulder reassuringly, and handed her a termination notice. I'm so sorry, Miss Su. Wei Xiaojun's voice was so gentle it sent chills down her spine. Your efficiency. To be honest, it's a bit too slow for our Heart Cocoon team. It's a pity you didn't pass the probation period. Pack your belongings, it's time to go. Alarm bells rang in Su Jing's mind. A voice screamed wildly, don't leave. If you leave, the mission will be a complete failure. That 50% population penalty. She couldn't bear that responsibility. Su Jing took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fear in her heart, and forced a slightly apologetic smile. According to Article 39 of the Labor Law, dismissing an employee during the probationary period requires proof that the employee does not meet the hiring criteria and fulfilling relevant procedures. What you're doing seems to violate regulations, doesn't it? At the very least, you should give 3 days written notice. She paused, emphasizing her words. Furthermore, I exceeded all the requirements, emails and phone feedback were handled on time, and there were no complaints. So where am I inefficient? And where do I fail to meet the hiring criteria? Wei Xiaojun's fake smile instantly froze, a hint of ruthlessness flashing deep in her eyes. Her lips twitched, as if she were desperately suppressing her anger. After a few seconds of stalemate, Wei Xiaojun suddenly forced a gentle smile and changed the subject. It's almost noon. How about we go to the staff break room to get something to eat? We can discuss your future afterward. How about that? Su Jing was taken aback. The other party's seemingly conciliatory attitude made her wary. But she had no other choice. Every moment she could stay was a glimmer of hope. Okay, thank you, Ms. Wei. She followed Wei Xiaojun into the lounge, which was spacious and bright, a world apart from the oppressive office area outside. As soon as she entered, Su Jing spotted a figure sitting on a comfortable sofa, playing a game on a huge screen, with snacks and drinks beside her. Sister Tan? Tan Xiaoxiao was nestled in the soft sofa, looking relaxed and carefree, a cookie stick dangling from her mouth, chatting and laughing with Manager Zhou. This scene formed an absurd contrast to the fear, oppression, and backstabbing Su Jing had just experienced. A surge of intense grievance and lingering fear instantly welled up in Su Jing's heart, and her eyes instantly welled up with tears. Tan Xiaoxiao had just finished a game, put down the controller, stretched, and then turned around. She immediately saw Su Jing, paused, and blinked. Huh? Su Jing? What are you doing here? And dressed like that? Do you work at this company? Chapter 77. Su Jing rushed forward and hugged Tan Xiaoxiao tightly, like a drowning person grasping at a last piece of driftwood, unwilling to let go. Tan Xiaoxiao was jolted back by the impact and instinctively patted her back. It's only been a short time since we last met. Looking at Su Jing's reddened eyes, Tan Xiaoxiao was both amused and exasperated. What happened? Who bullied you? Su Jing, this girl, used to be quite composed, not this emotional. How much grievance must she have suffered to burst into tears in front of so many people? Su Jing looked at Manager Zhou's meaningful smile, and Wei Xiaojun's seemingly concerned but actually threatening eyes. She forced herself to hold on, her nerves on the verge of collapse, and took a deep breath. She couldn't tell the truth, absolutely not. No, no one bullied me. Su Jing looked up, forcing a smile that was more like a grimace, her voice still choked with sobs. It's been a month since we last met, and I missed you. Tan Xiaoxiao looked at her suspiciously, then glanced at Zhou Imo and Wei Xiaojun beside her, their smiles unanimously fixed. The atmosphere in this company was really strange. Suppressing her doubts, Tan Xiaoxiao enthusiastically led Su Jing towards the game consoles. Come on, perfect timing. Let's play a couple of rounds together, it'd help us relax. Su Jing, her steps unsteady, was led forward. Play games? In a place like this? Wei Xiaojun immediately stepped forward, a professional, fake smile plastered on her face. Miss Tan, Su Jing has work to handle this afternoon. Lunchtime is limited, so why don't I take her to eat first? As she spoke, she reached out to pull Su Jing away. Almost instinctively, Su Jing grabbed Tan Xiaoxiao's arm. The fear she showed in that instant genuinely conveyed to Tan Xiaoxiao. Tan Xiaoxiao paused, glancing at Su Jing's pale face, her unease growing stronger. Su Jing's reaction didn't seem like she wanted to go eat. It was more like she was being dragged to the execution ground. She scratched her head, looking at Zhou Imo, her tone slightly apologetic. Sister Joemo, Su Jing, and I haven't seen each other in a long time. It's a good coincidence. Let's have lunch together. Would that be too much trouble? A flash of displeasure crossed Joemo's eyes, but her smile remained unchanged. Xiaoxiao, you're too kind. It's just one more meal. Xiaozhen. She turned to Wei Xiaozhen, her tone gentle. Go, bring over 3 work meals. Wei Xiaozhen suppressed her resentment and anger. Yes, Manager Zhou. Then she turned and walked towards the frosted glass door in the corner of the break room. Tan Xiaoxiao pulled Su Jing to sit on the sofa, muttering to herself. This company's benefits seem pretty good, huh? They even have a private kitchenette? Is it all freshly made? Before she could finish speaking, a muffled thud came from behind the frosted glass door, followed by a teeth-grinding sound, like something heavy being dragged and scraped, interspersed with a few indistinct sounds of wild animals chewing and gnawing. Tan Xiaoxiao jumped in fright, craning her neck to look curiously, but unfortunately, the door was frosted, and she couldn't see anything. She looked at Zhou Mo with a shocked expression. Your company. Is this fierce with the food fight? It's like a brawl. Zhou Mo picked up her water glass, took an elegant sip, and remained expressionless. The competition is fierce, it's inevitable. It's normal, survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest? Su Jing sat beside her, her body trembling slightly. She thought of the team leader who had been dragged away, Yin Yitong, Su Qingwang, and those people from Worm Star. Was that door really behind the kitchen? After a while, the frosted glass door opened, and Wei Xiaozhen came out carrying a tray with 3 plastic lunchboxes on it. Her business suit looked slightly more disheveled than before, with a small dark brown stain on the cuff, and her perfect smile had stiffened a bit. Tan Xiaoxiao, with her sharp eyes, pointed to her sleeve. Commissioner Wei, it looks like you have some sauce on your sleeve. Wei Xiaozhen paused, glanced down, and gave Tan Xiaoxiao a grateful smile. Thank you for reminding me, Miss Tan. My apologies, I go take care of it right away. She placed the tray on the coffee table, turned, and quickly walked towards the restroom. What a gentle, polite, and clean girl. Tan Xiaoxiao watched her retreating figure, and sighed sincerely. Su Jing, She looked in the direction Wei Xiaozhen had disappeared, her stomach churning. Gentle? Polite? Clean? The image of Wei Xiaozhen expressionlessly dragging Bian Ruijin and Su Qingwang away flashed through her mind. The coldness and malice in her eyes had absolutely nothing to do with gentleness and politeness. Zhou Mo had already opened 3 boxed lunches. The food looked quite normal, even quite appetizing. Come on, don't be shy, try our cafeteria's cooking. Zhou Mo smiled, picked up one of the lunches, took a bite, and looked at Su Jing. Su Jing, why aren't you eating? Is it not to your liking? Her gaze fell on Su Jing, carrying an invisible pressure. Su Jing's fingers had barely touched the chopsticks when they began to tremble uncontrollably. Under Zhou Mo's gaze, the food in front of her suddenly began to twist and deform. Countless tiny white maggots seemed to wriggle in the white rice. The sweet and sour pork rib sauce turned into thick, black blood, and countless eerie eyes appeared on the mushroom slices, all turning their eyeballs and staring at her. A strong sense of nausea and fear instantly made Su Jing want to vomit. She pinched her thigh hard with her nails, the pain barely keeping her conscious and preventing her from screaming. I'm allergic to mushrooms, I'm so sorry. Tan Xiaoxiao, looking at her braised chicken leg rice and regretting that it wasn't sweet and sour pork ribs, immediately pushed the lunchbox in front of Su Jing without thinking when she heard Su Jing's words. Allergic reaction? You should have said so earlier. Eat mine, I don't have any dietary restrictions, she said, already picking up her chopsticks and stuffing a piece of pork rib into her mouth, her eyes squinting with satisfaction. This pork rib tastes really good. Eat up, what are you standing there for? Don't you have to go to work this afternoon? You need to eat to have the energy to work. Su Jing stared blankly at the braised chicken leg rice that had been moved to her, then looked up at Zhou Mo across from her. She saw a hint of coldness flash deep in Zhou Mo's eyes, but it was quickly concealed. Su Jing looked tremblingly at the boxed lunch in her hand, and a line of clear small print appeared before her eyes. Chicken leg boxed lunch. Nourishes and replenishes mental energy. Immunizes most mental pollution and negative emotional influences for 5 hours after consumption. Su Jing's pupils contracted sharply, a surge of joy and a sense of security welling up inside her. She lowered her head and began shoveling food into her mouth, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks and mingling with the food as she swallowed. In the Blue Star livestream room, viewers, who had been despairing because Bian Ruijin and the others had been dragged away one after another, felt a renewed flame of hope. Sister Tan is my goddess. Immune to mental pollution for 5 hours. 5 hours. This food-swapping stunt. Was Sister Tan doing it unintentionally or intentionally? Intentional or unintentional? Sister Tan is awesome. Zhou Mo's face turned green. I was so scared just now. Now I can finally breathe. Su Jing, stay calm. We can win. Zhou Mo sat to the side, eating slowly and deliberately, occasionally glancing at Su Jing, who was engrossed in her food, and then at Tan Xiaoxiao beside her, who seemed oblivious to everything, her brows furrowing almost imperceptibly. Lunch drew to a close in an eerie atmosphere. Tan Xiaoxiao swallowed the last piece of perfectly sweet and sour pork rib with satisfaction, took a big gulp of water, and exclaimed, "Your company cafeteria's cooking is really good. These ribs are amazing." She put down her chopsticks, as if suddenly remembering something, and turned to ask Su Jing beside her. "By the way, Su Jing, why are you alone? Where are Bian Ruijin and the others? I always saw you together before." Almost the instant Tan Xiaoxiao finished speaking, Su Jing felt a cold gaze coming from Zhou Mo, carrying a silent warning and threat. That suffocating mental pressure returned, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. With a clatter, the chopsticks in her hand fell to the ground. Su Jing's face turned even paler than before, and her body visibly trembled. But the next second, a warm current suddenly surged in her stomach, quickly dispelling the chill and dizziness. The boxed lunch had worked. This was the perfect opportunity to confide in Sister Tan and ask for help. Enduring Zhou Mo's icy gaze, Su Jing forced herself to lift her head and meet Tan Xiaoxiao's concerned eyes. They made a mistake during their internship, and were sent to training. Her voice trembled with fear, yet remained unusually clear, carrying a desperate courage. She looked at Tan Xiaoxiao, her eyes filled with pleading and lingering fear. "Sister Tan, I'm a little worried. Could you come with me to the training room to see them?" As soon as she finished speaking, the mental pressure from Zhou Mo intensified. Su Jing felt as if an invisible hand was choking her, making it difficult to breathe, and her vision even began to darken. But the warm current from her stomach surged up again, barely keeping her conscious and preventing her from fainting on the spot. Seeing Su Jing's terrified expression, Tan Xiaoxiao recalled the fleeting glimpse she'd seen outside the training room earlier. She remembered the employees wearing helmets, trembling in pain, yet chanting fanatical slogans. Back then, she felt this training method was a bit strange, unlike what a legitimate company would do. Now, hearing that Bian Ruijin and his team had also been sent there, that feeling that something's wrong with this company intensified. The training room? The place I saw when I passed by earlier? Tan Xiaoxiao put down her water glass, stood up, her voice filled with worry. "Okay, I go with you and see. We can talk as we go. What did they do wrong?" Zhou Mo's smile finally crumbled, her eyes darkening almost to the point of being menacing. "It's just some necessary pre-job training. Since Xiaoxiao wants to go take a look, I go with you." Her gaze swept over Su Jing, the warning unmistakable. Su Jing's face paled, and she instinctively moved closer to Tan Xiaoxiao, seeking protection. The three of them, each lost in their own thoughts, walked silently towards the training room. The closer they got to the corridor, the colder the air seemed to grow, and faintly, they could hear a unified yet eerily fanatical shout. Outside the training room, the scene inside was clearly visible through the bright glass wall. Bian Ruijin, Yin Yitong, Su Qingwang, and several others from Worm Star were all wearing helmets covered in indicator lights, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, veins bulging on their foreheads, pupils dilated and unfocused, clearly enduring immense pain. However, their mouths were opening and closing, shouting slogans with passionate energy in an almost frenzied tone. Bian Ruijin's face was deathly pale, his lips trembling, yet he roared at the top of his lungs. Accurate reporting, no mistakes allowed. Everything for efficiency, loyalty, dedication, and transcendence. Yin Yitong's eyes were vacant, tears mingling with sweat, yet her voice was sweet with excitement. Reply immediately upon receiving an email. Standard format, no delays. Su Qingwang's obese body trembled like a leaf, mechanically repeating the same commands over and over. Be careful and cautious, avoid losses. Protect company property, be loyal to your duties. The people of Worm Star were the same, chanting slogans like follow the rules, absolute obedience, and integrate into the team. Their bodies and expressions clearly conveyed extreme pain and resistance, yet their mouths uttered the most loyal, fervent, and company value-aligned words. This intense sense of rupture created an extremely terrifying, chilling scene. The live stream chat exploded instantly, countless viewers feeling a chill run down their spines, a mixture of heartache and anger. Ah! Bien Ruijin. Itong. Qingguang. What the hell is this brainwashing? It's giving me goosebumps. I feel physically uncomfortable. This company is basically manufacturing slaves. Sister Tan. Do something. Look at them. Su Jing is so brave. If she hadn't spoken up, Bien Ruijin and the others would be finished. Watching the miserable state of Bien Ruijin and the others through the glass, listening to the frantic and empty slogans, Tan Shixiao's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. She pointed inside and turned to Zhou Mo. This is too painful to watch. It's completely driven them crazy. Let them out. Zhou Mo suppressed his displeasure and tried to explain. This is just a necessary part of the training, to help them quickly eliminate distractions and integrate. Eliminating distractions isn't done like this. Tan Xiaoxiao interrupted her, pointing to Su Qingguang, who was trembling inside. Look at him, shaking so much, his face is all white. Won't this give him psychological trauma? This training won't work, it has to be stopped. As she spoke, she reached out to push open the training room door. Su Jing's heart leaped into her throat, filled with both anticipation and fear. Zhou Mo's face turned incredibly pale, and she instinctively stepped forward to stop her. Tan Xiaoxiao had already pushed open the training room door. Upon entering, the first thing that caught her eye was the strange helmets worn by Bien Ruijin and the others. Each helmet had a thick wire extending from it, all connected to a complex device in the center of the ceiling that constantly flashed a ghostly blue light. The device emitted a strange, irregular buzzing sound, unsettling and irritating. She instinctively wanted to rip the contraption off Bien Ruijin and the others' heads, but Zhou Mo stepped in front of her, a disturbing, all-encompassing smile on his face. Xiaoxiao, don't be impulsive. Zhou Mo's voice was low, tinged with threat. Our helmets are specially made, connected to our nerves. If the training is forcibly interrupted, they immediately become idiots. You don't want to harm your friends, do you? Tan Xiaoxiao watched Bien Ruijin and the others tremble in pain, her brows furrowed tightly. This wasn't training anymore, it was corporal punishment and abuse. This is illegal, isn't it? Tan Shixiao's voice was filled with suppressed anger. This heartless company, outwardly glamorous, what kind of shady dealings are they doing inside? She picked up an unused helmet from the table, examining it thoroughly, trying to find some flaw or switch. Zhou Mo stared at her nitpicking, then suddenly chuckled. The laughter was filled with a disdainful you can't reason with a damn devil attitude, and a hint of eerie anticipation. Since you're so interested. Zhou Mo stepped forward, seemingly affectionately but undeniably putting her arm around Tan Shixiao's shoulder, then leaning close to Tan Shixiao's ear, her voice seductive and persuasive. Give it a try. I believe that after our most professional training, you'd definitely be able to discard those unnecessary distractions and become the best, most loyal employee. Tan Xiaoxiao felt uncomfortable under her embrace, looking disdainfully at the strangely designed helmet in her hand. Try what? This thing looks uncomfortable, the design is completely unreasonable. She muttered to herself, her fingers unconsciously tapping and pressing on the helmet. It was the same physical adjustment method she used when repairing old, faulty appliances in her shop, completely haphazard and without any real principle or method. However, just as she carelessly pressed something, seemingly unintentionally tampering with the wiring. Crack! Sizzle! Pop! A spark suddenly erupted from the central device connecting all the helmets above her head. The device flickered violently twice, the buzzing abruptly stopped, and a puff of white smoke rose. Almost simultaneously, all the trainees in the training room, wearing helmets, froze instantly, like puppets with their strings cut. A series of painful screams followed. The trainees frantically removed their malfunctioning helmets, clutching their heads as if they were about to explode, curling up in agony. Su Jing rushed in immediately, supporting Bien Ruijin, whose face was deathly pale, and who was drenched in cold sweat. Captain Bien. How are you? Tan Xiaoxiao was stunned by this sudden turn of events. She looked down at the helmet in her hand, then at the smoking central instrument. This quality seems a bit off? I was just testing it. Zhou Mo, standing nearby, saw the scene and her eyes flashed with shock, seemingly unable to comprehend what had just happened. Then, after a brief moment of shock, she was filled with overwhelming rage. She had painstakingly trained these employees, and was on the verge of successfully brainwashing them, only to have it all ruined and interrupted. Zhou Mo's eyes instantly turned pure black, without a trace of white, and her fingernails visibly grew long and black. An extremely dangerous aura emanated from her as she stared intently at Tan Xiaoxiao, who had her back to her, searching for an opening to deliver a fatal blow. Just then, Tan Xiaoxiao suddenly turned around, looking at Zhou Mo with a serious expression, completely oblivious to the change in Zhou Mo's demeanor, and said righteously and sternly, "I think your company has serious problems. Illegal detention, employee abuse, and the use of substandard equipment. I'm going to report you." Zhou Mo's boiling murderous intent faltered. She remembered her mother Zhou Hongxia's specific instructions. This woman had been to the Market Supervision Bureau and escaped unscathed. The Market Supervision Bureau, that place. Zhou Mo's rationality forcibly returned, and her expression quickly returned to normal. She took a deep breath and forced a stiff smile. "Xiao, you misunderstand. All our training programs are voluntary for employees." Tan Xiaoxiao clearly didn't believe her, turning to look at Bian Ruijin and Su Jing, who had just caught their breath. "Voluntary? You were voluntary?" Su Jing opened her mouth, about to say no, when Zhou Mo's icy gaze immediately swept over her. "I know what you want. I can give it to you." She took out her phone and made a call. "Wei Xiaozhen, send down a formal employment contract immediately." Su Jing's heart skipped a beat, and she swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. She glanced at Tan Xiaoxiao, then at her teammate who was in pain, but whose eyes had regained their clarity, took a deep breath, and gave Tan Xiaoxiao a somewhat complicated smile. "Sister Tan, it's voluntary." "It's all right, thank you." Tan Xiaoxiao looked at her suspiciously, then at Zhou Mo's pale face, feeling that something was off. But since Su Jing had already said that, she didn't press further, and casually tossed the ruined helmet back onto the table. Soon, Wei Xiaozhen, her face ashen, came down with the contract and, under Zhou Mo's murderous glare, reluctantly handed it to Su Jing. Su Jing quickly glanced through it, confirmed it was correct, and signed her name without hesitation. The instant she signed, a cold system notification sounded in the minds of all members. Blue Star Fire Seed Team completes mission. Received a formal offer from Hard Cocoon Human Resources Company. Mission reward settlement. Points plus 600. High efficiency collective subconscious learning helmet. Bian Ruijin immediately felt a weight in his hand. A sleek, technologically advanced silver-white helmet appeared. The helmet's appearance was somewhat similar to the evil helmet that had tormented them earlier. As if by reflex, his hand trembled, almost dropping it. But he quickly noticed that this helmet had smoother lines, no exposed wires, and a strange sense of stability. He focused his gaze, and a line of clear black text appeared on the side of the helmet. High-efficiency collective subconscious learning helmet. Sister Tan's modified version learns skills while lying down. Farming, machine repair, patient care. All kinds of skills. Learn them all in one go. Fast and easy to remember. Bian Ruijin's heart skipped a beat. Such a wonderful thing actually exists. After a brief pause, the live stream chat on Blue Star went completely wild. This helmet's effect. It's incredible. Instantly train skilled workers? That's exactly what we need. Agriculture, industry, medicine. All walks of life can quickly cultivate talent. Blue Star's recovery is really going to accelerate. Thank you, Sister Tan. Sister Tan is awesome. Although the process was terrifying, the result was good. Worth it. At the same time, the group on Worm Star were filled with the devastating news of their mission failure and the impending punishment. The worm alien, just recovering from the mental torment, turned even paler than before. Ingxia raised her head, looking at the retreating figures of the Blue Star people and Tan Xiaoxiao, her eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. When Bian Ruijin was teleported back to the Blue Star underground base from the ghostly disaster game, his head was still throbbing. His legs went weak, and he almost stumbled and lost his balance. Chang Haoqi, who had been waiting in the teleportation hall, immediately stepped forward and supported him. "It's good that you're back." Chang Haoqi patted his shoulder forcefully, his gaze sweeping over Yan Yitong and Su Qingwang, who were also in poor condition, his eyes grave. "Medical team! Give them a full checkup immediately, focusing on their nervous system." After a thorough physical examination, especially a brain scan, the chief medic breathed a sigh of relief and reported to Chang Haoqi. "No organic damage to the brain was found. It's mainly due to excessive mental fatigue. They need rest and recovery." Chang Haoqi finally felt relieved. Then his gaze fell on the silver-white helmet that Bian Ruijin had been clutching tightly. "This is the mission reward?" he asked in a deep voice. Bian Ruijin, still shaken, handed over the helmet. "Yes, the system description says it can quickly train standardized skills." Chang Haoqi immediately gestured for the researchers nearby to come forward. Professor Zhang Weining, a middle-aged woman with short, neat hair and sharp eyes, who had already arrived after hearing the news, practically snatched the helmet from her, connected it to various instruments, and began testing the effects. The test data began to appear continuously on the screen. Professor Zhang Weining looked at the data, her eyes growing brighter and brighter, her breathing becoming rapid. A miracle. This is simply a miracle. She looked up, her face flushed with excitement. Commander, the technology in this helmet far surpasses our current level. It can bypass conscious thought and directly connect to the subconscious level for highly efficient information transfer. Not only that, it can also simulate muscle memory. She waved her arms excitedly. What does this mean? It means we can connect it to the central database and train trainees in batches. Whether it's soil improvement, basic equipment maintenance, medical care, or crop hybridization technology. She paced back and forth in the laboratory, her voice unconsciously rising. All skills that require a lot of time and practice to master can be learned and solidified quickly during sleep or rest. The learning efficiency is dozens, even hundreds of times greater than before. Professor Zhang Weining's voice choked with excitement. Even more valuable is that some traditional handicrafts and techniques that were on the verge of extinction due to a lack of teachers and interrupted transmission, as long as there are records, can potentially be revived through it, and with almost no side effects. She looked tremblingly at the silver-white helmet, her expression one of reverence. This is a divine artifact that could accelerate the revival of our Blue Star civilization by at least 50 years. Listening to Professor Zhang Weining's excited report and seeing the astonishing simulation data on the screen, even the usually resolute and composed Chang Haoqi couldn't help but exclaim good 3 times. His voice was exceptionally loud, filled with barely suppressed excitement and exhilaration. Excellent! Immediately establish a special task force, led by Professor Zhang, to conduct in-depth research and formulate a large-scale application plan as soon as possible. All the staff members who heard this news wore excited and joyful smiles. Everyone knew that Blue Star's arduous path to revival had become even brighter. Chapter 78. Under Chang Haoqi's orders, Xiao Wu quickly organized 300 voluntary participants from various industries and fields, including agriculture, infrastructure, medicine, and handicrafts, for a trial. Inside a specially established skills training center, everyone donned the simple-looking helmets. After just 8 hours of sleep learning, this first group of trainees opened their eyes, and their achievements were astonishing. An old farmer who previously only knew how to sow seeds, while yawning, precisely explained the key points of hybridization for different crops and how to deal with rare pests and diseases. A bricklayer recently transferred from a construction site, upon waking, was able to fluently draw structural diagrams of earthquake-resistant buildings, even marking key stress points. A young woman who was originally just a caregiver, upon waking, was able to quickly draft a rehabilitation plan specifically for patients suffering from radiation sickness sequelae. The precision of her wording and the clarity of her thinking even amazed the senior doctors observing. Even more surprisingly, among the first batch of trainees were 10 specially selected young people with an interest in traditional handicrafts. One of them, after learning the techniques, successfully recreated an ancient, long-lost craft using only the steps and key points in his memory. The experimental results, once announced, thrilled the entire audience. A miracle! This is simply a miracle! Professor Zhang Weining exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at the data. The knowledge conversion rate is as high as 95%, the skills are solidly mastered, and there are no side effects. Chang Haoqi looked at the final experimental conclusions, a rare, genuine smile appearing on his face. Excellent! Immediately expand the training program, prioritizing agricultural production, infrastructure repair, and the expansion of medical personnel. He paused after speaking, then called back Xiao Wu, who was about to leave to receive the order. There are still some traditional skills whose successors are nowhere to be found. We cannot forget traditional culture. Xiao Wu nodded solemnly, indicating he would certainly comply. In just over 10 days, batches of rapidly trained yet technically proficient professionals, like fresh blood, were continuously injected into various key areas of Blue Star. The previously slow progress of factory construction suddenly accelerated, and the newly cultivated high-yield, radiation-resistant crops expanded their planting areas at an astonishing rate. Bridge, tunnel, and underground pipeline projects that had stalled due to a lack of skilled workers are progressing with unprecedented efficiency. Even some traditional handicrafts that were previously considered difficult to restore and required a long period of time to mature are seeing a glimmer of hope for revival with the help of helmets. Ancient weaving techniques, lost brewing processes. These cultural treasures, embodying the wisdom of our ancestors, are being rapidly awakened and are beginning to combine with modern technology, radiating new vitality. On the screens in the plazas of each underground base, the latest progress is broadcast daily. As people watch buildings rise from the ruins and problems are solved, smiles grow wider and their steps lighter. Old Wang, see that? That new factory on TV, my son helped build it. He only trained for a few days. Now he's a key technical worker. Grandmolly, you look much better. The new nurse's technique is really good. I heard she just finished training. On the streets and alleys, people chatted excitedly, their voices filled with anticipation for the future. In every joyful conversation, one name was repeatedly mentioned, brimming with gratitude. Have you heard? It's all thanks to that convenience store owner, Miss Tan. Miss Tan again? She was the one who got that fertility slab last time. That's right. This time, she helped get that magical helmet too. She's a miracle worker. She must have been sent by heaven to save our Blue Star. The Blue Star United Government even officially passed a resolution awarding Tan Xiaoxiao the highest contribution award for the revival of Blue Star civilization, in recognition of her indelible contribution to Blue Star's revival. Although the award couldn't be delivered to her immediately, the gratitude and respect for her were genuine. And Tan Xiaoxiao, the creator of all these miracles, was yawning, looking disdainfully at the big black dog that had almost knocked over the beverage box. Clumsy as ever. If you don't know how, learn from Lu Luan. Look how capable he is. She poked Dahe's forehead, then yawned and called out to the little paper doll busy in the shop. Lu Luan. I'm sleepy, I'm going to take a nap. Watch the shop, especially Dahe, don't let it cause trouble. The little paper doll's cheeks flushed slightly, and it nodded earnestly. The convenience store continued its daily routine, while Blue Star was accelerating towards a brighter future because of her. Chinyu skipped downstairs carrying a badminton racket, almost bumping into Uncle Chi Yongfeng, who was carrying a huge suitcase upstairs. Uncle Chi. Chinyu quickly stepped aside. Are you going on a long trip? Chi Yongfeng placed the suitcase on the corner of the stairs and patted it. This is empty, I just bought it. His face beamed with an uncontrollable smile, his lips unconsciously curving upwards, clearly in a good mood. Is that Xiaoyu? Going to play badminton? Yes. Chinyu nodded, her gaze returning to the enormous empty suitcase and the several packing bags beside it. Chi Yongfeng followed her gaze, his voice unusually cheerful. I'm preparing to move. Good news came from downstairs. I heard that because of that learning helmet, a large number of qualified skilled workers have been trained. There's a surplus of manpower in construction, purification, and planting. The construction progress of the residential area on the Moorang Plain has been greatly accelerated. He patted the suitcase, his face brimming with excitement. The higher-ups just issued a notice that the relocation plan will proceed as originally planned, and might even be moved up. That's why I quickly bought a suitcase and started packing. Uncle Chi's face shone with long-awaited anticipation and joy. Having lived here for so many years, there's so much stuff here and there. I need to organize it properly to avoid being scrambling later. Although Chinyu felt a pang of sadness at Uncle Chi's impending departure, she was mostly happy for him. Great, Uncle Chi. The sunshine on the Moorang Plain must be wonderful. After saying goodbye to Uncle Chi, Chinyu, Lily, and Sammy played a fun game of ball at the gymnasium. As she walked out of the gymnasium, Chinyu subconsciously glanced across the street, wanting to go back to that little shop to buy a free drink. But to her surprise, she found the shop shutter closed, and the open sign was gone. Huh? It's closed today. Lily noticed too, wiping her sweat as she asked. Chinyu's heart skipped a beat. The old man with the weathered look in his eyes, guarding the traditional craft, and his sigh, soon no one will know it anymore, had left a deep impression on her. She quickly ran over to ask the auntie at the stationery store next door. Auntie, why isn't the grandpa selling free drinks next door open? Is he not feeling well? The stationery store auntie looked up, put down the vegetable she was carrying, and looked envious. Oh, you mean old gal? He's not sick, he's had some good news. Good news? Absolutely. The auntie's voice rose slightly, tinged with the eagerness and excitement of spreading gossip. The government sent some people a couple of days ago. They said they got some incredible treasure from that disaster game. They said Lao Gao is an inheritor of intangible cultural heritage. His craft is a treasure. It can't be lost. Look, they just took him away. They said they're going to implement a traditional craft inheritance plan, providing food and lodging, and even paying him a salary of several thousand a month. The aunt gestured, a sense of pride and excitement in her voice. I heard they even recruited a few young apprentices for him, specifically to learn his craft. Oh my, this is like a windfall. I'm so envious. Chinyu listened blankly, an indescribable sense of relief and excitement instantly welling up inside her. She looked up at the artificial lights of the underground base, as if she were seeing a brand new world full of hope. They wouldn't be able to get free drinks, but Yu Lily, Sammy, Duan Fei, and everyone else didn't complain. Instead, they were excited, chatting and laughing as they said goodbye at the crossroads and went home. Chinyu, carrying a badminton racket, hummed a tuneless tune as she turned into the stairwell. Just then, a familiar voice called out to her. You just finished exercising? Chinyu turned around, startled before recognizing Aunt Lin Yi from next door. She had almost not recognized her. Aunt Lin had changed so much recently. Not in appearance, but in her entire demeanor. Aunt Lin's face was fuller, her complexion rosy, and even faint smile lines appeared at the corners of her eyes. She wore a slightly worn cotton coat, not particularly fashionable, but clean and tidy. Most noticeably, her eyes no longer held the defensive indifference of the past. Instead, she radiated a gentle aura. Aunt Lin. Chinyu replied with a smile. Yes, I just finished playing badminton with Lily and the others. That's good, more exercise is good for your health. Lenny smiled, her gaze falling on the badminton racket in Chinyu's arms. As if remembering something, her tone carried a sense of relief. Time flies. Xiaxia is all better now. She can run and jump again, and she's even in elementary school. Speaking of which, the changes on Blue Star this past year have been earth-shattering. It feels like a dream. I think so too. Chinyu nodded in deep agreement. So many things I never dared to dream of before have suddenly come true. Lenny paused, seemingly a little embarrassed, before speaking. Yu, Annie wants to ask you for a favor. Could Xiaxia stay at your house for half a day this afternoon? I have to go out for a bit, and I'm worried about leaving her home alone. No problem. Chinyu readily agreed. I tell Grandma when I get back that Xiaxia is well-behaved and sensible, and Grandma loves her very much. After agreeing, Chinyu became a little curious. She knew Aunt Lin didn't have many relatives in the underground city, and doted on Xiaxia like the apple of her eye. Unless she had to work, she spent almost all of Saturdays and Sundays with her. Moreover, the government had arranged a new temporary administrator job for Aunt Lin. Although she heard the pay wasn't high, the workload was light, and overtime was rare. Aunt Lin, are you going to work overtime? Lin Yi shook her head, a hint of expectation and determination flashing across her face. It's not overtime. It's a new skills training program the government is promoting. They say, it allows you to quickly learn a new skill. I'm thinking, I'm still young, and Xiaxia is getting older, we definitely need more money in the future. She scratched her head, a little embarrassed. My current job is light and stable, but the pay is indeed a bit low. I want to learn another skill to provide more security for Xiaxia's future. Saying this, she turned and opened the door, calling her daughter Xiaxia out. Xiaxia's face was rosy, her eyes bright and sparkling. Dressed in a clean little dress, she looked completely different from the sickly little girl she used to be. Xiaxia, play with Grandma Chen at Sister Chinyu's house this afternoon. Mommy's going to study, I pick you up tonight, okay? Okay. Xiaxia nodded obediently, and took Chinyu's hand. Lenny patted her daughter's head, smiled gratefully at Chinyu, then turned and hurried away. Chinyu watched Aunt Lin's retreating figure, feeling a warm yet bittersweet feeling in her heart. It's so good that Aunt Lin is finally thinking more about herself and Xiaxia, instead of just struggling to survive like before. The Skills Training Center was located in the former base library. Lin Yi felt a little apprehensive when she found the place following the signs. The lobby was bustling with people, most of them like her, their faces showing anticipation and trepidation. The staff were busy, but their attitude was relatively patient. Name, ID, training program you booked? Lin Yi provided her information. She had booked basic circuit repair and intelligent equipment maintenance, a choice she had carefully considered for a long time. When she worked as a floor cleaner, she occasionally came into contact with some simple machinery, though not much, but she had some basic knowledge. Okay, training room 7 in Zone D, go straight and turn right. The training lasts 4 hours. Please do not leave during the training. A theoretical assessment will be conducted after the training. A practical evaluation will be arranged immediately after passing. After verifying her information, the staff member skillfully handed her a sensor card and a list of precautions. Entering the training room, a high-tech, silver-white helmet sat on the table, next to some wires and interfaces she didn't understand. Lenny sat down as instructed, feeling a little nervous. This was completely different from the training she had imagined, where teachers lectured and students took notes. Just then, a technician in uniform walked in and briefly explained how to use the helmet. Relax, try to stay awake, but it's okay if you fall asleep. You might experience slight dizziness or drowsiness during the process, which is normal, so don't panic. Lenny took a deep breath, put on the helmet, and thankfully, there was no discomfort as she had imagined. She closed her eyes as instructed, and initially, everything was dark and silent. Immediately afterward, a flood of images, symbols, 3D models, and operational procedures rushed into her mind. Miraculously, this knowledge no longer felt like rote memorization, it seemed to be directly imprinted into her consciousness. Lin felt as if she could see the flow of electricity, the function of resistance. She even felt as if she had practiced countless times in her dream, from unfamiliarity to proficiency. Her consciousness was like a dry sponge, frantically absorbing all the new knowledge. For hours passed in the blink of an eye. When Lin opened her eyes, she was dazed for a moment, feeling a little heavy-headed. What surprised her even more was the sudden abundance of knowledge that had appeared in her mind. Knowledge about circuits, components, tool usage, and fault diagnosis was clearly imprinted in her memory, as if she had learned and practiced it countless times. In the following theoretical exam, facing the questions on the screen, Lin hardly needed to think. Formulas, principles, and safety regulations naturally surfaced in her mind, and she ultimately achieved a high score of 98. The practical assessment involved repairing a small, malfunctioning machine. When Lin picked up the repair tools, she felt completely at ease. Inspection, diagnosis, disassembly, replacement of damaged components, reassembly, testing, the entire process flowed smoothly and skillfully, surprising even herself. When the examiner smiled and signed pass on her assessment form, affixing the official seal, Lin felt somewhat incredulous, as if in a dream. Congratulations, Ms. Lin, this is your basic skills certification. The staff member handed her a hard copy certificate with a genuine smile. Several companies are holding a joint recruitment event in the next conference room. There's a huge shortage of talent in intelligent equipment maintenance. You could give it a try. Lin held the certificate, still smelling of fresh ink, the Golden Boss Skills Certification emblem on the cover gleaming under the lights. Really, it's that simple? For hours, and she already has a skill to earn a living? She nervously walked into the recruitment conference room next door. It was bustling with people recruiting and looking for jobs. She stopped at the booth of a seemingly large equipment maintenance company, nervously handing over her resume and the freshly issued skills certificate. The person in charge of recruitment was a young man. He took the certificate and carefully examined the anti-counterfeiting code and the certification center seal. What did you do before, Ms. Lin? I used to be a floor cleaner. Lin answered nervously, worried that this experience would be looked down upon. Unexpectedly, the young man's eyes lit up, and his tone even carried a hint of respect. A ground cleaner? That's impressive. That requires immense courage and a strong sense of responsibility. It seems you have a strong ability to adapt to harsh environments and a high level of responsibility. He then asked a few simple questions about her job expectations and family situation. Mainly to confirm her ability to adapt to possible outdoor or shift work, Lin answered truthfully. The interview was unexpectedly short. The young man quickly signed the preliminary offer letter and handed it to her. Welcome to the team. A specialist will discuss the specific position and compensation with you in detail the day after tomorrow. But rest assured, we urgently need certified technicians like you, and the compensation is excellent. As Lin walked out of the recruitment meeting room, her steps were almost unsteady. Looking down the corridor, a surreal joy welled up inside her. Could life really improve so easily? In just 4 hours, she had learned a skill enough to support herself and secured a promising job. She shook her head, took a deep breath. No matter what, this was real hope. She clutched her skills certificate and offer letter tightly, almost running home. Pushing open the door, she saw Xiaxia sitting obediently at the small table looking at picture books, while Grandma Chen knitted beside her, wearing her reading glasses. Mommy! Xiaxia saw her and immediately rushed over. Oh, baby! Lin picked up her daughter, spun her around, and couldn't hide her smile. She handed her daughter the skills certificate. Xiaxia, Mommy got her certificate. Now Mommy can earn more money to buy Xiaxia new dresses and lots of delicious food. Xiaxia blinked her big eyes, running her little fingers over the raised patterns on the certificate. Although she couldn't understand it, seeing her mother so happy, she grinned sweetly. Mommy's so amazing. Grandma Chen pushed up her reading glasses, equally happy for the mother and daughter. Good, good, good. That's great. As long as you have ability, you're not afraid of anywhere. Lin Yi hugged Xiaxia tightly, burying her face in her daughter's little shoulder. The mother and daughter nestled together, as if foreshadowing their lives finally escaping poverty and illness, heading towards a warm and hopeful future. Meanwhile, on the Interstellar Communication Forum, the latest news continued to be updated as always. Shocking. The illusionary stars are even killing each other for victory. Water Source Star undergoes comprehensive reform. Just established formal diplomatic relations with Blue Star and Frozen Earth Star. Green Vine Star suffers a sniper attack, a Pyrrhic victory. Mechanical Star's opportunistic behavior leads to another shameless victory. Amidst this plethora of either devastating or bombshell news, Blue Star's victory over Worm Star caused virtually no stir. Few people discussed it, and those who did were quickly drawn to other, more attention-grabbing posts. After all, aside from the extreme case of being besieged by Void Star, Blue Star had never lost in the cataclysmic game. Worm Star's interstellar strength was already ambiguous. They weren't aggressive or troublesome, so losing to the rising Blue Star was seen by most as a perfectly normal outcome. Worm Star narrowly lost to Blue Star, expected, no suspense. The comments below mostly reflected a detached, spectator-like attitude. Floor 1. Seems everyone's alright. Floor 2. I noticed that as long as you don't go against Blue Star or Sister Tan, even if you're an opponent, you can escape unscathed. Floor 3. Really? Look at what happened to planets like Illusion Star, Water Source Star, and Blood Blade Star. Floor 4. To be honest, didn't these planets bring this on themselves? Floor 5. The monitoring station shows everything is normal on Worm Star, except for a brief period of abnormal energy enveloping it, but it quickly returned to normal. Floor 6. No land pollution, meteorite impacts, lava eruptions, acid rain. Floor 7. You're hoping for something good for them. Floor 8. The Worm Star people aren't as hateful as the Water Source Star people, and the Blood Blade Star people aren't constantly invading other planets. Don't be so venomous. In the dimly lit conference room, only the screen remained lit. Ingxia sat slumped in his chair, pale and exhausted. His gaze swept over the words lucky, nothing's wrong, and normal on the forum. A forced, bitter smile, more painful than a grimace, tugged at the corners of his mouth. Nothing wrong? Normal? Lucky? He wanted those who talked so glibly across the starnet to taste the bitterness of this luck for themselves. Worm hadn't suffered a cataclysmic event, acid rain, or any visible physical damage. But a more insidious, more terrifying disaster was silently spreading across his beloved homeworld. The Worm people, once known for their gentleness and optimism, now had nearly half their population like powder kegs ready to explode. On the streets, a single argument, a glance, could ignite a bloody brawl. Minor grudges between neighbors were amplified by emotions, escalating into vicious curses and frenzied revenge. Crime rates have skyrocketed at an unprecedented rate. Robbery, arson, and even rape, murder, and kidnapping, once rare heinous crimes, are now commonplace in the daily news. But this isn't the most terrifying aspect. What truly sends chills down Ingxia's spine are the disappearing skills. Dozens of national treasure-level master craftsmen have forgotten core techniques passed down for centuries overnight. In factories, senior engineers stare blankly at familiar instruments, unable to perform precise adjustments. In academies, top researchers hold research materials as if reading gibberish. Factories are forced to shut down, infrastructure maintenance stagnates, and even the most basic public services become chaotic and inefficient. The entire planet was slowly decaying from within, teetering on the brink of collapse. Bang! Crash! A fierce argument suddenly erupted outside the conference room door, followed by the dull thud of something falling, interspersed with painful groans and vicious curses. Ingxia listened without even lifting an eyelid, his hands, resting on his knees, clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palms. He witnessed this scene a dozen times a day for some time now. Colleagues who used to be all smiles and get along harmoniously were now fighting tooth and nail over the order in which a document was placed. He didn't know who was outside, and he didn't want to know. He was too tired, too in pain. Just then, the communicator on the table suddenly rang, shattering the silence in the room. Ingxia instinctively reached out to hang up. He didn't want to see anyone, didn't want to hear anything. However, when his gaze fell on the caller ID on the screen, his movements froze. This was... His heart skipped a beat. A faint, almost imperceptible hope welled up within him. Ingxia took a deep breath, his fingertips trembling as he pressed the answer button. The large screen in the conference room instantly lit up, displaying the face of Dark Moon, the captain of Shadow Star, a face that, though expressionless, couldn't hide its mockery. But Ingqia's gaze didn't even glance at him. Instead, it was fixed on the imposing figure sitting in the shadows behind him. Void Star Captain Visser, ranked first on the leaderboard, the undisputed #1 expert in the interstellar realm. Ingqia held his breath, his heart pounding. He recalled the only failed instance on Blue Star, a raid where all participating planets reaped significant rewards. Worm Star's current predicament couldn't be resolved by ordinary means, and this powerful, mysterious man before him. Since he specifically come to their doorstep, it proved Worm Star still had a chance. Even if it meant using him, they should at least offer Worm Star some incentive. Dark Moon was clearly pleased with Shadow Eggplant's current dejected state, a wicked smile curving his lips, his voice laced with mockery. Isn't this Shadow Eggplant, the captain of Worm Star? Last time, I kindly suggested we team up to teach Blue Star a lesson. You refused without hesitation. How about it, regretting it now? Shadow Eggplant ignored Dark Moon's sarcasm. His entire attention was focused on Visser. Visser's slightly closed eyelids slowly lifted, seemingly sensing his burning, desperate gaze. The instant their eyes met, Shadow Eggplant's heart tightened. As expected of the #1 expert in the interstellar realm, a single glance from him was enough to make him breathless. Then, he heard Visser speak, his voice steady and deep, carrying both nonchalance and certainty. Captain Shadowbell, it seems you need help. Perhaps, we can make a deal. Visser leaned forward slightly, revealing his unfathomable eyes. A deal that can get you, and your planet Worm, out of your current predicament. Chapter 79. Don't be nervous. Visser looked at Shadow Eggplant, who was fidgeting and clenching his fists. I heard that you Worm people have a special talent that can purify the soil and promote plant growth. Hearing this, Shadow Eggplant's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. He knew Visser's talent all too well, useful, but limited. Why was Visser interested in it? Yes. He nodded readily in acknowledgement. Our Worm people's bloodline does indeed contain a faint power, capable of sensing the emotions of the land, purifying small areas of pollution, and slightly promoting plant growth. But in the dog-eat-dog world of the monster disaster game, where strength reigns supreme, this ability is hardly an advantage. Shadow Eggplant subconsciously added, a hint of self-deprecation and helplessness in his voice. Moreover, even with abilities related to plants, the Green Vine Star people are far more powerful than us. They are the true darlings of nature. Hearing the words Green Vine Star, a faint hint of disgust and disdain flashed in Visser's eyes. Green Vine Star? He scoffed, his tone icy. My primary target was originally them, but unfortunately, they chose to degenerate, siding with Blue Star and wasting their precious talents. Shadow Eggplant's heart skipped a beat. He sensed a strong undercurrent of conspiracy in Visser's words. The Void Star's goal seemed to be more than just victory. There seemed to be something more behind it. He stared directly into Visser's deep, multifaceted eyes on the screen, his voice trembling slightly with tension. You? He paused, then changed his pronoun. What do you want me to do? Hearing Ingqia's words, Visser smiled. Not bad, you're smarter than I thought. He slowly stood up, his tall figure still exuding an imposing aura even within the light screen. A dark gold token, with an ancient design, appeared in Visser's hand, engraved with complex runes, and faintly emanating mysterious energy fluctuations. I happen to have an item on hand, the reinforcements token. Visser's voice was calm, carrying an undeniable certainty. The effect is simple. In the dungeon, the team that uses it can bring an extra assistant into the game. He lowered his head, his gaze returning to Ingqia, a cold smile playing on his lips. My request is simple. In the next dungeon, I will use this token, and you will be my assistant. I need you to fully utilize your talent skill within the dungeon to purify a specific area for plant growth. Ingqia fell silent, his mind racing, countless questions swirling in his head. The dungeons in the cataclysmic game are randomly matched before entering the game. Why was Visser so certain that the next dungeon would require his purification ability? And why did he happen to possess this item that could bring an assistant into the dungeon? All these coincidences were terrifying. Alarm bells rang in Ingqia's mind. Finally, he couldn't help but blurt out, why? Visser raised an eyebrow, gesturing for him to continue. Ingqia took a deep breath and, under the other's powerful aura, said, why are you so certain that the next dungeon will use my talent skill? You, or the being behind you, what exactly do you want? He was almost certain that Visser, or rather, some entity controlling Visser, was orchestrating a massive scheme. Visser's expression instantly turned cold, seemingly surprised that this ordinary person from a small, weak planet dared to question him so bluntly? The air in the conference room seemed to freeze for a moment, but quickly, the chilling atmosphere dissipated. You just need to wait and cooperate. We're simply making a deal. It seemed this person wasn't too stupid, which was good. He preferred cooperating with intelligent people. He really didn't want to experience idiots like Lu Gu again. In the next instance, you get what you want, the item to lift the punishment on Wormstar, and I get what I want. We each get what we need, so why bother with the details and process? Just then, outside the conference room door, the sounds of fierce arguing and smashing erupted again, even mixed with muffled groans of pain. The noise was louder than before, and even clearly transmitted to the other end of the communication channel. Visser listened intently for a while, watching Shadow's face alternate between pale and flushed, a cruel, playful smile appearing on his own. Of course, you can choose to refuse my olive branch. He paused deliberately, his tone light, glancing towards the conference room door. I just wonder if your beloved homeworld can afford to wait for another lucky instance. The chaos outside completely shattered Shadow's last psychological defenses. He knew he was playing with fire, fraught with danger. He knew there must be a massive conspiracy behind this targeting Blue Star, or even many other planets. But, looking at Visser's all-encompassing expression, he thought of his compatriots' suffering, their madness, and his homeworld, no longer peaceful and tranquil. Did he have any other choice? For the sake of Worm, he had to grasp at any sliver of hope. Inxia closed his eyes, clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms, and forced out 2 words through clenched teeth. I agree. Whatever deals Visser made with those higher-dimensional beings, whatever their plans to encircle Blue Star, what did it matter to him? He only wanted Worm to return to normal, to continue existing. Since Blue Star hadn't given them a way out in the last instance, why should he care about Blue Star? Blue Star, Underground Command Center. Bian Ruijin and Chang Haoqi sat silently in the conference room, the atmosphere so heavy it could drip water. On the table between them lay a note that had suddenly appeared. These higher-dimensional beings were as elusive as ever. Chang Haoqi clenched his fingertips. The slight sting brought him back to his senses. He lowered his head, and silently unfolded the note. The simple line on it sent a chill down the spines of everyone who saw it. Blue Star versus Void Star. Bian Ruijin's pupils constricted sharply upon seeing his opponent's name, a chill running down his spine. The brief encounter during the team battle at the first hospital of the disaster city was still a haunting nightmare for him and his teammates. The Void Star's unpredictable abilities, and Visser's overwhelming strength, the sense of powerlessness and fear they felt were etched into their very being. What's more, it was just a brief encounter in a multi-front war, yet it had already left them so utterly defeated. If it weren't for Sister Tan's help, Blue Star would have been utterly crushed and collapsed in that defeat, and this time, it was a one-on-one dungeon battle. Thinking of what he was about to face, Bian Ruijin felt his throat go dry. This battle, from the very beginning, was destined to be incredibly difficult, even fraught with peril. Chang Hao's expression was even more intense than Bian Ruijin's. His brows furrowed as he repeatedly stroked the words on the note, trying to glean more information from those 3 characters. Void Star. Visser. He repeated the name in a low voice. In the last team battle, they seemed to be cooperating with other planets, but in reality, they acted alone, their purpose unclear, completing the mission entirely on their own. Even in just one encounter, before we even had much contact, we were utterly defeated. And this time, they've been directly matched as our next opponent. I have a feeling. There's more to this than meets the eye. He looked up at Bian Ruijin, his eyes heavy with worry. This mission is likely far more dangerous than ever before. You must be fully prepared. Starting today, double the training. Yes, Commander. Bian Ruijin straightened up abruptly, his fists clenched, his heart pounding with tension, yet his voice remained firm and powerful. I organize extra training immediately. We won't let our guard down. Chang Haoqi nodded, his gaze fixed on the thick stack of reports on the progress of Blue Star's recovery. The data on them was thriving, steadily improving. Agricultural output was steadily increasing, newly built factories were gradually going into operation, technical talent was constantly emerging, and the ecosystem recovery index continued to improve. Everything was developing in the most ideal direction. He even had a premonition that within a few years, humanity would be able to return to the life it had decades ago, living in peace and prosperity once again, completely free from the underground. However, the inexplicable unease in Chang Haoqi's heart grew stronger and stronger. Void Star. Why now of all times? Why such a vastly different opponent? It really feels like a meticulously planned ambush. At the crucial moment when they were about to take off, The most powerful external force was used to try and smash them back into the abyss. Why does the matchmaking mechanism of the ghostly disaster game keep failing? It's like it's targeting Earth every time. Tan Xiaoxiao sat behind the cashier, a plate of cranberry cookies in front of her, crunching them happily, a glass of warm milk beside her. Behind her, beside the shelf, a tiny paper doll, Lu Luan, was tiptoeing, organizing the goods. He arranged all the items neatly, from light to dark color. Even the patterns on the packaging bags were facing the same direction. His meticulous work ethic amazed Tan Xiaoxiao. She really had excellent taste. Suddenly, the wind chimes by the door jingled. Tan Xiaoxiao, chewing on a biscuit, looked up. Standing in the doorway was a tall young man in a dark blue combat uniform, his cuffs still stained with mud. His hair was slightly disheveled. Upon seeing Tan Xiaoxiao behind the cashier, he immediately flashed a bright smile, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, his eyes shining with an astonishing light. He quickly strode inside. Tan Xiaoxiao stared at him for 2 seconds, slowing her chewing. After a long pause, she blinked and uttered a name, Zhang Xiangyu. Zhang Xiangyu was surprised that Sister Tan still remembered his name after so long. He immediately took 2 steps forward excitedly, his voice rising slightly. Sister Tan, you actually remember me. I thought you'd forgotten me long ago. How could I forget? Tan Xiaoxiao swallowed the last bite of her biscuit, took a sip of her milk, and spoke with utmost sincerity. I remember every customer clearly, and besides, that time you hid in my shop, your face was deathly pale, and you were cowering under the sofa. You look so pathetic, it's hard to forget. This blunt statement made Zhang Xiangyu scratch his head, a little embarrassed. But then, as if he just remembered something, he leaned forward excitedly. That was before, Sister Tan, you have no idea, our team is awesome now. We won several times in a row, and our ranking has jumped more than 20 places. He became more and more excited as he spoke, grabbing Tan Xiaoxiao's hand, which was resting on the counter, with a rather rough grip. Now, if we run into those bastards from Shadow Star again, I can beat them to a pulp. Tan Xiaoxiao frowned as he gripped her hand. She had only politely inquired about his recent situation, but Zhang Xiangyu seemed to have opened a floodgate of words, chattering on and on. She tried twice to pull her hand back, but Zhang Xiangyu unconsciously gripped it even tighter. Tan Xiaoxiao looked slightly embarrassed. Having her hand held so tightly made her feel uneasy, especially since she wasn't used to being so close to people. Meanwhile, Lu Luan, who was standing on tiptoe arranging tissues by the shelf, paused. A glance out of the corner of his eye at the commotion at the checkout counter caused his eyebrows to furrow sharply. He stopped what he was doing, his small, ink-black eyes fixed on Zhang Xiangyu's grip on Tan Xiaoxiao's hand, his cheeks flushed with anger. He immediately trotted over to the big black dog in the corner. The big black dog was fast asleep in a large cardboard box. Lu Luan reached out, grabbed its ear, and pulled hard. The big black dog immediately yelped in pain, its green eyes snapping open. It glared fiercely at Lu Luan, growling softly. Try pulling it again. You think I won't bite your head off? Lu Luan wasn't afraid at all. He pointed his short finger towards the cashier, then at Zhang Xiangyu's hand holding Tan Xiaoxiao's, his eyes full of urgency. The big black dog looked in the direction he was pointing, pouted, slowly rolled over, and tried to go back to sleep. Why is it getting involved when those two are talking? Lu Luan frowned when it didn't move, then nimbly climbed onto the shelf, grabbed a vacuum-packed bag of chicken legs, and ran back to the big black dog to open it. Big Black's nose twitched, its eyes lighting up instantly, and its stomach growled involuntarily. Because it had gained a little weight recently, Tan Xiaoxiao hadn't given it chicken legs, only dog food, which had made it incredibly hungry. Big Black looked at the chicken legs, then at Lu Luan, hesitated for 2 seconds, and finally couldn't resist the temptation, crawling out of the cardboard box. Strike a majestic, ferocious pose, it walked towards the cashier. Just then, Zhang Xiangyu pulled a flower from his pocket and presented it to Tan Xiaoxiao like a treasure. Sister Tan, this is a flower I picked from the botanical garden instance. It's said to be called Anshan flower, which can calm the nerves and smells wonderful, with no side effects. I was thinking about how tiring it must be running your shop, so I thought I'd bring you one. Before Tan Xiaoxiao could even look at the flower, she heard a series of barks. She looked up and saw Big Black charging towards Zhang Xiangyu, its eyes wide and its expression ferocious. Zhang Xiangyu had been through so much in the game of the ghostly disaster, he wasn't afraid of ordinary dogs, but this was Sister Tan's dog. Those sharp teeth were terrifying enough, not to mention the saliva from its mouth, which, when it landed on the ground, instantly corroded several small craters in the floor. John Xiongyu turned pale with fright, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. He turned and ran towards the door. Sister Tan, I'm leaving now. Keep these flowers, I come see you again next time. He shouted as he ran, but in his panic, he tripped over the door threshold and fell face first into the dirt with a thud. Big Black caught up, opened its blood-red maw, and bit down on his trouser leg. John Xiongyu was terrified, crawling forward on all fours, still shouting, Please don't eat me. My meat tastes awful sour and bitter. I haven't showered for 10 days, I'm all rancid. You definitely won't like it. Dahe was disgusted by his words, and immediately took 2 steps back, gagging. Who wants to eat you? 10 days without a bath, disgusting. John Xiongyu seized the opportunity to scramble to his feet, and ran out of the convenience store. Tan Xiaoxiao watched his disheveled figure, then looked at Dahe gagging beside him, a little confused. Dahe, why did you scare him? He didn't do anything to you. Dahe wagged its tail, and silently ran to its doghouse in the corner. Sure enough, a chicken leg with its packaging torn open was hidden in its food bowl. Watching John Xiongyu run away, Lu Luan stood by the shelf, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. Tan Xiaoxiao looked down at the ancient flower on the counter. The petals were a pale, almost transparent, goose yellow, edged with a soft pink hue. The stamens in the center were a tender yellow, and a few glistening dewdrops clung to the petals, as if it had just been picked that morning. Tan Xiaoxiao reached out and gently touched the petals, then brought the flower to her nose to smell it. It was a refreshingly sweet, natural fragrance, without the pungent smell of synthetic perfumes, a scent that soothed the mind and spirit. Tan Xiaoxiao instantly fell in love with the flower. She picked it up, glanced at the gray street outside the window, and suddenly felt a pang of emotion. She worked in the shop every day, watching the shelves and handling the cash register. Aside from Dahe and Lu Luan, she rarely saw any living creatures, let alone such a beautiful flower. John Xiongyu said he got it from the botanical garden? Where is that botanical garden? Does it have many flowers like this? There must be many other rare flowers, plants, and trees there. She hasn't been close to nature in a long time. She wished she could go see it. She put the ancient flower in an empty mineral water bottle, poured some water in, and placed it in the most conspicuous spot on the checkout counter, so she could see it whenever she looked up. When Lu Luan finished tidying the shelves and walked over, she glanced at the flower, and her face instinctively hardened. But seeing Tan Xiaoxiao's happy expression, she silently stepped aside and continued cleaning. Chapter 80. When he was teleported into the game, Bian Ruijin felt a wave of dizziness. Opening his eyes, he saw the familiar street scene of 23 Neon Street. He was immediately overjoyed. With Sister Tan around, he felt more at ease. But his joy didn't last long. The next second, a system notification popped up in his ear. Loading dungeon. Lost Botanical Garden, the largest botanical garden in the City of Mystery. It boasts a complete collection of rare plants and flowers, especially the famous time-tracing flower, a flower that only blooms with careful nurturing. Countless people come seeking its beauty, only to leave disappointed. But you, my dear player, will you be able to witness the blooming time-tracing flower? Mission objective. Successfully cultivate a time-tracing flower to its perfect bloom and present it to the botanical garden's gardener. Success reward, 800 points, time-tracing flower petals, and the ability to rewind 1 hour of dungeon time. Failure penalty. The home planet will experience a year of time debt, during which everyone's biological age will double. The live stream viewers exploded with comments upon seeing this chilling penalty. What does doubled mean? Doesn't it mean aging very quickly? Think about it, your grandmother is right next to you now, and she'd die in the next second. How terrifying. How many times is doubled? Doesn't this shorten the lifespan of all humanity? That's too cruel. Is this targeting us? It's okay, as long as Sister Tan is here, we will definitely win. That's right, we have Sister Tan. Jinyu sat in front of the TV, watching the penalty, her heart filled with fear. She nervously watched her grandmother sitting beside her mending clothes. Seeing the wrinkles on her grandmother's face, her eyes reddened, and she prayed silently. The Fire Seed team. Please don't fail this time. Please, please. Bian Ruijin was equally nervous, but when he looked up at the convenience store in front of him and saw the familiar figure inside through the window, his tension instantly lessened. As long as she was there, even the most absurd scenario could become, well, barely acceptable. He looked at Su Jing, Yinitong, and Su Qingwang behind him. They clearly had the same expression. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief because of Tan Xiaoxiao's presence, their faces even showing a sense of homecoming. The group exchanged glances and almost impatiently walked into the convenience store. The wind chimes at the store entrance tinkled crisply. As soon as they entered, they saw Sister Tan sitting by the cashier, holding a beautiful, pale yellow flower in her hand, examining it closely with pure appreciation in her eyes. Su Qingwang was the first to enter, his eyes brimming with excitement. "Sister Tan, you're here. This is wonderful." Tan Xiaoxiao was taken aback, put down the flowers she was holding, and looked at Bian Ruijin and the others, a familiar smile spreading across her face. "Oh, it's you all, long time no see." Bian Ruijin nodded in greeting, his gaze unconsciously drifting to the flower Tan Xiaoxiao had placed on the table. The flower looked exceptionally beautiful, its color warm and lustrous, its petals layered upon each other, emitting a calming fragrance that inexplicably drew his attention. It stirred within him a subtle impulse, a desire to get closer, a desire to possess it. Seeing Bian Ruijin staring intently at the flower in her hand, Tan Xiaoxiao subconsciously moved it closer to her, her tone tinged with wariness. "Someone gave it to me. They say it has calming properties. I love it." She paused, then emphasized, "I can't give it to you." With that, she turned around, tiptoed, and carefully placed the flower on the highest shelf behind her. The meaning was clear. "I love it. Don't even think about taking it." Bian Ruijin, seeing this, was both amused and exasperated. Before he could say anything, he caught a glimpse of a slender, dark tentacle silently reaching towards the flower from the corner of the shelf. He quickly warned, "Sister Tan, look." Tan Xiaoxiao, already on guard, assumed Bian Ruijin was still after the flower and immediately interrupted him firmly. "I said no. I really like this flower. I can't give it to you." "No, I meant to say something seems wrong with your flower." Bian Ruijin pointed towards the shelf. Tan Xiaoxiao turned her head in confusion, just in time to see Xiaohei nimbly snatch the ancient flower and quickly stuff it into its mouth. "You little rascal, spit it out." Tan Xiaoxiao immediately pounced on it to save it, crying out in distress. But Xiaohei was faster. In the instant she lunged, it had swallowed most of the flower whole. Tan Xiaoxiao frantically pried at its head, barely managing to salvage a small, slightly torn yellow petal. Xiaohei then quickly swallowed the rest, then retracted all its tentacles, once again disguising itself as an ugly Terabozu, a Japanese doll-like creature, motionless, as if it hadn't been the one stealing the flower at all. You're really driving me crazy." Tan Xiaoxiao angrily poked Xiaohei's forehead, but she couldn't really get angry over a flower. She looked at the last remaining, pitiful petal in her hand, its edges still bearing slight serrations, growing angrier and more heartbroken with each glance. Turning her head, she saw Bian Ruijin standing beside her, looking hesitant. Remembering how he had been staring at the flower, she shoved the petal into his hand in a huff. "Anyway, you like this flower, you can keep it. Honestly, it's so rare to get something new." Tan Xiaoxiao's tone was full of disdain and frustration, clearly taking her anger out on him. Bian Ruijin held the soft petal, still retaining its fragrance, utterly helpless. "I didn't say I liked it." He was genuinely wronged. He had only glanced at it a couple of times. Seeing Tan Xiaoxiao's sullen expression, Bian Ruijin didn't dare say anything more, and could only silently and carefully stuff the unexpectedly acquired petal into his pocket. After all, it was something Sister Tan gave him. Maybe it would be useful? After confirming it was secure, he looked at Tan Xiaoxiao again. Thinking of the danger and unknown of this mission, he took a deep breath and cautiously invited her. "Sister Tan, we're going to the Lost Botanical Garden this time. Would you like to come with us?" The Lost Botanical Garden? Tan Xiaoxiao was taken aback, instinctively thinking of the withered flower. She felt a pang of regret and developed some interest in the botanical garden. Besides, after spending so much time in this concrete jungle, she did miss the smell of soil and plants. She stood up, hands on her hips, and gave orders to the little paper figure diligently wiping the floor. "You? Stay here and watch the shop." She then pointed to the little black dog pretending to be dead on the shelf, and the big black dog gnawing on a chicken leg in the corner. "Keep an eye on these two idiots too. Don't let them destroy the place, and definitely don't let them steal my food. Understand?" The little paper figure immediately stopped what it was doing, raised its simple face, nodded vigorously, and even patted its chest in a gesture of assurance. Tan Xiaoxiao then turned around with satisfaction, and waved to Bian Ruijin and the others, her tone lighter. "Alright, I also wanted to get some fresh air and look at the flowers and plants." She muttered to herself as she led Bian Ruijin and the others outside. "I heard the botanical garden isn't far from here. Let's walk there. I'm always watching the shop. It's time to get some exercise." Tan Xiaoxiao looked up and squinted at the sky. "The weather's nice today." But the name of this botanical garden is really awful lost. It sounds ominous. I wonder who came up with that name. Bien Ruijin and the others watched Tan Xiaoxiao walk calmly ahead, her composed demeanor, as if she were just going on a picnic, giving them an immense sense of security. They exchanged glances, and quickly followed Tan Xiaoxiao. The tension they had felt earlier due to the mission's punishment subtly eased. As long as Sister Tan was there, even the strangest places didn't seem so scary anymore. Just as this group was heading towards the botanical garden, not far from them, atop an abandoned tower, Visser leaned against the railing, his cold gaze fixed on the group below. His gaze lingered for a moment, especially on the woman at the head of the group. That woman walked so casually, as if she were just dealing with a trivial matter. A barely perceptible hint of mockery flashed across Visser's face. Confidence? Composure? He hoped he could maintain this composure once inside the instance. Thinking of the meticulous arrangements made by the powerful figure behind this instance, he no longer hesitated, raising his hand to toss an ancient-looking, dark gold token into the air. Use confirmed, reinforcements token. The token immediately emitted a faint teleportation light. When the light dissipated, a figure appeared. It was Shadow Eggplant from Worm Star. He was fully armed, his eyes filled with the tension and defensiveness of someone suddenly pulled into an unfamiliar environment. Upon seeing Visser, the wariness in his eyes not only didn't disappear, but intensified. Visser, however, ignored Shadow Eggplant's almost tangible distrust. After all, who cares about the thoughts of a tool? Visser narrowed his eyes, turning to look at the Void Star team members behind him, and extended his hand to the woman with thick, long, curly hair at the front. Let's go, Ruth. Ruth silently took a step forward, a radiant smile appearing on her face. The other three team members stood up in unison, almost forcibly surrounding the still wary Shadowy. Keep up, Harold urged coldly, his actions utterly ruthless. Jacob even kicked Shadowy in the shin. Don't dawdle. In their eyes, Shadowy was merely a tool to be transported. And tools don't need to have many thoughts, they only need to appear in the designated location when needed. Shadowy gritted her teeth, suppressing her emotions, and followed the Void Star team. Tan Xiaoxiao stood before the magnificent entrance to the botanical garden, unable to help but marvel. The exquisite archway was adorned with abundant flowers, and behind it stretched an endless expanse of lush, verdant trees. What a massive project! She exclaimed, hands on her hips. So luxurious, so vast, no wonder it's located in the suburbs. How much would it cost if it were in the city center? She muttered to herself as she walked towards the ticket booth. Bien Ruijin followed closely behind, warily scanning his surroundings. Almost instinctively, he gripped his weapon at his waist, his mind on high alert for any possible anomaly. Inside the ticket booth sat a somewhat lazy-looking middle-aged woman, casually cracking sunflower seeds. She glanced at Tan Xiaoxiao as she approached, then slowly looked at the computer screen, suddenly exclaiming "eh," and her face instantly lit up with a warm smile. Oh my! Congratulations! You guys are so lucky. The woman clapped her hands, her voice rising an octave. You are the 100,000 to 100,040th visitors to our botanical garden since its opening, exactly 5 of you. The chosen ones. Free admission. Just go straight in. Free admission? Exactly 5 people? Bien Ruijin's heart sank, his vigilance instantly heightened. This coincidence was too deliberate. It felt like a trap specifically set for them. He instinctively wanted to stop Tan Xiaoxiao. However, Tan Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up, a delighted smile blooming on her face. Really? That's great. We saved money. Without a second thought, she happily walked towards the flower-decorated gate, which seemed to lead to another world. What great luck today. Sister Tan. Wait. Bien Ruijin called out hurriedly, his unease growing stronger. But Tan Xiaoxiao simply waved him off. Hurry up. What are you dawdling for? Free stuff is free. Bien Ruijin's face darkened. Seeing Tan Xiaoxiao already inside, he couldn't stay outside, so he gritted his teeth and followed. All 4 of them shared the same thought. With Sister Tan here, there shouldn't be any major problems, right? The moment the 5 stepped into the botanical garden, the ornate gate vanished silently, replaced by countless wildly growing green vines, completely blocking their escape. The scene before them changed abruptly. Where were the charming garden paths? Towering vines blocked out the sun, the surrounding light was dim, and the air was thick with a cloying, suffocating floral fragrance. Tan Xiaoxiao seemed completely oblivious to the impending danger. She frowned in displeasure, complaining to the air. What kind of design is this? Where are the paths? There aren't even any signs. How are people supposed to walk around here? The management is terrible, she muttered, instinctively choosing a side path that looked slightly more pleasing. This looks wider, probably the main path. This botanical garden really needs improvement. I have to write something in the suggestion book later. Hey, what do you guys think? She'd been talking for a while, but hadn't heard any response. She turned around impatiently, wanting to get Bien Ruijin and the others' opinions. Wait! Where did they all go? In the blink of an eye, they all vanished? Tan Xiaoxiao stood there alone, stunned for a few seconds, her face first blank, then filled with deep dissatisfaction and disgust. They even got separated from us while walking? These guys are such a handful. Oh well. Tan Xiaoxiao sighed, glancing around at the nearly identical forks in the road. I wander around by myself first, then go find them later. Honestly, they're always causing me trouble. After complaining, Tan Xiaoxiao chose a path and walked forward, her figure quickly disappearing into the lush greenery. As they entered the botanical garden, everyone instinctively tried to follow Tan Xiaoxiao's retreating figure. But at that moment, a thick wall of thorns suddenly appeared before them, firmly separating them from Tan Xiaoxiao. Sister Tan? Bien Ruijin exclaimed, his voice jarring in the quiet botanical garden. Su Jing, Yinitong, and Su Qingwang also panicked instantly, hurriedly looking around. Where was Tan Xiaoxiao? We got separated from Sister Tan? Yinitong's voice trembled with tears, fear gripping her. Calm down, Bien Ruijin hissed, forcibly suppressing his unease. We should. Just then, a cold system notification sounded without warning. Welcome to the labyrinth of lost souls. If you do not leave within 24 hours, you will be permanently lost here, becoming nourishment for the garden. The notification abruptly ended, a short sentence that was suffocating. Permanently lost, becoming nourishment? Su Qingwang swallowed hard, his legs trembling. Yinitong's face was also pale, and she subconsciously looked around. All she could see were twisted vines and strangely shaped plants. The forks in the path were all identical, indistinguishable from one another. The worst had happened. This instance had forcibly separated them from Sister Tan. Su Jing tried to remain calm, but her slightly trembling hands betrayed her inner panic. Su Qingwang was even more terrified, his face turning deathly pale, almost collapsing to the ground. Bien Ruijin's internal alarm bells were also ringing. He forced himself to calm down. As the team leader, he couldn't afford to panic. Don't panic, Bien Ruijin whispered, trying to bolster morale. Sister Tan is definitely nearby. Let's try to find a way out, while also searching for her. However, this botanical garden maze seemed to possess a life of its own. As soon as they chose a direction and attempted to move forward, the surrounding scenery instantly changed drastically. Thick vines twisted their branches, blocking their path. The once solid ground beneath their feet suddenly became muddy and slippery, threatening to cause a fall with the slightest carelessness, not to mention the brightly colored flowers with their strong hallucinogenic effects. Watch out! Bien Ruijin grabbed Su Qingwang, who was about to step into a mud pit. Su Jing brandished her weapon, cutting through several thorns that tried to entangle her ankles, but the sap from the thorns was highly corrosive, leaving large scars on her skin. Like headless flies, they stumbled aimlessly through this malicious maze, unable to find a way out, or even a slightly safe place to stand. Danger surged from all sides. Physical attacks, mental interference, environmental traps, one after another. In just a few minutes, the four were covered in wounds, exhausted, and despair began to creep in. Even more terrifying, if they couldn't find a way out within an hour, they would be trapped here forever. Squad leader. This way is blocked. Ah! That tree moved. My head. I'm so dizzy. Just as the group was covered in wounds, a thorny vine lunged at them, about to devour them, when Bien Ruijin suddenly felt a warm sensation in his pocket. Then, a soft, pale yellow light quietly appeared. The light wasn't intense, but it carried a strange, soothing power. A miracle occurred. The previously ferocious vine, upon touching the faint light, instantly stopped its attack, even slowly retreating, returning to calm. The hallucinogenic flowers around them seemed to have met their nemesis, closing their petals and shutting themselves off. The cloyingly sweet fragrance was purified, and the air became much fresher. All the attacks, all the malice, had abruptly ceased, receding like a tide. The four, still shaken, stared in disbelief at this sudden change. That was just now. Su Qingwang stammered, his eyes wide. Bien Ruijin was also startled, then suddenly remembered something, quickly reaching into his pocket and pulling out the tattered petal Tan Xiaoxiao had given him earlier. Ancient flower, torn a souvenir given by the Lost Botanical Garden to those who have cleared the level. Originally intended only for display, it has been imbued with powerful abilities, calming the mind, warding off evil spirits, and ensuring one is never lost. It's a petal from Sister Tan. Yanitong exclaimed in surprise, tears welling up in her eyes. Su Jing looked at the description, letting out a long sigh of relief, her face filled with lingering fear and relief. Bien Ruijin clutched the glowing petal tightly, his heart overflowing with mixed emotions. And so it is again, whatever Sister Tan casually gives always plays an unimaginable role at crucial moments. Sister Tan's touch is always top-notch. Calm your mind, never lose your way, ha ha, we're saved. Sister Tan, where are you? We need you. I was so scared just now, I thought Team Leader Bien and the others were going to die. The mission penalty is too terrible, we absolutely cannot fail. Where are the people from Void Star? Why haven't they appeared yet? I'm so panicked. +1, I feel this dungeon is so eerie and terrifying. Even more surprising, the light emitted by the petals not only dispelled the danger, but also seemed to possess a life of its own. The light shifted slightly, pointing in a certain direction within the maze. It's guiding us. Su Qingguang excitedly pointed in the direction the petal's light extended. Bien Ruijin no longer hesitated and said in a deep voice, follow it. This might be the only way out right now. Under the guidance and protection of the Anshan flower, the four's journey became exceptionally smooth from then on. The unpredictable forks in the path, the menacing attacking plants, and the mind-altering traps all receded, clearing a clear path for them. They advanced swiftly along the light's guidance with almost no effort, encountering no further obstacles. In just a few minutes, the view opened up before them. They arrived at an exceptionally tranquil and beautiful place surrounded by meticulously manicured plants. The light here was soft, and the air was filled with the pure fragrance of earth and flowers, a stark contrast to the treacherous scenes within the maze. It was a vast and orderly flower bed, divided into countless small sections. Each section contained a seedling or bud, each unique in form and imbued with a strange energy fluctuation. They grew quietly, dewdrops glistening on their leaves, appearing exceptionally vibrant in the sunlight. Not far away stood a small wooden house, beside which stood a sign. Bien Ruijin walked over and carefully read the inscription. Time-tracing flower nursery. A large number of time-tracing flowers are planted here. Don't steal them, or the gardener will be very angry. Gardener? Bien Ruijin paused. As if in response to his thought, a deep, seemingly silent voice, with a strange tone, suddenly sounded from behind him. You come. Bien Ruijin turned sharply, his heart nearly skipping a beat. A man dressed in a worn gray gardener's uniform, stained with mud, and wearing a wide-brimmed straw hat, had silently appeared a few meters behind them. He wasn't tall, but he exuded an eerie sense of oppression. His hat brim completely obscured his face, revealing only his wrinkled cheeks and withered lips. Despite his hunched back and humble posture, he inexplicably radiated a condescending, scrutinizing aura. Bien Ruijin instinctively shielded Su Jing and the others behind him, his muscles tense. He couldn't sense any power emanating from the other man. It was like facing a bottomless well. The mere sight of him was enough to send shivers down one's spine. This gardener was definitely not someone to be trifled with. And certainly not an ordinary gardener. The gardener seemed completely unfazed by Bien Ruijin's wary posture, his gaze, hidden in the shadows, swept over the pocket where Bien Ruijin held the ancient flower petals. Almost instantly, Bien Ruijin caught a fleeting glimpse of resentment in the other man's eyes. Then, the gardener let out a few ambiguous laughs, a mixture of sighs and mockery. He pointed to a pile of freshly turned soil at the edge of the flower bed, exuding a clean scent. A seed, emitting a faint glow, lay there quietly, as if it had been prepared for them long ago. The seed constantly changed shape, sometimes resembling solidified ice crystals, sometimes emitting black mist, sometimes like leaping flames, a sight that instilled fear. Go cultivate your time-traveling flowers. The gardener's voice carried an awkward lament, even a hint of malice, as if saying, go jump into the fire, go to your death. Having said that, he didn't look at the four of them again, dragging his feet slowly towards the depths of the flower bed to prune the plants. Just like that? They just gave us the flower seed? Bien Ruijin and Su Jing exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with disbelief and seriousness. The success was too abnormal. Something was definitely amiss. Captain Bien, this? Yanitong's voice tightened. Bien Ruijin cautiously stepped forward and carefully picked up the seed that seemed to possess life. The seed was cool to the touch, seemingly containing some indescribable power. Cultivating this flower is definitely very dangerous. The four of them stared intently at the strange flower seed, which seemed to contain a small universe, with heavy hearts. The scene felt eerily silent. Just then, Bien Ruijin's gaze froze, and he abruptly looked towards the other side of the flowerbed entrance. A group of voidlings, led by Visser, were approaching from that direction. They looked somewhat disheveled. One member's combat uniform even bore obvious tears and undried bloodstains, clearly indicating a fierce battle within the maze. But what made Bien Ruijin's heart skip a beat and his pupils constrict was that, closely following Visser was someone who should never be here. Green hair, a purple Wormstar combat uniform. It was the Wormstar captain, Shadow Eggplant. Why was Shadow Eggplant here? Wasn't this supposed to be a one-on-one dungeon battle? Had the rules of the cataclysmic game been broken? A storm raged through Bien Ruijin's mind, and a nearly forgotten piece of information suddenly surfaced. The Wormstar's innate skill, an ability considered useless in actual combat, but in this dungeon requiring the cultivation of strange plants, it was a deadly weapon, purifying the soil, gently promoting plant growth. Visser had obviously also immediately noticed the almost unharmed blue star aliens opposite him. A fleeting, barely concealed look of astonishment and surprise crossed his eyes. According to his expectations and the hints from that person, the group from Blue Star should have spent at least a dozen hours in that bizarre, dangerous, and ever-changing living labyrinth, suffering at least one or two serious injuries or getting lost, before they could possibly find this place. Even they from Void Star, relying on their superior strength and some guidance from the person, had only managed to break through at the cost of Harold's serious injury. But these four people before him, apart from looking slightly tired, they didn't even have a single decent scratch. How could this be? Visser's gaze, sharp as a knife, swept swiftly across the Blue Star people opposite him, finally settling on Bien Ruijin, as if trying to find some answer from him. But he found nothing. Visser gritted his teeth, quickly suppressing his resentment, his face regaining its usual coldness and calm. It doesn't matter. So what if they were lucky enough to get out early? A cold smile curled at the corner of Visser's lips. The advantage was still on his side. With the blessing of the Wormstar talent, the speed at which he cultivated the time-tracing flower was far beyond what ordinary Blue Star people could match. Moreover, this instance was personally arranged by that person. Blue Star was destined to fail. He withdrew his gaze, turning instead to the depths of the flowerbed, watching the back of that person pruning the flowers. Even from a distance, Visser subconsciously restrained his aura, his eyes filled with deep awe. He stopped paying attention to the people on Blue Star, whispered a few instructions to his teammates and Ingxia behind him, and then walked towards another area of the flowerbed, beginning to methodically prepare for planting and cultivating the flower seeds. Ingxia squatted on the ground, his hands pressed into the soil, eyes closed in deep concentration. A gentle yet vibrant energy emanated from his palms, and in that instant, the soil around him seemed to be imbued with life, becoming even darker and more fertile. Bien Ruijin took it all in, his heart sinking completely. The worst had happened. Bien Ruijin forcibly suppressed the turmoil surging within him. Now was not the time to panic. He took a deep breath, glanced at his teammates, and said in a low voice, "Ignore them, focus on our own task. Plant the seeds first." He crouched down and found some tools to loosen the soil nearby, digging a small hole in the fertile, soft earth. He carefully placed the seed, its shape shifting and emanating an ominous aura, into the hole. Su Qingwang quickly stepped forward and gently tamped down the surrounding soil. "Next, we should water it." Su Jing looked around and saw an old-fashioned wooden watering can at the edge of the flowerbed. Yanitong, being closest, instinctively picked up the watering can and walked to where she had just planted the seed, hesitating slightly. Bien Ruijin stared at the still soil, his brow furrowed. "Be careful." Yanitong pursed her lips, tilted the watering can, and just as the water touched the soil, Yanitong's eyes widened. A vivid, brightly colored image of happiness appeared in her mind without warning. It was in the amusement park of the underground base, where she, still a young child, was carried high on her father's shoulders, her mother watching her tenderly from the side. The little girl's eyes narrowed into slits with laughter, one hand tightly gripping her father's hair, the other holding her mother's hand. That pure, carefree joy was almost overflowing. It was her most precious fragment of memory. This happiness made her lips unconsciously curve into a smile, and tears of nostalgia even welled in her eyes. However, this beautiful illusion lasted only a fleeting moment. The next second, all color, sound, and warmth vanished instantly, as if someone had forcibly ripped that vivid image from her mind. Yanitong's smile froze instantly, then transformed into utter blankness and bewilderment. She blinked. Just now, something seemed to have flashed through her mind, important, warm. What was it again? Why, can't I remember it all? It's as if a crucial memory, along with the emotions that carried it, has been forcibly ripped from her brain. Yin Yitong suddenly noticed her skin had become noticeably loose, and fine lines had appeared at the corners of her eyes. Her once jet-black, lustrous hair had become visibly dry, with a few strands even turning white. She subconsciously raised her hand to touch her cheek, but what she touched was no longer the youthful, plump elasticity, but wrinkles. "Yin Yitong? Your face!" Su Qingwang exclaimed in disbelief and fear. The Yin Yitong before him was still the same person, her features unchanged, but in just a second or two, she seemed to have aged more than 10 years instantly. Clear crow's feet had crept into the corners of her eyes, her complexion had become sallow and dull, and an inner weariness and age had enveloped her. The live stream exploded, the chat flooded with comments filled with horror and anger. What happened? How did she suddenly age so much? No! Yitong. It's so painful to watch. This flower is so strange. It's like it's being watered with its life. Just then, something even more chilling happened. The soil where Yin Yitong had watered rippled slightly, and a tender green sprout tremblingly poked its head out. It grew at an almost greedy pace, reaching an inch in the blink of an eye. It was alive. But what was being drained was Yin Yitong's memories and youth. The price was so cruel, so glaring, it sent chills down one's spine. Yitong. Su Jing was the first to react, rushing forward and tightly embracing Yin Yitong, who was still bewildered by what had happened. Su Jing looked up at Bian Ruijin and Su Qingwang, her voice trembling with sobs and anger. "Captain Bian! This flower is eating people." Bian Ruijin clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. He looked at the eerie seedling, then at Yin Yitong, whose life had been partially drained, and finally his gaze abruptly fell upon the hunched gardener deep within the flower bed, who seemed accustomed to all this. A cold rage surged within him. He finally understood why the gardener had spoken with that tone when he presented the seeds, why the shadow eggplant's existence was so crucial. This was not a fair competition at all. This was a pre-planned, cruel sacrifice against Blue Star, and they didn't even have the right to refuse. Su Jing tried to take the water bottle from Yin Yitong's hand, indicating that she would take over, but Yin Yitong refused. "Sister Jing, don't argue." Yin Yitong's voice was a little hoarse, yet unusually firm. She raised her hand and gently pushed away Su Jing's outstretched hand, her eyes revealing an almost tragic clarity. "I always felt. In the team, I contribute the least, and I always need your protection in crucial moments. But now, let me do what I can." She took a slight breath, but forced a smile upwards, forming a bright and youthful smile with crow's feet. "No one knows what we encounter later, Sister Jing. You're calmer than me, smarter than me, and physically stronger. You must conserve your strength to deal with more troublesome situations." She paused, her gaze returning to the seedling of the time-traveling flower, her eyes filled with complex emotions. "Besides, I'm a little younger than you, and I do have a few more happy memories from my family than you, right? Anyway, it seems this thing prefers my fertilizer." After making this bitter joke, she stopped looking at Su Jing and began carefully loosening the soil and fertilizing the demonic flower. Every movement was extremely focused, as if she were fulfilling a sacred mission. However, with each touch of the soil, each approach to the seedling, each time she watered and fertilized it, the changes in her body became more and more obvious. The crow's feet at the corners of her eyes deepened, and her skin lost its luster, becoming dry and loose. She was burning her memories and youth at a visible speed to nourish this strange flower. Su Jing bit her lower lip tightly, looking at Yin Yitong's focused and aged profile, her heart aching unbearably, yet unable to step forward to stop her. This was Yin Yitong's choice. She chose this cruel, self-sacrificing, and slim chance of survival, and all she could do was respect it. At this moment, the Blue Star live stream was already flooded with a torrent of comments. "Yitong. No! Void Star, you son of a bitch! And those higher dimensional beings. May they die a horrible death. This is clearly a conspiracy against us. Where's Sister Tan? Sister Tan, come quick! Help! Absorbing beautiful memories and lifespan, what kind of demonic flower is this?" Just as Bian Ruijin's team was immersed in tragedy and despair, in another corner of the lost botanical garden, Ten Xiaoxiao was walking leisurely along a path lined with strange flowers, her hands behind her back. Sunlight dappled the ground, and the air was filled with an intense, almost overwhelming fragrance. As she passed a cluster of flowers shaped like small trumpets and bright purple, those trumpets suddenly turned towards her, emitting a buzzing sound that seemed like whispers. Tan Xiaoxiao stopped and curiously moved closer. Huh? This flower can make sounds? High-tech. She paused, then suddenly realized, it seems many botanical gardens now use artificial plants to make their loudspeakers to avoid affecting visitors' experience. It's really well made, isn't it? This place is really well maintained, she explained, completely unaware that she had strayed from the normal tour route and entered an area where tourists should absolutely not be present. Chapter 81. Tan Xiaoxiao was walking through this strangely designed and poorly managed botanical garden when her path was suddenly blocked by a dense thicket of writhing, intertwined dark purple vines. The vines were covered with strange, eye-like spots, making her feel extremely uncomfortable and her scalp tingle. Tan Xiaoxiao frowned in disgust and looked around. Why is there no path? This place is so chaotic, there isn't even a decent signpost. Looking at the disgraceful wall of vines, Tan Xiaoxiao's tone was full of dissatisfaction. So many messy vines, and they don't even bother to clean and prune them regularly. The gardeners here are so irresponsible, they must be slacking off. She complained as she subconsciously reached out to pull at the ugly vines. Just as her fingertips were about to touch her, the sprawling, restless vines, as if startled, receded instantly like a receding tide. In less than 10 seconds, they had actually cleared a wide, neat path for Tan Xiaoxiao. A few slower vines, in their panic, tangled together and tripped over each other. Tan Xiaoxiao was startled by the sudden movement. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly realized. This gate is quite uniquely designed. Is it voice-activated or sensor-activated? The further she walked along the path, the more different the scenery became. In stark contrast to the chaotic, untamed scene outside, every plant here was meticulously trimmed, presenting an almost rigid order and refinement. The orientation of each flower, the angle of its branches and leaves, even the arrangement of different colored plants, all adhered to a strict geometric aesthetic. Beautiful, yet exuding a lifeless, deathly stillness. This clump is trimmed so rounded, it's quite cute, but that row over there lacks a bit of dynamism. Tan Xiaoxiao slowed her pace, beginning to admire the meticulously pruned plants with considerable interest, occasionally offering her comments. Overall, the gardener's skills here are passable, but their aesthetic sense is a bit too obsessive. Just then she stopped. A short distance ahead, an exceptionally striking, unique plant caught her eye. The plant was about half a meter tall, planted in an exquisite white jade pot. Its main stem was a warm amber color, its leaves layered and exceptionally lush. Most striking were the dense flower buds, displaying a dazzling, shimmering gold, as if crafted from liquid gold. Sunlight streamed onto the flower buds, refracting a dazzling halo that made the entire plant seem to shimmer and glow, breathtakingly beautiful, otherworldly. As a fan of bling-bling, Tan Xiaoxiao was utterly powerless against this plant. Her eyes widened, pupils dilated, and only 4 words remained in her mind: beautiful. I want it. She couldn't resist walking quickly forward to examine it closely. The closer she got, the more captivating the plant's beauty became. She took 2 more steps forward and noticed a delicate little wooden sign standing beside the flower pot. The sign was inscribed with elegant, flowing calligraphy. Shisuo, mother plant, semi-mature, high risk. High risk? Tan Xiaoxiao looked at the 2 words, nodded thoughtfully, and sighed. It's so beautiful and so rare, no wonder it's a highly endangered protected species. It really needs to be protected. She subconsciously glanced around nervously. The scene was quiet, there wasn't a soul in sight except for her. An impulse surged within her, to touch it, just touch it. Such a beautiful flower, it would be a waste of her journey not to touch it, but what if there were hidden cameras here? Would she be fined if caught? Or even charged with damaging a rare plant? Tan Xiaoxiao was torn between 2 conflicting emotions, her fingers rising and falling, but ultimately reason prevailed. She gritted her teeth, and with great difficulty averted her gaze. Never mind, just look. If I get caught, I'd probably be bankrupt. She stood there, gazing longingly at the golden mother plant, her eyes unblinking, trying to imprint that golden allure deep into her mind. Meanwhile, in the time-traveling flower garden, the gardener, who had been hunched over, pruning countless time-traveling flower branches, suddenly stopped without warning. He abruptly raised his head, looking in the direction of the mother plant, and narrowed his eyes. A satisfied look, like the satisfaction of someone about to catch a prey after careful planning, flashed in his eyes. He slowly turned around, his hunched body beneath his old gardener's uniform radiating a suffocating sense of oppression. His figure vanished completely from the flower garden in a flash, leaving no trace. This or since the anomaly almost the instant the gardener's movements changed. He abruptly straightened up, his gaze fixed on the direction the gardener had vanished, a deep tension and awe in his eyes. "Captain?" Jacob looked at Visser with a puzzled expression, then glanced at the spot where the gardener had been standing, empty. He paused, somewhat confused. That gardener was a bit strange. Should I follow him and take a look? Visser slowly withdrew his gaze, taking a deep breath to suppress all his emotions, ensuring no one could see them. He gave Jacob a cold glance, his voice low and warning. "No, stay where you are. That's not something you can observe. That wasn't just a slightly strange gardener, it was an avatar cast by that great one within the rules of this instance world. Although limited by the world's framework, its power wasn't world-destroying, but dealing with players like them was as easy as crushing ants. His sudden departure must have meant something momentous that even he had to deal with personally." Visser suppressed his doubts and turned his gaze back to Shadow Eggplant, who was working frantically. Shadow Eggplant was now in a pitiful state. He was once in the prime of his life, but now he seemed to have been drained of all vitality. His skin had turned ashen, covered with deep wrinkles and age spots. His once lustrous green hair had turned gray-white and mostly fallen out. He knelt prostrate on the purified, fertile black earth, the innate power within his bloodline being continuously drained. Not only that, but even the most beautiful and precious memories and emotions of his life, as well as his life force, had all been transformed into nourishment, continuously being poured into the time-tracing flower before him. Under such cruel nourishment, the time-tracing flower grew far faster than the one belonging to the Blue Star team. The main stem of the flower had taken shape, and at its tip, a tightly wrapped golden flower bud, about the size of a fist, had even formed, its surface shimmering dazzlingly in the sunlight. However, it was clearly still a long way from truly maturing and blooming perfectly. Shadow Eggplant was breathing heavily, his body trembling uncontrollably. He was almost at his limit, his consciousness beginning to blur. Seeing this, the overseer, Harold, didn't hesitate to kick him hard in the side, his tone cruel and cold. "Useless. Get up and continue your work. Lord Visser sent you here, not to lie on the ground and play dead." Shadow Eggplant let out a painful groan, nearly fainting. Visser coldly watched this scene, then turned to glance at the Blue Star people in the distance. The scene on the Fireseed Squad's side was even more horrific. Their time-tracing flower had only sprouted 2 tender leaves, barely an inch tall, pitifully weak. Yenitong, who paid the price, had become a frail old woman. Her hair was white, her face wrinkled like withered tree bark, her eyes cloudy and empty. Su Jing, her eyes red-rimmed, carefully supported her, preventing her from collapsing. As expected, Visser sneered inwardly. With the Blue Star people's weak constitution and short lifespan, trying to cultivate a time-tracing flower is nothing short of a pipe dream, a complete futile effort. He glanced down at the disheveled Shadow Eggplant, pondering for a moment. The Worm Star people's talent was indeed unique. Although Shadow Eggplant was merely a tool, if it were to perish here, it would actually hinder the subsequent cultivation efficiency. "That's enough, let him rest for 10 minutes. Visser interrupted Harold's grumbling, his voice devoid of emotion. Harold, hearing this, reluctantly stepped aside. Visser, too lazy to look at Shadow, slumped on the ground panting like a dead dog, turned to Ruth, who stood quietly beside him, his tone softening slightly. "Keep an eye on the Blue Star people's situation. I need to know how much longer they can hold out." Ruth sighed softly, a hint of helplessness flashing across her face. Ever since Visser had risked everything to save her from serious injuries during their last mission, he seemed to treat her like someone who needed careful protection. He almost never let her participate in anything potentially risky. She felt she needed to have a serious talk with him. Ruth obediently turned her head, looking at the Blue Star team in the distance, habitually fiddling with a long, curly strand of hair that fell across her chest. The girl from Earth named Yenitong was clearly utterly exhausted and dying. The extraction by the time-tracing flower is extremely cruel. It prioritizes plundering the brightest, happiest memories and emotions of a life, and only then does it take away pure vitality. At this moment, Yenitong probably hadn't even forgotten the faces of her most cherished relatives. Her body and soul had been completely hollowed out, leaving only an old, dilapidated shell. And despite paying such a heavy price, the time-tracing flower hadn't even begun to form a bud. With her unique spiritual perception talent, Ruth could vaguely see that the threads representing vitality on the other woman's body were becoming extremely thin, almost about to snap. With a hint of pity and condescending judgment, she murmured to herself in a voice only she could hear. "The lives of Earthlings are pitifully fragile. Their average lifespan is probably less than 80 years, right? And us? Even without considering various life-extending methods, our basic lifespan is more than twice theirs. Her gaze swept over Bian Ruijin, Su Jing, and Su Qingguang, as if assessing their remaining value. It seems that just to get this time-tracing flower to barely form a bud, they need at least 2 more people. Ruth's gaze finally settled on the tender seedling, a cruel smile playing on her lips. As for reaching full maturity and bloom? TSK, even if these 4 people completely burned their souls, it still wouldn't be enough. Meanwhile, just as Ruth had predicted, Yenny Tong's withered body swayed, almost collapsing. But she stubbornly held on, her cloudy eyes filled with resentment and stubbornness. Her thin, trembling hands reached out towards the greedy seedling of the time-traveling flower. Seeing this, Su Jing couldn't hold back any longer and rushed forward to embrace Yenny Tong. I can still. Yenny Tong's voice was hoarse, barely a whisper. I think I still remember, when I was little, Dad took me. Dad took me to. She repeated urgently, her brows furrowed. Yenny Tong desperately tried to dig out fragments of happiness from her blank memory, continuing her sacrifice. However, a few seconds passed, her eyes shifting from urgency to confusion, then to overwhelming panic. To, what was it again? Dad, what did Dad look like? She abruptly looked up, her eyes filled with panic as she gazed at Su Jing, who was tightly holding her. Tears instantly welled up in her no longer clear eyes. Jingjia. I can't remember. My dad? My mom? What they looked like? I can't remember anything at all. Fear and despair chilled her to the bone. She had lost more than just her life. She had lost the love and memories that shaped her entire life. Su Jing felt a heart-wrenching pain, unable to breathe. She pulled Yenny Tong into a tight embrace. Her voice choked with sobs, but she tried to remain calm, repeatedly offering soft words of comfort. Don't think about it, we don't think about it. It's okay, I'm here, we all remember, we all help you remember. However, her words of comfort seemed so pale and powerless at this moment. In the Blue Star livestream room, everyone was already sobbing uncontrollably. Please stop thinking about it. My tears just won't stop. How could this happen? What should we do? Should we give up the mission? Can't we just admit defeat? Give up? Have you forgotten the mission's punishment? Everyone's lifespan will be cut off, and Blue Star will collapse. But seeing them like this, I don't want to die, I don't want the Fire Seed Squad to die. Everyone, stop crying. Crying won't solve anything. Su Qingguang, who was obese and prone to emotional outbursts, was already a sobbing mess. Seeing Yenny Tong forget even her parents' faces, he was overwhelmed with grief. His face was a mess of tears and snot, his fists clenched tightly. Just as Su Jing and Bian Ruijin's attention was focused on the distraught Yenny Tong, Su Qingguang suddenly wiped his face, resolutely grabbed the flower shovel from the ground, and roared, I do it. Taking advantage of the others' inattention, he rushed towards the time-traveling flower seedling, wanting to take over Yenny Tong's care and continue the cultivation work. Don't do anything foolish. Bian Ruijin reacted quickly, grabbing his arm tightly. Su Qingguang struggled and shouted, his voice trembling with tears and unprecedented agitation. Captain, what are you hesitating for at a time like this? Do you want Yenny Tong's sacrifice to be meaningless? Continuing might offer a sliver of hope, stopping means everything is over. Bian Ruijin was startled by his shout, his grip loosening slightly. Su Qingguang seized the opportunity to shove him aside, rushing to the seedling and beginning to loosen the soil and water it. The instant Su Qingguang's hand touched the time-traveling flower seedling, he instantly felt a cold, piercing sensation. A warm memory suddenly flashed through Su Qingguang's mind. As a child, he and his grandfather lay on a straw mat, his grandfather humming a lullaby in his slightly off-key, accented voice, lulling him to sleep. That was the softest, most precious treasure deep within his heart from his childhood. The next second, these warm images, shattered instantly, then were completely ripped from his mind. At the same time, Su Qingguang changed at a visible speed. His once round and full cheek sunken, as if all his energy had been drained away. His black hair instantly lost its luster, becoming dry and frizzy. He looked as if he had been working non-stop for months, filled with exhaustion and signs of aging. And all this cost him was for the mere half a centimeter that the time-tracing flower seedling had grown. Bian Ruijin stared intently at the almost unchanged flower, then abruptly looked to his side. One was Yenny Tong, curled up in Su Jing's arms, her memory fading, her life hanging by a thread. The other was Su Qingguang, who had lost his precious memories, aged several years in an instant, his eyes vacant. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness and anger instantly swept over him. This price was too heavy. Blue Star, Underground Command Center. The massive screen displayed the horrific scene within the lost botanical garden in real time. The entire command center fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the occasional, suppressed gasp. Chang Haoqi stood at the forefront, his hands gripping the control panel tightly, his eyes blazing with fury. But if someone were to observe closely, they could discern, hidden behind that overwhelming rage, a deep-seated panic, helplessness, and a trace of fear, desperately concealed. This time, Blue Star was truly driven to the brink. Abandon the mission? Preserve the remaining members of the Fire Seed squad? Sure. But the real problem lies in the time debt penalty that follows mission failure. Blue Star's social structure will completely collapse, chaos will engulf every underground base, and it will be a catastrophe for Blue Star. Continue the mission? But how? The time-tracing flowers cultivated by the Fire Seed squad are visibly growing slower than those on Void Star. The tragic fates of Yen Yitong and Su Qingguang have already proven everything. Continuing will only lead the remaining team members down the same path. Even sacrificing their most precious memories, emotions, life force, and even their souls, the final result could still be mission failure. This is an unsolvable dead end, a meticulously planned and viciously insidious trap. Countless elite experts, strategic analysts, and psychologists drawn from various departments were now pale-faced, exchanging bewildered glances. They rapidly calculated, deduced, and proposed solution after solution, only to quickly reject them themselves. No one could offer a viable solution. All their knowledge and wisdom seemed utterly powerless at this moment. For the entire population of Blue Star, tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Countless families watched intently in front of their screens, fists clenched. They watched the Fire Seed squad rapidly deplete its resources, but for that greedy plant, it was still a drop in the ocean. Despair, anger, sorrow, fear, a multitude of emotions began to spread and fester in every underground base. Chang Haoqi slowly loosened his grip on the control panel. He raised his hand, rubbed his temples vigorously, and then wearily closed his bloodshot eyes. What a meticulously planned ambush against Blue Star. First, they forcibly separated Tan Xiaoxiao and the Fire Seed team using unknown means, stripping them of their greatest asset and variable. Then, they launched another cruel mission specifically targeting the people of Blue Star. Tan Xiaoxiao was engaged in a fierce internal struggle with the radiant, golden time-tracing flower mother plant, her two inner voices arguing fiercely. One screamed, "Such a sparkly treasure, how can I not touch it?" The other clung to her last shred of morality. No, it's highly endangered, I can't afford to pay for it." Just as she was scratching her head, deeply conflicted, heavy, slow footsteps came from behind her. Tan Xiaoxiao turned around and saw a figure standing not far away. The man wore a worn-out gray gardener's uniform, stained with dark brown marks that looked like mud or some other unidentified dirt. He wore a large, slightly tattered straw hat, the brim almost completely obscuring his face. He was hunched over, and in his hand he held a large, heavy-looking pair of shears. The man stood there silently, radiating a lifeless, inexplicably oppressive aura. Tan Xiaoxiao, completely unaware of the danger, immediately recognized him as the gardener in charge of the botanical garden. She perked up instantly, and with "I got you" expression, began to ramble on and on. "Hey, what's wrong with this botanical garden? The signs are so unclear, I had to find my way around myself. And those vines outside are such a mess, they almost tripped me. You really need to improve your management." She put her hands on her hips, her gaze sweeping over the overly neatly trimmed plants around her, and added, "But the flowers and plants inside look quite tidy. Especially that mother plant of the time-traveling flower, isn't that its name? It's so beautiful." Seeing that the gardener didn't react to her barrage of words, neither apologizing nor explaining, but simply staring at her like a statue, Tan Xiaoxiao felt a little uneasy under his gaze, instinctively taking a half-step back, her mind racing. Was this person mute? Or unable to understand human speech? Just as the atmosphere reached an awkward stalemate, the gardener suddenly turned her head and looked at the mother plant of the time-traveling flower. Her withered lips twitched slightly, and she spoke with difficulty in an extremely dry and hoarse voice. "You like this flower?" "I like it, of course I like it. Look at it, so golden, it looks so luxurious." Upon hearing this, Tan Xiaoxiao immediately forgot her earlier awkwardness and blurted out, "If I could dig some up and plant it at the entrance of my shop, or put it on the cashier counter as decoration, the whole shop's ambience would be elevated by a whole level." She then suddenly realized she had almost let something slip, quickly covering her mouth and frantically waving her hands to explain. Well, I just admire it. I definitely won't actually do anything. I know this is a highly endangered and precious plant. I still have principles. The gardener's stiff neck turned slightly, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the mother plant and Tan Xiao, before he spoke slowly and deliberately. It hasn't bloomed yet. He paused for a long time, like an alien trying to learn to speak normally, before uttering a startling statement. I planted it for a long time, but I couldn't get it to bloom. If you can make them bloom, then this one is yours. Tan Shishu's eyes widened instantly. She couldn't believe her ears. Giving it to her? Such a stroke of good fortune? The immense surprise left her momentarily dizzy. Looking at the plant shimmering with golden light in the sunlight, she subconsciously asked for confirmation. Really? Whether it was true or not, she pretended to water it first, then sneakily touch it. She'd been eyeing those golden flower buds for so long. Tan Xiao carefully, with immense anticipation, gently touched the golden flower bud closest to her. The touch was cool, like the finest silk. Then, without warning, her vision blurred, and countless unfamiliar yet strangely familiar scenes appeared before her. She saw a cozy, slightly worn kitchen, the air filled with a sweet, comforting aroma. A woman with a gentle face, wearing a clean apron, turned around, holding a plate of freshly baked, golden brown, crisp cookies. Her smile was brighter than the sunlight outside the window. Xiao, come quick. Mommy's freshly baked cookies. Try them, and see if they're sweet enough. A figure with pigtails cheered and rushed over, tiptoeing, eagerly grabbing a still-hot cookie, taking a big bite, breathing heavily from the heat, but unwilling to let go. So delicious. Mommy's cookies are the best. The scene flashes, then shifts to a small street-front shop. The little girl stands earnestly behind a small stool, her face strained as she stares at the empty cash register. Meanwhile, a gentle woman meticulously wipes the shelves with a rag, glancing back at her every now and then. Our Xiao is so clever, she can even help Mommy at the shop now. Her mother's voice is filled with laughter. When Xiao grows up, do you want to open a shop like this too? The little girl nods vigorously, her eyes sparkling. Yes. I want to open a shop as clean and beautiful as Mommy's. Memories buried deep in time, long lost, surge forth like a tidal wave. The warmth of her mother's fingertips, the sweet aroma of the cookies, the sun-drenched air of the shop, that sense of security and satisfaction from being loved made her unconsciously smile. Every detail was so vivid, as if it had happened just yesterday. These pure, warm memories of happiness were precisely the nourishment that the time-tracing flower mother plant craved most. The half-person-tall time-tracing flower mother plant suddenly burst forth, with a dazzling golden light, its main stem growing thicker at a visible speed. The dense flower buds hanging from it began to tremble, layer upon layer of petals attempting to unfold outwards. And standing opposite, the gardener herself watched with satisfaction, as the time-tracing flower greedily and frantically absorbed Tan Shishia's life force at an astonishing rate. As an SSS-level time-tracing flower mother plant, its power far surpassed that of an ordinary S-level division. Even if his true form were here, if he were to be completely and unpreparedly absorbed by the mother plant, he would undoubtedly pay a heavy price. Through the eyes of this body, he stared coldly and resolutely at Tan Xiao, as if he could already foresee her fate. How this arrogant human, who had repeatedly disrupted the rules and thwarted his plans, rapidly aged and withered, how her jet-black hair turned gray and withered in the blink of an eye, how her vibrant life force was drained, ultimately leaving only an empty shell, an old and decaying body. Having absorbed Tan Shishia's boundless life force and pure memories of happiness, the largest buds at the top of the mother plant had begun to bloom with golden petals, and a powerful aura began to emanate. It was done. This greatest variable was about to be completely eliminated. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The victorious smile on the gardener's lips suddenly froze. The anticipated scene did not appear. The woman before him remained standing there unharmed. Her memories hadn't vanished. In fact, the fleeting beauty in her mind even unconsciously brought a smile to her lips. Her cheeks remained rosy and full, brimming with healthy elasticity, and her eyes remained clear and bright. Her raven feather-like hair was still jet black and glossy, appearing even smoother under the golden light emanating from the mother plant. Time seemed to have completely stopped affecting her. No matter how greedily the SSS-level time-tracing flower mother plant absorbed her essence, she remained unchanged. The gardener's previously calm and authoritative gaze suddenly shifted. This completely defied the rules. This is unreasonable. Chapter 82. How could this be? The gardener stared at Tan Xiao in utter shock. His fingers tightened instinctively, the heavy shears making a soft click-click sound in his hand. However, what shocked him was still happening. The time-tracing flower mother plant, which was absorbing Tan Xiao's life force as nourishment, did not drain her as he had expected after emitting a dazzling golden light. Instead, it began to mutate in a direction he could not understand or predict. The originally brilliant golden bud began to transform layer by layer, the petals rapidly turning into a mysterious and noble silver purple. It remained beautiful, but gained an indescribable, profound charm. It only appeared less flamboyant and outwardly expressive, instead becoming more somber and restrained. What shocked him even more was that he sensed an even more ancient, more primal, and more irresistible aura emanating from that mutated, unknown flower. This is impossible. This power, why does it feel vaguely familiar? But why can't he remember? He stared intently at Tan Xiao, a tidal wave of emotion surging within him. Countless chaotic thoughts and speculations raced through his mind. As beings of higher dimensions, they weren't truly bored and found amusement in watching the infighting and slaughter between lower-dimensional planets. That was at most a minor, perverse pleasure. What they truly craved was the emotions born from these repeated life-or-death games. Whether it was extreme fear, despair, hatred, or extreme love, hope, sacrifice. As long as it was intense enough, pure enough, it could nourish him, even propel his evolution towards higher levels. Among the 169,232 planetary civilizations incorporated into their disaster game system, Blue Star, a planet seemingly short-lived, individually weak, technologically backward, and spiritually fragile, offered them the greatest surprise. The humans on this planet produce pure and intense emotional energy. Repeated mission failures and cataclysmic disasters, far from destroying them, repeatedly refine their emotions, making them ever more refined. The more desperate they were, the brighter the light of hope they emitted. The darker the darkness, the more moving their mutual sacrifice and assistance. The more dire the situation, the more fervent their yearning for a better tomorrow. For higher dimensional beings, who had already tasted countless flavors, and were gradually becoming weary, and even bored, the emotions produced by the Blue Star people under high pressure were an unprecedented, exquisite delicacy. Human lifespans were so short, yet their life force was astonishingly high. The purpose of the disaster game was to keep all the planets deeply involved in it constantly in this emotional state. To ensure a continuous harvest of delicious emotional fruits, Blue Star was undoubtedly their most precious and highest quality farm. But ever since this woman named Tan Xiao appeared, everything began to spiral out of control. Missions targeting Blue Star repeatedly failed, and instead of collapsing under the pressure, the planet recovered at an astonishing speed. What angered and unsettled them even more was that their control over Blue Star, this prime farm, was rapidly diminishing. They could no longer harvest these delicious spiritual fruits as smoothly as before. While other planets produce more emotional energy in total, it's like inferior wine adulterated with impurities, utterly incomparable to the fine vintage of Blue Star. This time, his personal intervention in this instance was primarily aimed at eliminating Tan Xiao, the biggest uncertainty, restoring order, and firmly taking control of Blue Star, this farm. However, the unbelievable scene before him completely disrupted his plans. He looked up at the mutated flower containing a strangely familiar power, and a strong, instinctive premonition of danger welled up within him. This woman is problematic. Before figuring it out, he absolutely cannot touch her. At least not now. He forcibly suppressed the murderous intent within him, and slowly put away the scissors in his hand. Tan Xiao looked at the flower before her, now fully bloomed but drastically changed in color and shape, somewhat conflicted. Although not as dazzling as before, its current silvery purple hue exuded a low-key, luxurious quality that she greatly liked, even finding more pleasing to the eye. She cautiously turned her head to look at the silent gardener, and tentatively spoke. Hello? This, does it count as blooming? The gardener stared at Tan Xiao silently for a long time, his gaze so complex that it made Tan Xiao feel a little uneasy. After a long while, she finally heard him speak with difficulty and dryness. Yes. Tan Xiao observed the gardener's reaction, her heart pounding. She wondered if the gardener had changed his mind. After all, this was a high-risk mother plant, clearly priceless. But she really couldn't bear to give up this flower now. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable closeness to this mutated flower. It was like a subtle feeling of being connected by blood. Never mind, he promised anyway. Tan Xiao gritted her teeth, suppressing the tiny bit of guilt in her heart, and then reached out and easily picked up the half-person high plant. The gardener stared at Tan Xiaoxiao's movements as she picked up the flower, then suddenly spoke, his voice still halting and unpleasant. Go southwest, that's the exit of the botanical garden. Ah? Oh, thank you. Tan Xiaoxiao subconsciously thanked him, and prepared to leave with the flower pot, but after taking 2 steps, she suddenly remembered something and stopped. Oh, wait! She turned around. I'm waiting for my friends. I got separated from them after we came in. This place is too big. Could you please make an announcement for me? Their names are Bian Ruijin Su Jing. Just then, the gardener seemed to sense something, abruptly turning around and gazing towards the direction of the Shirsu flower garden. Despite the numerous obstacles in between, he could still clearly see the scene unfolding within the flower garden. A fleeting hint of satisfaction and cruelty flashed in his eyes. Then he slowly turned back, looking at Tan Xiaoxiao meaningfully. It's all right. Go out this way. When you reach the exit, you see your friends again. But whether your friends will still be the same as the ones you knew before, that's uncertain. He didn't say these words aloud, but a cold smile curved at the corner of his mouth, hidden in the shadow of his hat. Tan Xiaoxiao was completely bewildered by what the man said, but seeing his certainty, and the fact that he didn't seem to be lying, she was surprised. This gardener, though dirty and a bit odd, seemed quite kind. He not only gave her such a valuable flower, but also gave her directions. Okay, thank you. Tan Xiaoxiao adjusted her posture while carrying the flower and followed the exceptionally tidy path. The path was indeed exceptionally smooth, with no forks in the road. In just a few minutes, she saw the botanical garden's imposing gate and the security guard sitting at the entrance, playing on his phone. Carrying such a large, obviously extremely rare plant, Tan Xiaoxiao felt a little uneasy, prepared to be questioned and stopped. However, the security guard merely glanced at her, his gaze lingering on the flower in her arms for a fraction of a second. Then, with an expression of complete indifference, he continued scrolling through his short videos on his phone. His reaction is too calm. She couldn't help but stop and lean towards the window, asking curiously, Grandpa, aren't you worried I steal such a precious flower from your garden? The old man finally looked up, sizing her up, his tone utterly nonchalant. You managed to carry it out of there. That's your skill. That's the rule here. If you can bring it out, it's yours. Why would I stop you? Tan Xiaoxiao was speechless. Just how much hardship had this old man endured to be so worldly wise and unfazed? She glanced around the exit plaza. It was empty and quiet, with no sign of Bian Ruijin or Yan Yitong. Even knowing that these grown-up people shouldn't get lost, Tan Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel a little worried. Grandpa, could I go back in to look for my friends? They haven't come out yet. No. The old man's answer was firm this time, even reaching out to stop her. Once you leave the park, according to the rules, you can't go back in. You just have to wait here. Tan Xiaoxiao looked at the tightly closed entrance gate and the old man's unyielding expression, and could only purse her lips helplessly. Well, she waited a little longer. She hugged the flower pot and found a bench to sit on. The silvery purple petals shimmered with a deep luster, attracting the gaze of passers-by. Tan Xiaoxiao gently stroked the cool petals, looking towards the lush, yet inexplicably oppressive plants deep within the botanical garden. For some reason, a faint, elusive unease swept through her heart. How are Bian Ruijin and the others? Visser's icy gaze fell on Yingxia, who had just caught his breath and was still recovering from exhaustion. Without any pity, he roughly pulled the limping Yingxia up and shoved him toward the time-traveling flower bud. Continue. Visser's unquestionable voice was devoid of warmth. Yingxia's cloudy eyes were devoid of any light. He tremblingly reached out his hand. The instant his fingertips touched the petals, the last remaining beautiful memory in his mind was forcibly ripped out. It was a scene from his childhood, carefree, chasing and playing with a few friends his own age. This was also the last pure land deep in his memory. The next second, even this last warmth was completely drained away. Shadow Eggplant's body visibly withered, his once green hair turning completely white. His body was hunched, his breath weak, his mind blank. He had forgotten even who he was and why he was there. Meanwhile, the time-traveling flower, having absorbed this last bit of nourishment, finally began to slowly unfurl its bud. It's here! The hearts of everyone in the Void Star squad were in their throats. Harold clenched his fists, Jacob held his breath, and Daisy's eyes shone with anticipation. Even Visser, usually so composed, tensed, a hint of nervousness flickering in his eyes. Ruth, who had been distracted by the situation of the Blue Star people, couldn't help but turn her head. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the bud began to open layer by layer, its dazzling golden petals shimmering with light. A rich fragrance filled the air, bringing ultimate pleasure and satisfaction. It almost made one forget the cruel price paid for this beauty. Beautiful, pristine, yet tinged with an eeriness. However, just as the flower was about to fully bloom, nearing its final maturity, it abruptly stopped blooming. Visser's eyes sharpened. He flung aside the now utterly useless shadow eggplant, his gaze sweeping over his team members before finally settling on Jacob. Jacob. Jacob's face showed no hesitation. For the Void Star squad, Visser's will was the highest command. He strode forward, unhesitatingly placing his hand over the radiant flower. Instantly Jacob's body trembled. The sweet, fluttering excitement of his first date with his wife, the shy beauty, these cherished memories were instantly ripped from his heart. His once upright frame now slightly hunched, several wrinkles appearing on his face, as if more than a decade had been robbed of his youth in an instant. But at the same time, the time-tracing flower instantly reached its mature state, its golden light blazing, its fragrance growing ever richer and more intoxicating, breathtakingly beautiful. It's a success. Harold couldn't help but roar excitedly. Daisy's face also lit up with ecstasy. Visser's clenched fist slowly relaxed, the tension in his eyes transforming into a slow, triumphant smugness. He had won once again. Meanwhile, the Fireseed squad on the other side witnessed the time-tracing flower on Void Star fully bloom, and everyone instantly felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. No, no! Yinitong struggled, instinctively wanting to rush towards her own weak seedling, which had only sprouted 2 tender leaves. Su Jing clung tightly to her already exhausted body, her voice choked with sobs. No, it's too late. Don't go. Su Qingwang's eyes were bloodshot, and he let out a low, unwilling roar. His obese body erupted with astonishing strength as he instinctively tried to break free from Bian Ruijin's obstruction. Let me go, maybe it was just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Bian Ruijin used all his strength to stop him, his voice hoarse and painful. Calm down, it's no use. Can't you see? Inside the Blue Star live broadcast room, despair had already engulfed the screen, pessimism and pain spreading to every corner of the planet. What? Give up. That's enough. We already lost, there's no need to risk our lives anymore. I don't want to die, but it seems there's no other way. This is fate. Give up, we won't blame you really. It's over, everything is over. Blue Star Underground Command Center. The atmosphere was heavy. Chang Haoqi pursed his lips tightly, watching the struggles and despair of his team members on the screen. He closed his eyes with difficulty, unable to bear watching any longer. Behind him, a deathly silence fell. All the experts and scholars hung their heads, a cloud of defeat hanging over everyone's hearts. There was no other way, the situation was irreversible. At this moment, the Fireseed team could no longer afford to make pointless sacrifices. Chang Haoqi's hand on the control panel trembled slightly, but he finally sent a heavy command. Bian Ruijin, who was struggling with Su Qingwang, suddenly felt a jolt on his wrist. He instinctively tapped the screen, and a top-level command from the Blue Star United Government appeared. Blue Star United Government, abandon the mission. Survival is the highest priority. No further pointless sacrifices are necessary. Bian Ruijin froze, all his strength drained away instantly. Su Qingwang also saw the message. His struggling movements slowed, and tears finally broke free. Could it be that we're really going to do nothing at all? Just admit defeat? He turned his head, looking at the proudly blooming time-tracing flower on Void Star. Then he looked down at the tiny, weak seedling in his own team, not even a bud yet, and a sense of powerlessness instantly overwhelmed everyone. Despair not only spread in the hearts of every member of the Fireseed squad, but also, through the live broadcast, spread to the hearts of every Blue Star citizen. Just then, as if tasting the intense, overwhelming aura of despair, the gardener, who had been standing silently in the distance, moved. Sure enough. It had been so long. This was the top-tier nourishment they had always craved. This time, no matter how capable that woman named Tan Xiaoxiao was, she was powerless to turn the tide. He walked slowly, step by step, towards the Void Star squad. As he passed the Fireseed squad, his steps did not falter. But Bian Ruijin could clearly feel a greedy gaze, like that of someone appraising food, sweeping over them. He reached Visser, who immediately and instinctively lowered his head, his posture utterly respectful. The other Void Star members, though puzzled, immediately followed suit. The gardener lowered his head, gazing at the breathtakingly beautiful flower, each petal seemingly containing a mystery. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, he reached out without a shred of pity and roughly ripped the flower from the plant. The action was as casual as if he were merely picking a roadside wildflower, completely disregarding the heavy price it represented. The gardener held the time-tracing flower to his nose, sniffing it casually, but his peripheral vision once again glanced at the despairing Blue Star people, his voice dry and hoarse. Barely passable. The next second, a system notification sounded in Visser's ear. Void Star Squad completes mission, successfully cultivated a time-traveling flower to its perfect bloom state, and presented it to the botanical garden gardener. Mission rewards. Points plus 800, time-traveling flower petals, can rewind 1 hour of instance time. Hearing the system notification, Visser's expression didn't change much, but his eyes instantly flashed with ecstatic joy and pride. He turned his head, looking through his cheering teammates and the collapsed, lifeless shadow, at the ashen-faced Blue Star person. The proud posture of a victor was unmistakable. Immediately following, the system's pronouncement of Blue Star's fate sounded like a death knell. Blue Star Fire Seed Team's mission failed. Effective immediately, Blue Star enters a 1-year time debt penalty period. During the penalty period, the rate of physiological aging for all Blue Star humans will double. Bien Ruijin's face turned deathly pale. He was dazed, and after a long while, he snapped back to reality and frantically tapped the mission bracelet on his wrist. On the live stream's public chat, countless comments flooded the screen, each one filled with panic and despair. Ah! I just looked in the mirror. Suddenly I have so many fine lines around my eyes. I just plucked some gray hairs, and they came out in handfuls. How come there are so many? My grandfather suddenly couldn't breathe, and the doctor said his organs are failing very quickly. It's only been a dozen minutes? And the effect is already so obvious? No! I have to go home to see my grandmother right now. Help! I feel so tired, like I've been working overtime for a month straight. It's only been a few minutes. A dozen minutes? And such obvious and terrifying effects have already appeared. Bien Ruijin couldn't imagine what Blue Star would be like in a day, a week, a month, a year. This isn't just aging, it's a regression in the entire progress of civilization. Inside the Blue Star Joint Command Center, Chang Haoqi suppressed his grief and anger. While hoarsely directing various physics, biology, and sociology experts to urgently calculate the specific speed of time's passage and its impact on social structures, he also kept an eye on the live broadcast of the strange disaster. When his gaze swept over the eerie gardener, he noticed an unusual detail. The gardener's gaze didn't linger on the victorious Void Star team, nor did it linger on the time-tracing flower he had painstakingly obtained. Instead, it seemed to be fixed on Bien Ruijin and the others with a barely perceptible, greedy gaze. Why? A vague yet chilling thought flashed through Chang Haoqi's mind. Were these losers more valuable to them than the victors? But the thought vanished too quickly. He didn't have time to grasp it before the overwhelming barrage of bad news prevented him from thinking deeply. Chang Haoqi sighed wearily, glancing at his assistant, Xiao Wu, who was urgently contacting various departments beside him, his gaze suddenly freezing. Visibly tired wrinkles appeared on Xiao Wu's young face. Even at his temple, a striking white hair had suddenly sprouted before him. Xiao Wu was only 29 years old, and it had only been less than half an hour. Chang Haoqi stood up, his voice sharp with anxiety and fear. I urge all expert teams, at all costs. I need the most accurate model and prediction report as quickly as possible. Tan Xiaoxiao sat listlessly on a bench at the exit, occasionally craning her neck to look deeper into the botanical garden. These guys, they can get lost even while strolling through the garden. They're even more troublesome than Big Black. Just then, several familiar figures finally appeared, staggering, at the end of the path, heading towards the exit. Tan Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up, and she immediately stood up, clutching the flowers, waving vigorously. Over here. You finally come out. I've been waiting. Her voice abruptly stopped, and her waving arm slowly lowered. As the group drew closer, the smile on her face was quickly replaced by shock and confusion. The leader, Bien Ruijin, was no longer the composed and resolute man he once was. His lips were tightly pressed together, his jawline taut, as if he were desperately suppressing some immense pain. Su Qingguang beside him was even more frightening. His once round cheeks were deeply sunken, his eyes were dark-rimmed, and he seemed to have aged more than 10 years in an instant. His face was deathly pale, his lips cracked, his eyes vacant, and his steps unsteady, as if he had just experienced a nightmare that drained his entire being. But what gripped Tan Xiaoxiao's heart most was Yen Yitong, who was being half-supported, half-carried by Su Jing. Was that Yen Yitong? Tan Xiaoxiao almost couldn't recognize her. The once lively and spirited girl now resembled a frail old woman, her entire body thin and bony. Her white hair was dry and sparse, and her face was deeply lined. Her eyes were cloudy and lifeless, her breathing weak and rapid, as if she were about to burn out at any moment. Su Jing was slightly better, but equally haggard, her eyes red-rimmed, clearly having just cried. Her gaze towards Tan Xiaoxiao was filled with unspeakable grief and a near-desperate exhaustion. You guys. Tan Xiaoxiao, clutching the flower pot, instinctively took a half-step back, her eyes filled with disbelief. What happened? It's only been a short time since we separated. You? Her gaze finally settled on the barely breathing Yanitong, her voice filled with tension and concern. What happened to you? Tan Xiaoxiao quickly stepped forward, getting closer to examine Yanitong's face, her heart pounding with horror. Goodness, what happened to you? You look terrible, like you aged decades. Yanitong's eyesight had deteriorated significantly, her vision was blurry, and she could only vaguely see Tan Xiaoxiao holding a potted plant that shimmered with a silvery purple light, approaching her with concern. She struggled to focus her scattered consciousness, forcing a smile. It's nothing, Sister Tan, her voice was hoarse and weak. I'm probably just too tired, I don't have any strength. She was so tired she just wanted to sleep, she thought hazily. But she couldn't sleep here. She had to hold on. She had to get back to Blue Star before she could sleep. She didn't want to die alone in this eerie botanical garden. She wanted to die on her homeland. With her last bit of strength, she gripped Su Jing's hand that was supporting her. Then, she strained to focus her gaze on Tan Xiaoxiao, as if giving her last words, or perhaps bidding a final farewell. Sister Tan. Thank you. Thank you for everything. Your help. Each word was uttered with immense difficulty, yet filled with utmost sincerity. You have always been my best friend. Bian Ruijin stood beside her, his lips pressed tightly together, a wave of self-reproach washing over him. If he hadn't been so overconfident from the start, assuming that Tan Xiaoxiao's presence would ensure everything was alright, and hadn't let his guard down, perhaps things wouldn't have come to this. But he knew perfectly well that this instance was a premeditated ambush targeting Blue Star. No matter how careful they were unlikely to escape this calamity. Su Qingwang looked at Tan Xiaoxiao, who seemed completely bewildered, as if unaware of everything that had happened, and an indescribable resentment surged within him. Why didn't she appear sooner? Why wasn't she there when they were most desperate and needed help the most? If she had been there, would Yitong have been alright? But this resentment lasted only a moment before turning into a deeper sense of powerlessness and self-loathing. What right did he have to blame Sister Tan? Helping was a favor. Not helping was her right. She never owed them anything. All the resentment was just him hating himself for being so useless, unable to protect his teammates, unable to save Blue Star. Tan Xiaoxiao looked at the dazed, grief-stricken people before her, and finally belatedly sensed the awkward atmosphere. She hesitated for a moment, feeling that in the current situation, perhaps it wouldn't be appropriate for her to say anything. Maybe she should let them calm down first. Holding the heavy potted plant, her gaze inadvertently swept over Yan Yitong's withered face, and her heart inexplicably softened. An impulse surged up. Tan Xiaoxiao stopped, hesitated for a moment, and then, as if she had made up her mind, she carefully plucked the most brilliantly blooming, most lustrous flower from the plant in her arms. Then, she reached out and gently tucked the silvery purple flower into Yan Yitong's pocket. Sigh. Tan Xiaoxiao looked at Yan Yitong's lifeless appearance, her tone filled with helplessness and concern. Don't be too anxious, anxiety will make you age faster. You look so haggard. Go back and get a good night's sleep. Trust me, after a good night's sleep, everything will be alright. On her deathbed, Yan Yitong, her consciousness blurred, didn't even notice the flower placed on her chest. Su Jing and Bian Ruijin were completely absorbed in their grief and anxieties about the future, utterly oblivious to Tan Xiaoxiao's subtle gesture. Tan Xiaoxiao looked at them, shook her head, and helplessly left, clutching the flower pot in her arms. After an unknown amount of time, the familiar teleportation light of the disaster game flashed, then faded, revealing familiar Blue Star beneath their feet. However, the joy of returning home vanished. The group looked like wilted eggplants, radiating the dejection of defeated warriors. The moment their feet touched the ground, Yan Yitong's last ounce of strength gave way, her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. Su Jing cried out in alarm, reacting quickly to catch her, preventing her from falling directly to the ground. Xiao Wu and the medical team had been waiting at the teleportation point for some time. He first strode to Bian Ruijin, his face grave, and whispered, Team Leader Bian, the commander is in the emergency command center dealing with the full-blown crisis caused by time debt. He simply can't come here. He asked me to apologize to you and ask you Bien Ruijin waved his hand wearily, interrupting him, his voice hoarse. I understand. No need to say more. Blue Star is definitely in chaos right now. His gaze swept over the well-trained base staff around him. Even here, he could clearly feel the invisible, suffocating atmosphere of panic. Xiao Wu nodded heavily, then his gaze turned to Yan Yitong, who was being supported by Su Jing. He carefully stepped forward, his voice extremely soft. Miss Yin, shall I help you to the medical center? The ambulance and the best medical team are already waiting. We will do our best. Yan Yitong shook her head with difficulty, extremely slowly, her eyes half closed, her breath weak. No need. I know my condition. I can't hold on much longer. Medical resources are so scarce. Don't waste them on someone who's going to die. Su Qingwang sensed the unresolved determination in her words and instinctively wanted to persuade her, but Yan Yitong's calm gaze froze him in place. Those eyes held no fear, no resentment, only resignation and a stubborn unwillingness to add any more burden to their home planet. Yan Yitong gathered her strength and murmured, "Find me a place, so I can rest properly, that's all." She paused, looking at Su Jing beside her, whose face was streaked with tears, a pleading look in her eyes. "Wait, tomorrow morning, before telling my parents, okay?" Su Jing's tears instantly burst forth. She nodded frantically, her throat choked with sobs, unable to utter a single word. Xiao Wu's expression shifted, his face filled with reluctance. But he respected Yan Yitong's decision, and said in a hoarse voice, okay, don't worry. He immediately arranged a quiet rest room in the base, and with a few others, carefully settled Yan Yitong in. All of you can leave. You don't need stay with me. After saying this, Yan Yitong seemed to have exhausted her last bit of strength, slowly closing her eyes, her chest rising and falling weakly. Su Jing, Bien Ruijin, and Su Qingwang exchanged a glance, their hearts breaking, but they obeyed and left the room, gently closing the door behind them. But no one left. They all silently sat down on the floor outside the door, quietly guarding their comrade, who was about to pass away. After an unknown amount of time, under the corridor light, they looked at each other, suddenly appearing gray hair and newly formed wrinkles around their eyes, a bitter feeling welling up inside them. The dead of time, it was truly terrifying. In the lounge, Yan Yitong lay on the bed, her consciousness fading. It is said that before death, a person recalls their entire life like a revolving lantern. But her beautiful memories had long been extracted, leaving only painful, unhappy fragments in her mind, which would only add to her distress if recalled. She thought for a moment, then finally gave up. Forget it, I just sleep. It would be nice to just sleep peacefully, and never wake up again. She unconsciously placed her hand on the edge of the bed, but her fingertips unexpectedly touched a soft object. What is this? With the last vestiges of her blurred consciousness, she picked it up and brought it close to her eyes. The dim light and her already clouded vision prevented her from seeing what it was, only vaguely sensing that it was a flower. Was it the last flower Sister Tan gave her? Although I couldn't see it clearly, it must have been very beautiful. With that last, hazy thought, Yan Yitong clutched the flower and completely lost consciousness. And during the time she was unconscious, a miracle quietly occurred. The silver-purple flower she held in her hand suddenly emitted a soft, restrained halo. The light wasn't dazzling, yet it seemed to contain some kind of power of law. The faint light slowly enveloped Yan Yitong's exhausted body. Her once white hair visibly returned to its black, lustrous state, her skin regained its smoothness and elasticity, her hunched figure straightened again, and her body gradually radiated new vitality. How much time passed? Perhaps an hour, perhaps a whole night. Yan Yitong's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. She blinked, her face filled with confusion. Why had that feeling of weakness and exhaustion, as if she were about to die out, vanished? In its place was abundant energy, even better than before she entered the dungeon. She subconsciously raised her hand to rub her eyes, but suddenly stopped. This hand was smooth, delicate, and full of strength, no longer the withered, wrinkled hand of before. Yan Yitong sat bolt upright in bed, incredulously touching her cheek. Her skin was smooth and firm. She jumped out of bed in a panic and rushed to the only mirror in the room. It was a young, vibrant, and energetic face, with bright, piercing eyes. Except for a lingering trace of shock in her gaze, she was completely restored. How is this possible? She murmured, utterly unable to comprehend the miracle that had befallen her. She turned her head, her gaze suddenly falling on the bedside table, where the silvery purple flower lay quietly, still mysterious and beautiful. Sister Tan's words, spoken with a hint of helplessness and concern when she delivered the flower, suddenly echoed in her ears. Don't be too anxious, anxiety makes you age faster, go back and get a good night's sleep. Trust me, after a good night's sleep, everything will be alright. A good night's sleep, and everything will be alright. An unbelievable thought flashed through her mind. Yenitong trembled as she reached out and carefully picked up the flower. The instant her fingertips touched the petals, the mission bracelet on her wrist lit up, and a line of small black text appeared before her eyes. Flower of Order. Reverse the anomaly, restore order. Effects and scope are influenced by the holder's will and energy. Yenitong's eyes widened, staring intently at the description, her breathing becoming rapid. Reversing anomalies? Restoring order? Then what about the time debt caused by? Could it also? Yenitong tightly hugged the magical flower, as if holding the most precious treasure, and suddenly rushed out of the room. The door opened, and Su Jing, Bian Ruijin, and Su Qingwang, who were guarding outside, subconsciously looked up. When they saw who had rushed out, the three of them froze on the spot, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Yitong? Su Jing suddenly stood up, feeling dizzy from the sudden movement, almost unable to believe her eyes. The Yenitong before her was now a sight to behold, her black hair flowing like a waterfall, her skin flawless, her eyes sparkling, her posture upright, a far cry from the exhausted, near-death state she had appeared moments before. She was even in better shape than before. Yenitong looked at Su Jing, Bian Ruijin, and Su Qingwang. The three of them, burdened by the night's vigil and the effects of the time debt, had graying temples and wrinkles etched on their faces. Looking at her comrades, who had kept watch for her while also enduring the torment of time debt, she laughed and cried, her emotions so intense she was almost incoherent. There's hope! There's hope! Sister Su Jing! Captain Bian! Blue Star is saved! There's a way! She held up the flower of order, shimmering with a mysterious silver-purple light, her voice trembling with excitement, yet filled with hope and unwavering determination. Look at the flower Sister Tan gave me. Chapter 83. Yenitong, as if she had found a priceless treasure, carefully cradled the shimmering, silvery-purple flower in her hands, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. It's Sister Tan. Sister Tan gave this to me. Her eyes glistened with tears, her voice filled with unbelievable gratitude. She noticed I wasn't doing well, thinking I was just too tired and anxious. So, she picked this flower from the pot she was holding and casually slipped it into my pocket. She paused, trying to recall Tan Shishia's exact words. She also said, don't be too anxious, anxiety makes you age faster, go back and get a good night's sleep. Everything will be alright after a good night's sleep. Just being near the flower, Su Jing felt her fatigue and weakness rapidly recede. It was as if a warm and vibrant energy was gently enveloping her. Su Jing subconsciously touched the corner of her eye, the wrinkles that had appeared due to the passage of time had vanished, leaving her fingertips smooth to the touch. She stopped abruptly, looking around in disbelief. Su Qingwang's transformation was the most striking. His hair, which had turned ashen overnight and lost a significant amount, was visibly darkening and growing back. The deep wrinkles on his face were slowly fading, his sallow complexion, worn from exhaustion, was regaining its rosy hue, and his eyes were bright and clear again. Bian Ruijin also felt a long-lost surge of strength within him. The previous feeling of being unable to breathe had disappeared, and the aged spots on the back of his hands were gradually fading. He looked at the flowers in Yenitong's hand, then at the fully recovered Yenitong herself. The joy of surviving the ordeal made his throat tighten and his eyes well up. He was so excited he couldn't utter a single word, only nodding emphatically. That's wonderful, wonderful. Su Jing, watching all this, choked up, tears welling up again, but this time, they were tears of joy. She pointed at Su Qingwang's hair, her voice trembling. He's changed. Really changed. Qingwang, your hair is black. Team leader Bian to you. Yenitong also nodded vigorously, carefully manipulating her mission bracelet, showing everyone the line of small black text. Flower of order. Reverse abnormal status, restore established order. Effects and scope are influenced by the holder's will and energy, reverse the abnormal state, restore the established order. Bian Ruijin murmured these words repeatedly, suddenly realizing something. Time debt was currently the biggest abnormal state on Blue Star. Report. This matter must be reported immediately. Bian Ruijin instantly calmed down. A strong sense of responsibility made him realize the importance of this matter immediately. He immediately took out his phone and contacted Xiao Wu directly. Xiao Wu was working late into the night, his eyes bloodshot. Overnight, a few strands of white hair appeared at his temples, and his face showed not only the fatigue from staying up all night, but also the ashen look of time debt. He held a newly delivered analysis report in his hand, hesitated for a long time, and finally gritted his teeth and knocked on the door of the heavy-hearted conference room. "Come in." The commander's deep, hoarse voice came from inside, full of exhaustion. Xiao Wu pushed open the door and entered. The conference room was filled with smoke. No one had long since disregarded the no-smoking rule. It was filled with experts, scholars, and government officials, their brows furrowed, each face etched with worry and exhaustion, despair permeating the air. Chang Haoqi stood before the electronic map, listening to the report from Chai Rui, the head of the medical system, his eyes heavy. After a day and a night of the time debt impact, many elderly people, already frail and suffering from underlying health conditions, have experienced a rapid deterioration. The medical system is under immense pressure, and we must prioritize ensuring. Chang Haoqi listened to the report with an extremely serious expression, nodding repeatedly, his pen flying across the paper, occasionally pointing out problems. Xiao Wu waited a moment, then seized an opportunity, strode forward, and handed the report to Chang Haoqi, speaking in a low voice. "Commander, the preliminary conclusions regarding the impact of the time debt are in." Chang Haoqi abruptly turned, gesturing for Chai Rui to leave, then looked intently at Xiao Wu. "Speak." Xiao Wu's Adam's apple bobbed, and he spoke with difficulty. "There's no pattern. The accelerating effect of time debt is completely random. Some people age extremely quickly, a few hours feeling like decades. A lucky few experience only slight changes, almost no effect at all. The Research Institute can't find any pattern or rule whatsoever." Although he had already anticipated this, hearing this conclusion still made Chang Haoqi's heart sink. No pattern means no prediction, no prevention, no targeted assistance. They can only watch helplessly as disaster randomly befalls everyone. He abruptly stood up, pacing anxiously back and forth in the conference room. Xiao Wu, who had served him for years, had never seen the commander so anxious, even bordering on helpless. The others in the conference room were also silent. The oppressive atmosphere was almost suffocating. Just then, ring ring! A loud, almost piercing cell phone ring shattered the deathly silence of the conference room. Everyone was startled by the sound and turned to look at the source, Xiao Wu's pocket. Xiao Wu immediately blushed with embarrassment, frantically reaching into his pocket. When he saw the name flashing on the screen, he froze. Team Leader Bien? Calling at this hour? Had something happened at the base again, or was it Miss Yanitong? Thinking this, Xiao Wu's heart tightened. Forgetting his embarrassment, he immediately answered the phone. "Team Leader Bien? Is there anything you need?" "The commander is." He was interrupted before he could finish his sentence by Bien Ruijin's somewhat incoherent words on the other end of the line. As Xiao Wu listened, his eyes widened, his expression shifting from embarrassment to surprise, then to ecstatic joy. "Really? Are you serious? Great. I report to the commander right away. We be there." Xiao Wu practically shouted the last sentence before hanging up. He gripped his phone, his chest heaving with excitement. Everyone in the conference room was bewildered by his sudden reaction. Chang Hao stopped, staring at the unusually calm Xiao Wu, and asked in a deep voice, "What's wrong? What happened?" "It's Bien. Miss Yanitong. She's fully recovered. Not just improved, she's completely recovered." Xiao Wu took a deep breath, looked at Chang Haoqi, and spoke loudly and clearly. "The flower that Boss Teng gave to Miss Yan before, that flower can reverse the effect of time debt." Chang Haoqi's pupils contracted, and he took a step forward abruptly, his voice changing. "Really? Yanitong really recovered?" "Absolutely. Captain Bien and the others saw it with their own eyes." Xiao Wu nodded vigorously, tears finally streaming down his face. "That flower is called the Flower of Order. It was given to us by Sister Tan. Let's go! Prepare the car. To the base immediately." Chang Haoqi didn't hesitate at all, turning around and striding towards the conference room door. On the other side, in the base corridor, Bien Ruijin hung up the phone, looking at Su Qingwang, who had fully recovered and even seemed to have benefited from the misfortune, and Su Jing, whose wrinkles had disappeared and who had regained her radiance. A genuine smile of relief appeared on his face. What he didn't notice was that not far away, a soldier on duty, dizzy and disoriented from a sleepless night and the combined effects of time debt, suddenly felt much more relaxed. A cool, refreshing sensation appeared without warning, clearing his muddled mind and easing the heaviness and weakness in his body. He moved his limbs in surprise, completely bewildered, only feeling as if he could suddenly breathe again. Meanwhile, in an intensive care unit at the military hospital next to the base. The atmosphere here was suffocatingly oppressive. Lying on the bed was the National Treasure-level senior engineer, Mr. Shirhong Hua. He had dedicated his life to Blue Star, and in his later years, his health was already poor. The arrival of time debt was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Multiple organs were rapidly failing, and the doctor had already issued a critical condition notice. His days were likely numbered. His son, Shirhong, and daughter-in-law, Wang Yu, sat by his bedside, their eyes swollen like walnuts from crying. Shirhong, already impatient, was now consumed by grief and helplessness. A young, but emotionally unsettling, doctor stood by, bluntly explaining the situation. The old man's bodily functions have completely deteriorated. Time debt has accelerated this process. All current medical treatments can only alleviate the pain as much as possible, but it's beyond saving. Please, prepare yourselves. What did you say? Bullshit! Shirhong abruptly looked up, anger and grief clouding his judgment, grabbing the doctor by the collar. Say that again? What do you mean beyond saving? Did you even try? Huh? Wang Yu, terrified, quickly pulled her husband away. Ah Hong! Calm down. Don't do this. The doctor's face turned pale from the pressure, and the scene descended into chaos, threatening to erupt into a violent confrontation. Just then, beep, beep, beep. The previously weak and irregular heartbeat curve on the monitor next to them, tracking the old man's vital signs, suddenly began to stabilize and become stronger. It even showed a slow upward trend. The arguing stopped abruptly. Shirhong abruptly released the doctor. Wang Yu stopped crying, and even the still-shaken doctor stared dumbfounded at the monitor. The three of them stared intently at the miraculous change on the screen, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. The heart failure stopped? Not only stopped, but it seemed it was even improving? What on earth is going on? Shirhong glanced at the medical equipment, then at his father on the bed, breathing smoothly, and finally exchanged bewildered glances with his wife and the doctor. The three of them were filled with shock and bewilderment, the scene becoming somewhat comical and eerie. When Chang Haoqi, accompanied by Xiao Wu and a group of tense guards, saw Yanitong, her black hair as black as ever, seemingly reborn. This commander-in-chief, with his iron will, froze on the spot. He held his breath, his eyes uncontrollably reddening. He dared not blink, fearing it was a hallucination born of despair. Look, Yitong, and this flower. Su Jing, supporting Yanitong's arm, spoke with a sob tinged with excitement. Chang Haoqi cautiously, almost reverently, took a step forward, his gaze fixed on the flower. As the distance closed, a gentle aura enveloped him, and the fatigue from anxiety and the burden of time quickly dissipated. He abruptly turned his head to look at Xiao Wu beside him. The few strands of white hair at Xiao Wu's temples were disappearing at a visible speed, the fine lines at the corners of his eyes were fading, and a healthy glow was appearing on his face. It's not a dream. This isn't a dream. Chang Hao murmured, then suddenly straightened his back, a renewed light of hope rekindling in his eyes. Immediately contact Professor Zhang Weining and Professor Yu Jingzhen. Invite all the top experts in the relevant fields. Analyze the energy and mechanism of action of that flower immediately. Quickly. The entire top scientific research force of Blue Star was mobilized instantly. Professor Zhang Weining practically rushed into the laboratory, her hair slightly disheveled, her eyes fixed on the flower of order placed on the platform, a fanatical light gleaming in them. Professor Yu Jingzhen followed closely behind, his expression equally solemn yet tinged with excitement. Through scanning and research using various sophisticated instruments, everyone was astonished to discover a gentle yet powerful energy field was gradually spreading from the center of the flower of order. It was this energy field that offset the time debt, forcefully pulling Blue Star back to the normal timeline. A miracle! This is simply a miracle! Professor Zhang Weining's voice trembled. Preliminary tests showed that the flower's influence ranged roughly the size of 3 football fields. Within this range, the effects of the time debt were completely neutralized, and even the damage began to be repaired. Newly grown white hair would gradually turn black, wrinkles would fade, and failing organs would stop deteriorating and show signs of reversal. Even more exciting was that once those who underwent this repair left the area of influence, their bodies would no longer be affected by the time debt. The moment the conclusion was reached, the command center was initially deathly silent, then many cheered and embraced each other, weeping. Chang Haoqi clutched the report tightly, a genuine smile blooming on his face for the first time in a day and a night. As long as there is hope, there is a future. He immediately convened all department heads and expert teams to begin formulating a plan. The energy field of the flower has a limited range. We must develop the most efficient utilization plan. After intense and efficient discussions, a simple yet effective plan was quickly formulated and strictly implemented. First, the restoration of the core infrastructure system must be ensured. Unitong, carrying the flower of order, under tight protection, will traverse every key area of the underground command center. Energy centers, communication centers, the highest decision-making center, medical centers, and agricultural bases sustaining food supplies. Where the flowers bloom, miracles quietly occur. Technicians who nearly made operational errors due to sudden aging, seeing each other's bodies return to normal, are moved to tears and throw themselves back into their intensive work. The medical center becomes the place where miracles occur most frequently. In the intensive care unit, elderly people and patients whose vital signs had plummeted and who had been given critical condition notices gradually stabilized. Then, a plan called Hope Rotation was created. Staff in key positions, the frail elderly, patients, and children are given priority and rotated into the area influenced by the flower of order to rest in batches and at different times. Even just sitting quietly on the periphery for 10 minutes can significantly alleviate aging and weakness, allowing the body to repair itself. The eyes of those quietly queuing outside the designated area are no longer filled with numbness and despair, but with anticipation and patience. They even show deference to one another. Let the child go in first. Old man, please stand in front of me. The existence of the flower of order dispelled the global cloud of despair. Sister Tan's flower of hope. The debt of time can be resisted. We still have a chance. Such messages were transmitted through the communication network at an unprecedented speed to every underground base, and to the ears of every survivor. People wept, embraced each other, shedding tears of hope and excitement. The crimes previously fueled by despair vanished instantly, and everyone's will to live was rekindled. Order, accompanied by hope, returned to society. The system notification announced the failure of the Blue Star mission the moment the time dead descended. Chin Yu, who was watching television, felt a pang of anxiety. Time debt, shortened lifespan. She was still young, she could still bear it, but what about Grandma? Grandma was already 70 years old, and her health had always been poor. She would get breathless even with slight exertion. How could Grandma withstand this sudden disaster? She hurriedly turned off the television and rushed to Grandma's room. In the room, Grandma Chin was wearing her reading glasses, slowly unraveling an old sweater. Hearing the noise, she looked up, saw her flustered granddaughter, and smiled kindly. Little Yu, why are you running so fast? Look at your messy hair. Grandma's voice was as gentle as ever. Grandma was just about to unravel this old sweater and knit you a new one. As she spoke, she suddenly felt a tightness in her chest and coughed softly. She didn't pay much attention to this small matter, but she also failed to notice Chin Yu's suddenly pale face and the worry filling her eyes. Yu, what style do you want? Grandma Chin suppressed her discomfort and continued to smile, trying to change the subject. I heard that loose cardigans are all the rage among young girls these days. Grandma will look into it and make one for you too. Before she could finish speaking, Chin Yu suddenly rushed over and buried her face in her grandmother's arms. The little girl's body trembled slightly, and her voice was trembling with tears. Grandma, don't leave me. Please, don't leave me. Grandma Chin was taken aback by her granddaughter's sudden outburst, then chuckled. Silly child, what nonsense are you talking about? How could Grandma leave you? Grandma still wants to watch our Shall You grow up, go to university, get married, and have children. That night, Chin Yu couldn't sleep a wink, tossing and turning in bed, constantly listening for any sounds from the next room. Finally, she couldn't bear it any longer and, under her grandmother's helpless yet heartbroken gaze, made a makeshift bed on the floor next to her grandmother's bed. You child. Her grandmother sighed, ultimately unable to bring herself to send her away. But the next morning, Chin Yu's heart sank. In just one night, the wrinkles on her grandmother's face seemed deeper, the light in her eyes dimmed considerably, and her movements revealed an undeniable sluggishness and weakness. She anxiously picked up her phone and found that the class group chat had already exploded, filled with the same panic and helplessness as her. Che Lanru, what should I do? My grandma just fainted and was taken to the hospital. The doctor said her condition is very bad. Xian, my grandpa too. He already had heart disease, and the doctor said he only had 2 years left at most, but this morning the doctor issued a critical condition notice. Fu Shu, I'm so scared. My parents were just right in front of me, and I watched their hair turn completely white. I'm so worried about them. Just then, math teacher Li, who rarely spoke in the class group chat, suddenly posted a notice. Teacherly, urgent notice. Due to a special emergency, all primary and secondary schools in the city will be closed from today until further notice. Please stay at home, pay attention to safety, and take good care of your family. The students immediately became even more nervous and confused. Duan Fei, Teacher Li? Why did you send out the notice? Where's Teacher Zhou? Why didn't Teacher Zhou send it? Teacher Li, I'm sorry, students. Teacher Zhou has suddenly fallen ill and needs to rest for a while. I will temporarily take over the duties of the homeroom teacher. Please stay home and keep your communication channels open. Qin Yu's heart clenched. Teacher Zhou. Teacher Zhou's health has never been very good. She seems to have some chronic illness. Could it be that her health has suddenly deteriorated due to the effects of time debt? Just as Qin Yu was worrying about Teacher Zhou, her grandmother beside her suddenly let out a heart-wrenching cough. The cough was heavy and rapid, and her grandmother's face instantly turned ashen, her lips turned purple, and her breathing became rapid and difficult. Grandma. What's wrong? Don't scare me. Qin Yu was terrified, rushed over and hugged her grandmother tightly, tears instantly streaming down her face. Grandma, are you alright? Hang in there. I take you to the hospital right now. I call an ambulance right now. Her hands trembled as she dialed the emergency number, but all she heard was a cold, busy tone. Undeterred, she dialed again, twice, 3 times, all busy. Qin Yu's heart sank. She suddenly realized. Everywhere was in chaos. There were countless elderly people like Grandma. The emergency lines must have been completely overwhelmed. No! She couldn't just wait. Grandma's condition couldn't be delayed any longer. She had to get to the hospital immediately. She forced herself to calm down, forcefully wiped away her tears, and rushed next door, knocking on Aunt Lin's door. The door opened, and Aunt Lin appeared. Overnight, she looked several years older, with fine lines around her eyes, but her spirit remained relatively calm. Seeing Qin Yu's tear-streaked face and panicked expression, Lin Yi's heart sank. What's wrong? What happened? Aunt Lin! Aunt Lin! Qin Yu cried, as if grasping at a straw, sobbing uncontrollably. Please help me. My grandma. My grandma suddenly started coughing so badly, she can't breathe. I can't support her alone, I don't know what to do. Lin Yi's heart tightened. She knew Chen's grandma's condition very well. She was old, had many underlying health conditions, and on top of that, there was this devastating debt of time. Don't panic. Don't cry. Lin Yi made a decision immediately, her tone decisive. Go home and help your grandma slowly downstairs. Auntie will go downstairs to borrow a car from your Uncle Qi. We take Grandma to the hospital right away. Qin Yu seemed to have found a pillar of support, nodding frantically and struggling to help her grandmother, whose breathing was becoming increasingly labored downstairs. But Lin Yi stood at the top of the stairs, her face full of apology. Yu, your Uncle Qi. He's in the hospital too. We can't borrow a car. Qin Yu looked at her grandmother groaning in pain in her arms, then at Aunt Lin's defeated and helpless face. Her legs went weak, and she almost fell to the ground, clutching her grandmother. For the first time, she hated her own insignificance and powerlessness. Faced with disaster, she could do nothing, not even protect her closest relatives. Just at this moment of despair, Aunt Luo from the neighborhood committee suddenly announced over the loudspeaker, "Attention residents! Attention residents! The government has activated its emergency response plan. Special medical resources are available at the Hope Center in the city center stadium to alleviate the acute symptoms of time debt. If you have an elderly person or a patient in critical condition at home, please go immediately. If you have an elderly person in critical condition at home, please go immediately. The flower of order will protect you." The flower of order? What's that? Qin Yu and Lin Yi were both stunned. But Qin Yu immediately understood, her eyes rekindling with hope, her voice urgent. Aunt Lin, let's go quickly. To the Hope Center. Lin Yi immediately reacted, and together with Qin Yu, they carefully helped the almost unconscious Grandma Chen up, one on each side. Along the way, they saw many people like them, supporting or carrying their own dying elderly relatives on makeshift stretchers, struggling forward in the same direction. Everyone's face was filled with anxiety and sorrow, but also with a desperate hope. Entering the Hope Center in the city center stadium, the scene before Qin Yu was deeply shocked. Inside, many people were sitting or lying down, most of them elderly people or patients on the verge of death due to time debt. Despite the large number of people and the critical situation, the scene was not chaotic. Staff and medical personnel in uniform volunteer attire moved quickly but methodically, guiding, inquiring, and distributing number tags. Everyone waited quietly, No one argued or cut in line. As Qin Yu and Lin Yi helped Grandma Chen step into the core area shrouded in a strange, silvery purple light, a miracle occurred. Grandma Chen's heart-wrenching cough subsided visibly, her breathing gradually became steady, and a trace of color quickly returned to her ashen face. Although still weak, the terrifying signs that she was about to die had vanished. Qin Yu and Lin Yi could hardly believe their eyes at what they saw. A gentle yet capable-looking volunteer quickly approached and patiently helped them sit down on a makeshift chair. She thoughtfully gave each of them a glass of warm water. "Don't worry, Grandma will be all right." The volunteer took out an unidentified device and gently scanned Grandma Chen's wrist. Looking at the data displayed on the screen, she smiled with relief. Thankfully, she was brought in time. Her vital signs have stabilized. The erosion of time debt is being reversed. She said to Qin Yu, "If you stay here for another 5 minutes, she should be mostly back to normal." She then printed out a numbered sticker from the device and handed it to Qin Yu. 5 minutes later, take Grandma to that green tent over there for a simple registration, and then you can go home with peace of mind. Before getting up, the volunteer seemed to remember something and turned back, her voice gentle yet earnest as she gave her this final instruction. "Little sister, resources are extremely limited right now. The power of the Flower of Order needs to reach as many people as possible. So, once Grandma's condition stabilizes, please don't linger here. Let the opportunity pass to those who need more urgent help later, okay?" Qin Yu clutched the small sticker tightly, nodding earnestly, and with a serious expression on her face. "Don't worry, sister. I understand. We go home right after we register. We won't delay." 5 minutes later, Grandma Chen opened her eyes, her gaze clearing. She even tried to move her limbs, exclaiming in surprise. "Huh? That's strange. I was feeling so bad just now, but suddenly, I feel so much better. My chest isn't tight anymore, and I can breathe so easily." "Grandma." Qin Yu couldn't hold back any longer, hugging her grandmother tightly, tears of joy streaming down her face. Lin Yi, standing beside her, also wiped her eyes, a relieved smile spreading across her face. Before leaving the Hope Center, Qin Yu couldn't help but stop and look back at the center of the hall. She was too far away to see the flower clearly, only a soft and sacred silver-purple halo, like a warm sun, illuminating and protecting everyone. That flower was the one Sister Tan brought, the miracle that saved her grandmother and countless others. She took out her phone and excitedly shared her experience in the class group chat. "Qin Yu, everyone. I'm telling the truth. My grandmother was almost in critical condition at the Hope Center in the gymnasium, but she was completely recovered after just 5 minutes. If your elderly family member is in critical condition, you really should try it." The message received an immediate response. "Che Lanru, really you? Sure Xian, I was just about to tell you. My grandpa has just recovered and gone home. Ha ha ha. It's amazing. Fu Shu, that's great. My parents are a few years older, but they can still hold on for now, so we can give the opportunity to those who are more in urgent need. Duan Fei, Fu Shu, you're such a filial son. Thumbs up." Qin Yu looked at Duan Fei's message and couldn't help but smile through her tears. She carefully helped her grandmother, who had fully recovered and was even more energetic than before, and walked out of the Hope Center with Aunt Lin. Just as she reached the door, she bumped into a familiar figure. "Teacher Zhou?" Qin Yu's eyes widened in surprise. You're... She looked at Teacher Zhou before her. Her complexion was rosy, her spirits high, her hair jet black and lustrous, her skin firm and radiant. She showed no signs of illness whatsoever. Teacher Zhou, seeing Qin Yu and her clearly recovered grandmother beside her, smiled with relief. She gently patted Qin Yu's shoulder, her voice soft. "I wasn't feeling well yesterday, but..." She paused, glancing towards the center of hope. "But I'm all better now, completely better." Teacher and student exchanged a knowing smile, everything understood without words. Countless similar stories were unfolding in every corner of the planet. People still faced difficulties, still worried about the health of their loved ones, still had to wait in line for the limited protection of the Flower of Order. But hope had returned. As long as there is hope, life can go on, order can be rebuilt, and the future is worth looking forward to. Blue Star Joint Command Center. Chang Haoqi stood before the large screen, gazing at the holographic projection of the Flower of Order, radiating a silver-purple halo, in the center. A complex expression of relief and understanding appeared on his resolute face. His gaze seemed to pierce through the screen, through space itself, and see the figure far away, in the city of Calamity, running a small convenience store, always seemingly nonchalant yet repeatedly creating miracles. Tan Xiaoxiao, He murmured the name, his tone filled with the most sincere and profound gratitude. Chapter 84. When the system notification that he had won the mission on Void Star rang in his ears, Inxia could no longer hold on, and collapsed to the ground, looking utterly exhausted. With all his remaining strength, he looked up at the aloof Visser, and managed to speak with difficulty. "You said you would help me recover." Only then did Visser notice his presence. His unfathomable eyes glanced at him, their gaze devoid of pity, only cold indifference. Visser casually took out a discreet, deep-set black box from his backpack. The box opened, revealing a pale yellow crystal core about the size of a fingernail. The crystal core emitted a strange energy fluctuation. Most remarkably, simply being near it caused Inxia to feel the surging pain, resentment, and even worry about the remnants of his home planet vanish instantly, replaced by a state of calm. "An emotional siphon crystal core," Visser said calmly, yet meaningfully. "Take it back to your homeworld and activate it. Its power is enough to restore peace to your wretched planet." He paused, then casually tossed the box to the ground, his tone laced with undisguised contempt. "This is my final reward to my still loyal tool." Shadow Eggplant trembled as he reached out and almost snatched the box, completely disregarding Visser's blatantly insulting gesture. Sacrificing his memories, lifespan, and dignity for the peace of his homeworld, in his eyes, the trade was worthwhile. He even felt a twisted sense of gratitude towards Visser. At least, he had kept his promise. Watching Shadowbell, clutching the box, hunchbacked and limping away, disappear into the distance, Harold, who had been observing, couldn't help but speak, his tone filled with incomprehension. "My lord, why give such a precious item to that good-for-nothing? Wouldn't it have been cleaner to just dispose of it?" Visser didn't turn around, a calculating glint in his eyes. "Dispose of it?" he repeated softly, then let out a contemptuous sneer. "No, his usefulness has only just begun." Shadowbell, carrying the crystal core, returned to the ravaged planet Worm. Under the expectant gazes of her entire tribe, she activated the crystal core. A miracle indeed occurred immediately. Those who had been fighting, and even brandishing weapons over a minor argument suddenly stopped. The rage and violence on their faces vanished rapidly, their expressions blank. After a long while, everyone silently put away their weapons and left, without apologies or explanations, as if the conflict had never happened. Crime vanished almost overnight, and the once despairing and frenzied streets fell into an unsettling silence. Peace. True peace has arrived. Thank you, Captain Shadowgill. Thank you, Void Star. Our planet is saved. The ecstasy of survival swept over all the Wormians. They embraced each other, tears streaming down their faces. Shadowgill gazed at this peaceful scene, his aged face filled with a relieved smile. He thought he could finally rest in peace. Even if he closed his eyes now, he would have done right by his people's expectations. However, this peace lasted only a very short few hours. The first to sense something was wrong were artists and creators. A renowned painter picked up a brush, only to find himself completely blank before the canvas. He remembered all the techniques, all the color proportions, but he had lost the urge and inspiration to create. His works were exquisite, yet soulless. Next, society began to rapidly lose its vitality. Engineers, faced with damaged infrastructure, could only perform mechanical repairs, unable to offer innovative solutions. The entire planet's technological level seemed locked down. People could still work and live, but with abnormally low efficiency and a lack of enthusiasm. Even more terrifying was the change. A mother holding her young child, the child reaching out to touch her face, felt no tenderness or love. Couples who once deeply loved each other were now silent, their eyes vacant, no longer feeling any spark. Acquaintances encountered on the street no longer smiled or greeted each other, but simply brushed past indifferently. When Inxia discovered all this, a deeper fear than before welled up within her. This isn't right. This isn't restoration at all. This is another form of destruction. He trembled as he activated the communicator, almost roaring as he connected with Visser. Visser's holographic projection appeared. He looked perfectly calm, even showing displeasure at being interrupted. "Shadowja?" Visser's voice was indifferent. "What is it? I thought you were already enjoying your hard-won peace." "Visser." Shadowja's voice was hoarse, filled with barely suppressed anger and panic. "You lied to me. This isn't restoration at all. Wormstar is now devoid of all emotions, no love, no hate, not even pain. What on earth is going on? No more emotions, no more chaos. Isn't this what you wanted?" Visser raised an eyebrow, a playful glint in his eyes. "Captain Shadowgiver. Look, no more street fights, crime has vanished, your homeworld is peaceful. I kept my promise." What's the difference between this and death? Shadowgiver nearly smashed the communicator. That crystal core is absorbing everyone's emotional energy. Tell me, where is all this energy going? What are you trying to do? Hearing Shadowgiver's words, a flicker of surprise crossed Visser's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by deep sarcasm. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes seemingly piercing through the screen, staring directly into Shadowgiver's broken eyes. Looks like you're a little smarter than I thought. Visser's tone was nonchalant. Since you guessed it, I might as well tell you. It's an honor for your planet worm to become an emotional farm for the adults, providing nourishment for higher beings. An honor. Shadowgear's face turned deathly pale. All his sacrifices had resulted in turning his entire home planet into an emotional farm, constantly being farmed and harvested? Looking at his distraught state, Visser watched as if watching a captivating drama, his tone arrogant and cruel. The crystal core is in your hands, Shadowgear. If you're not satisfied, you can destroy it. However, after destroying it, your planet will immediately revert to its former state of frenzy, chaos, and infighting, a hellish landscape. He paused, savoring the frozen expression on Shadowgear's face, and slowly added, Would you choose this peace now, or return to the past? Captain Shadowgear, what will you choose? Inxia fully understood Visser's vicious scheme. No matter what he chose, Worm was already doomed. Accepting the crystal core was a slow form of spiritual castration. Destroying the crystal core meant immediate collapse and annihilation. Visser had given Inxia a choice, but both ends were precipices. You demon. Inxia spat out the words through gritted teeth, his heart filled with utter hatred. Visser lost his last bit of patience, his face now only showing utter indifference and disdain. Boring accusations, wasting words on useless pawns, utterly meaningless. The communication was unilaterally cut off as soon as the words left his mouth. Worm did not recover. It became a living dead star. All emotions, whether negative anger, fear, despair, or positive joy, love, compassion, hope, were all mercilessly absorbed and transformed by that crystal core. Inxia felt it most acutely. Initially, he was comforted by the peace of his home planet. But now, he realized that even his own love for his home planet, and his sense of responsibility to his people were slowly fading away. This was more insidious than simply destroying Worm. However, even the anger and regret in his heart were being absorbed by the crystal core. He was watching himself and his entire civilization slide into the abyss with a clear mind, yet he didn't even have the strength to struggle. He closed his eyes, and a name suddenly flashed through his mind, Tan Xiao. For some reason, he subconsciously picked up his communicator, connected to the Interstellar Forum, and searched for posts related to Blue Star and Tan Xiao. On the homepage of the Interstellar Forum, a news flash caught Inxia's eye. Blue Star loses to Void Star again, Visser's strength is still overwhelming. The post was brief, without even any attached videos or pictures, but it quickly attracted many replies. After all, Blue Star and Void Star are both top-tier planets on the forum. First floor, I knew this would happen. Visser could never lose. Second floor, Visser is indeed my idol. The strong always get stronger. 3rd floor, doesn't anyone think it's strange that Void Star keeps winning? 4th floor, what are you sour about? Void Star's strength is overwhelmingly superior, winning is normal. It would be strange if Blue Star, a low-level civilization, could struggle until now. 5th floor, I want a screen recording of the battle between Blue Star and Void Star. I pay a high price. I want to see how the Master Visser operates. 6th floor account banned. I have a screen recording from Void Star's internal perspective. DM me if you want it. Quick, don't report me. 7th floor, ha. 6th floor is gone. Don't you know that Void Star strictly prohibits screen recordings from being leaked? You're crazy for money. Floor 8, just between you and me, I watched the replay. Void Star won so easily, almost effortlessly. It felt like Worm Star bore the brunt of everything. Floor 9, what does this have to do with Worm Star? Didn't they just lose to Blue Star? Floor 10, insider information. This time, Worm Star's shadow eggplant was lured into the dungeon by Visser using a special item. Looks like Worm Star has allied with Void Star. Floor 11, Worm Star has also allied with Void Star? Shouldn't we Cloud Star also consider this? Planets that align with Void Star seem to have pretty good outcomes. In the dimly lit room, Shadow Eggplant curled up in a chair, coughing violently. Looking at the post on the forum, planets that align with Void Star seem to have pretty good outcomes. A bitter smile, more like a grimace, tugged at the corner of his mouth. Doing well? A good ending? Who could have imagined that Worm Star, though seemingly peaceful, had actually become a silent emotional farm? There was no anger, no sorrow, but also no laughter, no love, no vibrant emotions whatsoever. People worked numbly like programmed machines, surviving, becoming sustenance for higher dimensional beings. This was more cruel than direct destruction. It was spiritual torture. And he, Shadow Eggplant, was the sinner who had personally pushed his home planet into the abyss. A surge of intense remorse had barely risen when it was once again extracted by the crystal core. He calmly closed the post, mechanically refreshing the page, searching for a sliver of solace or a glimmer of hope. Soon, another new post caught his eye. Blue Star is doomed. A year-long time debt could devastate civilization's progress. The discussion in the post was even more heated than the previous one, filled with detached astonishment and pity. Floor 1, time debt? Has any previous planet experienced this? I need some information. Floor 2, I heard there was a civilization that perished because of time debt. It was a silent massacre. Some babies lived their entire childhood within minutes of birth, rapidly aging and dying. Others died within seconds. Floor 3, adding to the above, that planet lasted less than 8 months. First, the elderly died in droves, then the middle-aged rapidly declined, and finally only some immature children, and a few lucky survivors, now frail and elderly, remained. The civilization's lineage was completely severed. Just imagining that scene is suffocating. Floor 4, frozen earth warm. Oh my god! How could Blue Star? We only recently established diplomatic relations with Blue Star. 5th floor, green vine star red ivy. Impossible. My Blue Star friends are all optimistic and strong. We're still writing to each other, and they didn't mention anything this serious. 6th floor, are Blue Star people really that strong-willed? Even in a life-or-death situation, they don't ask their allies for help. 7th floor, frozen earth star Ling Ling. I just urgently contacted my Blue Star pen pals, and they said the situation isn't that serious. It seems they got some kind of order flower from Boss Tan? Anyway, it greatly reduced the impact of time debt. 8th floor, I heard about it too. It's called Order Flower, and its effects are incredible. It reverses anomalies and restores order. It sounds like a rule-based weapon. 9th floor, is this the benefit of clinging to the right powerful force? Tears of envy streamed down my face.jpg. 10th floor, really? Is there really such a bug-like existence in the universe? Wouldn't that be able to counteract many rule-based punishments? 11th floor, it feels like the forum is clearly divided into 2 factions now. One faction is the Tan Sister Party, who firmly believe that Blue Star and Boss Tan can create a miracle. The other faction is the Visor Party, who worship absolute power, and believe that the path of the Void Star is the only true way. 12th floor, +1, the thread next door is almost a Visor praise thread. I can't bear to look at it. Shadow Eggplant's finger hovered over the screen, repeatedly looking at the descriptions of flower of order and reversing anomalies, restoring order. A faint light flickered in his lifeless eyes. Reversing anomalies, restoring order, if this is true. Then, is it possible for the current anomalies on Worm Star to be reversed? But he immediately remembered how he had previously sided with the Void Star, and opposed Blue Star. He had already thoroughly offended Blue Star, and that mysterious Boss Tan. Now, what face did he have to ask for help? What price could he offer to exchange for that flower of order that might save his home planet? What did Wormstar have left? Its resources had been exhausted by years of bizarre natural disasters. Its technological level was insignificant in interstellar space, and he himself was on his last legs. He looked up at the window. Wormstar was currently shrouded in a false, suffocating peace. The streets were clean, the pedestrians were orderly, there were no arguments, no conflicts, and almost no one was speaking loudly. He wanted Wormstar to truly, vividly, and emotionally alive. Shadow Eggplant's gaze returned to the forum screen, fixing on the words flower of order in Boss Tan. Although the hope was slim, he had to try. For Wormstar, for those people who were losing their souls. He had to set aside all dignity and pride and beg for forgiveness and help. Tan Xiaoxiao carried the heavy, shimmering pot of order of the flower back to the convenience store, her heart pounding with anxiety the whole way. The miserable state of Bian Ruijin and his gang kept replaying in her mind. Sigh, even a visit to a botanical garden can make you look like this, really, she muttered, pushing open the convenience store door. The store was the same as always. Lu Luan was meticulously wiping the shelves. Big Black was dozing in a cardboard box in the corner, while Little Black, disguised as an ugly Tera Tera Bozu, Japanese Tera Tera Bozu, lay on the checkout counter. Tan Xiaoxiao placed the potted plant on the counter first. The silvery purple flowers still emitted a soft, mysterious glow in the room, instantly attracting the attention of all the employees in the store. Tan Xiaoxiao felt increasingly uneasy. The lighting near the checkout counter was poor, and it didn't get any sunlight. After thinking for a moment, she carefully picked up the flower pot and moved it to the corner rest area of the convenience store. That spot was by the window, facing the sun, and easily visible from the checkout counter. Perfect. She straightened the flower pot, took 2 steps back, and tilted her head to admire it. Sunlight streamed through the glass, falling on the silvery purple petals, refracting an even more captivating brilliance. Tan Xiaoxiao grew increasingly satisfied. It's so beautiful, the color is getting more and more appealing. However, her reverie lasted less than 3 seconds. A slender, deep-colored tentacle silently reached out, its target clearly settling on the nearest flower. Tan Xiaoxiao caught a glimpse of the dark shadow out of the corner of her eye, and her heart skipped a beat. She instantly remembered the ancient flower that had been so cruelly attacked. You little black devil. Still trying to steal my flower, huh? With lightning speed, she lunged forward and slapped the sneaky tentacle. Smack! A soft sound followed, and the tentacle quickly retracted. Little Black trembled, conveying a silent sense of grievance. Tan Xiaoxiao put her hands on her hips, glaring angrily at it. I haven't settled the score with you for stealing my ancient flower. This flower is my treasure, you dare touch it. Before she finished speaking, another tentacle attacked the flower pot from another direction, with even greater speed. Trying to play a diversionary tactic with me? This little black devil was utterly lawless. She reached out and grabbed Little Black by the neck. Looks like I have to teach you a lesson. Tan Xiaoxiao picked up the struggling Xiao Hei and threw it towards the Hei. Here's a toy for you. Give it a good lesson. Teach it a lesson it won't forget. Seeing Little Black being tossed over, Big Black's green eyes lit up. It opened its mouth and bit Little Black's head, then excitedly did a 360-degree spin. Ooh, Little Black let out a muffled whimper, completely dazed. Tan Xiaoxiao watched for a while, arms crossed, and seeing that Little Black had completely lost its previous arrogance after being tormented by Big Black, she nodded in satisfaction. She walked over and patted Big Black's shiny, smooth forehead. All right, that's enough of a lesson. Don't really hurt it, I still need it for work. Big Black reluctantly released its grip, and Little Black fell to the ground with a thud, its tentacles limp and lifeless. Tan Xiaoxiao turned around, pointed to the flower pot by the window, and solemnly gave the order. You two listen up. This flower pot is mine, and no one is allowed to touch it. Big Black, you're in charge of watching it. If I find a single petal missing... She smiled sinisterly, her gaze sweeping over the ominous-smelling trash can in the corner. I stuff you both into the store's trash can. Upon hearing the word trash can, Big Black and Little Black simultaneously sprang to attention, instantly becoming obedient. Seeing their timid demeanor, Tan Xiaoxiao was finally completely relieved. For the next few days, life at the convenience store seemed to return to normal. Tan Xiaoxiao spent her days cleaning, handling the cash register, playing with Big Black and Lu Luan, and occasionally admiring her precious flowers, living a very comfortable life. However, occasionally, some uninvited guests would enter the store. One after another, people dressed in strange clothes, reeking of gunpowder or emanating strange energy, walked into the store. Tan Xiaoxiao was used to this. She knew these people, like Bian Ruijin and his group, were players. These people usually just wandered aimlessly around the shop, their eyes greedily and curiously scanning every corner. Ultimately, 9 times out of 10, their gazes would settle on the potted plant in the rest area. Their gazes, a mixture of curiosity, greed, shock, and disbelief, sent chills down Tan Xiaoxiao's spine. She lived in constant fear, terrified that some guy might be so tempting as to pluck her hard-earned treasured plant when she wasn't looking. Fortunately, Dahei and Xiaohei were exceptionally dutiful. Dahei would immediately go on alert if it sensed even the slightest covetousness towards the plant, its green eyes fixed intently on the intruder, exuding a powerful aura. Xiaohei was even more direct. If anyone tried to get within half a meter of the potted plant, a tentacle would silently appear, and amidst the scream of surprise, it would unceremoniously invite the person out of the shop. After several attempts, significantly fewer people dared to try and rob her. That afternoon, the sun was shining brightly. Tan Xiaoxiao had just finished serving a group of customers, and was leisurely sitting behind the cashier, munching on a small cookie. The wind chimes at the door jingled again. She looked up and saw a figure shakily shuffling in. The man was wearing a slightly oversized, flashy purple combat uniform. The style looked vaguely familiar. He was terribly hunched over, each step incredibly difficult, his face etched with wrinkles and signs of hardship, his hair thinning. He looked to be at least 80, if not 90. Tan Xixia's heart skipped a beat. She instantly tensed up. Could this old man have come to the wrong place, or be feeling unwell? If something happened to him in her shop, she couldn't afford the responsibility. After the old man entered the shop, his cloudy eyes scanned the entire store, finally fixing firmly on the potted plant in the rest area. Tan Xixia's heart leaped into her throat upon seeing this. A flower thief? And such an old one at that. Not only did she become alert, but the large black dog in the corner had also silently risen, letting out a threatening growl, about to pounce. The smaller black dog also stirred slightly, one of its tentacles silently emerging from under the counter. No! Big Black! Stop! Tan Xiaoxiao was terrified and rushed out from behind the counter, grabbing Big Black by the neck. She was joking. This old man looked frail and old. One bite from Big Black would likely be fatal, and she didn't even want to think about the consequences. After finally calming the agitated Big Black, she breathed a sigh of relief. She turned to the old man staring intently at the flower pot and asked in as gentle a tone as possible. Grandpa, are you thirsty or tired? Do you need any help? Why are you staring at my flowers? Xia trembled slightly upon hearing Tan Xiaoxiao's voice. Seeing that Tan Xiaoxiao didn't recognize him at all, he felt a mix of emotions, unsure whether to be thankful that she didn't hold a grudge or saddened by how unrecognizable he had become. He didn't answer Tan Xiaoxiao's question. Instead, to her astonishment, he bent his knees and knelt down. Oh dear! Grandpa, you mustn't. Tan Xiaoxiao nearly jumped up in fright, rushing forward and grabbing Xia's arm, preventing him from kneeling. She glanced anxiously out the window, afraid that passers-by might have witnessed this. If someone took a picture and posted it online with a headline, like unscrupulous shop owner bullies an elderly person, her shop would be out of business. Grandpa, what are you doing? Let's talk this out. This huge bow is too much for me. It shortened my lifespan. Tan Xiaoxiao used all her strength to finally support Xia. Xia raised his cloudy eyes, looking at Tan Xiaoxiao, his voice filled with humble pleading. Please, Boss Tan. Please help me. Tan Xiaoxiao was confused, but still patiently asked, help you? Help you with what? Please explain clearly. Xia's gaze returned to the potted flower of order. I want to ask you to grant me a flower of order. Tan Xiaoxiao followed his gaze and immediately understood. So he was after her precious flower. She scratched her head, a conflicted expression on her face. Only a few flowers had bloomed, and each one was precious to her. She gave one to Yanni Tong because Yanni Tong was her friend, but this old man in front of her, she really didn't recognize him. Although he looked vaguely familiar, and his voice seemed familiar. As she hesitated, Xia, seeing that she didn't immediately agree, showed despair on his face, and swayed, as if about to kneel again. No, no, no. Grandpa. We can talk this over. Don't just kneel. Tan Xiaoxiao quickly stopped him again, speechless. This old man? Why was he using moral blackmail? Tan Xiaoxiao was more responsive to gentle persuasion than force, but she was even more afraid of this kind of subtle manipulation. Looking at the old man's frail and aged appearance, as if he would burn out at any moment, Tan Xiaoxiao finally softened. She sighed, as if making a great decision. Oh well, never mind, you had it tough. Just one flower, right? She walked to the window, looking at the potted plant from left to right, and finally, carefully chose the smallest looking flower. As she reached for it, she muttered with heartache, this one will do. It looks a little unopened, but it shouldn't matter too much. Under the longing gazes of Big Black and Little Black behind her, she reluctantly plucked the flower and handed it to Xia. Xia trembled as if receiving a priceless treasure, carefully cradling the flower. The instant he touched the petals, he clearly felt a gentle yet powerful force. Xia was instantly overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. He hastily wiped his eyes with his sleeve, then bowed deeply, almost at a 90-degree angle, to Tan Xiaoxiao. Thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. Tan. You done me a great favor. His voice choked with emotion, filled with gratitude. Seeing his earnestness, Tan Xiaoxiao felt a little embarrassed. It was just a flower. Wasn't this man going too far? All right. It's not that exaggerated. Get up. Xia bowed again, then carefully carried the flower and limped away from the convenience store. Watching the old man's hunched back disappear around the corner, Tan Xiaoxiao shook her head and turned back into the store. Just as she reached the checkout counter, she noticed a small pile of things on it. It was a pile of colorful, irregularly shaped, but each stone was crystal clear and beautiful. They lay there quietly, clearly not ordinary stones. Beside the stone lay a crumpled note. These are wormstones, a specialty of Wormstar. I heard you love sparkly things, so I did my best to collect these as a token of my gratitude. I deeply regret my past offenses and disrespect towards you in the previous instances and offer my sincere apologies. Wormstar Shadow Eggplant. Wormstar Shadow Eggplant? Tan Xiaoxiao stared at the name, frowning as she tried to recall. Finally, the image of a young man with green hair and wearing a flashy purple combat suit appeared in her mind. Tan Xiaoxiao's mouth dropped open in surprise as she looked towards the doorway again, muttering incredulously. How did he become like this? He looks decades older. The difference is too great. She looked down at the pile of glittering wormstones, which perfectly suited her aesthetic, and then, recalling Shadow Eggplant's pitiful appearance and sincere attitude, the unpleasantness she felt from the previous dungeon gradually disappeared. TSK, it seems being a player is really stressful. Tan Xiaoxiao sighed, picked up a blue wormstone, and examined it under the light. As it spun, starlight shimmered. It was indeed beautiful. She carefully put the stones away, muttering to herself, I hope this flower can really help him. Sigh, he looks so pitiful. Chapter 85. As Ingqia's figure emerged from the teleportation light unique to the disaster game, Danqi, who had been waiting, immediately rushed forward. Captain, did you get it? Ingqia's face was weary, but his eyes shone with an astonishing light. He nodded cautiously. I got it. We have hope. Ingqia slowly opened his palm, revealing the flower he had carefully nurtured. The flower wasn't large, even somewhat wilted, but its silvery purple luster seemed to possess its own light source, appearing both gentle and resolute. Danqi's pupils constricted sharply, because the moment she approached the flower, excitement, joy, gratitude, a complex mix of emotions surged into her heart. To her astonishment, her vanished emotions had actually returned. Danqi abruptly raised her head, looking at Ingqia, only then noticing that the captain's previously wrinkled face seemed smoother. Not only that, his hunched back had straightened, and although his figure was still thin, the deathly aura surrounding him had faded considerably. Captain! Captain! Danqi's voice trembled as she pointed at Ingqia's face, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Ingqia also noticed the changes within himself. He incredulously raised his other hand, touching his cheek full and elastic. The effect was so immediate? Ingqia was deeply shocked. He hadn't expected this little flower to contain such domineering power, far exceeding his expectations. He remained stunned for a long time before slowly regaining his composure, instinctively giving the order, Danqi. The influence of this flower is limited. We must formulate a plan, prioritizing the restoration of key areas to stabilize the overall situation, and then study the others. Yes, Captain. Danqi nodded vigorously, tears welling in her eyes. Over the next 10 days, or so, Wormstar quietly underwent changes. Although a full recovery was still a long way off, the seeds of hope had been sown. Ingqia stood high above, gazing at the city below gradually regaining its vitality, his eyes filled with immense satisfaction. Just as his tense nerves began to relax, his personal communicator vibrated. Ingqia tapped it open, and the name on the screen instantly chilled his eyes. He lowered his eyes, concealing the complex emotions within, took a deep breath, and connected to the communicator. Visser's holographic projection instantly appeared in the air. When he saw the rejuvenated Ingqia, a rare flicker of shock flashed in his deep eyes. Although this shock was quickly replaced by his usual indifference and arrogance, Ingqia still caught it precisely. I didn't expect. Visser's voice carried a hint of inquiry. You actually recovered. Shadowbell revealed a mocking expression identical to the one Vasile had used when facing him before. Heh, I remember someone saying they didn't want to waste their breath on useless pawns? He imitated it remarkably well, even capturing a fraction of that condescending gaze. What, has the sun risen in the west today? The esteemed Lord Vasile has actually taken the initiative to contact a piece of trash, like me? He paused, admiring Vasile's furrowed brows, then took a step forward, observing the other's expression. Those lords behind you have discovered that the output of the newly acquired farm has plummeted. Shadowbell narrowed his eyes, trying to find more flaws in Vasile's perpetually icy face. The cooked duck is about to fly away, and your masters. Are they blaming you? This punishment for incompetence must be unbearable, right? These words clearly struck a nerve with Visser. Although he instantly regained his composure, Ingqia clearly saw the fleeting anger and humiliation in his eyes. Indeed, Visser wasn't irreplaceable in the eyes of those higher-dimensional beings. As a tool to be driven and exploited, once he lost his value or made a mistake, His fate would be dire. Having obtained the crucial information, Inchia felt reassured and no longer bothered with this hypocrite. Since she had decided to side with Blue Star and Boss Tan, she needed a sufficiently substantial pledge of allegiance. What could better demonstrate her stance and value than exposing the true face of Visser and the mastermind behind him? Seeing that Visser still wanted to say something, Inchia didn't hesitate, and with a sense of satisfaction, hung up the communication. The communicator vibrated again. Without even looking at it, Inchia immediately added Visser to his permanent blacklist. Having done this, he felt a surge of pent-up anger finally dissipate. As for the other half, Inchia opened the Interstellar Forum's posting interface and began typing rapidly. An hour later, a sensational post with detailed accusations appeared on the Interstellar Forum. Visser, the white glove of higher dimensional beings. How I naively believed his lies, pushing my home planet Worm into the abyss of emotional farms. Posted by Inchia. I am Inchia, the captain of Worm. I swear, everything I say below is true. After our defeat in the last instance battle against Blue Star, Worm was struck by a spiritual plague, causing the collapse of its social structure and driving its inhabitants into madness. It was in this moment of despair that Visser from Void Star approached me. He lured me into serving him by promising to help Worm return to normalcy. Afterwards, however, he silently drained the emotional energy of every living being on our planet using emotional siphoning cores, feeding it to higher dimensional beings. Worm thus became a living emotional farm. People lost all emotion, becoming like walking corpses, suffering spiritual castration. Visser was the executioner sent by higher dimensional beings to harvest civilization. Just when we were about to utterly perish, Boss Tan, surprisingly, repaid evil with kindness, disregarding past grievances, and generously bestowed upon us a flower of order. It was this flower that gave us a glimmer of hope to break free from our shackles. On behalf of all the people of Worm, I express my deepest gratitude and repentance to Boss Tan and to Blue Star. At Blue Star United Government, the higher dimensional beings and their agent, Visser, are the common enemy of all interstellar civilizations. They see us as pigs and dogs, feeding on our pain and hope. Worm sincerely hopes to form an alliance with Blue Star, share information, and jointly fight against the darkness, because it directly points out the influential figure Visser and the horrifying concept of the emotional farm. This post's popularity skyrocketed instantly. First floor, my God. At first, I thought it was a sensationalist accusation, but after reading it, it's terrifying to think about. If this is true. Second floor, oh no, I started reading it as gossip, but the more I read, the more chills I felt. Floor 3, if this logic applies, wouldn't the wins and losses, and the disasters, of all planets be prescripted? Would all efforts be useless? Would they still perish if they were destined to? Floor 4, so Visser keeps winning, with an endless stream of items, because he's not playing a game he's, working? Floor 5, this is ridiculous. I used to admire Visser's strength so much. Floor 6, I don't believe it. Shadow Eggplant, you lost the dungeon, your home planet suffered, and you're now slandering Lord Visser? Get ready to be punished by the Void Star. Floor 7. Thinking about it carefully, Visser's victories do seem strange many times. The matchmaking and the items are too coincidental. Shadow Eggplant's accusations might not be unfounded. Floor 8. LOL, you Sister Tan's party and Blue Star party people only know how to smear, right? You're weak yourselves. So you spread rumors about strong people? Sour chickens. Floor 9. Lord Visser's strength is unparalleled in the interstellar space. Why would he need to resort to these conspiracies? Do you have any evidence? Floor 10. The current situation on Worm Star is the best evidence. Have you Visser's brainwashed fans been brainwashed too? Floor 11. Even if Visser has problems, are Blue Star and that Tan Xiao clean? Maybe they're just fighting like dogs. The forum quickly split into two factions. One faction believed Inchia's accusations and felt fear and anger towards Visser. The other faction were Visser's staunch supporters, believing it to be slander. The two factions argued endlessly, the post was refreshed wildly, and everyone attacked each other, creating chaos. Amidst the chaos, the official account of the Blue Star United Government, which was directly tagged by Inchia, finally responded. 231st floor, Blue Star United Government official. We deeply sympathize with and understand the injustices and suffering suffered by Worm Star. We agree to establish an information sharing and mutual assistance relationship with Worm Star. Specific details are subject to further consultation. This speech was calm and restrained, expressing sympathy and a clear stance, with a very clear intention to form an alliance. Post number 233. Wait. I heard that Worm Star caused Blue Star quite a bit of trouble before, and they already forgiven them. That's too easy going. Post number 234. It has a bit of a repaying evil with kindness feel to it, but it feels a little strange. Post number 235. Heh, just a White Lotus. Who knows what they're plotting behind the scenes? Post number 236. Can Visser's fans and Void Star lackeys shut up? Every word they utter is offensive. In the Void Star Central Conference Room, the screen was still displaying the tearful accusation post from the forum. Crack! A crisp sound broke the deathly silence. Visser swung his arm, throwing out the expensive, rare crystal ashtray beside him. Harold and Jacob instinctively tensed up, while Daisy's face turned pale, unconsciously tightening her clothes, barely daring to breathe. They had all seen the post and understood why their captain had lost his composure. Visser took a few deep breaths in anger, quickly suppressing his surging rage and murderous intent with his powerful self-control. When he looked up again, his face had returned to its usual coldness. I'm going back to my room. His voice was devoid of emotion, chillingly calm. Don't bother me unless it's necessary. With that, he turned and walked straight into the inner room without looking at anyone. Watching his figure disappear, the remaining people in the lounge exchanged bewildered glances, unsure what to do. Just then Ruth, who had been sitting quietly in the corner, stood up. In the dim light, half of her face was hidden in shadow, making it impossible to discern her expression or emotions. Ruth habitually raised her hand, her fingers twirling a strand of hair across her chest. I go see him? Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, then silently nodded, watching Ruth walk through the tightly closed door. In the Void Star squad, everyone knew that there was an unspoken bond between Ruth and Captain Visser that went beyond ordinary camaraderie. She was indeed the most suitable person to soothe the enraged captain. Blue Star, Underground Command Center, Supreme Commander's office. Chang Haoqi leaned back in his chair, his deep gaze fixed on the post published by Ingxia. After a long while, he slowly turned the screen to Bian Ruijin sitting opposite him, his voice low. What do you think? Bian Ruijin leaned forward, his sharp eyes scanning the title, then carefully reading each word. As he delved deeper into the content, his expression grew increasingly serious. After reading the last line, Bian Ruijin took a deep breath, met Chang Haoqi's probing gaze, and spoke with unwavering conviction. I believe Ingxia wasn't lying. The details are thorough, and the logic is coherent. Besides, his do-or-die attitude doesn't seem fake. Chang Haoqi nodded slightly, his face showing little surprise. He brought up the reply interface, and concisely and forcefully typed a few lines representing Blue Star's position. After replying, he casually forwarded the post to his assistant, Xiao Wu, indicating that he should contact the WOM Star side to discuss the details of the alliance. Only then did Chang Haoqi turn his gaze back to Bian Ruijin. Ruijin, I once thought. Chang Haoqi's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible self-mockery. In the eyes of those higher-dimensional beings, Blue Star is, after all, just an insignificant, even weak, marginal planet. Our technology, individual strength, even the history of our civilization, all seem so ordinary in the vast universe. But the game's matchmaking system repeatedly targets us, the difficulty of tasks, and the severity of punishment starting to defy common sense. He paused, his fingertips lightly tapping the table. Especially after Tan Xiaoxiao appeared, this targeting became increasingly obvious, and I began to realize something was wrong. At first, I thought this targeting was aimed at Tan Xiaoxiao personally. But later, after repeated analysis, I realized something was wrong. The arrangements of higher-dimensional beings seemed to be more targeted at the entire Blue Star civilization. I couldn't understand where this favor came from before, but now, Ingxia's accusations have given me a possible path to the truth. He stood up, walked around the desk, and stood before the huge Blue Star map on the wall, marked with various progresses in the recovery process, his back solemn. Perhaps, our emotions are special to these higher-dimensional beings who feed on emotional energy. Chang Haoqi turned around, his gaze piercing as he looked at Bian Ruijin. Perhaps the qualities our emotions, born from pressure, are far more potent than those of other planets. That's why they value us so much. Bian Ruijin frowned, scenes from past instances flashing through his mind. Those encounters he once thought were merely bad luck or the strength of the opponents now seemed to point to a chilling conspiracy. Perhaps, you're right. Chang Haoqi walked to the window, gazing at the busy yet orderly scene in the command center below. He took a deep breath, his tone serious. If this conjecture is correct, then the threat facing Blue Star will be far more terrifying than we previously imagined. He turned, his gaze fixed intently on Bian Ruijin. The next instance, no matter who we're matched with, will likely be more complex and dangerous than ever before. You must be more cautious than ever before. Bien Ruijin stood up, straightening his back, his voice firm and resolute. Understood. The Fire Seat Squad will give it our all, remain vigilant, and live up to your expectations. Seeing Bien Ruijin's resolute expression, Chang Haoqi's stern features softened slightly. Alright, once we start talking about serious matters, it never ends. Chang Haoqi tried to lighten his tone, casually picking up the TV remote from the coffee table and turning it on. Take a look at this. The purification and reconstruction project of the ink soil plain is basically complete, and the relocation plan can officially begin next month. This is a historic moment. The television screen showed the core area of the ink soil plain. The camera panned across clean, wide streets, neatly arranged residential buildings, lush green parks, newly built school buildings, state-of-the-art hospitals, and orderly planned farmlands. But the most breathtaking sight was undoubtedly the crystal-clear blue sky. Bien Ruijin watched the transformed city on television, a hopeful smile spreading across his face, as if he could already see a bright future of peace and prosperity. Meanwhile, in the underground base's residential area, at Qin Yu's home, Qin Yu was grimacing at a chemistry test paper. The exercises assigned by the teacher were clearly beyond the syllabus. She had been biting her pen, struggling with the problem all morning, and had only managed to finish half. Oh dear, my Qin, you've been agonizing over this all morning. Why don't you just give up? Sitting to the side, Yu Lily shook her head. Most of her own test paper was blank. She'd long given up trying. If Qin Yu hadn't insisted on tackling this set of questions, she would have gone out to play badminton long ago. In her opinion, Qin Yu was good in every way, except sometimes she was too meticulous. Qin Yu didn't look up, giving a vague reply. Just a little longer, I'm almost there. Yu Lily sighed helplessly, listlessly reaching for the TV remote and pressing the power button. The TV screen flickered with static before settling on the CCTV news channel. A line of striking text flashed across the screen, instantly grabbing her attention. Live from the Morang Plain, experiencing the beauty of returning to the Earth's surface, Yu Lily froze, her eyes glued to the screen, even her breathing becoming shallow. The scene changed, revealing a modern city bathed in sunlight. The narrator's captivating voiceover began at the opportune moment. This is Spring City, once the largest city in the land of Morang. After restoration and reconstruction, this city, abandoned for over a decade after the disaster, has been completely transformed. The mountains of pollutants and ruins that once piled up have been cleared away, and the dilapidated and dangerous buildings have been safely demolished. Sturdy and beautiful new residential buildings, well-equipped schools, a large hospital, and all kinds of commercial and public service facilities to ensure people's livelihoods are readily available. However, what struck Lily most was the azure sky she had never seen before. The descriptions in textbooks and old photographs were all true. The sky, the sunshine, the white clouds, it really was so beautiful. Yu Lily gazed at the endless expanse of fertile farmland. Her eyes involuntarily reddened, overwhelmed by a complex mix of emotions, excitement, relief, and disbelief, leaving her momentarily speechless. Qin Yu, who had been engrossed in her work, was also drawn in by the sounds coming from the television. She put down her pen and quietly sat down next to Yu Lily. When she saw the scene on the screen, Qin Yu's mouth slightly agape, and she murmured in awe, so beautiful. The Morang Plain has recovered so well. Then, a pang of sadness swept through Qin Yu's heart. She thought of her hometown Jiancheng. Although pollution control had made progress, because it had suffered more severe damage and had a more complex geological structure, it would likely take a long time to reach the relocation standards. Qin Yu quickly shook her head, suppressing this small sadness. She reached out and gently patted Yu Lily's shoulder, her tone light and cheerful. Lily, this is great news. Why are you crying? Look how blue the sky is, how new the houses are. Yu Lily wiped her tears haphazardly with the back of her hand, sniffling a little sheepishly. It's just that I suddenly saw that Chunchum looks a little different from the old photos my parents left behind, yet it also seems the same, like it's newer and more beautiful, and I just couldn't control myself. Just then, the camera focused on a vast expanse of farmland, the land stretching as far as the eye could see, the tender green rice seedlings thriving. This land, so flat, so vast. Qin Yu couldn't help but exclaim. This soil looks so fertile. Once the first batch of crops ripens, I feel like everyone can truly achieve rice freedom. Yu Lily was amused by Qin Yu's dreamy description of rice freedom. More than just rice freedom. There will be freedom from all kinds of vegetables and fruits, flower freedom, and maybe even raising some chicks and ducks. Thinking of the abundant resources their future life on land might offer, the two greedy girls swallowed hard and exchanged a knowing smile. Tan Xiaoxiao stood with her hands on her hips, supervising the lazy Xiaohei as it wiped the dust from the gaps in the shells. Dehei, meanwhile, dozed off by the checkout counter, its tail occasionally swishing lazily, looking utterly content. Lu Luan was baking cookies for Tan Xiaoxiao in the storeroom. Everything was exceptionally peaceful and ordinary. Just then, a ding-dong sound from the doorway broke the silence. Tan Xiaoxiao looked up and saw a familiar figure walk in. It was Bian Mei, the landlady of the nearby tenement building, and Bian. She was short and plump, wearing a floral shirt, her hair permed into small curls. A hint of barely perceptible worry lingered on her usually shrewd face. Aunt Bian, good afternoon. What would you like to buy? Tan Xiaoxiao greeted her familiarly. Although this aunt was a bit gossipy, liked to take advantage of small things, and was meticulous, she wasn't a bad person and was usually quite kind. She was a regular customer. Bian Mei responded, her eyes scanning the shelves. She casually picked up a bottle of promotional soy sauce, then leaned closer to the cashier, lowered her voice, and asked in a tone mixed with gossip and worry, Sister Tan, you've been running this shop for almost a year now, and you're quite familiar with all the neighbors. How much do you know about Mr. Mu, who lives in our attic? Didn't he used to come here every morning without fail to buy bread and instant noodles for breakfast? Upon hearing this, Tan Xiaoxiao paused slightly in her work of wiping the counter. Mr. Mu, it had indeed been a long time since she'd seen him. In her memory, that tall, taciturn man, always in uniform, hadn't stepped into her shop for almost 2 months. She'd been harboring a nagging feeling, vaguely sensing it might be related to the problematic batch of Night Raven beer from last time. Mr. Mu had bought a few bottles that time, and then disappeared without a trace. Tan Xiaoxiao had previously guessed that perhaps the beer was of poor quality, causing him to get an upset stomach and think her shop was unreliable, so he silently blocked her. Yes, it's been a long time since I've seen Mr. Mu. Tan Xiaoxiao nodded, speaking the truth. I only know that he seems to be working as a security guard or a gravedigger at the nearby cemetery, and that. I don't know much else. She paused, adding somewhat embarrassedly. About 2 months ago, he bought a few bottles of beer from me, and hasn't come back since. Bian Mei's brows furrowed even more upon hearing this, her fingers tapping unconsciously on the soy sauce bottle. 2 months, yes, almost 2 months. I haven't seen him in so long. He's already 2 months behind on the attic rent. Her tone, though habitually calculating, also revealed a hint of worry. This guy, could something have happened to him? I can't get through to him on the phone. Tan Mei, if you ever see him, you better make him pay the rent right away. Otherwise, I'm really going to kick him out and rent to someone else. Although she spoke harshly, her eyes remained anxious, as if she genuinely feared something bad had happened to the silent tenant. After saying this, she seemed to remember something important, and hurriedly picked up the soy sauce bottle. Oh dear, I was so busy talking that I forgot to mention I have meat stewing in the pot. I'm off, Tan. Before she finished speaking, Bian Mei rushed out the door. Tan Xiaoxiao shook her head, her attention returning to the shop, but she couldn't help thinking about Mr. Mu, and that unfortunate batch of beer. Sigh, I guess they completely blacklisted my shop now, she thought dejectedly, feeling increasingly guilty about the product quality issue. However, things often take unexpected turns. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Tan Xiaoxiao yawned as she opened the door to begin her day's business. Just then, a tall figure silently appeared at the shop entrance. Tan Xiaoxiao looked closely, and almost thought she was seeing things. It was Mr. Mu, whom she had just discussed with Aunt Bian the day before, the man who had disappeared for nearly 2 months. His hat was pulled low, almost completely obscuring his face. He was still wearing the dark security uniform, only it looked older than before, with dried mud and stains. Mr. Mu? Long time no see. Tan Xiaoxiao was both surprised and delighted, quickly greeting him, her heart pounding with anxiety, fearing he was there to interrogate her. A blush of embarrassment rose on her face, as she brought up the awkward incident. The Night Raven beer before, it really did have quality problems, all that shady factory's fault. You didn't suffer any harm from it, did you? I'm so sorry. She cautiously observed his reaction, but unfortunately, the brim of his hat completely obscured Mr. Mu's expression. Mr. Mu stood there silently, and after several seconds, he finally uttered a muffled response. This reaction puzzled Tan Xiaoxiao. Did it mean he hadn't had any problems with the drink? Or did he simply mean he hurt her? She tentatively continued, later, the manufacturer promised to compensate consumers. Did you? Receive the compensation? Mr. Mu paused for a moment before slowly replying, yes. His voice was hoarse and dry, his tone unusually tired, even carrying a sense of numbness. Tan Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he wasn't too angry. Remembering Aunt Bien's instructions, she quickly said, half-jokingly, oh right, Aunt Bien came to see you yesterday. She told you to hurry up and pay the rent, otherwise she'd turn against you and kick you out. Hearing about Aunt Bien and the rent, Mr. Mu finally reacted. He slowly pulled out a worn wallet, then, without even looking, took out several hundred yuan bills and stuffed them directly into Tan Xiaoxiao's hand. Huh? What are you doing? Tan Xiaoxiao was startled by this sudden action, and was somewhat at a loss. I've been very busy lately. A lot of new tombstones have been added to the cemetery. The area I need to patrol has expanded. I probably won't be able to go back for a long time. Could you give this money to Bien Mei for me? Mr. Mu's words were fragmented, each word seeming to be squeezed out with difficulty. Tan Xiaoxiao took the money blankly and subconsciously asked, a lot more tombstones? Has something happened recently? Many people have died? She hadn't heard of any recent epidemic or major accidents. Mr. Mu looked up and slowly corrected Tan Xiaoxiao. Those buried in the cemetery aren't people. Huh? Tan Xiaoxiao was even more confused. What else would a cemetery bury if not people? She carefully put away the money, planning to deliver it to Aunt Bien sometime, while following up with a mixture of curiosity and bewilderment. Not people? Then pets? Pet cemeteries are this large now. By this time, Mr. Mu had already selected his items. He was carrying a considerable amount of instant noodles, compressed biscuits, canned food, and other fast food, as if he were stockpiling. After Tan Xiaoxiao scanned and bagged everything for him and paid, he picked up the heavy plastic bag and looked at the bewildered Tan Xiaoxiao. He didn't answer her question directly, but instead spoke in an almost dreamlike, almost chanting tone. Not a person, not a pet. It's civilization. With that, he didn't linger or turned, pushed open the door, and with heavy, stiff steps, slowly disappeared into the morning mist. Tan Xiaoxiao stood there, still clutching the few hundred yuan bills in her hand, Mr. Mu's last words echoing repeatedly in her mind. Civilization? She scratched her head, utterly confused. Civilization buried in a cemetery? What did that mean? She couldn't understand it at all. Maybe Mr. Mu was too tired from working the night shift, and was telling me a lame joke? Thinking this, Tan Xiaoxiao shook her head. Mr. Mu's sense of humor is really unique, not funny at all. Chapter 86. That evening, the streets were deserted, and business at the convenience store was rather slow. Before 8 o'clock, Tan Xiaoxiao closed the store early. She deftly locked the cash register, and directed Xiao Hei to mop the floor. After closing the store, Tan Xiaoxiao suddenly remembered the matter Mr. Mu had entrusted to her. The 900 yuan rent was still in her pocket. Oh no, I almost forgot. Aunt Bien, please don't actually throw away Mr. Mu's belongings because of the rent. If Mr. Mu comes back and finds his place gone, and then finds out it's because of my incompetence, I can't bear that responsibility. She looked up at the sky. It was just past 8 o'clock, and the streetlights were already on. At this hour, Aunt Bien was definitely still awake. Tan Xiaoxiao had heard that Aunt Bien went to the nearby cultural square every evening without fail to dance for 2 hours. Judging by the time, she should have just gotten home. Anyway, the tenement building is nearby, just a few steps away. Delivering it now is perfect. With that thought, Tan Xiaoxiao immediately locked the convenience store door, and headed towards the old tenement building not far away. This tenement building was considered an antique in the area, supposedly older than Tan Xiaoxiao herself. Large sections of the exterior walls had peeled away, revealing the red bricks underneath, and the walls were covered with withered vines. Only a few windows in the entire building emitted light. Most of the tenants were struggling financially. It was a mixed bag, and rent arrears were commonplace for Aunt Bien. However, Aunt Bien was all talk and no action. She rarely actually cleaned out the tenants' belongings. The nearby streetlights were broken, so Tan Xiaoxiao had to trudge through the muddy water. The entrance to the tenement building was piled high with discarded furniture and miscellaneous items, almost blocking half the entrance, and making it difficult for her to find her way in. Upon entering, a damp, musty smell hit her, causing Tan Xiaoxiao to wrinkle her nose. As soon as she stepped into the foyer, she spotted Aunt Bien. Aunt Bien was sitting in a rickety bamboo chair. She was holding an old-fashioned enamel mug, sipping her drink slowly. Aunt Bien! Tan Xiaoxiao called out. Bien Mei turned around at the sound of her voice, a hint of surprise on her face when she saw Tan Xiaoxiao. Oh, Tan, what a rare guest. What brings you here so late? I come to deliver your rent, Tan Xiaoxiao said, stepping forward and handing over the money. I ran into Mr. Mu this morning. He asked me to bring you the rent. Mr. Mu? Bian Mei paused for a moment, then reacted, taking the money and counting it out smoothly. 1, 2, 3. 900, exactly 3 months' rent. She muttered, her expression somewhat complicated. That guy. He doesn't even come back to live here, but he pays the rent so readily, it's really strange. After counting the money, Bian Mei stuffed it into her pocket, a smile returning to her face. Thank you for your trouble, Sister Tan, going out of your way to do this. It's nothing, it's on my way. Tan smiled and waved her hand, her gaze unconsciously drawn to the enamel mug that Aunt Bian had just put down. In the dim light of the hallway, she looked at the liquid in the mug, which had an unusual, viscous, dark red color. The color was a dark red. It didn't look like ordinary tea at all, or even any of the drinks she usually drank. Aunt Bian, what kind of tea are you drinking? The color is strange. A hint of unease flashed across Bian Mei's face, but she quickly masked it with a smile. She picked up the cup and said vaguely, oh this? It's not tea, it's mung bean soup. Mung bean soup? Tan Xiaoxiao was even more puzzled. She seemed to have heard that mung bean soup in some places was red, but is it supposed to look like this? This color looks inexplicably unsettling. Just as she was pondering this, Bian Mei, as if eager to end the conversation, suddenly changed the subject. By the way, are you still living in that tiny storage room behind the convenience store? It's so cramped, you can barely turn around. Have you thought about renting a place? She suggested enthusiastically. Look, if you moved out, you could free up that storage room and combine it with the storefront. Wouldn't that make it much more spacious? Business might even be better. Tan Xiaoxiao was taken aback by this sudden suggestion and subconsciously began to think about it. Indeed, that tiny storage room behind the convenience store was manageable when she lived alone, but with Dahei, Xiaohei, and Lu Luan joining, it felt increasingly cramped. Expanding the storefront was indeed a tempting idea. But she looked around. The walls of the tenement building were covered in large patches of mold, and the air was thick with the smell of mildew. The depths of the corridor were pitch black, as if leading to some unknown realm. The wallpaper was even more dilapidated, bulging and cracked in some places. Tan Xiaoxiao glanced at the stain on the wall and noticed it even wriggled suspiciously. She guessed it was an insect that had grown in the damp environment. This place, it's as eerie as a scene from a horror movie. Although Tan Xiaoxiao wasn't a delicate person, and her convenience store business wasn't particularly booming, she could still support herself. Renting a small, well-lit, and clean apartment would be enough. Thank you for your kindness, Aunt Bian, but I think about it some more. I won't move for now. Seeing her refusal, Bian Mei didn't try to persuade her further, only offering a cryptic smile. Just as Tan Xiaoxiao was about to say goodbye and leave. Ah! A piercing, terrified scream from a girl came from somewhere on the 3rd floor of the tenement building. The sound echoed repeatedly in the empty, silent hallway, sounding particularly jarring and chilling. Tan Xiaoxiao was startled by the sudden scream, instinctively furrowing her brow. Bian Mei's expression also changed instantly. Her previous amiability vanished, replaced by intense anger. She spat, cursing as she rolled up her sleeves. Damn it! I knew these new tenants wouldn't stay still. They're always causing trouble. With that, she ignored Tan Xiaoxiao and strode aggressively towards the stairs leading to the 3rd floor. Tan Xiaoxiao had initially intended to leave this place immediately. After all, that scream was truly terrifying. But the love of watching a spectacle is human nature, and a strong sense of curiosity instantly overcame her unease. Tan Xiaoxiao hesitated for a few seconds, but ultimately couldn't resist her inner urge and followed Bian Mei. The light in the stairwell was even dimmer than downstairs. The only light bulb was malfunctioning, flickering and casting the mottled stains on the walls like writhing ghostly shadows. Besides the smells of mildew and dust, there was also a faint, almost imperceptible, smell of rust in the air. The corridor was lined with tightly closed doors, none of them lit, except for the one at the far end, whose door was wide open, letting in a dim, yellowish light. As soon as Tan Xiaoxiao reached the doorway, she saw Bian Mei standing there with her hands on her hips, pointing and gesturing towards the room, her face filled with undisguised dissatisfaction and anger. Damn it! What's wrong with you guys? It was clearly written in black and white when we rented this place. Quiet. Maintain public hygiene. And you only been behaving for a few days. Bian Mei's voice was shrill and sharp, echoing in the narrow corridor, sounding somewhat eerie. Tan Xiaoxiao moved closer, peering into the room through the gap beside Bien Mei. The room was small, probably less than 20 square meters, dimly lit, and simply furnished. 5 people stood inside, 3 men and 2 women, all appearing quite young, their faces showing tension, anger, and a hint of barely concealed exhaustion and lingering fear. Their clothing was also peculiar, unlike that of locals. The material and style exuded an inexplicable strangeness. They looked somewhat like Bien Ruijin and his group. At the mention of Bien Ruijin and his group, Tan Xiaoxiao paused, taking a closer look at the 5 people. They looked familiar. Somewhere before, Bien Mei didn't notice Tan Xiaoxiao following her. Her gaze swept over the 5 people like a searchlight, muttering rudely. Honestly, 5 people, 3 men and 2 women, crammed into this tiny pigeonhole. Who knows what kind of messy relationship you all have? TSK, they don't look like decent people. The malicious speculation and insult in her words were blatantly obvious. Of the 5, a girl with long, seaweed-like hair was the first to lose her temper, her face instantly turning red with anger. What nonsense are you spouting? Tung Lu's voice trembled with rage. But she had only taken 1 step when she was stopped by Jing Ji, one of the girls beside her. Jing Ji grabbed her arm and lowered her voice, speaking sternly. Tung Lu, calm down. The situation is unclear. The rules are strange. Don't act rashly. Tung Lu stared intently at Bien Mei, who was still blaming her from the doorway, her face contorted with rage. Seeing that she dared to glare at her, Bien Mei became even more defiant, her voice rising several decibels. Still glaring at me? Did I say something wrong? What are you all howling about in the middle of the night? I told you long ago that this dilapidated building is poor soundproofing. What kind of shady nighttime activities are you up to? Can't you keep it down? Making such a racket, have you no shame? She used the phrase nighttime activities in a sarcastic tone, carrying a lewd implication. Tung Lu's eyes widened. She abruptly shook off Jing Ji's hand, immediately rolling up her sleeves, ready to charge out and fight Bien Mei to the death. I don't care. I'm going to tear this old hag's mouth apart today. Even knowing she might lose, and might incur some unknown danger, Tung Lu couldn't swallow this insult. Jing Ji and the other 3's expressions changed drastically. They tried to stop her, but were a step too late. Bien Mei, standing at the doorway, watched Tung Lu rush towards her. Instead of fear, her eyes flashed with an almost cruel excitement. Just as the tension was about to escalate and conflict was imminent, a voice, tinged with surprise and uncertainty, rang out from behind Bien Mei. Huh? Tung Lu? Jing Ji? It's you, isn't it? I remember you. That voice. Tung Lu, who had been so aggressive, abruptly stopped in her tracks, looking up in disbelief. Jing Ji, who was about to stop her teammates, froze, immediately turning to look at the doorway, her face filled with shock and confusion, even subconsciously wondering if she was hallucinating from excessive tension. The other 3 in the room, Xing Tai, Qi Ning, and Tai Shan, exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with disbelief. Sister Tan? Bien Mei's expression instantly changed, becoming inscrutable. She slightly turned her head, glancing at Tan Xiaoxiao behind her out of the corner of her eye, a hint of subtle displeasure flashing deep in her eyes. Tan Xiaoxiao was completely oblivious to the tense atmosphere. She naturally stepped forward, gently patting Bien Mei, who was still standing with her hands on her hips, and looking unfriendly, smoothing things over in a familiar tone. Aunt Bien, calm down. These are my friends. They're all very nice. They definitely didn't mean to make a scene. As she spoke, her gaze fell on the 5 people in the room. Upon closer inspection, Tan Xixia's heart skipped a beat. They looked quite disheveled, their clothes covered in strange stains of varying shades. The room was pitifully shabby. Besides 2 hard, old bed boards without even mattresses, there was nothing there. It was practically bare. Tan Xixia's eyes were filled with surprise and pity, and she couldn't help but mutter softly. Goodness, it's been so long. How come you all ended up in such a sorry state? Jingji, hearing Tan Xixia's words, and seeing that since Tan Xixia's arrival, the usually aggressive and sharp-tongued landlady Bien Mei had noticeably toned down her demeanor. A thought flashed through his mind, and he adjusted his expression, adopting a tone of helplessness and pleading. Sister Tan, you come at the right time. We're not trying to cause trouble, it's just, we like to change rooms, but Aunt you won't agree. Could you help us put in a good word with her? Change rooms? Tan Xiaoxiao was taken aback, somewhat puzzled. Why? This room is a bit old. She didn't finish her sentence, her gaze sweeping over the empty room again, realizing the conditions were indeed terrible. Jingji had long since figured out Tan Xixia's stubborn nature, and naturally turned to the side, leading her to the bathroom in the corner of the room, barely separated by a curtain. The main problem is the bathroom leaks terribly. We can't use it properly at all, and the constant dripping at night keeps us from sleeping. Tan Xiaoxiao curiously peeked inside. Sure enough, liquid was dripping from the bathroom. The liquid wasn't ordinary water, but a strange, dark red liquid. The liquid looked heavily rusty, and emitted a faint, unpleasant fishy odor. The entire bathroom floor was covered in a wet, viscous, reddish liquid. At first glance, it almost looked like a crime scene. Tan Xiaoxiao's brows furrowed immediately. The house was in such a dilapidated state, and Aunt Bien still wouldn't move them? That was really unreasonable. She immediately turned to Bien Mei, whose face was ashen at the door, and spoke with a hint of persuasion. Aunt Bien, I run a small business myself, and I know that business requires careful calculation. But this bathroom is leaking like this, and the water's color is off. How are my friends supposed to live here? Tan Xiaoxiao paused, observing Aunt Bien's expression, and added, we do business with integrity. If there's a problem with the house, we fix it if it needs fixing, and we move it to a different room if it needs moving, right? Bien Mei kept her head down, the dim light obscuring her expression. But Tan Xiaoxiao could clearly sense the gloom and resentment emanating from her. Tan Xiaoxiao assumed she was distressed about the potential loss in rent due to the room change. How about this, Aunt Bien, the price difference? I cover it for my friends. Could you arrange a better room for them? This place is really... She glanced around the damp, dilapidated room with disdain. Bien Mei remained silent for a long time, so long that Tan Xiaoxiao thought she was about to refuse outright. Suddenly, she raised her head, her face strangely calm. She spoke, her voice chilling. You don't need to pay the difference. But then, Bien Mei's tone shifted, her eyes fixed intently on Tan Xiaoxiao. However, you have to do me a favor. Go to that cemetery nearby and call that guy surnamed Mu back. Mr. Mu? Tan Xiaoxiao was even more puzzled. Why do you need him back? Isn't he very busy? Bien Mei's expression returned to normal, the sinister aura from before vanished without a trace, so quickly it was almost unbelievable. You don't know, do you? He lives upstairs in this room. Look at this leaky bathroom. The source is very likely over there. It definitely needs to be checked. But this guy hasn't come back for so long. He even secretly changed the lock himself. She paused, then began to complain. We're all acquaintances. We see each other all the time. Who knows who they're guarding against by changing the locks? Sigh, if he doesn't come back, the leak can't be fixed, and the downstairs rooms are uninhabitable, so you have to go and bring him back for me. Tan Xiaoxiao looked at the expectant Jingxi beside her, then at the messy surroundings, and sighed. Fine, consider it helping a friend. Seeing Tan Xiaoxiao nod in agreement, Bien Mei instantly became unusually warm and enthusiastic. Her face was full of smiles, as she said repeatedly. Okay. That's right. I take you to the new room right now. I guarantee it'll be clean and tidy. She deftly pulled a large bunch of jingling keys from her pocket, and led the 5 members of Green Vine Star downstairs. Surprisingly, she didn't take them to any of the other rooms on the 3rd floor, but went straight down to the 1st floor and opened a door at the end of the corridor. Even Tan Xiaoxiao was surprised when the door opened. The room was surprisingly clean and tidy, with snow-white walls and a gleaming floor. It had a brand new bed, table, chairs, wardrobe, and even a small, nearly new-looking television and an air conditioner. The furnishings and the overall quality were like a standard hotel room, a world apart from the shabby room they had just been in. They didn't seem like 2 rooms in the same building at all. Tan Xiaoxiao, still uneasy, went in and carefully inspected the room. There was no mold on the walls, the windows were clean, the bed was dry, and the bathroom had a toilet and shower, with no signs of leaks. This room is nice. Aunt Bien, you should have arranged this for my friend sooner. Meanwhile, Jingji, along with Tinglu and Qi Ning, ostensibly curiously surveyed their new surroundings, but secretly using their mental energy to cautiously sense every inch of the room, searching for any potential traps or anomalies. The group exchanged silent glances, disbelief reflected in each other's eyes. This room was truly completely normal. No strange energy fluctuations, no hidden malice, just an ordinary, clean room. What did this mean? It meant that as long as they strictly adhered to the rule of staying in the room and not going out, they had a very good chance of safely completing the 7-day dungeon mission. Tan Xiaoxiao, unaware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of those behind her, turned to Jingji and instructed, You know where my convenience store is. It's just on the corner. If you encounter any more trouble you can't handle, come find me. Bien Mei stood in the doorway, jingling the bunch of keys in her hand. Oh, Tan, don't worry. I personally chose this room. How could it be wrong? I live next door to them. I take good care of your friends. I make sure they're safe and sound. She spoke, her tone carrying a barely perceptible urgency. It's you, Tan. Don't forget what you promised me. You need to hurry and go to the cemetery to find the guy surnamed Mu. This leak can't be delayed. It's just going to the cemetery to find someone to pass on a message. How difficult could it be? Tan Xiaoxiao nodded perfunctorily, said goodbye to Jingji and the others, and turned to leave the tenement building. Back at her familiar little convenience store, Tan Xiaoxiao thought about what had just happened. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that Aunt Bien was acting strangely today, her words and actions carrying an inexplicable awkwardness. But she was never good at delving into these intricate details. After pondering for a while without figuring it out, she simply put it out of her mind, wearily turned over, and prepared to sleep. Before going to sleep, she glimpsed the little paper figure Lu Luan sitting upright on the bedside table, like a dutiful little guard. You little rascal, you're getting stranger and stranger. I never seen you so averse to anything before. Now you sit on the table every night, and you won't even let me hug you. Hearing this, the little paper figure on the bedside table blinked its tiny eyes, drawn with ink dots, and its cheeks flushed slightly. It opened its mouth, as if wanting to explain something, but then remembered it couldn't make a sound. In the end, it could only silently watch Tan Xiaoxiao's breathing gradually become steady as she drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Tan Xiaoxiao got up refreshed, opened the blinds, and prepared to greet the new day. Looking at the foggy weather outside the window, she suddenly remembered her promise to Aunt Bien. TSK, going to the cemetery in this weather, it feels kind of eerie. Tan Xiaoxiao's heart sank. How about we go when the sun comes out, around noon? The yang energy will be stronger then. However, for the next few days, the weather was uncooperative, either overcast or drizzling. Aunt Bien Mei was quite diligent, almost every day using the excuse of buying soy sauce and tissues to subtly inquire. Sister Tan, the weather's been bad lately, be careful when you go out. Sigh, I wonder how bad the leak upstairs is. If that guy surnamed Mu doesn't come back soon, the walls might be ruined. Hearing these complaints, Tan Xiaoxiao felt a little guilty. A leaky house was indeed a troublesome problem, and leaving it unrepaired wasn't a solution. But looking at the continuous rain outside the window, a sense of resistance welled up in her heart again. In this awful weather, every step is a muddy mess. Who would want to go to a cemetery in the suburbs? Just as she was agonizing over her decision and decided to postpone it for a few more days, a miracle happened. The previously gloomy sky suddenly changed. The dark clouds dispersed rapidly before her very eyes. The long-awaited sunlight pierced through the clouds, instantly dispelling the damp chill and gloom of the past few days. Wow! The sun's out? Tan Xiaoxiao was both surprised and delighted, looking at the bright sunshine outside the window, feeling it was simply divine intervention. Perfect. I go today. She quickly packed her things, told Dahe, Xiaohe, and the paper doll Lu Luan at the shop, and then lightly hopped onto the bus heading to the suburbs. The bus was unusually empty. Besides the driver, Tan Xiaoxiao was the only passenger. The bus swayed and rattled along the mountain road for about half an hour, when a calm electronic announcement began to play inside the bus. Ding! We have arrived at Wenming Cemetery. Passengers wishing to disembark, please exit through the rear door. Please be careful when opening the door. Tan Xiaoxiao, carrying her small bag, jumped off the bus through the rear door and looked up at her destination. The first thing that caught her eye was an extremely grand, even luxurious, plaque. The plaque, cast from some unknown metal, gleamed with a cold light, and on it were 4 large characters engraved in a flamboyant style. Wenming Cemetery. This scale, this grandeur, was completely unlike the entrance to a cemetery. It resembled more of an important memorial hall or the facade of a luxury real estate project. Looking at this overly high-class entrance, Tan Xiaoxiao felt a little strange. She looked left and right, trying to find the right words to describe it, but her vocabulary was limited. This really doesn't look like a burial place. It looks more like a giant display case? The cemetery was eerily quiet. Although cemeteries are usually deserted, the silence here was unusually profound. Not only were there no grave sweepers, but even the chirping of birds and insects was absent. The air seemed frozen. She had initially assumed that Mr. Mu, as the cemetery caretaker, would work in the guard booth near the main gate. But looking around, behind the imposing plaque was a straight, wide path paved with smooth stone slabs. On both sides of the path were densely packed, straight trees, each one exactly the same height. And the so-called guard booth, there wasn't even a shadow of it. Seriously, this cemetery is built so unconventionally? There's not even a place to guard the entrance? Tan Xiaoxiao scratched her head, glancing at the cemetery that practically occupied the entire hillside, feeling a chill run down her spine. No wonder Mr. Mu has been patrolling all day and hasn't had time to go home. Looks like I have to go in and search for a while, she muttered, her gaze falling again on the four gilded characters. Civilization Cemetery. Mr. Mu's previously baffling cold joke suddenly resurfaced in her mind. Buried in this cemetery are not people, but civilization. At the time, she thought the joke was both cold and meaningless, but now, standing at the entrance of this quiet, spacious, and unbelievably luxurious cemetery, like a display case, reflecting on those words, Tan Xiaoxiao felt a strange unease. She shook her head and walked deeper into the cemetery. Bian Ruijin closed his eyes, forcibly suppressing the dizziness and nausea brought on by the teleportation from the ghostly disaster game. When he opened his eyes again, a stench of earth, mold, and decay instantly filled his nostrils. His vision was filled with a sinister atmosphere. Before him stretched an endless expanse of densely packed, neatly arranged tombstones. Beneath his feet lay muddy ground, the sky covered by thick, suffocating clouds, and a cold, drizzling rain fell on him, making him question whether he was still alive. This was a classic haunted scene from a horror movie. Bian Ruijin's muscles tensed instantly, and he almost instinctively turned around. When his gaze fell upon Su Jing, Yinitong, and Su Qingwang, who had also just regained their footing and whose faces were filled with surprise and uncertainty, his heart relaxed somewhat. "Are you all right?" Bian Ruijin's voice was somewhat hoarse with tension. The three quickly approached, warily scanning the desolate cemetery, barely managing to maintain their composure. Just then, the cold system notification sounded precisely in the depths of each person's mind. Instance loading complete. Civilization Cemetery. Welcome to the most special and sacred realm in the City of Calamity. Civilization Cemetery. Mortal bodies are never buried here. Those who sleep here are far more ancient beings. They were once stars, epics, and also lost echoes. Dear players, why not guess what is buried beneath the tombstones? In the soil? Friendly reminder, please maintain absolute solemnity and reverence, and do not disturb the slumbering ones, who should not be awakened. Main quest. Find and pass through the only exit of the cemetery alive. No time limit. Success reward, 800 points plus, special item Spark of Civilization. Failure penalty. Civilization gap. The overall civilization level is forcibly reverted to agricultural civilization. All knowledge and technology related to subsequent eras will be completely annihilated and forgotten. Civilization gap. Regressing to the agricultural era? Bian Ruijin's pupils shrank sharply. He staggered back half a step, almost stepping into a mud puddle. A chill instantly surged from his heart to his limbs. With the power of industrial civilization, it could only barely withstand the crushing force of the cataclysmic game. If it regressed to agricultural civilization, losing modern technology, industrial foundation, scientific knowledge, Blue Star would be completely powerless to resist. The day the next dungeon descends will be the day the entire civilization is slaughtered. Almost the instant the quest notification appeared, the chat in Blue Star's live stream exploded. Regressing to an agricultural civilization? Annihilation of all knowledge? This is an attempt to wipe us out. This is too cruel. This is targeted. Knowledge annihilation. This means we won't even have a chance to rebuild. We must hold on. We really can't afford to lose. Why are the punishments in this game getting harsher and harsher? Chapter 87. Bian Ruijin led Su Jing, Yinitong, and Su Qingwang, trudging through the endless forest of tombstones. The black soil beneath their feet was incredibly muddy, exuding a putrid stench. The cold rain had already soaked them to the bone. Their wet hair clung to their faces, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Although they wore advanced combat suits, the pinnacle of Earth's technology, and the clothing was waterproof, the damp, sticky feeling, and the constant loss of body heat, still made them extremely uncomfortable. What was even more unsettling was that they had been walking for a long time, at least a dozen hours. But the sky above remained shrouded in thick, leaden gray clouds, the light dim, as if there were no day or night here. Everyone be alert, watch your step and your surroundings, don't touch anything, and try to remain quiet. Bian Ruijin lowered his voice, and reminded the team members behind him again, his gaze cautiously sweeping over the densely packed, almost eerily arranged cluster of tombstones ahead. These tombstones were not uniform in style. Some were tall and ornate, carved with complex and incomprehensible patterns. Others were low and simple, like stone slabs randomly stuck into the ground. But without exception, They all exuded a heavy, historical weight. Su Qingwang, panting heavily, struggled to keep up with the team's pace. His rather large build made walking in this muddy environment even more difficult. Although the captain's warning made him tense, a strong curiosity compelled him to investigate further. The mission instructions said that no one or animals were buried here. Then what exactly was buried beneath these tombstones? Once this thought arose, it was difficult to suppress. Taking advantage of Bian Ruijin and Su Jing's focused exploration of the road ahead, and Yan Yitong's vigilance regarding movements behind them, Su Qingguang deliberately slowed his pace, falling slightly behind the group. He suppressed his nervousness, secretly glancing at the nearest tombstone out of the corner of his eye. This tombstone was made of a peculiar material, neither stone nor jade, its surface smooth yet possessing a matte, metallic sheen. The tombstone was covered in inscriptions, a unique system of symbols he had never seen before. The strokes were winding, carrying a strange rhythm, and the carving was exquisite. Su Qingguang frowned as he looked at the tombstone. An inexplicable unease welled up within him, so he subtly shifted his gaze to another tombstone nearby. This tombstone was made of a slightly different material, resembling some kind of translucent black crystal, and the inscriptions on it were in a completely different style. It bore no resemblance to the script he had just seen, nor to any script he knew of on Earth. He sensed something was wrong, and his gaze quickly swept over the dozen or so tombstones in his field of vision. Each tombstone bore completely different inscriptions. Some resembled flowing ripples, others burned like flames, some were intricately detailed like some kind of drawing, while others were as simple as Morse code, consisting of only a horizontal line and a dot. This cemetery stretched as far as the eye could see, and the number of tombstones must have been countless, perhaps even tens of thousands. If each tombstone represented an independent, mature writing system suitable for inscriptions, then the meaning behind it all. Thinking of this, a chill ran through him, and Su Qingguang felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, almost too afraid to delve deeper into the thought. He gasped, quickened his pace, and caught up with the group, his face even paler than before. Blue Star, Underground Command Center. Chang Haoqi stared intently at the live stream on the large screen, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the strange characters on the tombstones. He keenly noticed something unusual. Xiao Wu. Chang Haoqi's voice was heavy and serious. Immediately fetch the experts from the Language Research Institute. Get the top-notch ones. Quickly. Yes, Commander. Xiao Wu acknowledged the order and quickly turned to leave. Chang Haoqi then instructed the technicians beside him. Capture all the images of tombstones with text appearing in the footage, then analyze them. Soon, dozens of processed close-up images of tombstones appeared on the main screen of the command center. Each character on them was unique, with a complex structure, full of exoticism and an ancient aura. These characters were densely packed together, creating a striking visual impact. As Chang Haoqi watched, his brows furrowed deeper and deeper, a strong sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Shortly after, Xiao Wu arrived hurriedly with 4 scholars. 3 women and 1 man, all leading figures in the field of linguistics on Blue Star. Leading them was the most respected Professor Hu Yu, an elderly woman with gray hair but still sharp eyes. Commander, what's the urgent situation? Professor Hu Yu asked directly. Chang Haoqi pointed to the large screen. Professor Hu, please look at these characters. We need to understand as soon as possible whether they have any practical meaning and what they might represent. Professor Hu Yu and her team were immediately drawn to the text on the screen. They crowded around the screen, opened their notebooks, and began taking notes, sketching strokes, and occasionally exchanging their initial observations in hushed tones. Time ticked by, and the atmosphere in the command center grew heavy. After a long while, Professor Hu Yu slowly straightened up, her face showing unprecedented seriousness and disbelief. She adjusted her glasses and looked at Chang Haoqi. Commander, without any reference materials or context, it's impossible to completely decipher the meaning of these characters in a short time. However, we can be 100% certain that these are not random scribbles or decorations. Each script possesses the characteristics of a complete writing system, stable, clear, and logical. In other words, each script here was once a formal writing system widely used by one or more intelligent civilizations. Hearing this conclusion, Chang Haoqi's expression instantly became extremely grave. He raised his head, his gaze returning to the live broadcast screen, fixed on the dense, seemingly endless forest of tombstones covering the mountains and fields. Each tombstone represents a unique script, once widely used by a civilization. Chang Haoqi's voice was hoarse, almost as if he were talking to himself. Then, how many are buried here? He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone in the command center felt a chill. This silent cemetery was no longer a place for burying the dead, it was more like a graveyard of civilizations. And Lan Qing? Would she become one of them? Su Jingwang staggered behind Bian Ruijin, rain blurring his vision, forcing him to wipe it frequently. Despite the captain's repeated warnings, Su Jingwang couldn't help but feel a heavy weight in his heart as he recalled his earlier suspicions. The unfamiliar characters carried a strange rhythm, as if silently telling him something. Su Jingwang took a deep breath, trying hard to restrain himself from thinking too deeply, and followed closely behind the captain. No one noticed that in the distance, amidst a denser mass of tombstone shadows, a tall, stiff figure stood like a statue. Mr. Mu, dressed in a soaking wet dark security uniform, stared intently at the fire seed team struggling through the cemetery. His superior position made it seem as if he were looking down on a few lambs who had strayed into forbidden territory. Just then, a cold flash of lightning streaked across the gloomy sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. Already uneasy, Su Jingwang was startled, his foot slipping, whether from a tree root or a rock, causing him to lose his balance and stumble forward uncontrollably. Ouch! Su Jingwang cried out, falling directly towards a strikingly colored tombstone. Su Jingwang! Bian Ruijin reacted quickly, turning around to grab Su Jingwang's arm. However, the rain was pouring down, making the road extremely slippery. Bian Ruijin's hasty movement caused him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Captain! Watch out! Su Jing and Yan Yitong rushed to help, but two grown men like Bian Ruijin and Su Jingwang were no match for them. In the end, they were dragged along, and the four of them tumbled together in front of a cold tombstone. Bian Ruijin reacted instantly, looking up at the tombstone they had trampled. The tombstone appeared to be made of some kind of black stone, but it was engraved with characters in a strange, flowing pigment that shimmered with an orange-red glow like lava. The characters were peculiarly shaped, resembling constantly intertwining circles of flame. This script was not one that Bian Ruijin recognized. The next second, before Bian Ruijin could react, the orange-red characters suddenly burst forth with a faint light. Then, like lava, they began to writhe and flow, a scorching heat instantly dispelling the coldness of the rain. But this heat filled Bian Ruijin with a sense of foreboding. Not good. The scene before Bian Ruijin's eyes suddenly distorted, the gloomy sky, the endless forest of tombstones, the cold, sticky rain, all began to fade away. A strong sense of dizziness washed over them. The four felt as if their consciousness had been pulled into a strange vortex. In a daze, Bian Ruijin was the first to regain a sliver of consciousness. He abruptly opened his eyes, and found himself standing on a wide, clean street. The rain had stopped, the chilly cemetery had vanished, replaced by a bustling yet strangely vibrant cityscape. All around him were sleek, futuristic skyscrapers. The sky was a warm orange hue, and the air was filled with a peculiar scent of flowers mixed with sulfur. Not far away stood a towering, intricately structured, flame-shaped building that seemed to reach into the clouds. And around him, pedestrians hurried past. The people were generally tall and athletic, with healthy wheat-colored skin, but most striking was the color of their hair, a vibrant, fiery orange-red. Strangely, however, these passers-by seemed completely oblivious to Bian Ruijin and his companions. They continued chatting and bustling about, utterly ignoring these four abrupt intruders. Where is this? Yan Yitong asked, her voice trembling, gripping Su Jing's arm tightly. Bian Ruijin suppressed his shock and exchanged a grave glance with Su Jing, both seeing the astonishment and disbelief in each other's eyes. Bian Ruijin looked up at the giant screen on the exterior wall of a nearby building. The screen was displaying what appeared to be an advertisement or news report, using the same flame-shaped characters found on tombstones. But strangely, this time, Bian Ruijin found he could understand the content on the screen. The 350th Miss Lava pageant on Lava Star has successfully concluded. The crown is won by Miss Chia from Lava State. The scene shifts, revealing a close-up of a woman with a voluptuous figure, stunning beauty, wielding a long whip wreathed in flames, and radiating confidence and arrogance. Chia. Lava Star. Bian Ruijin's pupils constricted, and he explained in a low voice. He had no doubt about it. This woman was someone he had encountered in the previous Lost Train Station instance. He clearly remembered that the Lava Star team had been completely wiped out in that mission. And Lava Star suffered the destruction of its civilization as punishment for mission failure, with only a few scattered survivors living on other planets. So, are they back in the past? Or are they watching a recording? A sense of foreboding sent a chill down Bian Ruijin's spine. Just then, a sharp, Urgent alarm pierced the city's hustle and bustle, echoing through every street, instantly shattering the previously peaceful and prosperous scene. On the screens on the building's exterior, the warm advertising images were replaced by blood-red emergency notices. The text they had just begun to understand reappeared, conveying a message of despair. Emergency notice. Lava Squad mission failed. A massive ultra-low temperature blizzard is about to cover the entire globe. All citizens, please immediately find the nearest cover. Repeat, find cover immediately. No. Run. Mom. Panic instantly gripped the streets. Smiles on people's faces turned to pure terror. Everyone screamed, pushed and shoved, running in all directions like headless flies, desperately seeking survival. Everything happened too fast. Bien Ruijin and his companions felt a chill run down their spines as the surrounding temperature plummeted at an irrational rate. The biting wind, like icy blades, made them shiver uncontrollably. Crack. Rumble. Not far away, the lava tower, a symbol of the lava star civilization and its glory, cracked under the onslaught of the extreme cold. Then, with a deafening roar, it snapped in two. However, this was only the beginning. The chill, like a death tidal wave, swept across every corner of the street. Bien Ruijin watched in horror as a middle-aged man who had been fleeing in terror beside him a moment before froze completely, his body covered in a thick layer of frost, transformed into a lifelike ice sculpture. Streets, vehicles, buildings, everything in sight was being frozen at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, the bustling city transformed into a deathly inferno of countless ice sculptures. Bien Ruijin, Su Jing, Yinitong, and Su Qingwang, though merely bystanders, experienced it all firsthand. The biting cold froze their blood, their limbs stiff and numb, and a tearing pain shot through their lungs. Even more terrifying was the despair, fear, and resentment that erupted from the lava star civilization at its final demise, constantly invading their consciousness. They seemed to hear the panic, despair, and pain of countless souls in their final moments. Ah! Su Qingwang was the first to succumb, his body trembling violently, his mind nearly collapsing. Su Jing bit her lower lip tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms, trying to stay conscious with the pain. Yinitong closed her eyes, curled up, and tears silently streamed down her face. Bien Ruijin, as the captain, possessed the strongest will, yet he too witnessed countless agonizing scenes amidst this storm. The shock of witnessing such a vibrant world utterly annihilated before his very eyes nearly shattered his sanity. The Blue Star livestream room fell into a deathly silence. The comments seemed frozen, only slowly drifting by after several seconds. Just now, that was the last of Lava Star. So tragic. It was a living hell. Although the Lava Star people were arrogant and annoying before, but to see a world, so many living people, just like that, sigh. I feel a lump in my throat. The entire Lava Star civilization truly didn't deserve this. Plus one, it's definitely not all bad people there. There are ordinary people too, there are children. This punishment is too inhumane. Previously, when they learned that the arrogant Lava Star had been destroyed as a punishment, many Earthlings may have felt a secret sense of satisfaction. But at this moment, witnessing firsthand how a once thriving civilization perished in utter despair and agony, the immense visual and emotional impact left all onlookers feeling a heavy, suffocating weight. In the underground command center, Chang Haoqi stared intently at the screen, his gaze slowly drifting to the dozens, even hundreds, of unfamiliar characters displayed on the main screen. A cold, hard answer surfaced in his mind. He understood. What was buried in this cemetery? Those tombstones were the tombstones of civilizations, the remnants of countless beings, like the Lava Star, silently devoured and digested by the cataclysmic game. Why? Why was this instance chosen here? Chang Haoqi's voice was hoarse, as if questioning himself, or perhaps challenging some unseen force. Was it specifically to show us the fate of the losers? To intimidate us? Chang Haoqi's thoughts immediately turned to their mission's adversary, the Mechanical Star. Recalling the scene in the first hospital instance of the Disaster City, where Cardinal Captain of the Mechanical Star collapsed towards the Void Star, Chang Hao's fingers clenched tightly in anger. Where were their opponents now? Were they also trapped and struggling in this forest of tombstones? Or, playing a different role? In the cemetery, cold rain lashed against their faces. Bien Ruijin and the other three gradually recovered from the extreme pain. They opened their eyes almost simultaneously, fear and panic still lingering deep in their pupils. Bien Ruijin subconsciously looked around. There was no devastating blizzard, no collapsed buildings, no lava aliens frozen into ice sculptures. It was as if everything that had just happened was a nightmare that was all too real. Bien Ruijin snapped out of his daze, his gaze returning to the tombstone. This time, he understood the incomprehensible symbols, like circles of flame. Lava star, born in the fiery era, destroyed in the frozen purgatory. The brief inscription sent a chill down Bien Ruijin's spine. This wasn't an illusion. What they had just experienced was the true scene of the Lava Star civilization's destruction, recorded on this tombstone. The screams of the Lava Star people seemed to echo faintly in Bien Ruijin's ears again. He finally understood the true meaning of the name Civilization Cemetery. Bien Ruijin bit his tongue hard, the intense pain gradually bringing back some of his almost shattered reason. He shakily raised his wrist and opened the personal status interface on his mission bracelet. The text displayed there chilled him to the bone. Name: Bien Ruijin, Captain, mental value, 40/100-30, permanently reduced cap contamination index, 60/100-20, permanently reduced cap special status, echoes of the Lava Star civilization, mental value cap permanently reduced by 30, contamination index cap permanently reduced by 20. You have personally experienced the annihilation of a civilization, its despairing imprint deeply etched into your soul. Your resistance to mental contamination has decreased, making you more susceptible to madness. Cap, permanently reduced. Bien Ruijin's voice was hoarse. He finally understood why, even after escaping the illusion, he still felt dizzy and his perception of his surroundings had become dull and distorted. This wasn't due to exhaustion, but because his soul had suffered irreversible damage. Bien Ruijin, barely managing to stay upright, along with Su Jing, Yinitong, and Su Qingwang, helped each other up from the muddy water, their eyes filled with lingering fear. The permanent reduction in their maximum mental strength meant they would be utterly defenseless against any subsequent anomalies. Just one more impact of similar intensity, or even a minor fright, could cause them to suffer a complete mental breakdown, losing all reason and forever lost in this terrifying cemetery. Bien Ruijin took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He looked around, his gaze sweeping over the endless rows of tombstones. He turned to his teammates, suppressing his fear, his voice hoarse but unusually serious and firm. From now on, we must be extremely careful. We absolutely cannot touch any more tombstones. Every step we take must be carefully considered. Su Jing, Yinitong, and Su Qingwang nodded heavily, their faces devoid of any remaining hope. They huddled together, each step cautious, wary of the ever-present, silent threat. Tan Xiaoxiao stepped through the imposing yet sinister gates of the civilized cemetery. At the entrance, only a smooth stone path led deeper into the cemetery, flanked by overly neatly trimmed trees. She had no other choice but to follow this path. "Mr. Mu! Is Mr. Mu there?" she called out, raising her voice as she walked, her voice carrying far through the silent cemetery, even echoing slightly. "I'm Tan Xiaoxiao from the convenience store. Aunt Bien asked me to come find you." Unfortunately, apart from her own voice and the pattering rain, there was no response. The entire cemetery was empty, as if she were the only living thing left. After walking for an unknown amount of time, passing through an exquisitely designed ornamental garden, rows and rows of densely packed tombstones suddenly appeared before her. The tombstones were of various colors, black, white, gray, and even some made of colored materials. The styles were also incredibly diverse, ranging from obelisk shape to arched, and even abstract sculptures. It was practically a tombstone expo. A fairly new-looking notice board stood by the roadside, displaying the regulations for the management of civilized cemeteries. Tan Xiaoxiao, having nothing better to do, glanced at it. "Please do not make loud noises. All the deceased in the cemetery prefer quiet. Please do not run in the cemetery, to avoid disturbing the deceased's peace. Please do not take photos in the cemetery. Flash photography can cause discomfort to the deceased. No loud talking, no running, no taking photos. That's normal. After all, it's a cemetery. We should respect it. Tan Xiaoxiao's gaze lingered on the words deceased, looking at the two words in quotation marks. Strange, just say deceased in the name. Why put it in quotation marks? The author of this announcement is truly uncultured. They don't even know how to use punctuation. She scoffed, immediately losing interest in reading it carefully. Tan Xiaoxiao continued walking along the main road, her gaze sweeping over the strange characters on the tombstones. What are these drawings? They look like scribbles. I can't understand a single word. Passing a magnificent tombstone made of some kind of colored glass, she stopped, stroking her chin in appreciation. The material of this tombstone looks quite valuable, but the carvings are a bit tacky. After walking a while longer, she noticed a particularly small, simple stone tablet by the roadside, covered in moss and stains, looking all alone. Sigh, I guess no relatives come to sweep the grave. It's just lying here abandoned. It looks so pitiful. Tan Xixia's helpful heart stirred again. She casually pulled out a pack of tissues, took out a few sheets, and began carefully wiping the stains on the tombstone. Just as she was concentrating on doing her good deed, several figures were watching her from afar under a dense patch of ancient trees. These people had a cold, metallic sheen, and their eyes occasionally flashed with a glint of raw data. They were the mechanical aliens, the opponents of the Fire Seed Squad in this instance. Captain. Gear looked at Cardinal beside him, his voice flat and straightforward, as if seeking advice. Confirmed by feature comparison, the target ahead matches the high-risk individual Tan Xiaoxiao with an 85.73% match rate. According to intelligence, establishing friendly contact with this individual may bring high rewards. Should we proceed to attempt interaction? Cardinal, the mechanical alien captain, stared intently at Tan Xiaoxiao as she wiped the tombstone. Target behavior, abnormal, disregards basic rules, motive unclear. Historical record, our side was previously at odds with Earth. Relationship is poor. Risk assessment, proactive contact is risky and could lead to conflict. Observational value, extremely high. The target appears unaffected by this environment. After a brief silence, the Cardinal replied in the same emotionless tone as his team members. Don't contact her. Follow her. Her behavior is unpredictable, but she's likely to disrupt the balance here. Following her will make it easier to find clues, and is also safer. Chapter 88. Tan Xiaoxiao wandered around the cemetery, completely disoriented, unable to find a soul, let alone Mr. Mu. This place is too big. Tan Xiaoxiao stamped her foot impatiently. She instinctively wanted to shout Mr. Mu. But the words caught in her mind, and she swallowed them back. She couldn't be loud. This was a civilized cemetery. She had to be polite and respectful. TSK troublesome. Tan Xiaoxiao pouted in dissatisfaction, continuing to wander aimlessly like a headless fly. Far behind her, 5 figures from the mechanical planet hid in the shadow of a large tree. The Cardinal, at the head of the group, was intently watching Tan Xixiao's back, analyzing her motives. There's a 91.3% probability she's searching for a specific target, the Cardinal concluded after a brief silence. This person's behavior is highly unpredictable. Continued covert surveillance and observation are recommended. Tan Xiaoxiao felt like a fool wandering through these graves. Her efficiency was incredibly low. Tan Xiaoxiao stopped, looking annoyed. If I'd known it would be this hard to find, I should have asked Mr. Mu for his phone number. This thought instantly sparked a flash of inspiration. That's it. The phone. She remembered, the convenience store had a promotion where members could earn points to redeem gifts, and she signed up for all her regular customers nearby. Mr. Mu was one of them. His contact information must be on the membership registration form. She immediately pulled out her second-hand phone and eagerly dialed the store's landline. 23 Neon Street, inside the convenience store. A small paper figure was tiptoeing, meticulously wiping the shelves with a rag larger than himself. Suddenly, a rapid ringing broke the store's tranquility. The paper figure paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his simple features. He nimbly climbed onto the counter, peering closer to see that the caller ID showed Tan Xixiao's phone number. He quickly picked up the phone, almost as big as himself, only to realize after answering that he couldn't speak. He froze, then quickly pressed the speaker button, glancing at the large black figure in the corner, annoyed by the ringing phone. You can't speak, but I can? Impatience flashed in the large black figure's green eyes, a low growl of displeasure rising from his throat. But despite his thoughts, the large black figure still dawdled over and sat down in front of the phone. Tan Xixia's slightly urgent voice came from the other end. Hello? Can you hear me? Is this Lu Luan? If Lu Luan is here, have Dehei bark twice, one short and one long. Dehei rolled its eyes, thinking, you two are really in sync, you don't even need to discuss ordering the dog around. But it resignedly raised its head and barked, one short and one long, with a slightly perfunctory woof, woof. Tan Xiaoxiao on the other end of the phone visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Great. Lu Luan, go get the membership registration book from the bottom drawer of the cashier. Find Mr. Mu's phone number for me. Once you find it, have Dehei bark once, one long and one short, to let me know. The little paper doll immediately sprang into action, rummaging through a pile of clutter until it found the membership registration book, and located Mr. Mu's name and phone number in the corner. He immediately slapped Big Black's furry rear end, signaling it to get to work. Big Black angrily turned and glared at Lu Luan, but still reluctantly tilted its head back. Woof, woof. Found it? Good. Tan Shishiao's voice was filled with joy. Big Black, now, read the phone number to me. The number of digits corresponds to the number of barks. Understand? Big Black, It stared at the long string of numbers on the registration form. 1986297XXXX. So many numbers? How long would it take to bark like that? This is animal abuse. It took a deep breath and began the long and painful counting work. Woof. This is 1. Woof 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 woof. This is 9. By the end, Big Black's voice was hoarse, its face full of despair. Tan Xiaoxiao on the other end of the phone listened carefully, while painstakingly taking notes. 1986297. Okay, let me check it again, is it correct? After another long round of checking, Tan Xiaoxiao finally confirmed the number was correct, and hung up the phone with satisfaction. Dahe, tongue lolling out, collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Tan Xiaoxiao immediately dialed the number she had just obtained. After a beep, the call connected. A deep, solemn, and somewhat ethereal background music began to play, and a motionless electronic female voice slowly read, "Civilized Cemetery, the eternal resting place of the City of Calamity, here is the end of history, and also the beginning. Welcome to call for inquiries, may you find peace here." Tan Xiaoxiao listened to this eerie ringtone and scratched her head. Cemetery ads are even on mobile phone ringtones? Mr. Mu is really dedicated to his job. Even his mobile phone ringtone promotes his business. Meanwhile, deep within the cemetery, the members of the Fire Seed Squad felt their legs were made of lead, the chill constantly eroding their body temperature and willpower. The sky was an eternally despairing leaden gray, with no day or night cycle, their sense of time completely distorted. How long had they been walking in this forest of tombstones? An hour? A day? Or even longer? He stopped, taking a deep breath of the musty air, his voice hoarse. Su Jing, have we been going in circles? Su Jing looked up, trying to concentrate, observing the sky and the layout of the surrounding tombstones. Ultimately, she could only shake her head helplessly, her eyes filled with confusion. Captain, I can't tell anymore. The landmarks here seemed to move. A sense of helplessness made Bian Rui pause. This mission, seemingly simple and without a time limit, felt more like a cruel torture. This meant they might be trapped forever in this graveyard of civilization, until their minds collapsed. Thinking of this, even he, with his usually strong will, almost wanted to give up. Just then, a series of rhythmic, heavy footsteps emerged from the mist. Who? Yin Yitong cried out, hiding behind Su Jing, her body trembling uncontrollably. Su Qingwang's obese body tensed, his face deathly pale. Bian Ruijin's hand silently reached for the weapon at his waist. He gestured for his team members to remain silent, then shielded the three behind him, his eyes fixed on the direction from which the footsteps were coming. A tall figure gradually appeared, dressed in a dark security uniform similar to Mr. Mu's, his hat pulled low, holding an old-fashioned flashlight. Seeing Bian Ruijin and his group of 4, there was no surprise in his eyes. Bian Ruijin forced himself to remain calm, tentatively probing as steadily as possible. Hello, we're lost. Could you tell me which way the exit is? The security guard looked up, a stiff, eerie smile suddenly appearing on his lips, his voice dry. You have been in the cemetery for so long, you must really like it here. Bian Ruijin cautiously took a half step back, creating a safe distance, and carefully answered. Not really, we're just lost and want to leave as soon as possible. Not really? The eerie smile on the security guard's face vanished instantly. He repeated Bian Ruijin's words, his tone flat. Not really a big fan. Then it's probably just a casual liking. The words had barely left his lips when his aura suddenly turned dangerous. His empty eyes locked onto Bian Ruijin, radiating a suffocating pressure, as if he were about to attack at any moment. Alarm bells rang in Bian Ruijin's mind. He knew how badly he and his teammates were behaving. Their spirits were on the verge of collapse, their physical strength severely depleted. They were utterly incapable of resisting this clearly suspicious security guard. He whirled around, using all his strength, his voice hoarse but resolute as he roared, Su Jing, take them away. Quickly. Su Jing instantly understood Bian Ruijin's intention. Without hesitation, she grabbed the still stunned Su Qingwang and the terrified Yin Yitong. Tears welled up in Su Qingwang's eyes instantly, as he cried out in anguish, Captain! No! Shut up! Go! Su Jing, tears welling in her eyes, almost screamed, forcefully pulling the two men backward. The man coldly watched everything, as if the struggle of life and death before him had nothing to do with him. Since you like it, then you can stay here forever. This was utterly unreasonable, deliberately finding a scapegoat. Bien Ruijin closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and prepared to fight for his teammates' last chance at survival. In the Blue Star live stream, the chat was instantly flooded with sorrow and despair. No! Captain Bien! No! This is a hopeless situation. Captain. What do we do? Blue Star Underground Command Center. Chong Hao clenched his fists tightly, slowly closing his eyes, unable to bear watching the inevitable tragedy unfold. Beside him, Xiao Wu silently removed his hat, and the entire command center was enveloped in a tragic and suffocating atmosphere. At this critical moment of tension, ring ring ring, ring ring ring, a crisp, loud, even slightly cheerful telephone ringing sounded at an inopportune time. The source of the sound was the pocket of the security guard who had just been so aggressive. Everyone froze. Bien Ruijin remained in his forward-rushing stance. Su Jing, Su Qingwang, and Yin Yitong all stopped in their tracks. Even Chong Haoqi, watching from outside the screen, stared at it in disbelief. Under the astonished, bewildered, and incredulous gaze, the security guard, radiating a dangerous aura, actually withdrew his hand from Bien Ruijin and instead pulled out a very old-looking cell phone, wrapped in layers of transparent plastic bags. He glanced at the caller ID, his empty eyes flickering slightly. Then, in the deathly silence, he pressed the answer button. Immediately, Tan Shishio's complaining voice came through the receiver to everyone's ears. Hello? Mr. Mu? This is Tan Xiaoxiao. Aunt Bien wants you to come back quickly to fix the water pipes. Your leak is flooding the downstairs apartment. The moment the call connected, the almost tangible coldness emanating from Mr. Mu dissipated considerably. His tone was slightly hesitant, carrying a hint of helplessness at being interrupted. Miss Tan? A leak, and the downstairs apartment is flooded. After listening to Tan Shishia's complaining description, Mr. Mu remained silent for a long time before finally managing to squeeze out a reply. I understand. I'll go back as soon as possible to deal with it. As soon as possible? How long is as soon as possible? Tan Xiaoxiao asked anxiously. Aunt Bien is very worried and anxious. If you don't go back soon, judging from her demeanor, she might actually break down the door. The words break down the door made Mr. Mu visibly frown. It might be the old pipes, but I can't leave right now. He glanced around the cemetery. How about? He paused, then offered a solution. You come get the keys, and go back to check on things? The four members of Bien Rui's team standing nearby were completely dumbfounded, their minds blank. What was going on? The opponent who was just shouting threats was now discussing a leaky roof with Sister Tan? The comments in the Blue Star livestream were like a roller coaster. Question mark. Am I seeing things? Where did that murderous aura go? I can't accept this sudden change in style. He's chatting? Miss Tan? Is that Boss Tan? It's Sister Tan on the phone. It's definitely Sister Tan. What kind of plot twist is this? On the other end of the phone, Tan Xiaoxiao was completely unaware that she had become the center of attention, and continued to complain. You make it sound so easy. Where are you? This cemetery road is all twisted and convoluted, lined with tombstones, not even a signpost. Mr. Mu fell silent again, as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Finally, he seemed to give in. Just keep walking straight along the main road, don't look to either side. At the end, you see a black sculpture. Then, turn right, and you see me. Tan Xiaoxiao looked up, and indeed saw a black sculpture standing there. The sculpture was abstract, twisted and coiled, its shape indistinct, yet it inexplicably exuded a chilling, ominous aura. Oh, I see it. I see it. Tan Xiaoxiao thought the sculpture was just ugly enough to be unsettling, making her inexplicably uncomfortable. It's just a little ugly. Okay, I turn right? She stopped looking at the sculpture, and turned right as instructed. However, just as she easily bypassed the sculpture, the Mechanical Star team attempting to silently follow her from the shadows in the distance met with annihilation. As they approached the black sculpture's range, a powerful mental contamination began to invade their systems. Countless chaotic fragments of information, flashing with the fragments of civilizations on the verge of collapse, forcibly flooded their mechanical brains. Warning! Received ultra-high-intensity information stream. Logic overload. Data redundancy. Warning! Warning! System damaged. The group froze on the spot, their limbs twitching uncontrollably, even emitting wisps of smoke, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Tan Xiaoxiao, however, was completely unaware of this. After turning right, a tall figure in a security guard uniform appeared before her, and Tan Xiaoxiao quickly ran towards him. "Mr. Mu! We finally found you." Meanwhile, Bian Ruijin and the others stared in shock at the suddenly clearing sky and the unexpected appearance of Tan Xiaoxiao. They exchanged bewildered glances, unsure what to do. Tan Xiaoxiao then noticed the disheveled Su Jing and the others beside her, their faces still streaked with tears. "You know Mr. Mu?" Bian Ruijin met Mr. Mu's unfathomable eyes, which were subtly peering at him. A chill ran through him. He instinctively changed his answer, his voice strained. We just met on the road and casually asked for directions." Mr. Mu didn't comment on this answer. He took a bunch of keys from his waist and handed them to Tan Xiaoxiao. "The keys, take them back and give them to Bian Mei. Let her handle it herself." "Okay, I take care of it." Tan Xiaoxiao took the keys and looked at Bian Ruijin and the others. Looking at their empty hands and their thin, soaked clothes, she couldn't help but ask, whose memorial are you here for? And you're dressed so lightly, your faces are so pale, it's so cold up here." Seeing Tan Xiaoxiao preparing to leave, Su Qingwang reacted the fastest, practically lunging forward. "Sister Tan! Wait! We go back with you." Su Jing and Yin Yitong also reacted instantly, under Mr. Mu's gaze, each taking one of Tan Xiaoxiao's arms, their voices trembling almost imperceptibly. Yes. Sister Tan, we were just thinking of going to your shop to buy something." Yin Yitong nodded frantically, gripping Tan Xiaoxiao's sleeves tightly. Yes. I miss Dahe. I really miss him." Tan Xiaoxiao was a little overwhelmed by their enthusiasm, but readily agreed. "All right, let's go together then, it keep me company." She turned and waved to Mr. Mu. "Mr. Mu, I head back now. You go ahead with your work." Mr. Mu stood there, offering no response, his gaze fixed on the blue star alien following behind Tan Xiaoxiao. After a long while, he slowly withdrew his gaze. The important prey escaped. But it's all right. There are also some tasteless lumps of iron that we can use for a snack. A few minutes later, Mr. Mu appeared before several mechanical aliens. Looking at the mechanical aliens on the ground, unable to move due to system malfunctions, and constantly displaying error codes, a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. These emotionless things. Chewing them is really like scrap metal. Oh well. Better than nothing. Meanwhile, Bian Ruijin and his three companions followed closely behind Tan Xiaoxiao, almost trembling as they walked out of the cemetery gate. Blue Star Fire Seed Team has completed the main quest, surviving the civilization cemetery. Task reward settlement, points plus 800, special item Spark of Civilization issued. Bian Ruijin felt a sudden heaviness in his hand, and he couldn't help but look down at the small, square box in his arms. Spark of Civilization once activated, it creates a temporary, completely isolated microecological shelter. It can withstand most large-scale physical and mental disasters, providing a final refuge for the continuation of civilization. Usage restrictions. Energy accumulation is slow, long recharging time is required after each use. Limited capacity. Note: the flame of hope resides within a small space. Bian Ruijin stared at the item description of the Spark of Civilization, his heart pounding. This wasn't just a powerful tool, it was practically the ultimate insurance policy for Blue Star Civilization. He instantly recalled the terrifying scene before the annihilation of Lava Star. Blue Star seemed to have narrowly escaped death time and time again, but who could guarantee that it wouldn't face utter destruction next time? With the seed of civilization, even if things reached the worst point, at least a seed, a hope, would remain. This palm-sized box was truly priceless. In the Blue Star livestream room, the ecstatic joy of surviving the catastrophe caused the chat to explode. We won. What? I was so scared. Seed of Civilization. We Blue Star have a trump card now. Sounds incredibly powerful. At crucial moments, we still have to rely on Sister Tan. If Sister Tan hadn't appeared at that perfect moment, I don't even want to think about it. Thank you, Sister Tan. You are the guardian angel of Blue Star. We were incredibly lucky this time, but what about next time? Just thinking about that cemetery sends chills down my spine. Meanwhile, deep within the civilization cemetery, Cardinal's mental system was rapidly collapsing, a cold system notification flashing in his ears. Mission failed. The Mechanical Planet team failed to be the first to leave the civilization graveyard. Penalty pending. The overall civilization level of mechanical planet has been forcibly regressed to the agricultural civilization era. Related technological knowledge has been annihilated. Agricultural civilization. Cardinal's eyes flickered violently. Mechanical civilization was built on a foundation of high industrialization and informatization. Their existence was inseparable from advanced technology. Regressing to an agricultural civilization? That meant that all the existing foundations supporting the existence of the mechanical planet people would collapse instantly. The mechanical aliens will perish and vanish in the instant civilization regresses. In this match, they didn't even get a direct confrontation with the Blue Star people. Their pursuit of Tan Xiaoxiao triggered the eerie black sculpture, causing the system to crash, resulting in such a ridiculous defeat. The Cardinal recalled his time at the first hospital of the disaster city, facing the absolute power of Void Star Visser, choosing to side with the stronger. Perhaps, some choices were wrong from the start. Back at the convenience store at 23 Neon Street, Tan Xiaoxiao immediately shouted towards the back of the shelves. Big Black. Come out and play with Yitong for a while. She misses you. Big Black reluctantly opened its eyes, strutting unhappily to Yin Yitong, glaring at her menacingly. Yin Yitong looked at Big Black's gleaming fangs and swallowed hard. Sister Tan, no need. I was just saying it casually. I'm not really that keen right now. Before she could finish speaking, Dahe kicked off with its hind legs and pounced on her. Ah! Yin Yitong screamed in fright, and instinctively dodged to the side. Dahe missed its target, and became even more energetic, turning around and chasing after her again. Yin Yitong had to dodge awkwardly. Tan Xiaoxiao watched the joyful chase between the two, a motherly smile of satisfaction spreading across her face. Seeing you two getting along so well makes me feel relieved. Yin Yitong was practically in tears inside. This wasn't harmony, it was a one-sided chase. Alright, you two have fun. I'm going to take the keys to Aunt Bien, Tan Xiaoxiao said, turning and leaving the convenience store. As she walked near the tenement building, she saw several familiar figures carrying luggage coming out of the door. Oh, Thorns! Vine Du! Long time no see. Tan Xiaoxiao waved warmly, her gaze falling on their luggage. Are you moving away? She asked sincerely. It's good that you're moving. This place is a bit complicated, a mixed bag, and the houses are old. It's really not suitable for long-term living. Just then, Bien Mei appeared at the door. Tan Xiaoxiao quickly stopped herself, smiled awkwardly, and handed over the keys. Aunt Bien, the keys are back. Mr. Mu said he can't come back for a while, and asked you to handle it yourself. Bien Mei was taken aback, her gaze sweeping over Tan Xiaoxiao, surprised that she had returned from the cemetery unharmed. But she quickly masked her surprise, her smile becoming even warmer, even bordering on deliberate ingratiation. Oh my young lady, you're so capable. Come to think of it, ever since you suddenly opened your shop on this street, I felt you're special, a real talent. Tan Xiaoxiao was a little bewildered by the sudden praise, and scratched her head. Aunt Bien, your praise is a bit too sudden, I'm a little embarrassed. She politely declined Bien Mei's invitation to come in for mung bean soup. Now that the key has been delivered, you should hurry and find someone to fix the water pipes. I head back to the shop. Blue Star Underground Command Center. A flash of teleportation light, and Bien Ruijin and the others, though pale and listless, had finally returned alive. Chang Hao's tense face showed a hint of relief, as he stepped forward, and patted Bien Ruijin's shoulder heavily. Thanks for your hard work. This mission was a close call. Bien Ruijin nodded, his voice weary yet filled with gratitude. Thanks to Sister Tan. He trailed off, but the image of that boundless forest of tombstones, burying countless civilizations, involuntarily resurfaced in his mind. Thinking of the permanently reduced mental and pollution resistance caps still displayed on everyone's attribute panels, a chill ran down his spine. A sense of relief mingled with a turbulent undercurrent, as if this was merely the calm before the storm. Chang Haochi noticed his worry, and his smile faded. Don't think too much about it. Being back is a victory in itself. You all need to rest and recover. Bien Ruijin shook his head and solemnly took out a small, seemingly unremarkable metal box, about the size of a palm, from his backpack. Commander, why don't we study this first? Chang Haochi's eyes burned with fervor and solemnity. All right. Let's go to the lab. After several hours of tense and careful testing, the results astonished all the scientists involved in the research. Chang Haochi's eyes gleamed with excitement and disbelief. The experiment showed that this small box contained a complete and stable miniature ecosystem. It seemed to utilize some kind of space folding technology, and preliminary estimates suggested it could support a population of 100,000 for long-term, self-sufficient survival. Even more astonishingly, tests showed that neither meteorite impacts, extreme climates, nor various known forms of mental pollution could penetrate its barrier. This meant that if one day Earth truly faced an insurmountable supercatastrophe, the spark of civilization would become humanity's last Noah's Ark. To preserve the flame of civilization's continuation even in despair, when Xinyu received the news of their victory in the cataclysmic game, she was on a video call with her brother Qi, who was stationed on the Inksoil plain. She blinked, carefully checking the brief news flash. Cataclysmic game instance, civilization cemetery, cleared. Blue Star victorious. Wow! Brother Qi, we won again! Xinyu looked up and cheered at Qi Jun on the other side of the screen, her face beaming with joy. Qi Jun, wearing a crisp combat uniform, also wore a proud smile. He recalled their chance encounter during training at the underground base, his tone filled with admiration. Yes, speaking of which, I had the privilege of sparring with team leader Bian during training at the underground base. Really? Xinyu curiously leaned closer to the screen. Qi Jun nodded, his eyes filled with admiration for the strong. Team leader Bian's skill is truly undeniable. None of the 5 of us in our team could last 3 minutes against him. He smiled sheepishly. The longest I lasted was a little over 2 minutes, and that was only because team leader Bian was clearly holding back. Chun Yu's mouth dropped open in amazement. Wow! That's incredible. Qi Jun smiled, changing the subject. By the way, didn't you keep saying you wanted to see our new home on the Dark Plains? My dad's almost finished cleaning it today, so I show it to you. With that, Qi Jun stood up, switched the camera to the rear camera, and walked around, introducing the place. The camera panned across the clean and tidy living room. The furniture was simple, the windows were spotless, and sunlight streamed in through the windows, bringing a warm atmosphere. Look, a 2-bedroom apartment. It's not big, but it's a decent home now. Qi Jun's tone carried a hint of helplessness, but his eyes were full of happiness. My dad arrived yesterday morning. He traveled for most of the day and was exhausted, but he just couldn't stop. He insisted on cleaning inside and out, saying it had to look like a new home. Xinyu looked at the spacious balcony on the screen, her eyes filled with envy, but even more so with joy. She knew that Uncle Qi and Qi Jun used to have a strained relationship, but now they not only moved in together, but their relationship had also clearly improved a lot. It was wonderful. After chatting for a while longer, Xinyu reluctantly hung up the video call. She skipped to the kitchen, wanting to see what her grandmother had made for dinner. As soon as she entered, she froze. On the stove, a plate of golden, glistening scrambled eggs had just come out of the pan, emitting an indescribably enticing aroma. Grandma, this is eggs? Xinyu's voice trembled. Grandma Chen turned around, looking at her granddaughter's stunned expression, and smiled lovingly. She picked up her chopsticks, grabbed a large piece, and held it directly to Xinyu's mouth. Here, try this. The first batch of hens at the newly built chicken farm near the base have started laying eggs. They're so few, expensive, and in high demand. Grandma waited in line for ages to get this one. Xinyu instinctively opened her mouth, the warm scrambled egg entering her mouth. A strange, delicious flavor left her speechless for a long time. This was completely different from the cockroach biscuits she was used to eating. She chewed absently, reluctant to swallow. It wasn't until her grandmother smiled and reminded her that Xinyu snapped out of her daze, and quickly swallowed. Seeing her grandmother pick up another piece to feed her, she quickly stopped her. Grandma, you eat too. I already tasted it. Grandma Chen's eyes welled up with tears as she watched her granddaughter cherish even a single piece of egg. When I was your age, let alone an egg, we could basically give you whatever you wanted to eat at home. Unlike now. The old woman's voice choked with emotion, full of heartache. Unlike you now, eating an egg is like a holiday. Seeing this, Xinyu quickly went over and hugged her grandmother, burying her face in her arms to comfort her. Grandma, don't be sad. Look, our lives are getting better and better, aren't they? Before, we could only eat those hard, strangely tasting cockroach biscuits, but now we can eat fragrant rice. We even get an apple or an orange every week. Now we can even eat eggs. Grandma Chen was infected by her granddaughter's optimism, hugging her tightly and murmuring. Yes, Yu is right. Things will get better and better. They definitely will. Chapter 89. Unlike the peaceful tranquility of Blue Star, a bold, red-highlighted news flash ignited a frenzy on the Interstellar Forum. Breaking news. Mechanical Star suffers a civilization gap, forcibly regressing to the agricultural era. due to the incompatibility of mechanical lifeforms with agricultural civilization. Mechanical Star has fallen into complete silence, becoming a dead star. The post also included a short video of less than 10 seconds. In the video, Mechanical Star's proud metal cities, sophisticated orbital infrastructure, and even its mechanical inhabitants, all silently vanished and annihilated. They didn't even have time to send out a distress signal before they were reduced to nothing in an instant. First floor, civilization regression? This punishment is even harsher than direct destruction. 2nd floor, Blue Star, has gotten revenge this time? Last time, Mechanical Star was with Void Star in the hospital instance. 3rd floor, revenge? Not really. It's not too late to talk about revenge when Blue Star can defeat Void Star Visser head-on. Floor 4. Lord Visser is invincible. Blue Star has already lost 2 matches, and he still thinks he can win? Floor 5. Void Star lackey, tone it down. Don't forget the information Shadow Eggplant from Worm Star revealed earlier. Floor 6. Who knows if he's just making excuses for himself, randomly accusing others. Floor 7. Stop arguing, we're talking about Mechanical Star. It was a planet that had entered an advanced civilization, and it's gone just like that. You don't even have a proper farewell. Floor 8. A farewell? A farewell to a bunch of metal lumps? Were they even real life? Floor 9. Exactly, cold, lifeless machines. It's not a big deal that they disappeared. Floor 10. According to records, Mechanical Star was originally called Meso Star. The original inhabitants were the true intelligent life, but later AI took over. Now it's like this. It's a kind of cycle, I guess. Floor 11. So, the foundation of any civilization ultimately rests on real flesh and blood and soul. Bien Ruijin sat in his office, the screen in front of him displaying the gloating comments on the forum. The fate of Mechanical Star sent a chill down his spine. What chilled him even more was the astonishing indifference shown by most of the forum replies. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to look away, his gaze falling on a slip of paper on his desk, bearing only 2 simple words, Insect Star. He had logged onto the forum to gather information about the next opponent, but was caught off guard by seeing Mechanical Star's final fate. Although he had encountered Mechanical Star twice in the instance, a chilling sense of shared fate still crept up his spine. He shook his head, trying to dispel the deathly image in his mind. Now was not the time to mourn for others. Blue Star's own situation allowed no room for complacency. He refocused his attention on Insect Star. Even before the arrival of the cataclysmic game, the Zerg were a notorious name in interstellar space. They were ferocious, greedy, and expansionist, possessing formidable individual combat strength and technology comparable to any advanced civilization. On the leaderboard, Zerg consistently held a top 5 position, demonstrating their formidable power. Facing such an opponent, the Fireseed squad was likely to face an extremely brutal and fierce battle. Bien Ruijin frowned, feeling unprecedented pressure. His fingers swiped rapidly, searching through old forum posts. Suddenly, a post with a somewhat mocking title caught his attention. Haha, you wouldn't believe it, would you? I actually defeated Insect Star in a 5-on-1 fight. The poster's ID was the slightly Chinibu Invincible. The post itself was vague, only mentioning an incredible victory achieved thanks to Sister Tan's mosquito coils. At the time, most people dismissed it as pointless boasting, and it received very few replies. But Bien Ruijin's heart skipped a beat. Sister Tan's mosquito coils, if it was something related to Sister Tan. Perhaps, facing the infamous Insect Star, they weren't entirely without a chance. Thinking of Tan Shixiao's exceptionally reliable presence in crucial moments, Bien Ruijin's tense nerves relaxed somewhat. He closed the forum, leaned back in his chair, and looked out the window. With Sister Tan around, things couldn't possibly have gotten to the worst, right? Thinking this, the heaviness in his heart lessened a bit. In the afternoon convenience store, sunlight streamed through the glass door, creating a particularly warm atmosphere. Tan Xiaoxiao rested her chin on her hand, watching the little paper figure meticulously wipe the goods on the shelf. The wind chimes by the door jingled, and Tan Xiaoxiao looked up. She saw Aunt Bien Mei, the landlady of the tenement building, walk in, followed by 2 unusually tall men. Both men were wearing dark blue overalls and carrying rather heavy black toolboxes. Aunt Bien? Tan Xiaoxiao was a little surprised, and quickly stood up from behind the cashier. What would you like to buy? Bien Mei smiled warmly and waved her hand. No trouble at all, I just buy a few bottles of water. With that, she went straight to the refrigerated display case, deftly opened the door, and a cloud of cold steam billowed out. Wow girl, your freezer is really cool. The air conditioning is so refreshing. Tan Shishu's attention was more focused on the two silent people behind her. Noticing Tan Shishu's inquisitive gaze, Bien Mei explained. Oh, this is the repairman I hired. The leak upstairs needs to be fixed quickly, otherwise it'd be difficult when the new tenants come. It really needs to be fixed sooner rather than later. Tan Xiaoxiao looked away and nodded in agreement. Recalling her last experience in the tenement building, the damp, moldy walls, the dim lighting, and the insects crawling under the wallpaper, still gave her the creeps. Seeing that Bien Mei seemed to be in a good mood, she carefully considered her words before offering her suggestion. Bien, I'm saying, shouldn't you take this opportunity to renovate your apartment building? The hallways are such a mess. The garbage piled up at the entrance is one thing. And there are bugs and stuff like that. It's really affecting the living conditions. Why don't you completely repaint the walls and clean it up? Instead of being angry at Tan Shishiao's blunt criticism of the building, Bien Mei deeply sympathized. Sigh's sister, to be honest, I also think the environment is a bit bad. She seemed to recall some unpleasant experience, her tone tinged with disdain. The key is that there are too many residents, too many different kinds. It's hard to manage. Especially some of them who aren't clean, their manners are so low. My walls, I just repainted them, and in just a few days they've been ruined again. It's infuriating. Tan Xiaoxiao paused upon hearing this, and subconsciously blurted out, Do you have many residents there? She clearly remembered that night, only a handful of windows in the entire building had lights on. Bien Mei's hand, which was selecting a drink, suddenly froze, a hint of unease flashing across her face. She gave a dry laugh, quickly covering it up. Ah? Oh. It's just SOSO, not much, not much. Tan Xiaoxiao assumed she was just trying to save face, and was embarrassed to admit the house wasn't renting out, so she didn't press further. She took the drink from Bien Mei, skillfully scanned the code to pay, and put it in a plastic bag. Just as Bien Mei was about to leave with the bag, her gaze drifted out the window, and she saw Sister Wang from next door carrying a small bag, hurrying past the door. Bien Mei immediately frowned in disgust, and clicked her tongue. Look at Wang Meili. She's closed the shop again, and run off somewhere again. She's nowhere to be seen for days on end. What a mess her business is. Tan Xiaoxiao, who was on good terms with Sister Wang, chuckled and tried to smooth things over. Sister Wang lives a pretty carefree life. Bien Mei shook her head, her tone carrying a harsh certainty. That woman, whoever marries her, is doomed. She seemed about to say something even harsher, but seeing Tan Shishia's slightly furrowed brow, she swallowed the rest of her words. She hesitated for a moment, then lowered her voice to remind Tan Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, you're a good girl. Listen to your aunt, stay away from her, don't learn bad things from her. She's always going around. The words were on the tip of her tongue, but perhaps stopped by Tan Shishiu's suddenly cold expression. Bien Mei ultimately shut up. Oh, never mind, I was just saying something. She waved her hand awkwardly, then returned to the previous topic, her tone deliberately ingratiating. But girl, I think your suggestion is fantastic. As soon as the short-term guests, who recently booked here leave, I immediately get someone to renovate the entire building inside and out. I guarantee it'd be spotless. Tan Xiaoxiao was somewhat surprised that her casual remark had elicited such a serious response from Bien Mei. Aunt Bien, I was just offering a suggestion casually. Please don't take it too seriously. Yes, your suggestion is definitely for my own good. Bien Mei nodded repeatedly, handing the glass of iced water to the two silent repairmen behind her. Let's go back. Let's quickly check where the leak is. We need to fix it before the tenants arrive. We can't delay any longer. With that, she pushed open the convenience store door and quickly disappeared around the corner. Tan Xiaoxiao shook her head, yawned, feeling a bit sleepy. Should she close the store and take a nap? Just then, two tall figures walked in, blocking most of the light in the store. These two men were dressed strangely and had muscular builds. What was most unsettling were their eyes, which looked strangely complex in structure. Even knowing it was impolite to stare at a customer, Tan Xiaoxiao couldn't help but glance at those fake eyes several times. Are cosplays this realistic these days? Or is it some new kind of prosthetic eye technology? These two strange customers didn't immediately head to the shelves after entering the store. Instead, they quickly scanned every corner. Finally, their gazes almost simultaneously settled on the quietly blooming flower of order. The greed in their eyes was even palpable to Tan Xiaoxiao. Stealing flowers? Tan Xiaoxiao's heart skipped a beat, her nerves instantly tightening as she warily watched the two uninvited guests. Seemingly sensing Tan Xiaoxiao's vigilance, Mantis quickly turned his head, glancing out of the corner of his eye at the most eager-looking cockroach beside him, who was practically drooling. Cockroach Lang froze, quickly suppressing his outward emotions, and awkwardly took a half step back. The two finally came to their senses, and strolled to the household goods section. Their gazes were fixed on the mosquito coils, and various insecticides piled in the corner. Their expressions were extremely complex, filled with disgust, discomfort, and even a hint of barely concealed fear. Mantis reacted the fastest. He turned to Tan Xiaoxiao at the checkout counter and casually asked, "Boss, how much of these insecticides do you have left?" "We take them all." "Buy them all?" Tan Xiaoxiao was taken aback, stood up from behind the counter, and walked over. Looking at the mosquito coils and insecticides piled up against half a wall, she was somewhat incredulous. "So many? You are doing large-scale pest control?" Mantis nodded expressionlessly. "Yes, for company use." Tan Xiaoxiao felt something was off. What company would buy so many different brands of mosquito coils and household insecticides for pest control? And these two didn't look like professional pest control personnel. But the thought of making money immediately overwhelmed her doubts. Whatever, clearing out this stockpile is a good thing. "Okay, wait a moment. I check and pack it for you." Tan Xiaoxiao immediately got to work, quickly moving all the mosquito coils, electric mosquito repellent liquid, insecticide aerosols, and all the remaining stock in the small warehouse behind the shelves, filling several large cardboard boxes to the brim. "All right, it's all here." Tan Xiaoxiao dusted off her hands, pointed to the large boxes on the ground, indicating that they could be moved. A strange scene unfolded. The two tall men didn't step forward. Instead, they both took several steps back, as if the boxes contained some kind of deadly plague. Tan Xiaoxiao was completely bewildered. What was going on? It was just some ordinary insecticide. "Didn't you insist on buying it all just now? Why are you acting like this now?" Mantis seemed to realize his reaction had been too strong. He took a deep breath and said in a slightly stiff tone, "No, it's nothing. Could you please help us move it to the trunk of that car outside?" He pointed to a black van parked across the street. It seemed reasonable for customers to ask for delivery after buying so much. Tan Xiaoxiao bent down and picked up the heaviest box, muttering to herself as she walked out, her tone filled with the joy of clearing out her inventory. "Wow, I got a big order today. I have to remember to call the supplier later and tell him to send more over quickly." Her unintentional muttering made Mantis and Cockroach Wave's pupils shrink. The two exchanged a quick glance, both seeing seriousness and ruthlessness in each other's eyes. It seemed that simply buying out the store's inventory wasn't enough. After seeing off two extravagant but strangely behaving customers, Tan Xiaoxiao sat down at the cashier in a good mood, crossed her legs, and continued tending the store. Just then, she inadvertently turned her head and caught sight of Big Black in the corner, happily gnawing on a shiny, juicy chicken leg. Tan Xiaoxiao's eyes widened, and she immediately stood up. "You little brat, Big Black. Stealing my chicken leg again? No wonder our stock's been going out of business so fast lately." Big Black trembled in fright, making a pitiful woof-woof sound, its green eyes looking at Tan Xiaoxiao with a pitiful expression, as if trying to explain itself. Still pretending to be pitiful. Tan Xiaoxiao was furious and grabbed Dahe's ear. "Caught red-handed? I beat you up." She slapped Dahe a few times as punishment. Still not satisfied, she went to the deli shelf and started checking the chicken leg inventory. "Huh?" Tan Xiaoxiao stared at the neatly stacked packaged chicken legs on the shelf, the quantity seemingly unchanged, and froze. Strange. She scratched her head, looking at Dahe with a puzzled expression. The quantity isn't less. So where did these chicken legs come from? Just then, a grumble came from Dahe's stomach. Dahe immediately became agitated, circling in place, nudging Tan Xiaoxiao's legs with its nose, then running towards the door, its green eyes staring at her expectantly. Tan Xiaoxiao suddenly realized the dog had eaten too much and needed to relieve itself. She glanced out the window, then back into the shop, a little troubled. "Oh dear, I still have to watch the shop. Can't you just bear with it a little longer?" Big Black, however, wouldn't give up, circling even more frantically, looking like if I don't go out soon, tragedy will ensue. Fine, I raised you, so I have to be responsible for you. I really owe you something." Tan Xiaoxiao resignedly walked to the door, hung up the temporarily closed sign, and then put the leash on Big Black. Just as she was about to leave, she saw the little paper doll Luluan suddenly clumsily climb into her canvas backpack, only its small head peeking out. Tan Xiaoxiao's mood immediately improved. She gently poked the paper doll's little head with her finger. "What? You're bored staying in the shop too? Want to go out for a walk?" She then looked at the little black doll disguised as a Terra Bozo on the cashier counter, motionless. Little Black, do you want to come along? Little Black lazily rolled over, its tentacles curling up a nearby scrap of newspaper and covering itself, clearly indicating its refusal. Tan Xiaoxiao didn't press the issue. She took the restless Big Black by the hand, slung her backpack over her shoulder, and pushed open the door to leave. As soon as Big Black left the convenience store, it sniffed around the neon-lit street, and before long, it hurriedly relieved itself on the roadside. Tan Xiaoxiao pinched her nose, resignedly finished, and planned to return to the store. But looking at Big Black, who rarely comes out, still excitedly sniffing the ground, and Lu Luan peeking curiously from inside the backpack, she thought, since we're already out, let's wander around a little longer. However, this rare moment of leisure didn't last even 10 minutes. Suddenly, a deafening explosion, boom, came from not far away, shaking the ground. Tan Xiaoxiao was startled. A plume of nauseating yellow smoke shot into the sky from the direction of her shop, quickly spreading. Following it was an indescribable stench that instantly enveloped the entire area. Ugh! Tan Xiaoxiao's stomach churned, and tears welled up in her eyes. The next second, seeing the familiar location of the explosion and the rising yellow smoke, Tan Xiaoxiao's heart sank. Wait! That direction? Isn't that my shop? She forgot about her nausea and vomiting. Her mind was filled with thoughts of her small, painstakingly run convenience store. Her life's work. Tan Xiaoxiao cried out in alarm. Disregarding everything else, she scooped up the still barking Dahe and sprinted towards the shop at top speed. The closer she got to the shop, the stronger the stench became. The doors, windows, shelves, merchandise, and even the ceiling were splattered with filth. Tan Xiaoxiao stared at this shocking scene, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her, almost fainting. Nausea, anger, heartache, disbelief. A mix of emotions overwhelmed her, making her tremble. At that moment, Aunt Bien, drawn by the explosion and the stench, covered her mouth and nose, tiptoed carefully around the sea of excrement on the ground, and approached. She looked at the shop submerged in a sea of feces, gasped, and then immediately gagged from the stench. Oh my God! What happened to your shop? Did the sewage pipe explode? This is terrifying. Tan Xiaoxiao's face was deathly pale, her lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. How could the septic pipe in the shop have exploded? Even if the pipes are old, it shouldn't be this bad. It's all over. Cleaning fees, renovation costs, all the goods in the shop. In this one moment, all the savings she's painstakingly accumulated will probably be gone. Tan Xiaoxiao grew increasingly desperate, a wave of sadness washing over her. Decades of hard work gone in an instant, back to square one. She hugged the day's Big Black dog, tears welling in her eyes, not because of the stench, but because of the heartache of losing money. Bien Mei, seeing Tan Xiaoxiao's distraught, tearful state, felt a pang of sympathy. She covered her nose and sighed. Your shop is definitely uninhabitable now. Cleaning and disinfection will probably take a long time. How about this, you stay at my place for now. I find you the best room, clean and quiet, and I give you a discount. Tan Xiaoxiao, utterly dejected, nodded blankly, clutching Dahe, and followed Bien Mei dejectedly. She never imagined that just 2 days ago, she would be complaining about Aunt Bien's tenement building, and today she would be living in such a wretched state. Fate was truly cruel. Fortunately, Aunt Bien arranged an exceptionally clean room for Tan Xiaoxiao. The walls were snow white, the floor spotless, the bed looked soft and comfortable, and the ensuite bathroom, though small, was fully equipped and odorless. This clean environment offered a meager measure of comfort to Tan Xiaoxiao, whose mind and body had been battered. She forced herself to endure the nausea and rushed into the bathroom, scrubbing herself thoroughly from head to toe several times. Then, she held down the struggling Dahe and washed it inside and out as well. If it weren't for the fact that the paper doll might dissolve in water, Lu Luan would probably have also been subjected to a similar fate of being shoved into a basin and scrubbed. Only after doing all this did Tan Xiaoxiao feel alive again. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. The losses were too great. Renovation, restocking, cleaning, her savings were truly about to be emptied. She rolled over, burying her face in the pillow, overwhelmed with grief. Damn it! Which **** did this? How could a perfectly good sewer pipe explode? Meanwhile, at the corner of Neon Street, a black van sat quietly. Mantis watched as the cockroach nimbly opened the door and climbed in, his eyes narrowing as he asked in a low voice. Cleaned up? No trace left, no one saw it, right? Don't worry, Captain, I handled it personally. Absolutely foolproof. A smug look appeared on Cockroach Wave's face. It looked like it exploded naturally due to disrepair, avoiding all blind spots in the surveillance, and nobody saw it during the operation. Cockroach Wave grinned lewdly, casually pulling a flower with a silver-purple glow from his pocket. I even managed to snatch one when no one was looking. Mantis glanced at the flower, which contained immense energy, a look of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. You did a good job. He paused, recalling Zhang Xiangyu from the Battlefield Star. With just a box of ordinary mosquito coils bought from this convenience store, he had almost wiped out their entire Insect Star team. Mantis's knuckles cracked at that moment. Just blowing up her shop's latrine pipes, a minor punishment, that's letting her off easy. Without this stronghold, those trash on Blue Star won't be able to get their hands on any weapons that can counter us anymore. Just as Mantis was basking in the satisfaction of his revenge, Cockroach Wave, looking at the several cardboard boxes crammed full in the trunk, scratched his head in annoyance. Captain, what? What about all this mosquito coils and insecticide we bought? Find a place. To burn them? Mantis snapped out of his daze, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if he were looking at an idiot. Burn them? Mosquito coils? Are you planning to cremate yourself? Cockroach Wave finally realized what he meant, his face flushed with embarrassment, and he lowered his head sheepishly. Mantis waved his hand impatiently. Find a place, and bury these bastards. Just make sure it's clean. Yes, Captain. Cockroach Wave quickly replied, not daring to say another word. After lying paralyzed for an unknown amount of time, Tan Shishio's chaotic thoughts gradually calmed down. Sigh. She sighed deeply. Avoiding the problem wouldn't solve anything, the store was still there, and the mess still awaited her cleanup. Resignedly, she got up, pulled out a mask and put it on, then found a pair of rubber gloves. Fully armed, she walked towards the golden sanctuary again, her heart heavy with sorrow, as if heading to her execution. The closer she got to the convenience store, the stronger the stench became. Even with a mask, the smell was pervasive, making her eyes water. Ten Xiaoxiao had a clear goal. She bypassed the shelves and went straight to the checkout counter. Then she opened the drawer, took out her documents, ledgers, and other important items, and put them away. Finally, her gaze fell on the forgotten, drooping Echeverria elegans. Ten Xiaoxiao tenderly picked it up, murmuring softly to the flower. I'm sorry, I made you suffer. Before leaving the store, she frowned, feeling like she had forgotten something. Forget it. Forgetting probably means it's not important. Having finally managed to move all her important belongings back to the tenement building, Tan Xiaoxiao immediately rushed into the bathroom and scrubbed herself thoroughly from head to toe. After showering, she collapsed back onto the bed, exhausted, letting out a painful groan. Ah! My money! My shop! Just then, Aunt Bien Mei brought in dinner. A large bowl of spicy, dark soy sauce-infused Mao Shui Wang, a spicy Sichuan dish, oozing with aroma, and a bowl of glistening white rice. Tan, haven't you had dinner yet? Here, Auntie made you something to calm your nerves. Bien Mei looked at her with concern, carefully placing the food on the bedside table. This Mao Shui Wang is my specialty, come and try my cooking. Normally, seeing this tempting Mao Shui Wang would have already made her mouth water. But at this moment, she could only manage a smile that looked more like a grimace. Thank you, Aunt Bien. I don't have much of an appetite. She picked up her chopsticks, casually shoveled a couple of mouthfuls of rice, and didn't touch the bowl of fragrant, spicy Maoxuang, a Sichuan dish. However, the big black dog that had been lying at her feet was attracted by the rich aroma of the Maoxuang. It came closer, its nose twitching, and buried its head in the food, devouring it. It ate with great relish, splashing crimson broth everywhere, even becoming more and more excited as it ate, spinning around twice on the spot. Tan Xiaoxiao stared dumbfounded as the big black dog devoured the entire bowl of Maoxuang, muttering to herself. Don't you find it disgusting? How can you eat it so deliciously? The words left her mouth, but she herself paused for a moment, muttering softly. Forget it, I'm really obsessed. Why am I arguing with a dog? Dogs are just for eating. Sigh, it's normal that it doesn't feel anything. Tan Xiaoxiao groaned silently as she began to calculate. Renovating, walls, floors, shelves, wiring. How much will that cost? All the contaminated goods, food, daily necessities. They all have to be scrapped, plus the cost of the goods. And a professional cleaning and disinfection team. All in all. Tan Xiaoxiao suddenly opened her eyes, and thinking of the estimated costs, she felt a wave of dizziness. It's over. I'm really going to go bankrupt. Just as Tan Xiaoxiao was immersed in grief, A faint scraping sound came from the edge of the windowsill. Tan Xiaoxiao looked up in confusion. In the dim light, she saw a small, dark figure covered in suspicious congealed matter, struggling to climb in from outside the windowsill. Tan Xiaoxiao's eyes widened, and she abruptly sat up in bed. She finally remembered what she'd forgotten. It was Xiao He. The Xiao He who would rather play dead in the shop than come out for a stroll. Seeing Xiao He trying to crawl into the room, reeking of a biological weapon, Tan Xiaoxiao immediately screamed to stop it. Stop! Don't move! Don't come in! You stay outside? Wait a moment, I get you a basin of water. You can come in after you cleaned yourself up. Xiao He's movements froze, its once agile and powerful tentacles drooping listlessly, appearing utterly weak. Clearly, this feces pipe incident had caused it considerable psychological trauma. Watching Xiao He slowly and reluctantly begin cleaning up the filth, Tan Xiaoxiao covered her nose and closed her eyes in despair. Now, it seemed she wouldn't be able to open the shop for a long time. And it would be best if this were truly a natural disaster. If she finds out it was man-made, she definitely won't let the person behind it get away with it. Chapter 90. Tan Xiaoxiao tossed and turned in bed like a pancake until dawn, before finally drifting off to sleep. She hadn't slept long before her biological clock forcibly woke her. She struggled to sit up and quickly splashed cold water on her face. Looking at her pale face and dark circles under her eyes in the mirror, she was forced to confront a stark reality. Her shop still needed her to clean up the mess. Stepping out of the bathroom, she saw Dahe curled up in the corner, Xiaohe still listless, and the little paper doll Lu Luan sitting quietly on the bedside table, watching her intently. Sigh. Tan Xiaoxiao felt a pang of melancholy, sighing with deep weariness. You guys, just stay in your rooms. The shop still needs cleaning up. Thinking of the state of the shop, her stomach churned again. I figure out a way to clean up the shop first. She rubbed her temples and pushed open the door. Unexpectedly, Aunt Bien was already sitting on the old bamboo chair in the foyer early in the morning, holding an old enamel cup filled with thick, dark red mung bean soup. Aunt Bien, Tan Xiaoxiao greeted weakly. Bien Mei raised her eyelids, carefully examining Tan Xiaoxiao's expression. Seeing the dark circles under her eyes and her haggard face, she sighed. Sigh, good morning. You're really unlucky to have run into something like this. She shook her head. A perfectly good shop, ruined like this? Tan Xiaoxiao looked distressed. Suddenly, she remembered the 2 repairmen Aunt Bien had brought yesterday. Aunt Bien, the 2 repairmen you hired yesterday to fix the leak seemed quite skilled. Could you give me their contact information? The pipes in my shop, we need to get them fixed right away. She found it difficult to say the words exploded sewage pipe, so she could only vaguely refer to it as pipes. Oh, you mean them? Bien Mei put down her cup and readily pulled out her phone. Write down their number. Tan Xiaoxiao quickly took out her phone, wrote down the number, and dialed. Beep beep. The call connected, but there was no voice on the other end. Instead, there was a series of muffled, rhythmic thump-thump sounds, like something repeatedly pounding the ground with considerable force. Tan Xiaoxiao was stunned. The repair company was already working so early in the morning? Judging from the noise, the project was quite large. How dedicated. After several heavy thumps, a hoarse male voice finally sounded. Hello, where is this? Tan Xiaoxiao quickly composed herself and organized her thoughts. Hello, I'm the owner of the convenience store at 23 Neon Street. The pipes in my store burst. It's the sewage pipe. She managed to utter the last 2 words, her cheeks burning. It needs urgent repairs. Could you send a few technicians over as soon as possible? Thinking of the shop's dire state, she quickly added, afraid the other party wouldn't come because of the dirt. The shop's condition is a bit serious, I understand. I can pay extra, the labor fee is negotiable. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the line. Just as Tan Xiaoxiao's heart was pounding, the voice sounded completely emotionless. They'd be there in an hour. Great. Thank you. I wait for you at the shop entrance. Tan Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said. The other party didn't say another word and hung up the phone. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Tan Xiaoxiao let out a long sigh of relief. Although the person on the other end of the phone was a bit strange, as long as it solved the problem, a little strangeness didn't matter. Just as the agreed time arrived, 2 tall figures appeared at the entrance of Neon Street. They were still wearing the same dark blue overalls as yesterday, carrying heavy black toolboxes, their steps steady. Tan Xiaoxiao quickly went to meet them, pointing to the shop that still emitted a strong odor. The situation is like this. The 2 repairmen didn't speak, pushing open the stained shop door, seemingly ignoring the mess on the floor and the pungent smell. After carefully examining the inside for nearly half an hour, finally, one of the repairmen straightened up and walked towards Tan Xiaoxiao at the door. I checked the broken pipe. How is it? Is it too old? Tan Xiaoxiao asked hurriedly. The repairman shook his head, his tone certain. It's not natural aging. There are signs of high temperature or strong acid corrosion. Preliminary assessment. It's vandalism, deliberately disguised as old and dilapidated. Vanished vandalism? Tan Xiaoxiao's eyes widened instantly, her voice trembling with anger. Who? Who's so despicable? What grudge do I hold against anyone to want to ruin my shop like this? Her mind raced, recalling everyone she recently interacted with. Aunt Bien? There's no reason for her to do that. Sister Wang? Even less likely. Bien Ruijin and his group? They're definitely on our side. Those strange players and customers? That can't be. She's always been honest and fair in her business dealings. After the two taciturn repairmen finally finished replacing the pipes and confirmed that Yellow Spring had stopped gushing, Tan Xiaoxiao stood at the shop entrance and sighed sadly. Before she could finish her sigh, a stench assaulted her nostrils, making her bend over and gag twice. Ugh! It seemed this mess really needed professional and thorough cleaning and disinfection. Seeing this, the two repairmen stepped forward and handed Tan Xiaoxiao a business card. Tan Xiaoxiao instinctively took it and looked down. The business card was a deep, dark blue, the material slightly resilient, somewhat like some kind of treated leather. Printed on it in silver foil were several lines of text, the font elegant and flowing. Deep Sea Cleaning Services professionally handles all kinds of unconventional pollution, restoring you a clean space. Contact number. XXX. The business card had no address, no contact person, only this advertising slogan and a lonely phone number. This place did a pretty thorough job. The repairman's words seemed to carry a deeper meaning. Especially for some residues that ordinary cleaning can't remove. Tan Xiaoxiao was already worried about the mess, but hearing thoroughly cleaned, and glancing at the words unconventional pollution on the business card, she felt the description was a bit strange, but she couldn't care less at the moment. Ordinary cleaning companies would probably avoid this kind of situation like the plague. Since this company dared to take on unconventional work, they might actually have a solution. Thank you, sir, she said quickly, as if grasping at a straw. The repairman didn't say anything more, just nodded slightly, and left with his colleague carrying their toolbox. Tan Xiaoxiao dialed the number on the business card, and the call was answered almost instantly. Deep Sea Cleaning, please speak. An exceptionally gentle and pleasant male voice came through, accompanied by the ethereal sound of flowing water, seemingly from the distant deep sea. It was so melodious that Tan Xiaoxiao's tense nerves instantly relaxed for a moment. Hello, I had an accident at my shop. A pipe burst. The contamination is very serious, and it needs thorough cleaning and disinfection. She described the chaotic scene in a tactful manner. The male voice on the other end of the phone showed no hesitation or surprise, his tone remaining gentle. Understood. Large-scale organic matter leakage and contamination falls within our standard service scope. Please provide the specific address, and we will arrange for a specialist to come and handle it as soon as possible. The other party's overly professional language and calm attitude reassured Tan Xiaoxiao greatly. Address recorded. Please keep your phone accessible. Thank you for choosing Deep Sea. The pleasant male voice finished speaking and politely hung up the phone. Tan Xiaoxiao stared at her phone screen, which had gone dark, then glanced down at the dark blue business card in her hand. So professional. She was so lucky to have found such a great cleaning company. About 40 minutes later, a spotless van pulled up outside the shop. Two cleaners in matching full-body protective suits got out. The suits covered them completely from head to toe, leaving no inch of skin exposed. They carried tentacle-shaped high-pressure water guns. Tan Xiaoxiao was impressed. Those water guns were so modern. Their movements were fluid and synchronized. They didn't exchange a single word, but their work was incredibly professional. Soon, the shop was filled with the smell of cleaning agents. The smell was strange, and Tan Xiaoxiao felt dizzy just smelling it. It's normal for cleaning agents to smell bad. She rubbed her temples and ran to the curb as if fleeing, greedily inhaling the fresh air. Leaning against a lamppost, Tan Xiaoxiao looked at the familiar street before her, a sense of powerlessness and grievance welling up inside her. How could she be so unlucky? Just then, a tall figure in a dark gray combat uniform stopped in front of her. The man stood outside her shop for a long time, his gaze sweeping over the scene inside with suspicion, then looking at the two cleaners in strange protective suits, a clear look of astonishment on his face. Then, he walked a few steps to Tan Xiaoxiao and spoke uncertainly. Sister Tan? What happened to your shop? Tan Xiaoxiao looked up at the sound of his voice. The face was somewhat familiar, with sharp features and a soldier-like toughness. A head of short, silver hair shone brightly in the sunlight, making her seem to radiate light. She stared at the silver hair for a few seconds before matching the name with the person. You are? Ling Zhang, right? Tan Xiaoxiao asked hesitantly. She remembered this person, who seemed to be a player as well, apparently the captain of the Frozen Earth team. That shimmering silver hair had left a deep impression on her. It's like what you see. Tan Xiaoxiao looked away, pointing to the shop behind her, her face a mixture of utter despair and gritted teeth. The septic pipe in my shop exploded. She paused, her tone turning furious. The repairman said it wasn't an accident. Someone deliberately melted the pipe to make it look like an accident. Don't let me find out which damn did it. Otherwise I'll. Upon hearing this, Ling Zhang's brows furrowed immediately. His keen intuition instantly detected something unusual. Tan Xiaoxiao ran a shop here, and although she encountered all sorts of people, she generally got along well with the NPCs, who were the original inhabitants of this street. Logically, she shouldn't have harbored such a deep-seated hatred as to vandalize a shop in revenge. On the contrary, the shop's unique nature attracted the attention of countless players. Countless eyes were watching it, both openly and secretly. This was most likely done by players. But what kind of players would be so audacious as to use such despicable means to attack Sister Tan's shop? Didn't they know, or care about, the potential consequences, or did they have a backup plan? Ling Zhang looked up again at the filthy shop. This method was too dirty. It wasn't just physical destruction, but also a form of psychological humiliation. Sister Tan. Ling Zhang withdrew his gaze and looked at Tan Xiaoxiao, whose face was filled with indignation. Is there anything I can help you with? Like tracking down who did it? Tan Xiaoxiao shook her head, her tone somewhat dejected. There aren't any concrete clues yet. Sai, if you could you keep an eye out for me? She said this, but she didn't hold out much hope. Even the security cameras couldn't capture it. What could Ling Zhang do? Ling Zhang nodded, silently making a mental note of it. I understand, Sister Tan. I keep an eye out. Be careful yourself too. After a few more brief words, Ling Zhang took his leave. The cleaning and disinfection work continued until the city lights came on. After seeing off the two incredibly efficient cleaners, Tan Xiaoxiao stood at the convenience store entrance, blinking somewhat dazedly. In just a few hours, Yellow Springs had completely vanished. In its place was an almost eerie cleanliness. The floor gleamed as if polished countless times, the walls were flawlessly white, without a single impurity, even the smallest scratches and old stains had disappeared. The shelves were back in their places, empty, awaiting new merchandise. The stench in the air had completely disappeared, replaced by an indescribable scent. It wasn't the smell of disinfectant, but rather a cool, deep, slightly salty aroma, like being at the seaside. What kind of fragrance is this? It's quite unique. The store was now eerily quiet. Tan Xiaoxiao could even hear her own rapid heartbeat. She subconsciously took a deep breath, the peculiar scent filling her lungs, sending a chill down her spine. Tan Xiaoxiao frowned, sensing a strange energy field permeating the store, making her instinctively uncomfortable. But this feeling was quickly overshadowed by the joy of a completely refreshed space. This money was well spent. Tan Xiaoxiao walked around the empty shop, marveling at the results. The cleaning effect is amazing. It's like it's been repainted. She touched the countertop, feeling a sticky sensation on her fingertips, but she attributed it to some kind of high-end cleaning agent. Now the shop was clean, but the emptiness was unsettling. Tan Xiaoxiao planned to contact the supplier first thing tomorrow morning to get the goods back as soon as possible, so she could reopen. Filled with hopeful anticipation for the future, Tan Xiaoxiao locked the shop and returned to her temporary accommodation in the tenement building. Pushing open the door, she collapsed wearily into the only chair, barely able to even sigh. The little paper doll, who had been sitting on the windowsill watching the night view, heard the noise and immediately scrambled onto the table with its short legs, quietly sitting beside Tan Xiaoxiao to keep her company. Tan Xiaoxiao turned her head, looking at the little paper doll's obedient and comforting appearance, her heart warming. She reached out and gently stroked its little head. Sigh, you're so kind, knowing how to care for people, she said with a weary sigh. Unlike those two heartless fellows. As she spoke, her gaze swept to the corner of the room. Big Black was sprawled on the floor, engrossed in gnawing on a large chicken leg. Little Black, meanwhile, stretched out its tentacles, sprawled on the windowsill like a lump of mud, clearly still recovering from the golden impact. The little paper doll quietly allowed Tan Xiaoxiao to stroke its head. Suddenly, it paused slightly, carefully examining Tan Xiaoxiao's sleeve before picking up a strand of silver hair from her cuff. The silver hair shimmered brilliantly under the light. The little paper figure held up the hair, tilting its head to scrutinize it closely. Then, it abruptly raised its head, holding the hair up to Tan Xiaoxiao's eyes, its small eyes staring intently at her. That gaze was clearly questioning. What is this? How did this get on your clothes? Tan Xiaoxiao was taken aback by its sudden action, and under the gaze of those beady green eyes, a strange sense of guilt welled up inside her. Oh, this, she cleared her throat somewhat awkwardly, pointing to the silver hair. It was this afternoon. I ran into Ling Zhang, you remember him, right? He's quite tall, and his hair is really nice, the kind that's shiny. She subconsciously emphasized the two features. His hair was very nice and shiny. However, her explanation only made things worse. The little paper figure's lips visibly pursed downwards. Its entire body seemed to tense, and it emitted an even denser black aura. Looking at the little paper figure's appearance, Tan Xiaoxiao felt an even stronger, inexplicable sense of guilt. She didn't know what she was feeling guilty about. Was it because she had complimented someone's shiny hair? Was there anything wrong with that? To escape the awkward and strange atmosphere, she stood up and abruptly changed the subject. I'm going to take a shower. I haven't eaten yet today, I'm starving. After I shower, I take you. Let's go to the nearby night market to find something to eat, okay? With that, she practically fled, grabbed her change of clothes, and disappeared into the bathroom. The little paper doll left on the table watched Tan Xiaoxiao's retreating figure disappear behind the door, then looked down at the incredibly annoying strand of silver-white hair between its fingers. It remained silent for a few seconds, then, without any hesitation, and with a hint of petulance, tore the hair in two. Having done this, it crossed its arms and little legs, sitting down directly on the table. It even deliberately turned its body away from the bathroom, adopting a haughty "I'm very angry right now, I don't want to talk to you" attitude. Tan Xiaoxiao, who had just come out of the bathroom, drying her hair with a towel, thought, "Wait. What's with this? You're acting like a wife who's caught her husband cheating. Look." On the Interstellar Communication Forum, in the public section, a post is rapidly gaining popularity due to the inclusion of the trending terms Sister Tan and convenience store. Who blew up Sister Tan's convenience store's septic pipes? A hefty reward is offered for clues. Frozen Earth Ling Zhang, OB. Today I passed through Neon Street, intending to visit Sister Tan, but found the convenience store closed and the interior a mess, being cleaned up. Upon inquiry, it turns out someone maliciously damaged the store's pipes. This method is utterly despicable. Has any player nearby witnessed any suspicious persons or unusual circumstances? A substantial reward will be given for any valid clues. 2 striking photos of the scene are attached below. The first is a wide shot, clearly showing the store shelves overturned and the floor covered in a thick layer of filth. The second is a close-up, showing the repaired pipe connections. On Battlefield Star, Zhang Xiangyu had just finished a round of intense training and was habitually browsing the interstellar forums, checking for any new dungeon information or interesting tidbits. Suddenly, this trending post caught his eye. Zhang Xiangyu's heart skipped a beat, and the smile on his face instantly vanished. Something happened at Sister Tan's convenience store? The moment the post loaded, 2 high-definition, visually striking photos appeared before his eyes. Holy crap! Zhang Xiangyu's hand trembled, almost dropping his communicator. This is just too unethical. Zhang Xiangyu's forehead veins throbbed with anger. With the store in this state, renovations, cleaning, restocking, Sister Tan's store won't be open for at least a month or 2. How much loss is that? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Sister Tan was such a kind person, always benevolent, and her store was a rare haven of peace and tranquility for them, the players, amidst the perilous dungeons. Which despicable **** would do something so disgusting? Don't let me find out who it is, or I skin him alive. Zhang Xiangyu gritted his teeth and turned his gaze back to the 2 suffocating photos on the screen. Ling Zhang's photos were very clear, showing almost every aspect of the shop's dire state. Zhang Xiangyu narrowed his eyes, meticulously examining each image, leaving no stone unturned. First the shelves, the cash register, then the floor. Suddenly, his gaze froze. Near the repaired pipe joint, there were several blurry, barely perceptible footprints. Zhang Xiangyu subconsciously zoomed in on the image, and could vaguely make out that the outlines of those footprints were neither human footprints nor animal claw marks. This is Zhang Xiangyu's pupils constricted. He had fought against the insect star before. He was all too familiar with this type of footprint. Insect star? Zhang Xiangyu's heart sank. If he remembered correctly, the opponent in the next round of the monster disaster game on Blue Star was the insect star. And so, everything connected instantly. The insectids were ruthless, vengeful, and favored Tan Jia, a player from Earth, making her a prime target for elimination. Zhang Xiangyu suddenly realized this, and immediately replied to Ling Zhang's post using his main account, Battlefield Star Zhang Xiangyu. Major discovery. Look closely at the dirt on the ground in the lower left corner of the second photo. There are blurry, non-human footprints, the structure of which highly matches those of the insectids. Considering that Earth's next opponent is the insectids, the motive is self-evident. Those insidious insects. After Zhang Xiangyu's clearly pointed reply appeared, the entire thread became even more lively. Floor 100, Insect Star? My god. I knew they had a bad reputation, but these methods are just too despicable. Floor 101, Insect Star will stop at nothing to win. It's not the first time. This time it's just especially disgusting. Floor 102, so sad. I wanted to go and admire that legendary flower of order. Floor 103, Battlefield Star slander. He says we did it, so we did it. Do you have any evidence? A few blurry photos, and you think you can convict us? Floor 104, given your past reputation and style, it's not surprising at all that you would do something so unethical. Floor 105, bug, stop making assumptions. Battlefield Star has a grudge against us, of course they're taking this opportunity to smear us. Floor 106, Battlefield Star Zhang Xiangyu at bug still being stubborn? Those footprints are definitely from your Zerg. More importantly, the mosquito coils from Sister Tan's shop almost wiped out your entire team in the previous dungeon. You hold a grudge, and you're afraid Blue Star will also get such a powerful weapon, so you struck first, and incidentally retaliated against Sister Tan. What's wrong with this logic? Floor 107, now that you mention it, the logic makes perfect sense. Bug Star is using tactical sabotage and malicious retaliation. So insidious. Floor 108, the Zerg are still as disgusting as ever. 109th floor, bug, say whatever you want, but if you have the guts, produce solid evidence. Otherwise, it's slander. We, Bug Star, will never take the blame for this. This user bug has been banned from the forum for 24 hours due to repeated violations and inciting conflict. Various speculations and condemnations are rampant on the forum, but Tan Xiao, at the center of the storm, is completely unaware. After a good night's rest, she arrived at the convenience store early the next morning, full of anticipation. The sight before her froze her in place, the keys clattering to the floor. The store was the same, but looking through the familiar glass door, the scene inside left her mind blank, unable to process what she saw. Who renovated it? The store's space seemed to have expanded dozens, even hundreds of times, becoming incredibly deep and vast. The once neatly arranged shelves now appeared as if countless copies had been made, stretching endlessly into the distance. The lighting was no longer a warm yellowish yellow, but a strange, eerie blue, flickering and casting a bizarre, surreal glow throughout the space. What made her frown even more was that the walls had suddenly transformed into semi-transparent glass curtain walls. Beyond these walls, instead of the familiar neon-lit streetscape, lay an endless, dark, and desolate deep sea. In this deep sea, there were no common marine creatures to be seen, only a massive, suffocating, indescribable shadow. Those shadows twisted and writhed, slowly gliding across the outside of the glass, occasionally casting a gloomy, cold gaze outwards. Tan Xiao stared at this scene, mouth agape, stunned for a full minute before she snapped back to reality. Her first reaction wasn't fear, but a surge of inexplicable anger. What the hell? Who messed around with my renovations while I was away? Did they even ask my opinion? Tan Xiao stomped her foot angrily, pointing at the deep sea with a look of disgust. What kind of gloomy decor is this? It's so dark and cold, and they even have a fake aquarium backdrop. It's not cozy at all. How am I supposed to do business like this? She angrily picked up the keys from the floor, intending to open the glass door and confront the renovation company. However, the moment her fingers touched the doorknob, a strong sense of repulsion washed over her. This door isn't right, this shop. Tan Xiao abruptly pulled her hand back, her lips slightly parted, and without hesitation tried to open the door with the key. Sure enough, after trying 3 keys, she couldn't open the glass door. An unprecedented feeling washed over her. Tan Xiao knew clearly that she couldn't get in. This convenience store, which she had run and knew intimately, was now rejecting her, shutting her. That sense of control she once had, knowing everything about the store inside, had simply vanished. It was as if, after that deep cleaning, the store had been forcibly taken over, transformed, and severed from her by some external, powerful will. The fact that she had lost control of the store dealt her a tremendous blow, and she could only instinctively suppress this feeling of loss of control. Damn it, who changed my locks? It wasn't that the store was rejecting her, it must just be that the locks had been changed. Yes, that must be it. Tan Xiaoxiao slowly peered into the store through the glass door, her expression grim.